Zhao Xiaoyan just got kicked by his girlfriend, but unexpectedly gained the goddess consumption rebate system. He starts to turn his life around. The aloof female teacher, the green tea school beauty, the mature senior sister, the domineering female CEO, and the beautiful young woman all unknowingly fall in love with a loser. With the cashback rewards, the beautiful women he once could only dream will all appear by his side one by one. Chapter 1. Locking onto the goddess teacher in a parallel world, Ling Zhou. In this day and age, don't talk about love and don't get too emotional. Zhao Xiaoyan thinks that the guy who can say this line must have been just like him back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to express such profound life wisdom. His girlfriend of 3 years has forgotten the vows they made and all the kindness he showed her, decisively running off with a man who is old enough to be her father, just because he can afford the limited edition bag she dreams of. Zhao Xiaoyan, we are already in our senior year, soon to enter society. We need to be more realistic. I can't see a future with you. I have to work hard just to pay off my car loan and mortgage. This isn't the life I want. Oh, it's not that I'm heartless. I just learned it earlier than you. Indeed, love can fill you up is just a fairy tale, and fairy tales are meant to deceive children. Friendship worth £1,000 cannot compete with gold worth half a tael. It's harsh, but it's the reality. Looking at the rental apartment he just rented for 1,600 yuan 2 days ago, Zhao Xiaoyan wished he could slap himself. Originally, he had no plans to rent a place, but when the senior internship began, Chen Yizhuan said, "Xiaoyan, we're about to graduate. I want to have a home." Chapter 2. The correct use of cashback. Sun Yalan is not young anymore. 29 years old is the prime of womanhood. Unlike those young girls, Sun Yalan exudes a charm of a mature woman. In her tight dance outfit, her allure is simply irresistible. Zhao Xiaoyan couldn't take his eyes off her. She truly is a teacher from the dance department in his junior year. He chose art history as an elective because Chen Yizhuan said she wanted to take that course to enhance her artistic sense. So Zhao Xiaoyan signed up too, and Sun Yalan was the teacher. However, there were no live streaming benefits at that time. The class was held in a proper classroom, not a dance studio, as art history is about the history of dance art, not dance itself. In university faculty, the probability of finding beautiful women is actually quite low. But Sun Yalan is not only beautiful, but also outstanding in terms of figure and temperament. So, Zhao Xiaoyan had a very deep impression of this beautiful teacher. Moreover, due to her striking looks, Sun Yalan is quite famous throughout Lingzhou University. Since the system provided a hint, Zhao Xiaoyan took only 0.1 seconds to confirm his target. Chapter 3. Teacher, are you airborne? At this rate, just a couple of hours of swiping, and hitting 1 billion assets won't be a dream. This is faster than robbing a bank. With a goal comes infinite motivation. Zhao Xiaoyan took out his pure little brother speed and started tapping furiously on his phone screen. What? Hands sore? A loser like me is afraid of sore hands. 15 carnivals, 30 carnivals, 80 carnivals, 120 carnivals. Watching the money in his bank account snowball, Zhao Xiaoyan was on the verge of laughing crazily. At the same time, Sun Yalan was going crazy too. Suddenly, a newcomer appeared in her live streaming room, and not even a fan, just continuously showering gifts. Initially, she thought it was just 2 carnivals, but soon it turned into an unending stream of carnivals. What does this mean? 1 carnival is 3,000 yuan. Is there really someone who treats money like this, frantically throwing it in? Her monthly salary is only 5 carnivals, and in just a short while, this person has spent her salary for several years. Actually, Sun Yalan had only been live streaming for less than a month. She hadn't really been involved in this industry before. She just heard that live streaming is very profitable, and she urgently needed money. So, after work, she would start streaming whenever she had time. Chapter 4. Sun Yalan's appointment. Not everyone was struggling to find jobs. Some students had already secured positions. Chen Yizhuan found a job, and soon got swept away by her middle-aged bald boss. Thinking of Chen Yizhuan, Zhao Xiaoyan remembered that he still hadn't repaid the money he owed his roommates. Now that he had money, he quickly settled his debts to be free of financial burdens. But as soon as he opened his phone, he saw dozens of unread messages on WeChat. Upon checking, he found that they were all from Sun Yalan. Sun Yalan, who are you? Sun Yalan, do we know each other? Sun Yalan, are you my colleague? Sun Yalan, are you there? Sun Yalan, I won't just drop in. I will return the money you tipped me once the platform pays it out. Sun Yalan, please reply if you receive this. After reading the messages, Zhao Xiaoyan almost laughed out loud. It seemed that his WeChat message from yesterday had frightened Sun Yalan quite a bit. However, he had spent so much money primarily to get a cash back, which was purely a gesture of friendship, but he wouldn't mind if there were other benefits involved. Who is Sun Yalan? She is a well-known, beautiful teacher at Lingzhou University, stunning in appearance, with a great figure and excellent temperament, exuding an aura of a high-cold goddess. Still single, she is the dream girl of countless boys at Lingzhou University, and many male teachers are eager to please her. Chapter 5. Is it fun? It sounds really contradictory. Over the past few days, she had borrowed from everyone she could think of, and with her savings from the past few years, she still couldn't scrape together even 500,000, let alone 3 million. Typically, borrowing a few thousand or tens of thousands from colleagues isn't a big deal. But when you're asking for tens or hundreds of thousands, who would dare to lend such large sums easily? Tomorrow is the deadline, if she can't gather the money. When she arrived, she had already inquired at the restaurant's front desk, which informed her that the reservation was made by Mr. Zhao. Sun Yalan thought for a long time, but couldn't recall any friends or acquaintances with the surname Zhao. Who was the bull wanting to plow the fields? How should she bring it up? Would he lend her money on the first meeting? Would he have any conditions? From the outside, Sun Yalan still appeared to be high-cold, but her mind was racing with chaotic thoughts, and a series of messy questions surged in. Sometimes she thought about just letting it go. If Sun Haowei had to go to jail, then so be it. He was always idle and more trouble than he was worth. Why should she bear the consequences of his mess? Chapter 6. A promissory note? Absolutely not hearing the system's prompt. Zhao Xiaoyan was relieved that he had already pre-ordered the dishes and settled the bill. Otherwise, this situation would have been a disaster. However, he also learned another rule of the system. The favorability cannot drop below 0, or there would be no cash back. The favorability had dropped by 20, which indicated that this high-cold teacher in front of him was genuinely angry. If someone played him like that, Zhao Xiaoyan would have likely stormed off. Yet, despite Sun Yalan's evident anger, she showed no intention of leaving. Quite unexpectedly, Zhao Xiaoyan noticed that she didn't want to shake hands, so he awkwardly retracted his hand. MS. Son, I apologize. I meant no harm, just making a little joke. A joke? That wasn't funny at all, Sun Yalan said coldly. Zhao Xiaoyan scratched his head, unsure how to explain. Since he couldn't figure out how to clarify, he decided not to explain at all. The conversation fell silent. Zhao Xiaoyan watched Sun Yalan, while she stared out at the sea through the floor-to-ceiling window. Miss Sun, how did you become a streamer? Zhao Xiaoyan thought the atmosphere was too awkward and tried to break the silence. Chapter 7. A dance if he wrote a promissory note. Would it mean the money wouldn't need to be repaid? The system definitely wouldn't count it as cash back. If the system judged that he was cheating, it would be even more of a loss. No need for a promissory note. If you do that, I won't give you the money. Sun Yalan replied, how about this? We won't write a promissory note. Seeing that Sun Yalan seemed about to say something more, Zhao Xiaoyan quickly interjected, how about this? No promissory note needed. You just have to fulfill one small wish of mine. What wish? Sun Yalan asked. Right, what wish? Zhao Xiaoyan was just trying to buy time, not wanting Sun Yalan to write a promissory note and also try to raise her favorability. But what should he wish for? Suddenly, he recalled Sun Yalan's livestream from last night and got an idea. Miss Sun, how about you dance for me? Yes, if you dance for me, I'll consider that money a gift for you. No need for any promissory notes. Sun Yalan couldn't believe her ears. Your wish is to see me dance? Yes, yes. I actually love watching you dance. I enjoy your performances at school events, but because I'm always too far away, I can never see clearly. Chapter 8. A chance encounter with the class flower. As soon as Sun Yalan left, Zhao Xiaoyan began to examine the single apartment. Although both were single apartments, his was clearly lacking compared to Sun Yalan's. The single apartment was not small, with a living room of over 20 square meters. Because of the few pieces of furniture, it appeared very spacious. It was evident that Sun Yalan was a clean woman. Her home was tidy and spotless. The air also carried a faint, pleasant fragrance that was quite nice. However, one wall of the living room was embedded with a full-length mirror with a handrail installed about a meter off the ground. Clearly indicating this was where Sun Yalan practiced at home. With a slight creak, the only bedroom door opened. Zhao Xiaoyan turned to look and found his eyes glued to the scene. In the single apartment, Zhao Xiaoyan sat on the sofa, his eyes never leaving Sun Yalan. Just 2 meters away, Sun Yalan was gracefully dancing to an English song. Zhao Xiaoyan's wish for Sun Yalan to dance for him was merely a way to avoid her asking for a promissory note, not because of any great love for dance. Chapter 9. The 1.8-meter hottie. Because Zhao Xiaoyan had previously focused entirely on Chen Yizhuan, he hadn't paid much attention to the class flower and had very little interaction with her. However, Chen Yizhuan and Lu Xinting were quite familiar, as they were roommates and referred to each other as best friends. Chen Yizhuan's job had been introduced by Lu Xinting, and it was through that job that Chen Yizhuan had gotten involved with her boss. Therefore, if you traced it back, Lu Xinting could also be considered an indirect instigator of Zhao Xiaoyan's rejection. Just at that moment, Lu Xinting happened to turn her head and spotted Zhao Xiaoyan walking out from off-campus. Beep. Target detected. Lu Xinting. Age, 22. Attractiveness, 83. Height, 167. Strategy, 0. Affection, 10. Zhao Xiaoyan. The toolman number 2 has appeared. Originally, Zhao Xiaoyan wanted to pretend not to see it, but after hearing the system's voice, he suddenly didn't want to leave anymore. Beep. Target Lu Xinting successfully locked. Beep. Target Lu Xinting's affection for the host is 10. Can trigger 10 times cashback. Since he and Lu Xinting are classmates and have almost no interaction, he isn't surprised that her affection is stuck at 10. Chapter 10. Booth or table height 181. Seeing this number, Zhao Xiaoyan gasped. This is definitely model height. Plus her impressive looks. She's simply stunning. This cashback opportunity is right in front of him. What else is there to consider? Lock the target. But how to approach a girl like this? At this moment, Lu Xinting and others also saw the group and waved to them. Yuhan, over here. It was obvious that the 4 girls who came later were called over by Lu Xinting. This delighted Zhao Xiaoyan, as he was worried about not having a chance to get to know the long-legged beauty Zhang Yuhan. And now, this is perfect. Xinting, who is this young man? He is not your good brother again, is he? Zhang Yuhan asked, pointing at Zhao Xiaoyan. Lu Xinting subtly rolled her eyes at Zhao Xiaoyan and said to Zhang Yuhan, what are you talking about? He is just my classmate Zhao Xiaoyan, who said he wanted to come to the bar to see the world. By the way, Zhao Xiaoyan said he is treating tonight. Zhang Yuhan naturally understood the implication in Lu Xinting's words and didn't pay any more attention to Zhao Xiaoyan. Following the others into the bar with laughter, Zhao Xiaoyan smiled and followed them in. Pushing open the bar door, after taking a couple of steps, a waiter in a black jacket and bow tie approached. Seeing Zhao Xiaoyan behind the group of girls, he naturally took Zhao Xiaoyan for one of the guests. Chapter 11. Soaring affection. Thinking of this, Lu Xinting's expression of schadenfreude couldn't be hidden, waiting for the show to unfold. However, what they saw was the POS card being successfully swiped and the receipt slowly being printed out. Is this already paid? Lu Xinting, Zhang Yuhan, other girls. This time the expense was charged to Lu Xinting, and Zhao Xiaoyan tearfully earned 940,000. Zhang Yuhan looked at Lu Xinting, her expression seeming to ask, didn't you say he was broke? Lu Xinting looked at Zhao Xiaoyan with a puzzled expression. Zhao Xiaoyan, why do you have money when Yizhuan often says you're broke? Zhao Xiaoyan glanced at Lu Xinting and pretended to be melancholic. Because I hope my woman values me for who I am, not for my money, so I deliberately concealed it. At first, I thought Chen Yizhuan was a good girl and was going to be honest with her, but unexpectedly, she ran off with someone else for money. Isn't this a plot often seen in TV dramas? Rich people pretend to be poor to test whether girls are sincere. I didn't expect a TV drama to come to life. Beep. Target Lu Xinting's affection for the host is 20. Current affection is 25. Chapter 12. Sisters Ho with a beautiful girl approaching actively. Zhao Xiaoyan certainly wouldn't refuse. Moreover, she was a girl bound by the system, so he had even less reason to refuse. Zhang Yuhan knew how to maximize her advantages. Her long legs paired with hollowed-out knee-high boots were incredibly eye-catching. Zhang Yuhan's legs were indeed very long. Even sitting on the booth sofa, the angle at her knee was a 45-degree upward curve, and the sofa only reached halfway up her calf. Definitely an enviable pair of legs. I am Zhao Xiaoyan. It's hard to find an opportunity to drink with a beauty like you. After saying that, he clinked glasses with Zhang Yuhan and then down the drink. After finishing a glass, Zhao Xiaoyan felt a fiery sensation in his stomach. It was his first time drinking this kind of alcohol, and he wasn't quite used to it. The other girls saw this and all raised their glasses to Zhao Xiaoyan. Although each of these girls had their own advantages under the bar's mesmerizing lights, they could all be considered beauties. However, Zhao Xiaoyan didn't hear any system prompts, clearly indicating that these girls' attractiveness hadn't been recognized by the system. Unable to earn cash back, Zhao Xiaoyan had little interest in these girls, merely tasting the drinks politely and too lazy to remember their names. Chapter 13. No longer sisters, although Zhang Yuhan won. Seeing her slurred speech and dazed eyes indicated that she was about to reach her limit. Without saying a word, Zhao Xiaoyan directly took out his phone. Open VX's QR code. Zhang, come, let us add each other on VX. I'll give you a bonus. With the cashback being a powerful weapon, Zhao Xiaoyan acted very lavishly. He had just said that whoever won would get a bonus. A man's word should be kept. No matter who won, Zhao Xiaoyan would profit. Zhang Yuhan's eyes lit up. You're really giving a 60,000 bonus? ISNT, that just a typical rich man? What is there to be polite about? She took out her phone and scanned the QR code. Looking at him affectionately, Xiaoyan, my family calls me Han Hai. You can call me that too. Wow. Within less than 2 hours of acquaintance, they went from strangers to family. Not only did she rival Lu Xinting in looks, but her status was also comparable. The other girls quickly took out their phones to add Zhao Xiaoyan on VX. Of course, this Zhao Xiaoyan was clearly a big shot. Who would want to add a big shot instead of a loser? Chapter 14. Fair treatment. Zhao Xiaoyan subconsciously looked at Lu Xinting. He saw her with a resentful expression, like a wife abandoned by her husband, staring at him. When she noticed him looking over, her seductive fox-like eyes, whether due to the alcohol or something else, were glistening with tears, making her gaze even more alluring. Before coming to the bar, she never would have thought that the loser who had just been dumped by his girlfriend yesterday, whom she once looked down upon, would undergo a dramatic reversal overnight and make a grand comeback. Not only did he shed his broke loser image, but he also spent money freely. He truly had money. A lot of money. Just for a casual drink, he casually gave out a 600,000 red envelope. What kind of power was this? Watching Zhang Yuhan cling to Zhao Xiaoyan, Lu Xinting grew increasingly displeased, cursing in her heart. Vixen. When Zhao Xiaoyan's gaze turned to her, Lu Xinting suddenly felt very wronged. She had previously been very attentive to him, knowing he was coming to the bar, and insisted on following. But now, he was being affectionate with another woman and giving out such large red envelopes. Thinking of this, Lu Xinting suddenly felt like crying. Her nose tinged, and tears really began to flow down. Chapter 15. The two people who shouldn't be here. A few minutes later, Zhao Xiaoyan returned to the dormitory he hadn't seen for a week. He couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but at that moment, stepping into the dorm, he felt as if he had lived two lives. The dorm door was open, and Guo Liang and Li Liwei were lying on the bed playing games. Another roommate, Zhang Haolong, was not there. He was from Lingzhou and had been sent off early by his family to work at their own company, officially taking over his father's legacy. Guo Liang and Li Liwei, like Zhao Xiaoyan, hadn't found jobs yet and were enjoying their last leisurely moments of university life. When they saw Zhao Xiaoyan return, Guo Liang simply hung up his game, infuriating Li Liwei, who cursed, "You idiot, you just left 0-10. Now I'm going to lose again in the promotion match." Zhao Xiaoyan opened WeChat and transferred some money to both Guo Liang and Li Liwei, not forgetting Zhang Haolong either. This money was what he owed when he was with Chunyi Zhuan. He had wanted to pay it back yesterday, but got distracted by later events and forgot. Upon seeing the money come back, Guo Liang asked, "Xiaoyan, you don't need to rush to pay it back. Just wait until you have it." Li Liwei, Ding. "Don't worry, I still have money. Just take it easy and accept it." Chapter 16. The frustration of He Fei Zhouliang. "You actually push me? You push me for such a stinky woman?" Ma Qing shouted, repeatedly hitting Zhou Liang's back. Not satisfied, Ma Qing picked up a plate from the table and pretended to splash it on He Fei. If the coconut milk splashed on her, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if that greasy dish splashed on her, it would be a mess. Fortunately, Zhou Liang was quick and managed to block it, splashing it all over himself instead of the already terrified He Fei. Suddenly, a dark stain appeared on the front of his white t-shirt, dripping with soup. "Are you crazy?" Zhou Liang was also angry and slapped Ma Qing across the face. The sound echoed throughout the restaurant. Ma Qing was Zhou Liang's second girlfriend from university, a dance major in her sophomore year. They met at a friend's gathering during their sophomore year, and he fell in love at first sight, decisively breaking up with his previous girlfriend to be with Ma Qing. Ma Qing was considered a beauty. After all, not many ugly girls study dance. However, compared to He Fei in front of him, there was a noticeable difference. Chapter 17. The ups and downs of affection. Zhao Xiaoyan's words seemed to stab He Fei, who had been silent until now and finally erupted, almost hysterically. Zhao Xiaoyan stepped closer and asked, "You don't love money. You must really need money right now, right? Is there a difference?" "It's all for money," He Fei said self-deprecatingly. "I can give you money," Zhao Xiaoyan thought for a moment and said, "What?" I said, "I can give you money." "You? How much can you give me? 1,000 or 2,000 or 10,000? He face-sized up Zhao Xiaoyan. The faded jeans and the black generic t-shirt on him made it obvious that he came from an ordinary family. The money she needed wasn't something an average family could provide. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't answer how much. Instead, he impatiently asked, "Just tell me directly, how much do you want?" "At least 1,000,000. He threw out a number since Zhao Xiaoyan was still asking. "Okay." Zhao Xiaoyan took out his phone, opened online banking, and looked up to ask, "Give me your bank card number, and I'll transfer it to you now." Seeing that Zhao Xiaoyan was serious and seemed confident, He provided her bank card number. Chapter 18, the beginning and end of it all. By the way, I heard online that the bathrobes in hotels aren't very clean. Make sure to wear your underwear first before putting on the bathrobe. That way it's cleaner. He doesn't want her, but just now. She clearly saw the impulse and desire in Zhao Xiaoyan's eyes. He mustered her courage, exposing herself completely, but Zhao Xiaoyan chose to turn away. She no longer had the courage to be honest, so she hurried into the bathroom. Listening to the sound of her changing clothes, the system also spoke. Ding. Target Hefei's affection level 40. Current affection level 10. Zhao Xiaoyan remained unaffected. 5 minutes later, Hefei, with a flushed face, sat across from Zhao Xiaoyan in a white bathrobe. She pulled the collar of the robe tightly, revealing no hint of spring, as if afraid Zhao Xiaoyan would see her body. Only her slender legs were visible, intertwined outside the bathrobe. Zhao Xiaoyan suddenly felt like laughing. Who was it just now who was so honest, yet now was acting all shy? Hefei lowered her head, not daring to look at Zhao Xiaoyan. After all, she had just been seen naked by this man. The atmosphere in the room was strange, quiet, filled with an indescribable charm and ambiguity. Chapter 19. Sun Yalan invites dinner. Looking at the time, Sun Yalan should still be at school. This call was probably from her office, so her voice was very low. "I didn't mean to disturb you. What do you need from me, teacher Sun?" Zhao Xiaoyan was curious about why Sun Yalan asked that. Sun Yalan hesitated for a moment and said, "I've sorted out my matters. Thank you for your help. So, I'd like to invite you to dinner tonight to thank you." Upon hearing that the beautiful teacher was taking the initiative to invite him to dinner, Zhao Xiaoyan smiled and said, "You're too polite, teacher Sunday. I'll treat you. You choose the place." Sun Yalan quickly replied, "It's to thank you. How can I let you treat me? Let's set the time at 6 p.m., and I'll send you the address later." "All right, I'll be there on time." Zhao Xiaoyan didn't dwell on who would pay. He could just pay up front when the time came. "Okay, let's leave it at that. Goodbye." Shanghai Road could be considered the city center, and there was a Sichuan restaurant with old Sichuan characteristics on that road, which was the place Sun Yalan chose. Zhao Xiaoyan arrived a few minutes before 6 p.m., but Sun Yalan had arrived even earlier. "Xiaoyan, over here." Sun Yalan had been watching the door and stood up to wave when she saw Zhao Xiaoyan. Chapter 20. Pretending to be drunk after drinking 2 glasses of wine. The bottle of Tsingtao in front of Sun Yalan was visibly nearing the bottom. At this point, Sun Yalan's face was flushed, and her eyes were starting to gleam with the effects of alcohol, clearly indicating she had been drinking quite a bit and was beginning to feel tipsy. Sun Yalan looked at Zhao Xiaoyan with her slightly intoxicated eyes and asked, "Xiaoyan, do you really like me?" Having said the previous words, Zhao Xiaoyan clearly felt that the atmosphere was a bit different now. So he nodded and said, "Of course, you're so beautiful and have such a great temperament. What man wouldn't like you? I knew it. Otherwise, who would just give away 3 million like that?" Sun Yalan smiled, still somewhat tipsy. "But Xiaoyan, you can't have any thoughts about me. I'm your teacher, and I'm older than you." Zhao Xiaoyan retorted, "I'm about to graduate, and I'm already an adult. It won't do. People will talk." Sun Yalan burped, "And the teacher could see that you really like me. 3 million worth of sincerity, which is heavier than any vow. And talking about learning to dance, you clearly have no interest in it. You just want to find ways to avoid paying me back." Chapter 21. An unsuccessful counterattack. Zhao Xiaoyan looked into Sun Yiting's eyes. At this moment, her eyes were closed. Her fair face still had a lingering rosy flush from the alcohol, and her delicate nose was small and upright. Zhao Xiaoyan noticed that Sun Yiting's head was tilted oddly, realizing it was the large hairpin at the back that was pressing against it. So he gently lifted her head. Ding. Target Sun Yalan's favorability 10. Current favorability 50. Zhao Xiaoyan. Ignoring the system's prompt, Zhao Xiaoyan carefully took off the hairpin and gently placed Sun Yiting's head back on the pillow. Ding. Target Sun Yalan's favorability 10. Current favorability 60. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyan noticed that Sun Yaolin's closed eyes trembled slightly and quickly returned to normal, as if that moment had been an illusion. Was Teacher Sun pretending to be drunk? Understood. No wonder the system said Teacher Sun's psychological fluctuations were intense. It also explained why the favorability changed frequently. Because she wasn't drunk at all, she was pretending to be. But why would she pretend to be drunk when she clearly wasn't? Even Zhao Xiaoyan, no matter how naive, could guess a possible reason. Recalling what Sun Yaolin said at the dinner table, she felt like a teacher, a role she couldn't accept with her student. But the favor she owed was too heavy. So heavy that she didn't know how to repay it. Chapter 22. Subsequent troubles. You didn't tell him you were distant relatives? I did. But he insisted I explain it to him in person. He showed a helpless expression, saying that because of me, he and Ma Qing broke up. Now I'm going back on my word, and he insists I take responsibility. Zhao Xiaoyan was speechless. Zhou Yang is really not straightforward. As for breaking up with Ma Qing, he can only blame himself for taking advantage of the situation and being tempted. Moreover, Ma Qing treated him well. Although she wasn't as good-looking or in shape as Fei, she was definitely decent. To have such a girlfriend and not cherish her, but instead set his sights on Fei and directly dump Ma Qing, it's all Zhou Yang's fault. Now he turns around and wants Fei to take responsibility, which is really not manly at all. Responsibility? How do I take responsibility? Zhao Xiaoyan asked. He didn't say it outright, but it felt like he wanted to. Fei's face turned red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Zhao Xiaoyan. But you can rest assured, I am already yours. I didn't agree to him. In fact, Fei didn't know why, but when encountering such a situation, the first person she thought of was that ordinary figure. Zhao Xiaoyan was speechless. What kind of situation is this? But he also knew that although this was caused by Fei, the fault wasn't hers. Chapter 23. Go to buy clothes, who are you calling? Fei asked nervously. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't answer her, because the call had already connected. Hello, it's me, Xiaoyan. A cheerful voice came from the other end, and I knew it was you. Why did you suddenly think of calling me? I want to check on you. The soon-to-be heir to the family business, living a carefree life? Zhao Xiaoyan laughed. The person on the other end was Zhang Haolong, who hadn't shown up in a long time. Speaking of this, Zhang Haolong's mood soured. You have no idea what kind of life I'm living now. Every day is filled with various meetings or looking at headache-inducing reports, and, at night, I have to accompany my old man to various banquets. Sigh, brother's heart is suffering. Crying? You haven't even graduated and have a family business to inherit. You should be secretly happy. Zhao Xiaoyan was most annoyed by his kind of bragging. After chatting for a bit, Zhang Haolong suddenly said seriously, Speak. What do you need from me? We've been brothers for years. Don't give me the fluff. Zhao Xiaoyan was not polite and asked, I heard you're quite familiar with Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang? The student council president Zhou Yang? Yes. Chapter 24. Buying clothes is so luxurious. Fei, guided by the salesperson, looked at this piece, then that piece, and suddenly didn't know how to choose. Seeing her like this, Zhao Xiaoyan said, If you think it's suitable, go try it on for me to see. Oh. Fei hesitated for a moment, then took one in. A minute later, Fei came out of the fitting room. It was a blue long dress with a simple lace design that appeared elegant, adding a touch of aloofness to her graceful demeanor. This one is nice. Change again. Fei, this one is okay too. Change again. Fei, this one is also good. Change again. Later, Fei tried on more than a dozen new seasonal items before Zhao Xiaoyan finally stopped. The salesperson was starting to get a bit impatient and asked, Miss, which one do you think is suitable? Fei didn't say anything. In fact, she liked every single piece she tried on. But since Zhao Xiaoyan was paying, she didn't dare to buy too much. These weren't items costing a few hundred. Each piece was easily in the 4-figure range, with two even exceeding 5 figures. Thus, Fei began to hesitate, weighing between those few pieces. Zhao Xiaoyan, sitting on the sofa waiting, naturally saw all of this. Chapter 25. A vulgar plot unfolds, although dressed in cheap knockoffs. Zhao Xiaoyan walked in boldly. Fei followed behind him without noticing, and when she saw Zhao Xiaoyan enter, she followed him in. A salesgirl in a professional women's suit noticed the two, and, in just 0.1 seconds, regarded the high-end branded Fei as a customer while completely ignoring Zhao Xiaoyan, who had entered first. In her eyes, Zhao Xiaoyan was just a follower, not even worthy of being a lackey. Hello, ma'am. Welcome to Baida. How can I assist you? Fei pointed at Zhao Xiaoyan, saying, Yes, the one buying. Ask him. The salesgirl showed surprise. She didn't expect her customer to be the shabby-looking guy beside her. Seeing Zhao Xiaoyan's outfit, which added up to less than 200 yuan, she immediately lost interest in making a sale. Pretending not to see him, she didn't even bother to attend to him. But while she ignored Zhao Xiaoyan, he decided to approach her. "Hello, can you take a look at that watch?" Zhao Xiaoyan pointed to a women's watch in the glass display. "You can't afford that watch." The salesgirl didn't even move, replying coldly. Chapter 26. A man's bad taste. Wu Youfu was stunned for 0.5 seconds before he immediately understood Zhao Xiaoyan's meaning and said with a smile, "Naturally." He then turned his attention to the salesgirl standing beside him and said sternly, "Fan Xiaoli, you just made a bet with Mr. Zhao. Now that Mr. Zhao has bought that GTU 88, shouldn't you fulfill your end of the bet?" Fan Xiaoli looked unwilling and was about to say something when Wu Youfu spoke again. "If you fulfill the bet, I will dismiss you on the grounds of neglecting customers." Upon hearing that she was going to be fired, Fan Xiaoli panicked. Although she was just a sales assistant, she worked for a top luxury brand, which was quite prestigious. Moreover, the salary here was very good. She could earn a considerable commission from selling a watch. She couldn't bear to lose such a great job. Thinking of this, her expression became quite unnatural, and she didn't dare to look at Zhao Xiaoyan. She lowered her head and called out softly, "Baba." Zhao Xiaoyan put his hand to his ear and asked, "What did you just call me?" "It was too quiet. I didn't hear." Fan Xiaoli had no choice but to take a deep breath and shouted, "Baba." Chapter 27. Of course, it's for you. Zhu Xiaoming went to contact the landlord, while Zhao Xiaoyan and He Fei sat on the sofa in the living room. Seeing He Fei twisting and turning after sitting down, Zhao Xiaoyan asked, "What's wrong?" He Fei shyly replied, "I haven't worn high heels in a long time. My feet hurt." This afternoon, He Fei had worn high heels for nearly 3 hours, and her feet were indeed a bit unbearable. Moreover, due to Zhao Xiaoyan's quirky taste, he had bought her some thin high heels, which looked good but were quite straining on the feet. Zhao Xiaoyan concealed his embarrassment and said, "Then just take off your shoes. Do you have foot odor?" "You have foot odor." He Fei was choked by Zhao Xiaoyan's response and angrily took off her high heels, revealing her petite feet, and began to rub them ungracefully. When she looked up and saw Zhao Xiaoyan staring at her, her face turned red and she shifted her direction. "Mr. Zhao, the landlord said he will arrive in 10 minutes. Please wait a moment," Zhu Xiaoming said as he walked in after finishing the call. He Fei hurried to put on her shoes upon seeing someone else enter, but Zhao Xiaoyan said, "You rest here. Xiao Zhu, let us go outside for a smoke." He Fei knew that Zhao Xiaoyan was taking care of her, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. Chapter 28. Senior Zhou. How about this? I happen to have a car dealership not far from here. If Mr. Zhao is interested, why not come and have a look to see if there is something suitable? Although Mr. Zhou was introducing a business, he was actually more interested in Zhao Xiaoyan as a person and wanted to make a connection. "Oh, that sounds great. Are you available now?" Zhao Xiaoyan was intrigued upon hearing this. Mr. Zhou was eager to communicate with Zhao Xiaoyan and quickly smiled. "Yes. I'll have the driver bring a car over right away." Men are naturally interested in buying cars. Of course, Zhao Xiaoyan couldn't forget about He Fei, the goddess of revenge, and directly called her along. While Zhao Xiaoyan went with Mr. Zhou to choose a car, Zhu Xiaoming went to handle the relevant procedures for transferring the villa. Mr. Zhou's car dealership was indeed not far away. It took just over 10 minutes to drive there. However, upon seeing Mr. Zhou's vehicle, it was clear that this middle-aged man was quite well off. With a Rolls-Royce as his car, it seemed that Mr. Zhou was not an ordinary businessman. "Mr. Zhao, this is my car dealership," Mr. Zhou said as they arrived at a car dealership. It could even be called a car city. It was quite large, with a tall sign at the entrance displaying various luxury car brand logos. Chapter 29. Is this really being bought? Zhao Xiaoyan took He Fei's ID and handed it along with an old, worn-out bank card to Zhou Jiaying, Sr. "I'll take this car. The owner's name should be He Fei." Seeing Zhao Xiaoyan decide to buy the car, after only looking at it for less than 3 seconds, Mr. Zhou was quite surprised. This easygoing feeling made it seem less like he was buying a car and more like he was buying cabbage. Then, when he heard that Zhao Xiaoyan was buying this 5 million yuan luxury car as a gift for He Fei, he was shocked again. His gaze towards He Fei changed, as if asking, "Is this what you call a friendship?" Oh no, it can't be explained. The efficiency at Zhou's car dealership was quite fast. After Zhao Xiaoyan swiped his card for the full amount, within half an hour, a temporary license plate had already been affixed to the black Ferrari 812. Zhou Jiaying then directly handed the purchase document to He Fei, joking, "Fei Fei, your suitor is really generous." Yifei blushed at the comment and didn't speak. Senior Zhou, do you have any cars in stock? Preferably something suitable for a girl. Although it was bought for Yifei, Zhao Xiaoyan actually wanted to drive the 812 himself, not for any other reason, but because the car was simply too cool. So upon seeing Yifei, he suddenly felt a bit guilty towards her and decided to simply buy another one. Chapter 30, a bit stubborn. After having dinner prepared by the property manager, Zhao Xiaoyan was washing the dishes in the kitchen while Yifei stood at the kitchen door watching. At this point, Yifei had changed into home clothes, and the high heels she had worn earlier were replaced with slippers. As for the clothes bought earlier and delivered to the hotel, she had also paid to have them sent back. Either come help or go watch TV. Don't just stand at the door like a supervisor, Zhao Xiaoyan said, feeling uncomfortable under Yifei's gaze. Yifei responded with an "oh" and walked into the kitchen, standing next to Zhao Xiaoyan to help clean the dishes. Judging by her demeanor, she didn't seem like the type to be pampered at home. She was quite competent with household chores. However, the occasional glances she cast towards Zhao Xiaoyan still made him feel that she had something to say. Go ahead, what's on your mind? Zhao Xiaoyan asked as he set down the dishes. Shouldn't we? Yifei, unusually assertive this time, didn't blush, but looked stubbornly at Zhao Xiaoyan. Don't misunderstand. I just don't want to always owe others. Besides, you bought me so many things. And the car and house in my name are too valuable. They weigh on me, and I'm afraid I can't handle it. Chapter 31. Having a car is impressive. In the Rongxing Group's president's office, Su Yin'er was on the phone when suddenly her voice involuntarily rose a few decibels. That's really good. Please arrange it as soon as possible. Goodbye. After hanging up, Su Yin'er rubbed her nose, unable to hide her fatigue. After a moment, she gathered her spirits, picked up the internal phone on her desk, and said, "Come in." Knock, knock, knock. Guomein, the president's secretary, how you? Pushed the door open. Stood opposite Su Yin'er and respectfully greeted, President Su. I need to go to the hospital this afternoon. Please reschedule all my appointments before 3 p.m. Anything that can't be rescheduled, push it back, she instructed. Understood, President Su. The secretary, standing across the large desk, quickly took out her phone to modify the schedule. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yin'er asked, has there been any movement from my second uncle recently? How you immediately replied. Vice President Su has been contacting several minor shareholders lately and seems to have made some progress. Su Yin'er sighed. My second uncle is really restless. The old man isn't even dead yet, and he is already starting to stir. After hesitating for a moment, how you added, President, there is something very strange. Mr. Su has recently been deliberately suppressing Bohai Construction, which has been cooperating with the group for several years and has secretly taken action many times. Chapter 32. The strong woman who doesn't allow strangers and Oldie hurriedly agreed, but didn't dare to honk again, fearing it would upset the boss. He had to stop the car and get out. Hey, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me honking? Oldie shouted at Zhao Xiaoyan, who was still strolling slowly. Zhao Xiaoyan shot back. Are you blind? You can't drive into such a narrow alley. Then why didn't you move aside? I've honked several times. Didn't you hear? Do you know what kind of car this is? It's a Rolls-Royce. Oldie was momentarily speechless, pointing at the Flying Lady emblem on the hood. Zhao Xiaoyan glanced at it and asked, so what if it's a Rolls-Royce? Can you even drive a car in here? Oldie, I used to always. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't give Oldie a chance to finish. Just because you've always done it doesn't make it right. I've been walking here my whole life. You think you're so impressive just because you're driving a car? You have no manners at all. This is a residential area. Why are you honking so loudly? Luckily, I have a good heart. Otherwise, you would have scared me into having a heart attack. At this moment, several onlookers from the neighborhood chimed in. Exactly. Driving in such a small place. Chapter 33. You can come find me. The girl saw that her grandfather was fine and finally relaxed. She stood up, ready to thank the young man who had helped her. But when she saw it was Zhao Xiaoyan, she froze. It's you? Su Yin'er recognized the young man in front of her as the one who had blocked her car in the alley. She originally wanted to thank him, but the thought vanished in an instant. Su Yin'er took out her wallet from her bag, opened it, pulled out a stack of money, and handed it to Zhao Xiaoyan, saying, this money is my way of saying thank you. Although Zhao Xiaoyan had blocked her car, wasting her time, it was still right to express her gratitude since he had saved her grandfather. The stack of money was quite thick, at least over 3,000. In Su Yin'er's view, this amount should adequately express her sincerity and gratitude. Zhao Xiaoyan looked at the stack of money in front of him, glanced at the woman's face a few times, and showed a mocking expression, ignoring Su Yin'er altogether. He squatted down, checked the old man's condition, and casually placed his right hand on the old man's wrist. Old man, you were lucky to meet me today. Next time, your luck might not be so good. Your granddaughter here is quite unreliable. Chapter 34. Twilight Romance. Li Wei was idly playing on his phone, clearly gaming in a horizontal position. Guoliang had a book in front of him, but his eyes were obviously on the book, occasionally glancing sideways. Following Guoliang's gaze, there was a girl sitting in the seat next to him. The girl wore glasses and had shoulder-length short hair. With her head down, Zhao Xiaoyan couldn't see her face clearly. It was evident there was something going on. Zhao Xiaoyan quietly walked over and sat down next to Li Wei. Li Wei glanced over but ignored Zhao Xiaoyan, continuing to play his game. From his expression, Zhao Xiaoyan knew he had definitely lost several rounds in a row. Guoliang was completely focused on the short-haired girl and didn't even notice Zhao Xiaoyan's arrival. Wei Yi, what's going on? Zhao Xiaoyan leaned closer to Li Wei and asked quietly. Damn it, I've lost several rounds. My rank is almost down to silver, Li Wei replied. Zhao Xiaoyan said, I didn't ask you. I asked what's up with Liangzi. Oh, this? Guoliang met her in the cafeteria at noon and dragged me over here. Li Wei said, holding up 3 fingers. This is already the 3rd one. Chapter 35. I'm the one pursuing not. Have you been chatting for so long, just about ID information? Li Wei was also speechless. Guoliang looked at Li Wei as if he were an idiot. What else would it be? Come on, we just met. Zhao Xiaoyan asked. So how does she feel about you? Do you think you can make it work? I don't know, but at least we know each other now. That's a step forward, Li Wei said. The initial spark of love quickly fizzled out. The gossiping spirit was gone, and he lay back on the bed, taking out his phone to continue his gaming. Liangzi, hurry up, let us team up. Guoliang took out his phone, but unusually didn't tee open the game. Instead, he opened a job recruitment website. I'm not playing anymore. I need to seriously look for a job. Li Wei jumped up from the bed. Liangzi, what has gotten into you? Didn't we agree to enjoy our last days of college together? Guoliang and Li Wei had never considered looking for jobs. As they put it, once they graduated, they would be reduced to corporate slaves, living under KPIs and 996 work schedules. They preferred to enjoy life now and squander their last moments of university. But Guoliang suddenly saying he wanted to find a job made Li Wei feel abandoned by his teammate. Chapter 36. Is it good looking? But the fact was right in front of them, and it was initiated by the girl, so they couldn't help but believe it. Zhao Xiaoyan was quite pleased with everyone's expressions. A man's vanity was instantly satisfied. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, Guoliang and Li Wei made an excuse to leave early, while Zhao Xiaoyan accompanied Zhang Yuhan, slowly walking back to school. How did I perform today? Without outsiders around. Zhang Yuhan naturally linked her arm with Zhao Xiaoyan's, appearing very intimate. This put Zhao Xiaoyan in a tough spot. Zhang Yuhan was a stunning beauty with a model's height. Wearing high heels, standing at over 185 centimeters, standing next to her, Zhao Xiaoyan seemed a bit shorter. Xiaoyan, where have you been these past few days? You didn't call or text me. Although she was a target with a 70 favorability, being so intimate in public made Zhao Xiaoyan feel a bit uncomfortable. After all, strictly speaking, this was only their second meeting. I had things to do. Zhao Xiaoyan wasn't lying. He indeed had a lot on his plate these past few days. What have you been busy with lately? Zhao Xiaoyan casually asked. Zhang Yuhan replied, I recently got a gig for a car show. The brand requested we wear gowns to better fit their brand image. Chapter 37. Zhang Yuhan's embarrassing moment in the morning. He sent a message to Zhang Yuhan, but she said she was unwell and expressed concern, telling him to rest more and that he could contact her anytime. However, unexpectedly, at that moment, Zhang Yuhan, who should have been resting in the dormitory, was out shopping with another man, and she was even linking arms with him, leaning closely against him. How could this not make him angry? Yuhan, why did you lie to me? Are you dating another man behind my back? How can you do this to me? Li Xiang was openly pursuing Zhang Yuhan, and it was an open secret, although Zhang Yuhan had never clearly agreed to be his girlfriend. She had never refused to go to movies or on dates with him. In Li Xiang's heart, Zhang Yuhan was already his woman. At this moment, he felt the taste of betrayal. Zhang Yuhan looked at Li Xiang and then at Zhao Xiaoyan, completely unsure what to say. She felt overwhelmed. Before that day at the bar, Li Xiang was definitely her number one choice. He was tall, relatively handsome, and came from a good family. Although he was a bit of a playboy, he was definitely a good option for a boyfriend. In fact, if there were no better choices, Zhang Yuhan would have thrown herself into his arms without hesitation. If it were like this, Zhao Xiaoyan would have no hesitation in cutting ties. The matter with Chun Yizhuan could only happen once. There absolutely couldn't be a second time. Giving Zhang Yuhan time to deal with Zhao Xiaoyan would also allow him to calm down and think about how to handle his relationship with Zhang Yuhan. Under his financial prowess, Zhang Yuhan's affection rating had already reached 90. One could even say it had reached the level of lovers. However, feelings require time to accumulate. Zhang Yuhan's affection had risen so quickly, entirely due to money. In the end, she had fallen for Zhao Xiaoyan, who spent money on her. However, Zhao Xiaoyan had no entanglements. After all, Zhang Yuhan, like Lu Xinting, was a gold-digging green tea girl, merely a tool for him to earn cash back. As for whether he liked Zhang Yuhan, he could only say he didn't dislike her. Or rather, he liked Zhang Yuhan's appearance, especially her long legs. Of course, every man has a sense of possessiveness. I might not like her, but no one else can take her, nor can she play both sides. If Zhang Yuhan were still out there being a green tea girl, Zhao Xiaoyan would have no hesitation in kicking her to the curb. That evening, because Fei said she needed to take care of her brother in the hospital, Zhao Xiaoyan simply did not return to the villa at Longxing Haoding, but went back to his rental apartment instead. 20 minutes later, Lingshan looked at the location Zhao Xiaoyan sent, and then at the self-built houses in front of her. She never expected that a major client in the industry would live in such a place. Could this be what they call the great hidden among the mundane? Or perhaps, this major client was the landlord here, earning billions from collecting rent? Despite her confusion, Lingshan picked up her phone and sent Zhao Xiaoyan a message, informing him that she had arrived. She quickly received a reply. "Wait for me, I'll come down right away." Lingshan stood by the roadside, aimlessly observing her surroundings. There really wasn't much to see, just a series of self-built houses, varying in height and age. The tenants in this area were quite mixed. There were students from Lingzhou University and migrant workers, typical of an urban village. Suddenly, a black object caught her eye, drawing her attention, and she instinctively walked over. It was a black sports car, quietly parked at a relatively wide intersection. With its cool design, exquisite paint, and the familiar Ferrari logo on the hood, Lingshan knew this car must be very expensive, at least several million. What are they doing? She wondered. They might be V merchants. At that moment, the suited man finished shooting and switched to a professional woman for the shoot. Seeing Lingshan still there, the suited man approached her. "Hey, you mentioned a major client financial project earlier. I'm quite interested. How about we find a place to discuss it properly? If we negotiate well, these are all no problem." He smiled at Lingshan. "Oh, I don't have time today. Let us talk another day." Lingshan understood the man's intentions. But since he could afford such an expensive car, she didn't want to offend him too much and declined politely. The greed in the suited man's eyes flashed for a moment, and he said, "Hey, look at that car. I earned it in a year. Want to follow me? I promise I won't treat you badly." This was a lure with profit. Unfortunately, Lingshan had heard such things too many times. Phrases like "in the future" and "afterwards" were commonly used by men trying to entice her. "Sorry, I don't have time. I'm waiting for my client." "Waiting for your client here?" The suited man suddenly laughed. "What clients are here? Just a bunch of migrant workers. I'm worried about my mom being alone." Fei said, looking apologetically at Zhao Xiaoyan. "I'm sorry." Zhao Xiaoyan understood what Fei meant, gently holding her in his arms. "No need to apologize. We have plenty of time. If you need any help at home, just let me know. By the way, is your money enough? Should I transfer some more to you?" "No need, I have enough money. You've already given me so much," Fei said, her eyes suddenly brimming with tears. "Xiaoyan, thank you. If you hadn't given me so much money, my brother, I will definitely repay you well in the future." "And how will you repay me?" Zhao Xiaoyan asked with a smirk. Fei immediately blushed. "You're annoying. I heard dancers have very flexible bodies." Zhao Xiaoyan teased the beauty in his arms. Fei's face turned even redder, and she playfully bit Zhao Xiaoyan's arm. "I'll bite you. You lecher." At that moment, the doorbell rang suddenly. Fei jumped out of Zhao Xiaoyan's embrace like a startled deer, as if remembering something, and said, "Ah, it must be Sister Jiaying." But since the second half of last year, for some reason, the Longxing Group, which we have cooperated with for over 10 years, has started to intentionally suppress us. They are holding us back in various ways, but they haven't completely cut off our orders. My father has raised our costs to take on Longxing's business, and our profit margins have been gradually decreasing. Recently, I don't know why, those suppliers we worked with have started to collectively demand payment from us ahead of time. We urgently need funds to inject into the company, Otherwise, our cash flow might break. Zhao Xiaoyan was just an ordinary college student, and he could only roughly understand what Zhou Jiaying was saying. However, when he heard Longsheng Group, his eyes involuntarily blinked. 10 minutes later, Zhou Jiaying explained the situation clearly. So, I wonder if Zhao, as a junior, has any way to help us? Zhou Jiaying looked at Zhao Xiaoyan, her heart racing. To be honest, despite her earlier confidence in her family's group, Zhou's group was in a very dangerous situation. If they didn't get external funding in the next 2 months, it would not just be a matter of development, but a question of survival. Yes, I need your personal account. But this is 300 million. Are you really going to transfer it to my personal card so easily? Zhou Jiaying looked at Zhao Xiaoyan in disbelief. Zhao Xiaoyan was getting a bit impatient and said threateningly, "Senior, hurry up. If you don't give it, I won't invest. Give me. I will give it to you right away." Sure enough, the threat tactic is still very effective. After a minute, Zhao Xiaoyan was entering the amount 30,000,000,000 and click confirm. However, an awkward situation arose. Previously, every transfer would show a successful transaction, but this time it did not appear. Instead, there was a line of small text. Due to the large amount of funds involved, to prevent misoperation and other situations, manual intervention for confirmation will be required. Zhao Xiaoyan. Seeing Zhao Xiaoyan like this, Zhou Jiaying felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. It can't be that it's failed, right? Zhao Xiaoyan, what are you doing? Zhou Jiaying asked cautiously. Zhao Xiaoyan turned the phone screen towards Zhou Jiaying, saying the bank needs to conduct a manual review. Seeing this, Zhou Jiaying felt relieved again and smiled, saying, "Yes, for transfers exceeding a certain amount, the bank requires manual review." Chapter 44. Remember to reimburse. Dogtail Alley. Zhao Xiaoyan glanced at a certain door plate in the alley and thought the name of this alley was great, very down-to-earth, comparable to his own name. Vetching Xu, who was walking beside him in high heels, but occasionally swaying her body due to the bumpy bluestone road, Zhao Xiaoyan felt uncomfortable. "I said, you must have walked this road many times, knowing it's uneven, yet you still wear such high and thin heels. I really admire you." Su Yonad glared at Zhou Xiaoyan, remaining silent, still maintaining her proud demeanor. However, to be fair, Su Yin'er is the best dressed among his current targets for a comeback. Sun Yaoan has a cold and aloof temperament, dresses elegantly, especially loves wearing long dresses that highlight her grace. He Fei has a pure and simple style, dressing like a quiet little sister next door. Lu Xinting has a strong seductive aura, dressing in a sexy style, just like a little fairy. As for the long-legged girl Zhang Yuhan, with her model figure, she could be both pure and alluring. And then there's Zhou Jiaying, the flower of Ling University, whose workplace style is what Zhao Xiaoyan finds the most attractive. Chapter 45. Someone always interrupts at a critical moment. To be honest, Zhao Xiaoyan felt very nervous at this moment. Although he had mastered the traditional Chinese medicine skills provided by the system and had reached the proficient level, this was Zhao Xiaoyan's first time taking action, so nervousness and excitement were inevitable. Adjusting his state, calming his mind. Just as Zhao Xiaoyan was about to insert the needle into Su Dajiang's head, the door was pushed open from the outside, and a loud, angry voice came through. "Stop!" This shout almost made Zhao Xiaoyan lose grip on the needle. Turning around, he saw a man in his 50s with a slick-back hairstyle quickly walking in from outside. Following closely was a man in his 60s. "Yin'er, what are you doing?" The slick-back man walked straight to Su Yin'er with a cold face and scolded. "Your grandfather is like this, and you still want to mess with him?" In the face of the scolding from the slicked-back man, Su Yin'er showed no fear at all, saying, "Uncle, what do you mean by messing with him?" It turns out the visitor was Su Dajiang's second son, Su Yin'er's uncle, Su Ida. "All right, then tell me, who is this person?" Su Ida pointed at Zhao Xiaoyan and asked Su Yin'er. Chapter 46. 4 Needles. Watching this grand family drama up close, Zhao Xiaoyan was enjoying the show when he felt someone looking at him from the corner of his eye. Glancing over, he saw Su Dajiang, who was lying on the bed. At this moment, although Su Dajiang's face was crooked, he was very clear-headed. Unfortunately, he couldn't speak or move his hands. The look in his eyes was filled with pleading. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't know why, but he felt he understood Su Dajiang's meaning. Raised the needle he was holding in his right hand and made a questioning expression. Su Dajiang blinked his eyes twice, seemingly responding. looking at the heated argument between the Su family uncle and nephew and the not-so-handsome professor from the country still studying Su Dajiang's case. Zhao Xiaoyan slowly moved to the bedside, and in Ah Fu's astonished gaze, quickly picked up 3 acupuncture needles. "Hey kid, what are you doing?" Unexpectedly, Su Ida saw Zhao Xiaoyan at this moment. Seeing Zhao Xiaoyan holding needles, he shouted loudly. At this moment, everyone's gaze turned to him. Even Su Yina looked at Zhao Xiaoyan with a face full of vigilance. Zhao Xiaoyan smiled and casually raised a needle, saying, "I'm just casually looking at my newly bought needles. You all continue, don't mind me." Chapter 47, I'll raise a glass for Grandpa. This is traditional Chinese medicine. Zhao Xiaoyan felt that he should have a master-like demeanor when saying this. Unfortunately, it would be better if you're wearing a coat. At this moment, ding, target Su Yinner as favorability towards the host is 50, current favorability 30. 1 hour later, Su family old residence. Zhao Xiaoyan looked at the table full of dishes, dumbfounded. It was simply too lavish, almost luxurious. More than half of the dishes, Zhao Xiaoyan couldn't even name them. But just by looking at their appearance, he knew they were rare delicacies. Sure enough, rich people know how to eat. After Ah Fu placed a bottle of flying mitai on the table, he bowed to Zhao Xiaoyan and said, "Mr. Zhao, the dishes are ready. These were all carefully prepared by the chef. I don't know if they suit your taste. I'm not picky, but isn't this too much? It's too extravagant." Looking at the table full of dishes, Zhao Xiaoyan didn't know how to start. After all, a mountain pig can't eat fine bran. Zhao Xiaoyan self-deprecatingly said. However, not having eaten doesn't mean he wouldn't eat. As long as he had a mouth, it was fine. Zhao Xiaoyan was not polite, picked up his chopsticks, and started grabbing food from a dish in front of him. Whatever it was, he just stuffed it into his mouth and chewed. Chapter 48, I'll give my granddaughter to you. Longsheng was established by me, and with today as commotion, I'm really scared, said Su Dajiang. Focusing his gaze on Zhao Xiaoyan, his smile full of gratitude. This time it's good to have you here. Plus, last time in the hospital, you saved me twice. Hey, you're too polite. It just happened to be that I could solve it. If I encountered something I couldn't handle, I would have long since hidden far away. I value my life. After all, he is already a billionaire. Zhao Xiaoyan is now cherishing himself. Su Dadan Laoe Li. The more he looked at Zhao Xiaoyan, the more pleasing he became. Xiaoyan, how old are you this year? 22. Are you married? Zhao Xiaoyan replied speechlessly. I haven't even graduated from college yet. How can I get married so soon? It said that great kindness doesn't need to be thanked. So Su Dajiang looked at Zhao Xiaoyan and said word by word, how about I give my granddaughter to you? Puffed. Zhao Xiaoyan sprayed his tea directly onto Su Dajiang's clothes. What did you say? How'd it get to this? He was truly baffled by Su Dajiang's words. The topic changed too quickly, didn't it? One moment we were enjoying our meal, sipping tea, and suddenly we're talking about marrying his granddaughter. That's quite a leap. Chapter 49. How dare you talk to me like that? Zhang Haolong never had any heirs with his roommates, which is one of the main reasons why this rich second generation can hang out with them. At this moment, a front desk manager in black stockings walked over with a smile. Mr. Zhang, you're here? Shall I take you to the private room? From this demeanor, it was clear that Zhang Haolong was a regular here. Zhang Haolong's attitude immediately shifted, taking on the air of someone in a position of power. All right, thank you. Manager Chow. Manager Chow led the two into room 3 and chatted casually with Zhang Haolong for a moment before smiling and leaving. Zhao Xiaoyan teased. I didn't see that coming. That demeanor just now. A successful person indeed. Once there were no outsiders around, Zhang Haolong's demeanor changed back off. In short, it's just one word, pretentious. These are all things my old man forced me to learn. Your dad is really preparing for you to take over. There's no way around it. After all, I'm the only heir of the Zhang family. It's my responsibility. You have no idea how tough I've been working these past few months in summer vacation. It's more exhausting than their damn lives. The two chatted about recent events, and upon hearing that Chen Yizhuan kicked Zhao Xiaoyan to be with a middle-aged man, they were both indignant. Zhao Xiaoyan's feelings towards Chen Yizhuan were well known among their dorm mates. Chapter 50. This condition is impossible. Zhou Yang slammed the table, which was essentially a slap in the face to the host. Zhang Haolong's smiling face instantly turned serious, the composure cultivated by his father kicking in. Zhou Yang, let's talk properly. What do you mean by slamming the table? Seeing Zhang Haolong's expression darken, Zhou Yang realized he had gone too far and explained, sorry. but I wasn't directing that at you. He then shot a glare at Zhao Xiaoyan. Zhang Haolong, after all, was invited by Zhao Xiaoyan to help. So now is the time for him to speak up. I've heard a bit about this matter. In fact, when it comes to money, you Zhou Liang really haven't suffered any loss. Seeing Zhou Liang about to speak, Zhang Haolong raised his hand to stop him and continued, I understand. What you, Zhou Liang, are fighting for is not money but face. Since we're already at this point, why not just say how we can resolve this matter? Zhao Xiaoyan looked at Zhou Liang, waiting for him to propose a condition. My condition is simple, Zhou Liang said, looking at Zhao Xiaoyan. Let He Fei accompany me for one night, and I will treat this as if it never happened. Chapter 51. People keep coming in. After downing his glass of red wine, Zhang Haolong walked over to Zhou Liang and patted his shoulder. In the end, it's just a matter of pride. I don't believe that with your capabilities and financial power, Zhou Xiao, you can't find a woman prettier and with a better figure than He Fei. I'll take your previous words as a moment of anger. After finishing this glass of wine, consider it a favor to me and let this matter go. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't expect Zhang Haolong to help out to this extent. After tonight's performance, Zhao Xiaoyan felt that his years in the university dormitory had not been in vain. Zhou Liang, however, slapped Zhang Haolong's hand away. What if I don't give you face today? Zhou Liang's words essentially declared the negotiations a failure. If this matter really caused Zhang Haolong to go head-to-head with Hongda Group and Boyue Company, not to mention whether Zhang Haolong would actually do it. Just the fact that Zhang Haolong's father wouldn't escalate matters over a squabble between two kids was a given. Besides, the one fighting for face wasn't even his biological son. Zhang Haolong shot Zhao Xiaoyan a glance, meaning it was clear that they couldn't talk properly anymore. Zhao Xiaoyan naturally knew that there was no point in continuing the discussion today. Chapter 52. Thus, the misunderstanding arose. You have to know that titles can reveal a lot. Calling someone uncle or elder is just social etiquette, which sounds closer than referring to their position. But terms like elder uncle or second uncle are reserved for family. Zhou Bohai simply responded. Zhou Jiaying looked over and asked, What are you doing here? Zhou Liang was momentarily speechless. He didn't know how to answer that question. At home, he feared no one, but he was terrified of his cousin who was only a year older than him. Old Zhou, you're here too? President Qian was equally surprised to see Zhou Bohai. Zhou Bohai smiled. I was wondering why you were enjoying your meal, then suddenly went out to toast. If Jiaying had heard you were here, I might have missed you. Upon hearing this, Qian Jianjun immediately picked up on something, especially since the other party seemed more familiar in their address, prompting him to ask, Oh, you know Mr. Zhao as well? For Zhou Bohai to know Zhao Xiaoyan was quite normal. After all, Qian Jianjun was from the bank, and someone like Zhao Xiaoyan, with substantial liquid assets, would likely attract the bank's attention. Chapter 53. How did he know this? With the size of Longsheng Group, it was natural for them to deal with banks. So it wasn't strange for the two to know each other. However, it was usually the finance department that interacted with banks, and Su Yin'er didn't have much contact. President Su, are you here for dinner? Which private room are you in? I'll toast you later. Banks would do their utmost to court a presence like Longsheng's, and if he could establish a relationship with Su Yin'er, Qian Jianjun would certainly welcome it. When you were little, you asked the bank for favors. But when you become strong enough, the bank will be the one trying to curry favor with you. Su Yin'er replied lightly, You're too polite. I appreciate the gesture. She had no intention of continuing the conversation with Qian Jianjun and turned to Zhao Xiaoyan, asking, What are you doing here? Of course I'm here for dinner. Zhao Xiaoyan replied casually, as if it were obvious. Zhao Xiaoyan's answer was very casual, but to Qian Jianjun and Zhou Bohai, it carried a deeper meaning. In Lingzhou, who didn't know that the current leader of Longsheng, Su Yin'er, was notoriously aloof. She always spoke with an air of superiority, earning her the nickname Ice Queen in the Lingzhou business community. Chapter 54. Manager Chao's Goodwill. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't think too deeply and replied honestly, I've only met her 2 or 3 times. We're not that familiar. Everyone was skeptical. Not familiar? How can you speak like that then? Are you kidding? But since Zhao Xiaoyan was unwilling to elaborate, no one pressed further. After some small talk, they tactfully left, leaving only the original 3 in the private room. After all the commotion, the previously tense atmosphere seemed a little strange now. Especially Zhou Liang, who had said some harsh words earlier, now found himself at a loss. Neither leaving nor staying, just standing there awkwardly. Zhou Liang looked at Zhao Xiaoyan, now completely unsure of his identity. He wasn't afraid of calling Zhang Haolong his brother. You can let the bank president personally toast, and he can still hold on. When his uncle comes to thank him, at most he would just be reprimanded by his cousin. Originally, with these three factors combined, Zhou Yang would have to take it seriously. But now, even Su Yin'er from Longshan Group seems to have a special relationship with this loser. This is not just the last straw that breaks the camel's back, but rather a major blow right in his face. Now, looking at the loser who was originally in his eyes, he has become someone he can't help but fear. The network is so vast and the levels so high that he, a second-generation rich kid who relies on his family's wealth, cannot compare. Chapter 55. Do my feet smell? Please save and follow for updates. Upon seeing this gold card, Zhang Haolong's eyelids twitched, and he smiled at Manager Chow, saying, Manager Chow, you're being too generous. Starting off with a gold card, Zhao Xiaoyan was a bit confused, thinking it was just a membership card. The gold card gives an 80 discount, allows booking the best 6 private rooms, and can carry a balance of 500,000. Zhang Haolong explained to Zhao Xiaoyan with a jealous expression. My dad only got this card last year. You really have some pull. Zhao Xiaoyan was also surprised to learn how significant this card was and immediately took it. Thanking Manager Chow. Manager Chow smiled and sent them to the door. Zhang Haolong looked at Zhao Xiaoyan and asked, How are you getting back? Want to wait for me and I'll give you a ride? Zhao Xiaoyan thought for a moment and said, Forget it, it's not on the way. I'll just call a driver. He had forgotten about this while eating. Driving under the influence was not an option. You've already bought a car? Zhang Haolong asked. Zhao Xiaoyan proudly took out the car key and pressed it. In front of the main gate, the lights of a black Ferrari 812 flashed twice. Zhang Haolong, sorry. Manager Yi, I need to trouble you to take me. Chapter 56. Zhao Xiaoyan wants to start a business. For old fans, here's an update. Yi Lingshan blushed. Although she felt embarrassed, she still nodded. Have you encountered any difficult clients? Yes, a few times, but I politely declined. If they really push, our president would also help to stop them. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoyan thought that Qian Jianjun was not bad. At least he wasn't the kind of person who sacrifices subordinates for profit. Do you like socializing? To be honest, I don't. Zhao Xiaoyan believed her words. Just tonight, he saw Qian Jianjun signal Yi Lingshan to toast him, and she came to drink. Without Qian Jianjun's special instructions, she probably wouldn't have taken even a sip. It seems she is still a woman who keeps her integrity. Since you don't like it, why not tell your president? Yi Lingshan sighed. The industry is not easy, and he takes good care of me. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't ask further and just sighed. It's tough these days. Beep. Target Yi Lingshan's favorability 5. Current favorability 5. Hearing the long-law system prompt, Zhao Xiaoyan was quite surprised. Having been bound to Yi Lingshan for a while and interacted for some time, he didn't expect her favorability to increase just from chatting. Chapter 57. Changing wards. For old fans, here's an update. At this moment, a boy about 7 or 8 years old was lying on a hospital bed. The boy was quite handsome, and he would definitely be a good-looking guy in the future. Unfortunately, due to his illness, his complexion was not good, looking somewhat pale. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Imu managed a faint smile. The nurse and the young woman stopped talking when they saw someone enter. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Xiaoyan asked the nurse, Miss Nurse, do you have VIP wards or single rooms here? We do, but they're quite expensive. A little more expensive is fine. I'll pay. If possible, we want change now. Okay, I'll check for you. The plump young woman saw Zhao Xiaoyan wanting to change wards and didn't say anything further. She quickly started making the bed for her child, also pulling up the curtain between the two beds. Oh no, how could I let you spend money? Himu said, knowing Zhao Xiaoyan meant well, but after all, he was just a friend of her daughter, not a relative. Moreover, the VIP ward was quite expensive, and she felt embarrassed to let someone else pay. It's fine, Annie. This is what I should do. Chapter 58. Asking for guidance. For old fans, here's an update. Being affectionate with his daughter in front of his father was indeed an embarrassing moment. The middle-aged man stepped forward, and He-Fei nervously introduced, Dad. This is Zhao Xiaoyan. Zhao Xiaoyan quickly called out, Uncle. The middle-aged man nodded and said to He-Fei, You go up first. I want to talk to Xiao Zhao for a bit. Dad, listen to me. Go up. He-Fei bit her lip, glanced at Zhao Xiaoyan, and slowly walked towards the inpatient building, looking back as she walked. Once He-Fei was sure she was inside, his father pointed to a bench not far away and said to Zhao Xiaoyan, Let's talk over there. After that, his father walked towards the bench, and Zhao Xiaoyan had no choice but to follow. Mr. Zhao, you could just call me Xiao Zhao or Xiaoyan. His father didn't correct the way he addressed him and continued, Mr. Zhao, I want to thank you first for extending a helping hand when our family was in difficulty. We really needed money, so this loan is from me, He Guizhong, to Mr. Zhao, and has nothing to do with my daughter. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoyan's eyebrows slightly raised, but he remained silent, waiting for He Guizhong to continue. Chapter 59, Initial Thoughts for Old Fans. Here's an update. Seeing Zhao Xiaoyan in thought, Su Dajiang smiled and said, "Haste makes waste. Think more before you do anything. And once you start, don't waver. I understand everything you said, but I really don't know what I'm suited to do. And settle down and think. Without going far. Start from the preferences of your generation and do some new industries. Low investment, high return. Even if you lose, you can stop the loss in time." At this point, Su Dajiang asked a crucial question. Also, starting a business requires initial capital. How much have you prepared? Do you want me to sponsor you a bit? Money was the last thing Zhao Xiaoyan needed to worry about. No need, I should have enough. As long as I don't get into something like real estate, it should be more than enough. How much can you have? Wow, quite the attitude. How much are you actually preparing to start business? Su Dajiang was amused by Zhao Xiaoyan's tone. In his eyes, Zhao Xiaoyan was just a young kid who hadn't even graduated from college and had never worked. About 1.5 to 2 billion. That should be sufficient, Zhao Xiaoyan said calmly. Su Dajiang was stunned upon hearing the figure. As the richest man in Lingzhou, this amount was nothing to him. But the fact that Zhao Xiaoyan could come up with so much capital for a startup genuinely surprised Su Dajiang. Chapter 60. A difficult little ghost. Zhao Xiaoyan saw Old He's attitude and felt his anger rising. You respect me an inch, and I will respect you a mile. You offend me an inch, and I will return the favor a mile. Even if I'm here for an interview, it's still the HR department that makes the decisions. When did it become your place as a driver to call the shots? Oldie hates being called a driver, even though he is one. However, since he drives for the boss, he has a sort of closer relationship, and everyone in the group gives him some face, calling him assistant he. Let me tell you, as long as I'm here, you can forget about getting in. Just get out of here. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't want to pay any attention to Old He and turned to the front desk lady he spoke to earlier, pointing at a notebook on the service desk, asking, "Do I register here?" Old He indeed swatted the registration book away, saying, "No need to register, just get out." As the president's driver, the front desk lady felt a bit awkward when Old He spoke up, but she didn't dare offend him. Although she heard Zhao Xiaoyan's words, she could only pretend not to hear and acted busy. This action from the front desk lady instantly lowered Zhao Xiaoyan's original good impression to a low point. He slapped the front desk, saying, "Oh, so this is how Longsheng Group treats its guests, huh? A guest arrives, and you just block them outside without a care." Chapter 61. Borrowing a good assistant 2 minutes later, with a crisp elevator sound, accompanied by the hurried clicking of high heels on the marble floor. A figure quickly walked out from the elevator passage. The front desk lady instinctively glanced this way, and then everyone hurriedly stood up. Secretary Hao. At this moment, How you didn't have time to pay attention to them, and quickly walked toward the main entrance. Oldie also heard the commotion, turned around, and saw Hao Yu in professional attire. He hurriedly jogged over, smiling and greeting. "Secretary Hao, are you going out?" Hao Yu merely glanced at Old He and went straight to the door. Looking around, she spotted a young man in his early 20s. Since Hao Yu had never seen Zhao Xiaoyan, she couldn't be sure, so she quickly took out her phone and called Zhao Xiaoyan. As soon as the call connected, she heard the ringtone coming from this young man, hurriedly walking up. "You are Zhao Xiaoyan, Mr. Zhao?" Zhao Xiaoyan nodded. He hadn't met Hao Yu before, but seeing her come down to find him, he guessed she was sent by Su Yener. Hao Yu looked at Zhao Xiaoyan, feeling a mix of emotions. He really is young, and he truly is understated. Chapter 62. Eavesdropping unintentionally. Zhao Xiaoyan had just been here yesterday, and Manager Chow had given him a membership gold card, so of course, he remembered him. Moreover, as Su Yener's secretary, Hao Yu often accompanied Su Yener to socialize here, so Manager Chow remembered her as well. Zhao Xiaoyan smiled and nodded at Manager Chow. "Manager Chow, are there any private rooms available? Did you make an appointment with friends today?" "No, just the two of us." "Okay, please follow me." Manager Chow led the way, casually saying, "What a coincidence. President Qian is also here with Longsheng's Su General and Boyue's General Zhou in Box 6. This hint carried significant weight. After all, in the business world, connections are crucial. If they are willing, toasting to strengthen relationships is very necessary. Longsheng's Su General? Su Yenu? Who is Boyue's General Zhou? Hearing the name Boyue, Zhao Xiaoyan's eyebrows instinctively raised. "No, it's Su Feng, President Su." Today, President Su is here with U.S. General Zhou. MO Manager Chow was well informed. How you explained on the side, Su Feng is President Su's cousin. His father is Su Ida, President Su. Zhou MO is the eldest son of Boyue Company, and he is basically in charge of Boyue now. Chapter 63. Box 9. But today, the president excitedly told her that Longsheng was showing signs of being flexible. So he took her to Li Hao to entertain Longsheng Group's vice president's son, Su Feng. If they had the help of this vice president's son, there was indeed hope for the matter. Su Feng and Yi Lingshan were not meeting for the first time. They had interacted before. Su Feng was interested in her, and Yi Lingshan knew it. He had sent her flowers several times and invited her out to dinner and movies for various reasons. However, Yi Lingshan always felt that Su Feng's gaze toward her was off, as if he were looking at prey. Additionally, she had heard many rumors about Su Feng being a playboy. Therefore, Yi Lingshan had politely declined Su Feng's various private invitations. But this was a business matter. Since he had already said this, if she didn't drink, it would truly offend Su Feng, and all the efforts of the bank during this time would be wasted. Biting her lip lightly, Yi Lingshan had no choice but to pick up her glass. Then, President Su, I'll toast you. About that matter, I'll trouble you with it. Su Feng laughed heartily, raising his glass. Rest assured, rest assured. Then he watched Yi Lingshan drink all the wine in her glass. Chapter 64. The beginning of hostility with Su Feng. Manager Su. A voice devoid of any emotion echoed in the box. In a fit of rage, Su Feng turned around and was startled to see How You also there. What are you doing here? My sister is also here. As Su Yinner's secretary, Su Feng naturally recognized How You and was quite familiar with her. In Longsheng Group, How You was essentially Su Yinner's shadow. Wherever there was Su Yinner, there was How You. Su Feng instinctively looked around the box, noticing that his cousin was not present, and he slightly relaxed. Is this your friend? Su Feng pointed at Zhao Xiaoyan and asked. How You shook her head. No, he is President Su's friend. Hearing that Zhao Xiaoyan was actually Su Yinner's friend, and that How You was accompanying him for a meal, Su Feng's anger was suppressed. The person Su Feng feared the most was undoubtedly Su Yinner. The person Su Feng hated the most was also Su Yinner. Friend, since you're my sister's friend, I want to make it difficult for you. Just hand that woman over to me. She is my friend. I can't let you take her away. As he spoke, Zhao Xiaoyan felt someone hugging him from behind. He turned to see Yi Lingshan's voluptuous figure pressed entirely against him. Chapter 65. A chance encounter with a shopping advisor, but there's no but. You will listen to me. Yi Lingshan looked at Zhao Xiaoyan and gently nodded. You should resign from the bank. I can support you. I'm currently preparing a company. You can help me. After recalling what happened last night, Yi Lingshan felt a wave of fear. If Zhao Xiaoyan hadn't been there, she probably would have fallen into Su Feng's clutches. Once there was a first time, there could easily be a second. Even if Qian Jianjun was protecting her, there would always be times like last night when he couldn't keep her safe. She was truly scared. Okay, I'll go resign later. Except for the banking stuff, I don't really understand much else. How can I help you? I happen to have a talented person by my side. You can learn from her. For now, just be my secretary. How You is indeed a good secretary. But since she was borrowed from Su Yinner, I still need someone of my own by my side in the future. And now that Yi Lingshan is willing to come, that's naturally the best. Moreover, Yi Lingshan has a steady personality and mature mindset, making her a good choice for a secretary. All right, Yi Lingshan said. Suddenly, she noticed Zhao Xiaoyan's large hand starting to act up and shyly asked, What are you doing? Chapter 66. Naming Jin Yin. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't waste any time and directly put down the shopping bag, holding clothes in one hand and leather shoes in the other as he entered the fitting room. 2 minutes later, Zhao Xiaoyan walked out of the fitting room in a suit. When Zhou Jiaying saw Zhao Xiaoyan dressed in formal attire, she was visibly taken aback for a moment. Initially, there wasn't much feeling, but now with the suit, shirt, and a neatly styled hairstyle, his entire demeanor was completely different. He looked nothing like a poor student. He was indeed a young talent. Zhou Jiaying's heart actually skipped a beat. Zhao Xiaoyan was of average height, but had a strong physique that suited the suit well. Seeing Zhou Jiaying staring at him without speaking, he asked, How is it? Does it look good? Zhou Jiaying smiled and walked closer, circling around Zhao Xiaoyan to appraise him, nodding and saying, Very good. You look completely different. I didn't realize you were a bit handsome. I was already handsome, just not obviously so. Zhao Xiaoyan joked with a smile. Zhou Jiaying looked at him and felt something was off, casually adjusting his tie and tying it properly. Chapter 67. Liu Xianting takes the initiative at this time. Liu Xianting was dressed in a professional outfit consisting of a shirt and a fitted skirt, exuding the vibe of an urban beauty. She wasn't alone. Beside her were 2 men and 1 woman, all dressed in similar professional attire, obviously her colleagues. "Do you work here?" Zhao Xiaoyan asked, pointing at the Changfeng building behind him. "Yes, on the 19th floor, at a media company. By the way, how did you end up here?" "I came to find an office, and it just so happens to be here on the 39th floor. Looks like we'll be neighbors." Everyone present turned to look in surprise. The 39th floor was the top floor of Changfeng building. Moreover, it was rumored that due to the high monthly rent, it had been empty for over a month since the last 2 companies moved out. That night at the bar, Liu Xianting knew Zhao Xiaoyan should have money, but she didn't expect him to be this wealthy. Instantly, her materialistic side kicked in, and her pretty fox-like eyes squinted with a smile. "Xiaoyan, have you started a company? What does your company do?" "Mainly in the investment sector." Upon hearing this, Liu Xianting's interest peaked even more. Chapter 68. Company renovation completed. Stop pretending. "Do you really need me to say I like you?" Liu Xianting shyly leaned to one side. At that moment, the waiter came in with the dishes, 5 dishes, and a soup, along with a bottle of red wine. After opening the wine and pouring it into a decanter, the waiter left. This interruption diluted the atmosphere Liu Xianting had worked hard to create. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't pay attention to Liu Xianting and began to eat heartily with chopsticks, as he was indeed hungry. Seeing Zhao Xiaoyan focused on his meal, Liu Xianting had to temporarily drop the topic and picked up her chopsticks to eat as well, though her movements were very ladylike. After about 10 minutes, Liu Xianting moved the wine bottle in front of herself, poured a glass for herself, and another for Zhao Xiaoyan. "Xiaoyan, let's toast." Zhao Xiaoyan glanced at the wine glass, but picked up a teacup instead, saying, "I still have to drive, so I won't drink." "You shouldn't drink during the day either. Haven't you heard that if a woman doesn't get drunk, a man has no chance?" Saying this, she raised her wine glass toward Zhao Xiaoyan and downed it in one gulp. "Wow, this is going to be a big move," Zhao Xiaoyan thought, also taking a sip from his teacup. Chapter 69. Company opening. Yi Lingshan had been following Hao Yu for a while, and her official position was now secretary to the general manager. Dressed in a white professional outfit and wearing sheer stockings, she adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and continued from where Hao Yu left off, saying, "For general positions, we've already conducted preliminary telephone communications, most of which have industry experience. As for positions like reception that don't require much industry experience, we've also screened them." After that, she took out a stack of printed papers from her folder and handed them to Zhao Xiaoyan, saying, "These are the candidates we've preliminarily selected for your review, Mr. Zhao." Seeing this woman, who had already established a professional relationship with him, suddenly speaking to him in such an official manner, Zhao Xiaoyan felt a bit unaccustomed. He casually flipped through the papers and said to Yi Lingshan, "You can handle the interviews for these people. As long as they are suitable, get them on board as soon as possible." During this time, although Zhao Xiaoyan had been quite idle, he was still aware that he was going to be a boss, so he took the initiative to educate himself a bit. While he didn't expect to become an expert through books immediately, he figured it would at least be useful. For example, a person who achieves great things shouldn't micromanage everything, but should know how to delegate authority. Chapter 70. Coming together, I definitely have to join in the fun for Xiaoyan's company opening. Zhou Bohai smiled at Zhao Xiaoyan and said, "Xiaoyan, no, it should be Mr. Zhao now. Wishing you prosperous business and abundant wealth." "Thank you for your kind words," Zhao Xiaoyan replied with a smile. Zhou Jiaying revealed 2 dimples and teased, "Xiaoyan, your confidentiality work is pretty good. You didn't let us in on anything, and the company opened up. If it weren't for my dad receiving the invitation, we would still be in the dark." Zhao Xiaoyan waved his hand and said, "Well, it was just an idea from a while back. It's just a small venture, so don't hold it against me, Jiaying. How about this? I'll drink 3 cups at noon as a self-punishment." Zhou Jiaying looked at Zhao Xiaoyan with a hint of appreciation in her eyes. It had only been a little over half a month since they last met, and her junior had clearly improved a lot in how he interacted with others, starting to exude the aura and demeanor of a successful person. Hao Yu, who had been silent, stepped forward and gestured for them to enter, saying, "Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhou, please come in." Zhao Xiaoyan followed up, "Right, let us not stand here. Let us go to my office. I got some good tea a few days ago. Let us have you both taste it." At first, the crowd hadn't noticed, but now that Hao Yu had stepped out, Zhang Kongping and Zhou Bohai's expressions froze, both showing signs of surprise. Chapter 71. Uninvited Guests. Seeing the two's expressions, it was clear they felt that uninvited guests had arrived, and everyone exchanged glances. In the business world, being an uninvited guest is quite taboo, as it can imply trouble-seeking. Qian Jianjun seemed to sense Zhao Xiaoyan's confusion and explained, Tingyun Group expanded from outside to our Lingzhou a few years ago. They have several industries here, mainly focused on entertainment consumption. The popular Chia Bar is one of their businesses. Chia Bar? Zhao Xiaoyan recalled that he had gone there recently to earn some cash back, taking Lu Xinting and Zhang Yuhan along. Aside from that visit, he had no real connection with Tingyun Group. Uninvited, since he couldn't understand the other party's intentions. But they had come. As the host, he had to go out and receive them. So he stood up and said to everyone, Uncles, President Qian, please excuse me. Everyone, make yourselves at home. Zhou Bohai also stood up and said, Xiaoyan, I'll go out with you. This was a gesture of support for Zhao Xiaoyan. Although Bohai Construction wasn't a large enterprise, it had been around in Lingzhou for many years, so it had some influence. Plus, given Zhao Xiaoyan's previous assistance that helped Bohai Construction stay afloat, it was only right for him to show face. Chapter 72. Sun Yi comes along. Su Feng glanced at Zhou Bohai, who was next to Zhou Jiaying, and said, Mr. Zhou, let me arrange a meal with my father for you another day. I hope you'll grace us with your presence. Su Feng's abrupt statement caught Zhou Bohai off guard. After a brief pause, he ambiguously replied, Sure. Zhou Bohai knew that the issues between Bohai Construction and Longshan Group were stirred up by Su Ida behind the scenes. However, due to past grievances, he hadn't thought about confronting Zhou Bohai. But with Su Feng's comment today, he was unsure of the other party's intentions. Zhao Xiaoyan pulled Zhang Haolong and Zhou Jiaying behind him and stepped out through the crowd. Su Feng's visit today was clearly aimed at him, and he didn't want others to interfere to avoid being dragged into trouble. After all, Su Feng was backed by Su Ida, the second-in-command of Longshan Group. Although he believed he could protect them through his relationship with Su Dajiang, an open attack was easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow was hard to guard against. He wouldn't be able to counteract any covert actions. Su Feng, if you are here to congratulate me, I welcome you. If you are here to stir up trouble, then draw the line, and I'll handle it. But I'm busy today, so you're not welcome. Chapter 73. Dance more square dances. Zhao Xiaoyan quickly supported the old man and slowly entered the reception area. However, Su Yina did not follow. She coldly looked at her cousin and said, Su Feng, you're just a manager in a department under Longshan. You don't represent the group. After saying this, she ignored Su Feng and followed her grandfather. Although Su Yinner's voice was low, most people were focused on her, so many heard her words. Though brief, it was quite a slap in the face. Just a moment ago, Su Feng considered himself a representative of Longshan, and the next moment, he was called out by the head of the family. Su Feng's name was essentially tarnished. Su Feng had no face left to stay. He left in embarrassment with his two subordinates, ready to make a hasty exit. Get that thing out of here, the old man's voice came. Su Feng hurriedly signaled his subordinate to move the clock away. What a reversal of fortune. Those guests who were about to leave under Su Feng's threat now had no intention of departing. Given the stature of Jin Yin Investment, especially with the presence of Su Dajiang and Su Yinner, they wouldn't leave even if it meant facing consequences. If they could connect with these two influential figures, it would be a tremendous opportunity. Chapter 74. Purchasing vehicles. Zhao Xiaoyan greedily inhaled the fragrance of Yilingshan and said, Today, the old man can't drink. And with Su Yinner's sour face around, who would want to make things awkward? So, I become their target today. After all, I'm the main character. Zhao Xiaoyan was in high spirits today and relaxed about drinking. Starting from today, he could finally consider himself a true boss. After drinking the hangover soup, the taste of alcohol in his mouth faded significantly, but he still felt the bloated sensation from drinking. Stop sitting and go lie down on the bed. Yilingshan supported Zhao Xiaoyan onto the bed, acting like a dutiful wife, helping him take off his coat and shoes. Zhao Xiaoyan felt warmth in his heart and pulled Yilingshan onto the bed with him. Today, she wore a women's business suit, which she symbolically loosened before lying on Zhao Xiaoyan. It said that alcohol is an aphrodisiac, and that is certainly true. Yilingshan was very obedient. Even though she appeared shy, she would cooperate with any position Zhao Xiaoyan desired. This provided immense stimulation to Zhao Xiaoyan, both visually and physically. Notification. Target Yilingshan's favorability level 10. Current favorability level 100. Chapter 75. Different treatment. Buying a car definitely couldn't bypass the three major brands of BBA. So Zhao Xiaoyan strolled over. Next to the Porsche section were the booths of these three car companies. Luxury cars naturally need to be paired with beautiful women. The models at the auto show were a major highlight. Especially for the big-name car companies, there were not only many models, but they were all beautiful, dressed in minimalistic styles that attracted a lot of attention. Professional photographers with long lenses and amateurs with smartphones were all snapping pictures of the models, with some even lying on the ground to get better angles, not knowing exactly what they were trying to capture. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't join the commotion, but instead walked over to the reception area of the Porsche booth. "Hello, sir." Zhao Xiaoyan's attire and demeanor had changed significantly. He was no longer the loser from before. Upon seeing him approach, the two receptionists at Porsche immediately put on smiles. "I'd like to see that car. Do you have sales representatives here?" "Yes, sir. Please wait a moment." The auto show wasn't just for exhibition. It also served a sales purpose. After a short while, a young man with impeccably styled hair approached. Chapter 76. Deliberately making friends. Zhao Xiaoyan, who originally had a favorable impression of Porsche, now felt indifferent, even slightly disgusted, especially due to the attitude of the Porsche representative, which made him uncomfortable. Although he wasn't the main character, he was still being treated differently. Seeing Zhao Xiaoyan's reaction, Xiaofeng's expression changed immediately. He glanced at Yi Lingshan beside Zhao Xiaoyan, turned around, and left, mumbling in a condescending tone, "I thought he was some big client. Turns out he's just someone trying to show off in front of a beautiful woman." "What do you mean?" Zhao Xiaoyan snapped. "Oh, I mean nothing." Xiaofeng replied in a dismissive manner, pointing to a distant booth. "There are plenty of domestic brands over there. I suggest you check them out. You might find something suitable." Zhao Xiaoyan glanced at the sales representative Xiaofeng, took Yi Lingshan by the hand, and turned back to the neighboring Porsche booth. Xiaofeng looked at Zhao Xiaoyan's back, his lips curled in disdainful affection. Then his expression changed to one of shock. He saw Zhao Xiaoyan walk to the Porsche booth, find a salesperson, and directly point to a 911 on display, pulling out a bank card. Chapter 77. The reward is set anyway. This is no secret. Yang Donglai said frankly, "Cough, don't mention it. We are currently stuck on the battery. If we can develop a more advanced in-vehicle battery technology, I believe it will bring a revolution to the entire automotive market. At that time, let us see how those old big companies act." Unfortunately, research and development is the most expensive, and we are also worried about money and technological breakthroughs. Zhao Xiaoyan had heard a bit about this, but not much. After chatting for a while, the two shook hands and said goodbye. After leaving the auto show, Zhao Xiaoyan drove Yi Lingshan to the car city. Zhao Xiaoyan first took Yi Lingshan to two dealerships and bought a GL8 and an Odyssey. However, these two cars were registered under the company's name, counted as company property. He instructed Yi Lingshan that once the paperwork was done, she could come to pick up the car with the company. He wouldn't concern himself with the subsequent matters as the general manager. Then Zhao Xiaoyan took Yi Lingshan to the Porsche side. The payment had been made, but the follow-up procedures still needed to be done at the store. When they arrived, Zhao Xiaoyan realized that it was the same place he had bought his car before, the Zhou family's dealership. Chapter 78. Are you really buying? Zhao Xiaoyan didn't explain much, decisively making a decision. Lingzhou is a second-tier city. Although housing prices are not low, luxury homes over 10 million are either villas or so-called wealthy communities. Zhao Xiaoyan originally planned to buy a villa directly, but there are relatively few villa listings in the urban area, and most villas are in the suburbs or near Lingzhou University. So Zhao Xiaoyan thought for a moment, turned the steering wheel, and drove directly to a newly opened community, Hengtianjiayu. Hengtianjiayu is currently the most talked-about property in Lingzhou. Even someone like Zhao Xiaoyan, who doesn't pay much attention to real estate, has heard of it. The reason is simple. It's expensive. In Lingzhou's urban area, where the average housing price is over 20,000, Hengtianjiayu goes straight to 100,000 per square meter. It is said that to buy a house here, one must first verify their funds. Those with insufficient funds don't even have the qualification to view the property. Although this practice has brought quite a bit of negative feedback to Hengtianjiayu, it has also labeled it as a super luxury residence. Those who could buy a house here are either rich or noble. The location of Hengtianjiayu is indeed quite good, right next to Tianjing Lake, with a beautiful view. Chapter 79. Reward received. As for the handover of the house, Zhao Xiaoyan didn't inquire, as the house was for Yi Lingshan. So he left it for her to handle. Now Zhao Xiaoyan was just waiting for the system S prompt. The system did not disappoint Zhao Xiaoyan. Just as he finished swiping his card, the system prompt came. Ding! The host has spent 35 million yuan to fully reverse the target Yi Lingshan, triggering a special reward. Special reward. Blade battery technology from Planet M344602151B 34. Ding! The host has obtained complete blade battery technology as the system's voice appeared. A vast amount of information surged into Zhao Xiaoyan's mind. Just like last time. Lonsenga o Ting, Villa número 8. After leaving the sales center, Zhao Xiaoyan did not have dinner with Yi Lingshan, but directly sent her home and then rushed back to the villa. It was already dusk, and the lighting in the whole community was on. The villa lights were on, but it seemed very quiet. Upon entering the villa, Zhao Xiaoyan saw He Fei, dressed in a dance outfit, practicing in front of the TV. The tight dance outfit accentuated He Fei's figure exquisitely, especially her long, slender legs, which were pleasing to the eye due to dancing practice. Chapter 80. Strengthening Potion, Paying Money, and Signing Contracts. After a standard process, Zhao Xiaoyan spent another 8 million. The spending amount for completely reversing the target is approaching 10 million, which should be enough to meet the system's reward conditions, right? Just as Zhao Xiaoyan was filled with anticipation, the system's voice indeed appeared as expected. Ding! The host has spent 8 million yuan to fully reverse the target He Fei, triggering a special reward. Special reward. 3 body strengthening potions from future technology. Description: body strengthening potions can enhance the physical condition of a user and eliminate 9,999 types of diseases. Then, Zhao Xiaoyan felt a slight weight in his jacket pocket. He reached in and touched 3 cylindrical objects. Since he was still outside, Zhao Xiaoyan didn't take the items out. Seeing that He Fei was almost done, Zhao Xiaoyan couldn't wait to take her back to the villa. Upon arriving at the villa, Zhao Xiaoyan went alone to the bedroom on the 3rd floor. He closed the door and locked it, then took out the body strengthening potions from the system rewards. The body strengthening potions looked similar to common oral liquids, also in glass bottles. However, there were no words on them. The entire bottle was smooth and bare. Chapter 81. Jin Yan's first investment currently. The new energy vehicle sector is facing a lot of skepticism, so I actually think this is a great opportunity to provide assistance. How you, with a tendency to oppose, said, while providing assistance can bring us more benefits, it also significantly increases our costs and risks. Moreover, the current development of Bayadi is mainly stuck on the research and development of new batteries. This just happens to be what we Jin Yan lack. To put it bluntly, if we invest in Bayadi, apart from providing funds, it seems we have no other way to help. Zhao Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow and asked, "So what do you mean?" It's still the same statement. The risk is too high. But what if they successfully develop a new battery that greatly improves the vehicle's endurance and charging issues? Then the returns would certainly be substantial. But this goes back to the starting point of technology research and development, relying solely on their own exploration. If we really invest in them, we are essentially gambling, betting that they can develop this kind of battery. But what if they fail? Our losses would be quite significant. Zhao Xiaoyan smiled, pretending to be mysterious, and said, "What if I have the complete set of technology for the new battery, which can solve the battery problems of new energy vehicles?" Chapter 82. Cooperation reached. Although the explanation was not detailed, it was still understandable what kind of technology it was. Yang Donglai read it very carefully and even went through it several times. With each read, his expression became increasingly excited, and by the end, he slapped the coffee table forcefully. Great! With this technology, the battery issues of new energy vehicles can be resolved. Electric vehicles are no longer just a useless thing. However, at this moment, Zhao Xiaoyan took the items back again. "Mr. Yang, can we discuss the cooperation now? How much do you want for this technology?" Yang Donglai did not catch Zhao Xiaoyan's intention and thought the other party was planning to sell the technology to Bayadi. Zhao Xiaoyan shook his head. "I won't buy this technology." Then, under Yang Donglai's puzzled gaze, he continued, "I want to use this technology as a technical investment to establish an independent battery manufacturing plant with Bayadi." This was Zhao Xiaoyan's idea, to set up a battery manufacturing plant and then sell the newly produced batteries to Bayadi for profit. Why not invest in Bayadi? Chapter 83. The tool person is online. Thank you, Hao Yu and Ling Shan, for making this trip. At Lingzhou Airport, Zhao Xiaoyan showed a guilty expression to the two who were carrying suitcases. after reaching a cooperation agreement with Bayati, according to the mutual agreement. A preparatory team for the new plant must be formed to oversee all the work of establishing the new plant. Due to the current shortage of talent at Jinyan Investment, Zhao Xiaoyan had no one else to send and had to dispatch his current right-hand persons, along with 2 other employees for companionship. Mr. Zhao, you are too polite. This is what we should do. As a leader of the 4-person business trip, how you represented Zhao Xiaoyan and Jinyan Investment, carrying a heavy burden. Looking at the time, how you said to the other 2 colleagues, let's go in first. As she spoke, she led the 2 into the security check. Zhao Xiaoyan knew that how you had specially created an opportunity for him and Yi Lingshan to be alone, with no outsiders around. Zhao Xiaoyan pulled Yi Lingshan into his arms. Okay, while I'm not around, remember to take care of yourself. Yi Lingshan nestled in Zhao Xiaoyan's embrace, her face full of happiness. Zhao Xiaoyan smiled and said, I should be the one saying that to you. Take good care of yourself, and when you come back, I'll treat you well. Chapter 84. The embarrassment in the rental house. The price of Yanhai Villa was not as expensive as in the city center. Lu Xinting chose one of the villas located in the community center, directly spending 60 million yuan of Zhao Xiaoyan's money. As Lu Xinting signed the purchase contract, Zhao Xiaoyan received a special reward notification from system. Ding! The host has completely reversed the target Lu Xinting's consumption of 60 million yuan, triggering a special reward. Special reward. 3 favorability improvement cards consumables. Note, can only be used on targets with favorability below 80. Can directly raise their favorability to 80. Seeing this reward, Zhao Xiaoyan suddenly felt bad. The targets he hadn't completely conquered yet were only Sun Yalan, 80, Zhang Yuhan, 80, Zhou Jiaying, 63, and Su Yin'er, 40. Since the favorability improvement card could only be used on those with favorability below 80, only Zhou Jiaying and Su Yin'er were left. Both of these were daughters from wealthy families, and especially Su Yin'er, who was a domineering CEO. Spending on them would be quite challenging. Plans change, and Zhao Xiaoyan could only focus on Sun Yalan and Zhang Yuhan. Chapter 85. The legal beauty Zhao Xiaoyan signaled the receptionist to go out before connecting the call. Hello. Hello. Is this Mr. Zhao Xiaoyan? The voice on the other end was a man's, sounding cautious. This is Zhao. Hello, Mr. Zhao. I am Wang Tianhe from Lemon Media, the original owner of Lemon Media. You acquired our company this morning, and I wonder when it would be convenient for you to come by for the handover. It turned out to be a call from Lemon Media. Zhao Xiaoyan checked the time and asked, where is your company located? Mr. Zhao, our company is in your Jinyan investment building on the 10th floor. You know Jinyan is mine? Cough. Who in the Chengfeng building doesn't know about Mr. Zhao from Jinyan Investment? The other party flatteringly responded. Zhao Xiaoyan calculated the time and said, all right, I'll come down in an hour. Okay, I'll be waiting for your arrival at Lemon. After hanging up, Zhao Xiaoyan directly called the Tengfei law firm, which was collaborating with Jinyan, and asked them to send someone to assist with the company takeover. Due to the joint venture plant with Bayati, Yi Lingshan had directly contacted the largest law firm in Lingzhou, Tengfei Law Firm, to become a partner of Jinyan Investment. Jinyan had to pay a considerable annual lawyer's fee to them. Chapter 86. Manage Lemon Media for me, thinking of this. Zhao Xiaoyan smiled at the other party and left the live broadcast area. Hello, husband. The call took a long time to connect, and Lu Xinting's sleepy voice came from the receiver. Xinting, are you working at Lemon Media? Yes. All right, nothing else, you can sleep. Putting the phone away, Zhao Xiaoyan shook his head with a smile, feeling that this was indeed too coincidental. 30 minutes later, Wang Tianhe gathered all the employees in the meeting room. The employees looked at Zhao Xiaoyan sitting next to Wang Tianhe in surprise, not knowing why the boss of Jinyan International would attend their company's meeting. As the operations director, Wu Jiejie had some understanding of the company's operational status. Seeing Zhao Xiaoyan appear here, she immediately thought of something. Wang Tianhe waved for everyone to sit down, and once everyone was settled, he announced, starting today, Mr. Zhao will officially take over Lemon Media, which means that from today, Lemon Media will belong to Jinyan Investment as a subsidiary. I will no longer hold any position or title at Lemon Media. Thank you all for your support over the past 2 years. Chapter 87. Zhang Yuhan's regret, however, regarding the incident where Su phone drugged Yi Lingshan last time. She was also a witness. If Yi Lingshan, as a victim, hadn't continued to pursue the matter, their Lihao Hotel, and even she, as the manager, would definitely have been called to account. If things had really developed to that point, although she and Li Hao wouldn't have been held accountable. If it got out that a guest was drugged at Li Hao, the hotel's reputation would definitely be greatly affected. Therefore, since that incident, although Manager Chow would still greet Su Feng with a smile, she would always be more cautious in her heart. It was because of this that when Su Ida and Su Feng invited Zhou Bohai and Zhou Jiaying to a banquet, she couldn't help but eavesdrop in the private room. This eavesdropping turned out to be significant as she overheard Su Ida proposing the idea of marrying off their children. Although this matter had nothing to do with her and wouldn't affect Li Hao, Manager Chow still found Zhao Xiaoyan to remind him about it. As for how things would develop afterward, she, as a lobby manager, couldn't manage that much. After all, the relationship between the Zhou family and Zhao Xiaoyan is quite deep, and she noticed on the opening day of Jinyan that Zhou Jiaying seemed to have some feelings for Zhao Xiaoyan. Suddenly, Su Ida wants to be with Zhou Jiaying, which makes her feel that there must be something wrong. Chapter 88. How much do you want? I'll pay double in the private room. Su Ida, you are so insidious. Am I insidious? Then I was also forced by your Zhou Bohai. Su Ida's eyes were filled with the pleasure of revenge. You think that with just you, Zhou Bohai, you can really run a Bohai construction? That's because of me, Su Ida, who foolishly followed you, Zhou Bohai. Because of Mei Fong, I relied on my position overseeing Longxing's real estate sector to give you the projects. So, it's not me, Su Ida, who owes you. It's you who owes me, and you owe Mei Fong. Now that Mei Fong is gone, it's time for me to settle accounts with you. What I can give you, I can make you spit it all out. Su Ida's words left Zhou Jiaying very surprised. Her already large eyes widened even more, with a face full of disbelief. In contrast, Zhou Bohai showed no surprise, as if he already knew. In fact, I had guessed it last year. Everything is just too coincidental. Longxing's business could be pressured down when it wanted, and could be stopped when it wanted, and then those manufacturers would come to pressure us and terminate their cooperation with us. At that time, I knew someone was targeting our Bohai construction. The first person I thought of was you, Su Ida. Chapter 89. Using your daughter as a bargaining chip Xiaoyan. For some reason, seeing Zhao Xiaoyan's face full of reproach gave Zhou Jiaying a sense of security. What girl doesn't have a crush? Zhou Jiaying is also a 23-year-old woman, still at an age full of fantasies about love. Just a moment ago, she felt so helpless, wishing someone would descend from the sky to help her block all the difficulties in front of her. But she knew that was just her fantasy. Reality must be faced after all. Zhou Bohai's nurturing grace made her reluctant to see her father's hard work go to waste. If Bohai construction collapsed, it would be a huge blow to her father. So, she compromised. When she saw her father fainting from Su Ida's repeated provocations, she panicked completely. The calmness she usually had vanished without a trace. However, just then, Zhao Xiaoyan appeared. After the excitement, Zhou Jiaying quickly calmed down again. What could Zhao Xiaoyan's appearance do? Just as her father Zhou Bohai said, the crisis of Bohai construction this time is not comparable to the previous situation. Bohai construction needs more money and needs to face the giant Longsheng. Chapter 90. When do you plan to marry me? Zhao Xiaoyan glanced at Zhou Jiaying, then shifted his gaze to Zhou Bohai, clearly seeking his answer. At this moment, Zhou Bohai fell into a difficult choice again. He looked at Su Ida and his son, then at Zhao Xiaoyan, and finally his gaze fell on his daughter. His daughter has grown up, and between her brows, he seemed to see the shadow of his deceased wife. Suddenly, Zhou Bohai smiled, a carefree smile, and a sense of relief. Forget it. If it's gone, it's gone. My daughter, I won't give to anyone. Zhou Bohai looked at Su Ida and said, if you want to bring down Bohai construction, then go ahead. At worst, I'll be left with nothing. I was originally a poor guy when I was young, but back then, Mei Fong still chose me between you and me. I can't let her down. I must protect my daughter. Su Ida, 26 years ago, I could defeat you. 26 years later, I will not be threatened by you. After saying that, Zhou Bohai looked at his daughter, stood up, and said, Jiaying, don't blame Dad for being confused just now. Let us go home. Dad. Zhou Jiaying's tears flowed again, but she did not stand up. Instead, in a tone almost like a couple's coquetry, she said to Zhao Xiaoyan, hurry up. I've already agreed. Now it's up to you, Zhao, to see if you have the ability. Chapter 91. Bar shares your 3 billion yuan is enough to buy Bohai construction. So if you want, I can transfer the entire Bohai construction to you, making it a subsidiary under Jinyan. But if you plan to use this to threaten me into forcing my daughter to marry you, then please take back that 3 billion. The money is still under review and can be reclaimed. Uncle Zhou Zhao Xiaoyan just wanted to explain that he is not someone who takes advantage of others, but was just upset by Su's father and son's aggressive demeanor. And also upset that Zhou Bohai would sacrifice his daughter to save Bohai Construction, which was why he said that. But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Zhou Jiang. Dad, I promised him that as long as he takes out the money to save Bohai Construction, I will marry him. Our family cannot be untrustworthy. Besides, who said I was forced to marry him? Zhou Jiang showed 2 dimples and turned her gaze to Zhao Xiaoyan. But Zhao, you still haven't answered me. When do you plan to marry me? Don't make trouble. Zhao Xiaoyan looked at Zhou Jiang, not knowing what she was up to. I'm not making trouble. I'm being serious. Chapter 92. A change of style between the two. He Fei, who always dressed casually, surprisingly wore a black professional outfit today. Under the pencil skirt, she wore black stockings and paired it with high heels, completely changing her previous youthful and pure image, now exuding a bit of an urban beauty's aura. Ife even changed her hairstyle. The high ponytail she used to tie up was now let down, neatly draped over her shoulders. Fei, what brings you here? Is something wrong? This is Ifei's first visit to Jinyan, and even her first time taking the initiative to find Zhao Xiaoyan. Moreover, she came dressed this way, which made Zhao Xiaoyan feel that something must be up. Can I come to see you if nothing else wrong? Ifei in high heels walked up to Zhao Xiaoyan and said with a hint of grievance, You didn't come home last night. I was worried about you. There's definitely something wrong. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, the office door was knocked again. The next moment, Zhou Jiang walked in wearing a white dress with a black vest over it. She looked at the two in the office, hesitated for a moment, then put on a dimpled smile and walked in with her long legs clad in nude stockings. Chapter 93. An unexpected invitation. Li Chunjian saw Zhao Xiaoyan, introduced himself, and then handed him an invitation card with both hands. I'm here today on behalf of our chairman to invite you to a banquet. This is her handwritten invitation. Zhao Xiaoyan opened the invitation card, and the contents were very simple, just inviting Zhao Xiaoyan to dinner at XX place tomorrow noon, hoping he would arrive on time. Looking at the invitation in his hand, Zhao Xiaoyan's curiosity about the chairman of Tangyun Group increased a bit more. In this era of mobile phones, it is surprising that someone still uses the ceremonial method of sending invitations to invite others for a meal. Clearly, the other party is someone who values etiquette. Closing the invitation, Zhao Xiaoyan asked, I remember that I have not had any dealings with your Tangyun Group. I wonder if your chairman has invited me for dinner for any particular reason? Li Chun replied, You can ask our chairman in person tomorrow. The other party's response clearly indicated that they did not intend to disclose anything. Zhao Xiaoyan stopped asking further questions. Please inform your chairman that I will definitely arrive on time for the appointment tomorrow. Whether out of courtesy for their visit to congratulate him on the opening of his company or due to the solemnity of the invitation, Zhao Xiaoyan had no reason not to attend. Moreover, he was also quite curious about the chairman of Tangyun Group. Chapter 94. Acquiring Bohai Construction. Did your dad really say that? Zhao Xiaoyan looked at Zhou Jiang with suspicion, feeling that she wasn't telling the truth. Seeing that Zhao Xiaoyan didn't believe her, Zhou Jiang said, That's basically the idea. I came today to finalize this matter with you. I'll give your dad a call. Zhao Xiaoyan took out his phone and pretended to make a call. All right, that's my intention. Zhou Jiang knew she couldn't fool Zhao Xiaoyan any longer and had to come clean. Zhou Bohai wants to retire. That's true. However, he doesn't intend to hand the company over to you, but to me. In fact, Zhou Bohai had even considered shutting down Bohai Construction altogether. But he couldn't easily do that given the 3 billion Zhao Xiaoyan had invested. But no one knows a daughter better than her father. Zhou Bohai understood his daughter's character best. Although he joked about it, Zhou Jiang definitely had feelings for Zhao Xiaoyan. And Zhao Xiaoyan also clearly had an interest in his daughter, since his daughter had a good relationship with Zhao Xiaoyan. And given that she had expressed wanting to marry him last night, Zhou Bohai decided to hand the company over to his daughter. As for how she would settle accounts with Zhao Xiaoyan, he would not interfere. Chapter 95. Trust those you use. Don't use those you doubt. After finally getting Zhou Jiang to leave, Zhao Xiaoyan went directly to Lemon Media on the 10th floor. Half an hour ago, he had received a message from Wu Jiajia. Mr. Zhao, if it's convenient for you, please come to the company. Although he didn't know what she wanted, since she was his newly appointed general manager, he felt it was necessary to check in. Exiting the elevator, Zhao Xiaoyan walked straight into Lemon Media and headed to the general manager's office without stopping. "Boss, you're here." Wu Jiejie, who had been expecting Lu Xinting, was surprised when she saw Zhao Xiaoyan enter without knocking. She quickly stood up to greet him. Zhao Xiaoyan waved his hand to signal her to sit down, while he took a seat opposite her and asked, "You called me here for something?" Wu Jiejie organized her words, just about to mention Lu Xinting, when the office door was rudely pushed open again. This time, it was Lu Xinting. "Honey, you're here. Why didn't you let me know?" Seeing Zhao Xiaoyan there, Lu Xinting settled in beside him, wrapping her arm around his and resting her head on his shoulder. Chapter 96. Dismissing Lu Xinting, a female colleague looked at the pile of snacks in front of her and asked, "Xinting, why did you give all these to me? Aren't you keeping some for yourself?" "I don't need them anymore. I'm leaving," Lu Xinting said with a smile. "You're leaving?" the female colleague exclaimed in surprise, and many around them heard it. "Xinting, are you resigning? Why? You were doing so well. If Xinting leaves, our company's looks will drop several points." "Don't go, Xinting. You could totally be a streamer," her colleague chimed in. Lu Xinting smiled and explained, "I was fired." Hearing that Lu Xinting was not resigning, but was actually fired, everyone was taken aback. Xiaocheng, shocked by the news, walked over to Lu Xinting and asked, "Xinting, why did the company fire you? Did Wu Jiejie say something bad about you in front of the boss?" "Our boss is also something else. Although Wu Jiejie looks okay, she can't compare to you, Xinting. It's really blind of them. Don't worry, them firing you is their loss, and you can see clearly what your classmates are like. After all, there are many people like me who genuinely want to treat you well." Chapter 97. Fiery Ningxiu, please wait a moment. As soon as the two sat down, a woman in a black traditional uniform came in with 2 cups of tea and a fruit platter. Once the guests were seated and the tea was served, the 2 women left, leaving Zhao Xiaoyan and Zhou Jiaying alone in the private room. Jiaying, who is the chairman of Tingyun Group. Zhao Xiaoyan casually picked up a peanut from the fruit platter and started eating. Yu Tingyun, the founder of Tingyun Group, should be in his 70s this year. He is a prominent figure in the business circle of Magic City. Tingyun Group is a trillion-yuan company that mainly engages in real estate, shipping, hotels, entertainment, and several other fields. Zhao Xiaoyan frowned slightly. Why would such a big shot invite me to dinner? I don't even know him. Zhou Jiaying, however, smiled mysteriously. The one inviting you might not necessarily be Yu Tingyun. If it's in the name of the chairman of Tingyun, who else would dare use that title? Zhao Xiaoyan joked. It wouldn't be a woman, would it? Zhou Jiaying nodded and said it really could be a woman, seeing Zhao Xiaoyan looking at her in confusion. Zhou Jiaying pretended to be angry and said, "So you didn't even look at the information I sent you about Tengfei Group last night, huh?" Chapter 98. I want you to marry me, cough, cough. Zhao Xiaoyan was choked by these words and hurriedly drank several sips of water to ease it. This old man Su is really unreliable. How can he talk about things that have nothing to do with him? Meanwhile, Su Yin'er also looked a little startled and said, "My grandfather is getting old. When people get old, they tend to get confused and misjudge others. But even if my grandfather has that intention, it's just his own opinion, and it has nothing to do with me." In the end, as if feeling it wasn't enough, she looked at Zhao Xiaoyan and said, "The person he likes, I wouldn't be interested in." This time, Zhao Xiaoyan did not retort and continued to drink water tactically. But at that moment, Zhao Xiaoyan's right leg was kicked again. Looking down, he saw Zhou Jiaying's beige shoes lightly brushing against his calf. Raising his head again, he saw Zhou Jiaying smiling with 2 dimples, her big eyes carrying a questioning look. "It seems that Mr. Zhao and this Ms. Zhou have an unusual relationship," Yu Ningxiu remarked, looking at the 2. "Oh, Jiaying and I are actually schoolmates, so we naturally have a closer relationship," Zhou Jiaying said with a nonchalant expression. Chapter 99. Something unusual must be a demon. "So, I will stay in Lingzhou for 3 more days. If President Zhao changes his mind and is willing to go to Modu with me within these 3 days, he can come find me anytime. Of course, I will also look for President Zhao at any time." After saying this, Yu Qingxiu picked up a tissue to wipe her mouth and said, "I've finished eating. Everyone please enjoy. I won't keep you company." After that, Yu Qingxiu stood up and left the private room. After Yu Qingxiu left, Zhao Xiaoyan looked at Su Yin'er and Zhou Jiaying and asked, "Are you still eating?" "No more," Zhou Jiaying said with a displeased expression. Su Yin'er shook her head and said nothing, but her face was somewhat dark. "Then let's go. This is not a place to talk." Zhao Xiaoyan didn't want to be eavesdropped on while still on someone else's territory, especially since he didn't know how Yu Qingxiu knew so much about his affairs. 20 minutes later, at the Su family old residence. This matter is somewhat strange. Su Dajong sat in a rocking chair, swaying back and forth, and spoke leisurely. Zhao Xiaoyan curled his lips. Old man, can we skip the nonsense? It's obvious to anyone that something is wrong. You can't talk to my grandfather like that. Su Yinar probably got used to kicking under the table at the dining table, and lightly kicked Zhao Xiaoyan's calf. Chapter 100. Chance Encounter at the Bar. According to Yi Lingshan, the new factory is expected to be put into use in 3 months. This speed is already quite impressive. If it weren't for Bayati wanting to quickly acquire land from the relevant departments, this timeline would have been delayed for a long time. Zhao Xiaoyan also told Yi Lingshan and Hao Yu about Bohai Construction becoming a subsidiary of Jinyin and the acquisition of Lemon Media. Hao Yu was quite surprised that Zhao Xiaoyan had quickly acquired 3 companies, but also gave very pertinent advice, saying that it was good to follow the path of an investment company, but now it's completely a merger model, so why not go directly for a group approach? However, this matter is not urgent. Zhao Xiaoyan thought to wait for Hao Yu to return before calling everyone for a meeting to properly plan the future development direction of the company. Jinyin Investment was established too hastily, which led to the current situation. Historical lessons must be learned. Ding! Just after hanging up the phone with Yi Lingshan, Zhao Xiaoyan's phone rang again. The caller ID showed a strange number from Modu, and Zhao Xiaoyan instinctively thought of Yu Qingxiu. As soon as the call was connected, Yu Qingxiu's voice came from the other end. Chapter 101. As expected of my man. Although the woman saw the bald man's hand coming towards her, the surrounding crowd was somewhat crowded, and she had no time to dodge. Just as the bald man's hand was about to hit her face, the woman instinctively turned her face and raised her hand to protect her head. However, she only felt that her hand seemed to touch something, and that slap did not land on her. The woman turned her head back and saw a man's figure standing in front of her, and the descending hand was caught by the man's hand, suspended in midair. Zhao Xiaoyan pushed the bald man's hand, feeling that he didn't use much strength, yet the bald man stumbled back 2 or 3 steps. Damn, there's a helper. It's definitely a bar scammer. The bald man felt embarrassed in front of everyone and was furious, quickly walking toward Zhao Xiaoyan and swinging his fist. Zhao Xiaoyan, seeing the opponent's attack, reacted uncontrollably, and just as the bald man was almost there, he suddenly raised his foot and kicked the bald man's chest. The bald man's center of gravity was disrupted, and he was directly knocked to the ground. Seeing that a fight had broken out, the crowd that had been watching immediately scattered to the sides. Chapter 102. He is still waiting for you to offer yourself. Zhao Xiaoyan realized that he was being used as a shield by Yu Qingxiu. Moreover, for Yu Qingxiu, the young lady of the Tingyun group, to resort to such a vulgar tactic, it was clear that Han Ming's family background was not ordinary. Zhao Xiaoyan did not want to be innocently dragged into this, and was quite displeased with Yu Qingxiu's method, even to the point of feeling disgusted. Zhao Xiaoyan wanted to quickly free his hand from Yu Qingxiu's grip, but unfortunately, Yu Qingxiu was holding on too tightly, making it very difficult to pull away without hurting her. With no other choice, Zhao Xiaoyan could only quickly explain to Han Mingze to get himself out of this situation. Mr. Han, actually I bought the bar shares from your subordinate, and he's also my man. However, just as Zhao Xiaoyan had spoken a few words, Yu Qingxiu took over the conversation. Han Mingze squinted his eyes and gritted his teeth, saying, "So it's you? I was wondering who had such great ability to buy the bar shares that I had my subordinate hold without anyone noticing." "Good, very good, Zhao Xiaoyan, right? I will remember you. Since you are coming to Modus soon, I will definitely treat you well. Let's go." Chapter 103. You are a sea king. That's why I am looking for you. Oh, by the way, the matter about your lawyer being a confidant was not arranged by me. It's purely an accident. Lawyer Lee is just a lawyer from our company's partner law firm. Don't misunderstand. Whatever your relationship is, I don't care, Yu Qingxiu said seriously. Let's talk about Han Mingze again. Han Mingze is the heir of the Yuan group in Modu, and his family, as well as my parents and even my grandfather, all hope that we can be together, not only because we are well matched, but also because it can elevate the careers of both families. Zhao Xiaoyan nodded in understanding. Strong collaborations are indeed too common and the most prevalent. Wealthy daughters falling in love with poor boys usually don't end well, and they can only achieve their goals in dramas. Being well-matched is not a remnant of prejudice and futile thought. Han Mingze also likes me. He has been pursuing me since high school, which has been almost 10 years. Zhao Xiaoyan asked, "Then why don't you consider him? Is it because of his character? Or is he a playboy?" Even from Zhao Xiaoyan's perspective as a man, Han Mingze was quite good. His family background goes without saying. And he is also a tall and handsome guy. Although his performance tonight was a bit excessive, knowing afterwards that Han Mingze was Yu Qingqiu's pursuer was still understandable. Chapter 104. A Secret. Zhao Xiaoyan stopped and asked, "What secret?" "A secret that you will definitely be interested in, and, after knowing it, you will definitely be grateful to me," Yu Qingqiu said slowly. "Don't worry. This secret is definitely worth the price. As long as you help me settle things at home, I will tell you this secret. Come on, I won't fall for your trick. I'm leaving goodbye. This woman is too cunning, with too many schemes." Zhao Xiaoyan thought it was better to leave quickly to avoid being inadvertently tricked by her again. Yu Qingqiu pretended to show a pitiful expression. "Are you sure you don't want to know? Well, then go ahead and leave." "Ahem, it's just a pity for that woman." Curiosity killed the cat. "What exactly is the secret? If you promise to help me, I'll tell you. You tell me this secret first, and then I'll decide whether to agree to help you." Stalemate. And finally, Yu Ningxiu made a concession. "Fine. Who told me I needed your help?" "Someone is pregnant with your child. Do you know that?" With one sentence, Yu Ningxiu threw out an unexpected answer that Zhao Xiaoyan did not see coming. "What? Pregnant? Please, can you come up with a decent line next time?" Chapter 105. A beauty scoring 99 points at this moment. The system within Zhao Xiaoyan's body also reacted. Reversal target detected. Target, Han Wani, height, 168. Age, 25. Beauty score, 99. Figure score, 98. Purity, 100. Favorability, 10. Ding. The target's favorability towards the host is below 70. Meeting binding conditions. "Would you like to bind?" Zhao Xiaoyan exclaimed again. "My God, it's actually a 99-point beauty." Early the next morning, at Lingzhou University. In front of the school gate, students coming in and out suddenly heard the roar of an engine from afar. A boy who knew cars immediately recognized that it was definitely a good vehicle. At the intersection, as the sound of the engine grew closer, a black Ferrari came roaring towards Lingzhou University like a raging beast. When it was not far from the school gate, the Ferrari began to slow down and then turned towards the gate, passing through the already opened electric gate and entering the school. The car drove directly to the bottom of the faculty apartment building. After Zhao Xiaoyan got out of the car, he jogged directly up to the third floor. Standing in front of an apartment door on the third floor, Zhao Xiaoyan took a few deep breaths to calm his breath, which had become a bit ragged from running, and then reached out to knock on the door. Chapter 106. Seductive Zhou Jiaying next. The same thing happened in front of dormitory building number 9. Boys passing by watched their long-legged goddess fall into the arms of a man driving a Ferrari, and she actively offered him a passionate kiss. They heard the sound of their hearts breaking. Since getting Zhang Yuhan, Zhao Xiaoyan felt a bit guilty towards her. For other women, Zhao Xiaoyan would either give them a car, a house, or even cash directly. But for this long-legged fairy, Zhao Xiaoyan had not spent much money at all. Although he could no longer get a cash back from Zhang Yuhan, Zhao Xiaoyan still took out his phone and directly transferred 1 million to Zhang Yuhan. Perhaps because the spending amount hadn't reached the threshold, it did not trigger the special reward. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't think much of it. It was just pure money given to Zhang Yuhan. As for the special rewards, he could always grind for them later when he had time. "Did you just go see He Fei?" Zhang Yuhan suddenly asked Zhao Xiaoyan. Zhao Xiaoyan was taken aback. He remembered he hadn't told these women about each other's existence and didn't know how Zhang Yuhan found out. Seeing Zhao Xiaoyan's reaction, Zhang Yuhan showed a mischievous expression. Shaking her phone, "Fei Fei told me." Chapter 107. She sings. We support 2 days later, standing outside the airport, a plane took off, soaring into the sky. It became smaller and smaller, and within minutes, it was no longer visible to the naked eye. "Why didn't you stop him from going to Magic City?" Zhou Jiaying asked. Looking at the direction, the plane flew away. "Then why didn't you stop him?" In response, Zhou Jiaying looked at He Fei beside her and said, "I'm not his woman yet, so my words naturally don't carry as much weight as yours." He Fei blushed at this, but stubbornly said, "At this rate, you're bound to be his." Is that so? That's great. I've been hinting at him for a long time, but he just won't take the hint." Zhou Jiaying teased as she looked at He Fei. "Junior, you have experience in this area. Tell your senior how you managed to get him." He Fei's face turned even redder, and she retorted, "At least I'm a flower of Lingda. Can you pay attention to your image and not act like a hoodlum?" Then, with a look of grievance, she added, "Why does he have to go to Magic City? Could it be that he's really interested in that woman?" Zhou Jiaying shook her head. "I always feel that he isn't going to Magic City for Miss You." "Then why is he going?" Chapter 108. Playing couple in the car. You little brat. You're acting pretty convincingly. Zui Waqin looked at the scene outside through the car window. Yu Qinglin also glanced over, just a little trick. All right, let's go. After the pretense ended, Yu Ningxiu whispered to Zhao Xiaoyan, hurry, hold my hand. Since it wasn't a loss for him, Zhao Xiaoyan unceremoniously took Yu Ningxiu's hand. As soon as Yu Ningxiu was held by Zhao Xiaoyan, goosebumps rose all over her body, and she felt a bit nauseous. However, to perform the act well, Yu Ningxiu had to endure it. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoyan maintained a nonchalant attitude. Although Yu Ningxiu was a little annoying, she was indeed a real beauty. Holding the hand of a beautiful woman, Zhao Xiaoyan felt no guilt at all. After walking a few steps, Yu Ningxiu pretended to have just noticed something, her face showing a surprised expression. She then released Zhao Xiaoyan's hand, not even bothering to take her suitcase, and directly ran towards the illusion. Zui Waqin got out of the car, looking at her daughter, feeling both happy and angry, and said with a stern face, "So you know to come back? Your grandfather has been lying in bed for several days." Chapter 109. The whole family are actors on the second floor. The innermost room was Yu Tingyun's bedroom. Upon pushing open the tightly closed door, Yu Ningxiu saw her grandfather lying in bed and immediately dropped Zhao Xiaoyan, rushing over. "Grandpa, your girl is back." Seeing her once vigorous grandfather now lying in bed, Yu Ningxiu's tears streamed down her face, filled with guilt and sadness, as the tears fell in clusters onto the ground. Zhao Xiaoyan followed her and approached. Looking at the old man with his eyes tightly shut, Zhao Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow and slowly walked to the bedside, saying, "Grandpa, hello. I'm Ningxiu's boyfriend. My name is Zhao Xiaoyan." As he spoke, Zhao Xiaoyan's hand naturally rested on the old man's wrist beside the bed. After a few seconds, Zhao Xiaoyan slowly withdrew his hand, casting a strange look at the old man with closed eyes and then glancing at Yu Ningxiu, who was kneeling by the bed, crying like a tearful person. He couldn't help but feel emotional. Indeed, not a single family member could enter the same door. The whole family were actors, the Yu family. To welcome Zhao Xiaoyan, the prospective son-in-law, the Yu family specially held a family banquet at home that evening. "Come, Xiaoyan, sit down." Chapter 110. Entertainment industry gossip at this moment. Yu Qinglin put away his smile and said seriously, "Ning Ning, you're not a child anymore. Why are you still playing these little tricks? After coming back this time, you're not allowed to go anywhere. Stay at home and don't interfere with the group's matters. Mingza happens to be here too, so I'll say a few honest words. You don't have to marry Mingza. We don't necessarily need him to be our son-in-law. But the premise is that you have truly found a man you genuinely like, and that man is compatible with you. If that's the case, we will definitely support you, rather than letting you find someone to deceive us. Marriage is a serious matter, not a joke. You and your friends are all deceivers." Yu Ningxiu now realizes that the elaborate play she has been performing is seen as a mere trick by her own family. In embarrassment and anger, Yu Ningxiu stood up and angrily returned to her room. After she left, Yu Tingyun put on a serious face, adopting a parental tone, and looked at Zhao Xiaoyan, saying, "You too. How could you accompany this girl in her nonsense?" Old man Su called me after hearing about this and said that if I really took away the son-in-law he had chosen for his granddaughter, he would come to the Magic City to settle the score with me. Chapter 111. Everyone has the habit of bringing bodyguards, not even 100 million. No way. She has such a big star. Some people didn't believe it and questioned by Ning Hao's words. Cough. Your family doesn't work in entertainment, so it's normal not to know. Don't be fooled by how glamorous celebrities appear. It's all the Company S doing. Various resources are signed, but most of the money goes into the Company S account. The amount that actually ends up in the star's hands is just a small portion. Moreover, to maintain the celebrity's image, daily expenses are also quite large, which the stars themselves have to bear, and that is a significant expenditure. When it comes to Liu Shihua, Bai Ninghao feels quite frustrated. In fact, he likes Liu Shihua and wanted to help her when he saw her situation. But unfortunately, his father absolutely refused and even said that if he dared to interfere, he would break his legs. Suddenly, someone pointed towards the bar's entrance and said, "You really can't speak behind someone else's back. Isn't that Jingyaodian? Look at the woman next to him. Doesn't she look like Lu Ying?" "Damn, what do you mean look like?" "That is Lu Ying." "Bai Mao, look at how their family is in the entertainment industry, with stars coming and going every day. Why haven't you targeted any of your family's girls?" Chapter 112. Goodbye Han Wani, although he had only seen her twice. Zhao Xiaoyan had a deep impression of that face. Seeing Zheng Yaotian already hugging the beauty, about to kiss her, Zhao Xiaoyan accelerated and quickly walked towards him. Zheng Yaotian was about to kiss the woman and felt an indescribable excitement. He didn't expect that coming to Lane Bar today was supposed to deepen his relationship with Chu Ying, but unexpectedly, he encountered a stunning beauty. At the first sight of the beauty, Zheng Yaotian felt that the Chu Ying in his arms was no longer appealing. Compared to this beauty, she was just a vulgar decoration. Zheng Yaotian had never failed in flirting, as long as he used his money. Even the most chaste woman would obediently lie in bed waiting for him. However, his previously foolproof methods failed today, without any advantage besides money. Zheng Yaotian wanted to make a move, but the woman was fierce, not only shaking him off but even daring to splash him with wine. In a fit of rage, Zheng Yaotian couldn't care less. His desires drove him to kiss this woman, to possess her. But just as his lips were about to touch the beauty, a hand suddenly appeared in front of him, and before he could react, that hand pushed down on his head, causing him to lose his balance. Chapter 113. Unbreakable and complicated. Han Wani pulled out a pack of women's cigarettes from the pocket of her thin windbreaker and expertly lit one with a lighter. Zhao Xiaoyan generally held a neutral attitude towards women smoking and drinking. Besides, what was he to Han Wani, making it unnecessary for him to meddle? Not wanting to inhale secondhand smoke, Zhao Xiaoyan also took out a pack of Huangdala cigarettes. A man and a woman sat in the hotel suite, drinking beer and smoking. Neither of them spoke, or rather, they had no common topics, making the atmosphere feel quite heavy. After about 10 minutes, Han Wani broke the silence, asking, "Are you going to see Teacher Sun tomorrow?" Zhao Xiaoyan looked at Han Wani in confusion. "Ningxiu took me to see her. She is quite beautiful and has a great temperament," Han Wani explained, turning to look at Zhao Xiaoyan with curiosity. "When I first learned about Teacher Sun, I even scolded you in front of her. I was also very curious." "Curious about what?" "Curious about what kind of man would make such a beautiful woman like Teacher Sun become pregnant before marriage and possibly give up her job." Zhao Xiaoyan felt a pang in his heart and smiled self-deprecatingly. "Are you disappointed?" Chapter 114. Entering Weiken, Zhao Xiaoyan nodded, saying, "Okay, where are you going?" "I don't know, but I have to leave," Han Wani said. "I received a call from Ningxiu last night. She told me everything that happened last night. I told her I would break up. I know her parents won't agree to her being like this, and her grandfather will definitely not accept it. If this continues, her pressure will be immense, and I will feel terrible too." Tears streamed down Han Wani's face, and moreover, now that we're like this, my body has already betrayed her. Our love is no longer pure. Without thinking, Zhao Xiaoyan said, "You can come back to Lingzhou with me." "No need, thank you." A simple thank you pushed their relationship further apart. "Do you have any plans on where to go?" "I haven't thought it through. I just want to go out for a walk, see the world, and feel the beauty of this world." "Will you come back?" "I don't know. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't tea." After having lunch at the hotel, Han Wani left, doing so very decisively. She didn't even want to leave a phone number for Zhao Xiaoyan. Zhao Xiaoyan transferred her 100 million and gave her his business card, reminding her to call him if she needed anything. Chapter 115. Sun Yaolin's critical moment. If you calculate the distance, it's not far from the village head to the elementary school. But since it's all muddy crossroad roads, the off-road vehicle didn't speed up, so it took a bit longer. At this time, the school gate was closed, and only a small side gate was open. A young man in his 20s was standing at the small gate, smoking, when he saw an off-road vehicle arrive. He walked over. As the car came to a stop, Zhao Xiaoyan jumped out and quickly walked towards the school. "Stop, what are you doing?" The young man reached out to block Zhao Xiaoyan. Seeing the young man's greasy appearance, Zhao Xiaoyan sensed he was trouble and shouted, "Get lost." The young man was furious, threw his cigarette on the ground, cursed, and kicked at Zhao Xiaoyan. Then, the young man suddenly felt a void under his feet and fell heavily to the ground. The young man made a mistake in one move and was filled with anger as he awkwardly got up to continue. Suddenly, he heard a loud shout from behind, "Stop." The young man turned around and saw the old village secretary from Weiken had arrived. He pointed at the old man and said, "Old man, you have repeatedly ruined Brother Chong's good deeds. He has let it go and hasn't bothered with you. Now Brother Chong is proposing inside, and if you dare to ruin his plans, be careful not to get dealt with yourself." Chapter 116. I Am Her Man. Sun Yaolin's looks and figure made him like her immensely. Especially when they first met, Sun Yaolin's cold and aloof demeanor instantly ignited his desire to conquer her. He wanted this woman. He wanted to marry her. He wanted to conquer her. Since that day, Wang Liqiang frequently visited the Weiakin Elementary School. At first, he deliberately struck up conversations. Then he invited her to dinner, brought flowers, and asked her to watch movies. He used all the tricks he knew to pursue women online. It could be said that he had never put so much effort into pursuing other women. But this Sun Yalan was particularly unyielding, never giving him a good face, even avoiding him whenever they met, and later even directly informing the village secretary of Weiakin. However, Wang Liqiang was not someone who could be intimidated by a village secretary. Since then, he became even more reckless. If soft tactics didn't work, he resorted to hard ones, blocking people directly at the school gate. And today, Wang Liqiang had even confronted her in class. "Where are you taking her?" Just as Wang Liqiang finished speaking, a cold voice came from behind. Wang Liqiang and his little brothers turned around to see a young man standing at the classroom door. Chapter 117. Don't blame me for being tough. Sun Yalan's arrival greatly relieved the pressure of the teacher shortage at the village elementary school. Not only that, but she came in the form of volunteer teaching, so there was no need to pay her a dime in salary. The town was even happier to see that Sun Yalan was a university teacher. As a university instructor, although she only taught in the dance department, she was more than qualified to teach cultural classes in elementary school. In addition, Sun Yalan also offered music and dance classes as non-core courses in Weiakin, providing the children with more knowledge. Furthermore, to increase the children's nutrition, she personally funded snacks during breaks, including milk, eggs, and bread. Although the items weren't expensive, they made the students and villagers realize that Teacher Sun truly cared for the children. Sun Yalan also periodically visited families of students in financial difficulty, giving them money and supplies upon leaving. Thus, she quickly became the most popular person in the village. Since the village elementary school had no dormitories, the village secretary directly cleaned up the best room in his house to serve as Sun Yalan's residence. Every time Sun Yalan returned to the village with the children after school, every household would invite her to dinner, not out of politeness, but with genuine sincerity. Chapter 118. I only believe what I see. Teacher Sun, you and your man should leave quickly. Your man drove here, so he can leave fast. Once you're out of town, Wang Liqiang and his gang won't be able to do anything to you. Seeing Zhao Xiaonian making a phone call, the village secretary quickly approached Sun Yalan and advised her. Sun Yalan understood the village secretary's intention, but still shook her head. Uncle Li, I can't leave. What will happen to these children if I go? And if I leave, Wang Liqiang and his gang will definitely take it out on the village. If it's okay. Although Weiakin doesn't have many people, if he dares to come, we are not that easy to bully. The village secretary spoke confidently, but deep down, he felt uncertain. Relying on his status as village secretary, Wang Liqiang might not dare to do anything to him, but it was hard to say about the other villagers. Besides farming, the people of Weiakin also took their goods to the town's market to sell. Once in town, dealing with them will be much easier for others. Sun Yalan still shook her head. No, I won't leave. Just as they were talking, an alarm sounded outside the school gate, and a police car stopped at the entrance, from which two uniformed officers emerged. Upon seeing the newcomers, Wang Liqiang immediately ran toward them like he had found a savior, pointing at Zhao Xiaonian in the distance and saying something. Chapter 119. Various parties gather. Zhou Jiaying did not notice that Li Muxue was looking at her. After pondering for a moment, she spoke. At that moment, her face no longer bore the usual sunny smile, but was replaced with a serious and angry expression. Okay, Li Muxue quickly replied. This time, the law firm dispatched a team of 5 lawyers, including her, which showed how much they valued the case. After all, Jinyan Investment was a major client of their firm. Such clients might only seek your help a few times a year, but each time they did, you had to give your all to help them accomplish their tasks. The annual lawyer fees, reaching hundreds of thousands, were not easy to earn, and many peers were eyeing this lucrative opportunity. If you showed any incompetence, your competitors would seize the moment. On Zhou Jiaying's side, aside from leaving necessary personnel to guard the home, almost everyone from Jinyan Investment was mobilized. Perhaps these people couldn't stand alone, but having a large number of them would create an imposing atmosphere, which was also a form of invisible strength and could be very useful when necessary. Meanwhile, at Pengqing Airport, Hao Yu and Yi Lingshan boarded a flight to Modu. Half an hour ago, after receiving Zhao Xiaonian's call, they immediately purchased their tickets. Chapter 120. The Fickle Carrot. Hello, Changhua, how's it going? As soon as the village secretary answered the phone, he hurriedly asked. Third uncle. I've tried to communicate with the police station several times, but they keep stalling me. I still haven't seen the Zhao Xiaoyan you mentioned. On the other end of the line was a kid from Weikin, a relative of the old village secretary, named Li Changhua, who worked at the town party committee but was just an ordinary clerk in the social affairs office. Cough, you're trying to communicate over there. When you come back to the village, I'll treat you to a drink. The village secretary knew that the other party had little influence and probably found it difficult to handle the situation. However, since Li Changhua was a public servant and was in town, he could only continue to let him try to communicate. In fact, the village secretary had previously entertained the idea of matchmaking Li Changhua and Sun Yalan. Although Li Changhua also liked Sun Yalan, she had always kept her distance from him, making her refusal very clear. So Li Changhua had given up on that idea. The village secretary felt quite regretful about this. Just after finishing the call with Li Changhua, a kid ran over, shouting, Grandpa Secretary, more outsiders have come, and there are a lot of them. Chapter 121, another charge added. Wang Liwei didn't waste words and directly took out an injury report from the evidence bag, saying the victim was examined yesterday and classified as having sustained minor injuries. You are not only suspected of administrative punishment, but also liable for criminal responsibility. I advise you to admit it voluntarily. That way, it counts as cooperating, and you might receive a lighter sentence. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't even look at the injury report and stared silently at the other party. Damn, what kind of attitude is this? You really want to go against the police, huh? Wang Liwei was furious when he saw Zhao Xiaoyan's expression, feeling that the other party was seriously challenging his authority. Enraged, he walked up directly and raised his hand to slap Zhao Xiaoyan. Slap! Before Wang Liwei's hand could hit Zhao Xiaoyan's face, Zhao Xiaoyan had already dodged and, with the handcuffs, retaliated with a slap to Wang Liwei's face. Damn it! You dare to attack a police officer? Very well, I'll add another charge. I don't believe I can't take care of you. Saying this, Wang Liwei pulled out a baton from somewhere and was about to strike Zhao Xiaoyan's head. At that moment, the door of the interrogation room was suddenly opened. What the hell? Didn't I tell you not to come in? Wang Liwei thought it was the young officer who had followed him yesterday and scolded without turning around. Chapter 122. One more beautiful than the other, a small police chief wasn't worth his trouble. When she heard that the police station agreed to release Zhao Xiaoyan, a weight lifted off Sun Yalan's heart, and she quietly walked out. Since Zhao Xiaoyan could find Weikin, it went without saying that she knew who had told him. Clearly, he also knew about her pregnancy. Sun Yalan wasn't prepared for how to face Zhao Xiaoyan yet. She didn't know whether Zhao Xiaoyan would support her in having the baby. Zhou Jiaying had been keeping an eye on Sun Yalan and hurriedly chased after her when she was about to leave. Teacher's son. Zhou Jiaying caught up to Sun Yalan at the police station entrance and casually asked, Teacher's son, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Oh, I want to go back to school and check on the kids. They have classes in the afternoon. Sun Yalan replied, Student Zhou, I'm leaving now. Goodbye. As she spoke, she was about to continue walking. Zhou Jiaying quickly jogged a couple of steps to catch up and smiled. Teacher's son, don't be in such a hurry to leave. By the way, how did you end up teaching here? How did Xiaoyan end up in this place? Where did he get into a conflict for? With 3 consecutive questions, Zhou Jiaying's mouth was like a wound-up toy. Chapter 123. I won't keep you waiting too long. Wang Liqiang didn't look for reasons within Zhao Xiaoyan himself, because his cousin Wang Liwei said yesterday that Zhao Xiaoyan was just a college student. Zhao Xiaoyan looked at Wang Liqiang and revealed a meaningful smile. Your name is Wang Liqiang, right? I noted yesterday's incident. We have plenty of time ahead. Rest assured, I won't keep you waiting too long. After saying this, Zhao Xiaoyan didn't look at Wang Liqiang again and turned to the people behind him. Thank you all for coming out for me. Ling Shan, arrange for lunch. I want to properly thank everyone. Su Yin'er saw that Zhao Xiaoyan was fine and still maintained her usual iceberg face, saying, Since you're fine, then I'll head back to Lingzhou. How you explained? Su Zong has canceled her schedule for the next 2 days and specifically came over. Zhao Xiaoyan was immediately moved and, without thinking, grabbed Su Yin'er's hand. You can't just leave like this. This meal won't take much time. You have to let me thank you properly. It was the first time Su Yin'er had been so close to someone of the opposite sex, but she didn't feel repulsed. Though her expression was somewhat unnatural as she said, I really have things to do. There are still a lot of matters of the group. Besides, I only came to make up the numbers. I didn't help much. Chapter 124. Are you used to kicking? After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, having expressed thanks, Zhao Xiaoyan began to discuss serious matters. Director's son, I plan to do something for Sanshui County. Zhao Xianyan didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Sun Liangkai immediately understood what the other party meant and straightened his expression. In his view, since Zhao Xianyan was a friend of Han Mingze, his background wouldn't be ordinary. What does Zhao Zong want to do in our county? I want to do 3 things. Zhao Xianyan held up 3 fingers and said, first, repair roads. Second, build schools. Third, invest in factories. Upon hearing this, Sun Liangkai perked up. These 3 matters were not ordinary. Just one of them could be a political achievement. He had just taken office as county chief and was in need of a good start to facilitate future work. Does Zhao Zong have any specific ideas? Zhao Xianyan smiled and said, I want to repair 2 roads, one from Weikin to Town Mountain and the other to the county town. For schools, I plan to build a primary school in Weikin first, as the current one is a bit dilapidated and the desks and chairs are quite old. Later, I will send someone to specifically coordinate, and as long as the county has situations similar to Weikin, I am willing to support. Chapter 125. Let's get married. If I find anyone taking advantage of this or obstructing it, I will withdraw my investment immediately. This was Zhao Xianyan's original words. Sun Liangkai looked at Zhao Xianyan's serious expression and had no doubt that he would really do it. Of course, as the primary beneficiary of this investment, the village chief also followed Sun Liangkai, as did Li Mingchong from the town. On the surface, the county needed to discuss how to cooperate with the implementation of the investment, and Weikin was an unavoidable link. If Sun Liangkai didn't handle it well, he would have to issue commands beyond his level. Another reason was that Sun Liangkai wanted to consult the village chief to understand the cause and process of Zhao Xianyan's arrest. Zhao Xianyan's hints at the dinner table were very clear. He wanted to deal with Wang Liqiang and Wang Liwei. Although he wanted to invest, he was also resolute in not violating principles for the sake of investment. How unreasonable! After hearing the village chief explain the entire incident, Sun Liangkai slammed the table in anger. He initially thought it was just a matter of jealousy over a woman, but he didn't expect it to be for such a reason. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that Wang Liqiang barged into the school and disrupted normal teaching order was already intolerable. To openly threaten a female teacher to go with him, what was that about? And beating students, what was he trying to do? Chapter 126. Do you take me for a fool? Weikin. The old village chief stood at the village entrance, watching the 2 figures finally holding hands appear, and hurriedly went to greet them. His old partner quickly pulled him back, scolding, "You old man, don't you see those 2 are being lovey-dovey? Why go up?" The village chief slapped his forehead and laughed. "Ha, right, let's go home first. By the way, how's the arrangement for tonight's banquet at the drying ground? Don't worry, this is a big happy event for our village, and everyone has already started getting busy." The village chief had not stopped smiling since returning from the county. As soon as he got back to the village, he gathered several prominent people at home to inform them that Sun Yaoan's husband wanted to invest in building a factory in the village. This made everyone extremely happy. Weikin was poor, with farmers facing the soil all day long. To earn a bit more for their families, most of the village's able-bodied men had gone out to work, rarely returning home to reunite with their families throughout the year. If a factory really opened in the village with suitable wages, everyone would certainly prefer to work close to home rather than far away. Young people have all stayed, children have their parents by their side, and the elderly are being cared for by their children. The village is undoubtedly a different scene. Chapter 127. The 100 Family Banquet in Waya Village. Do they still dare to come? The village secretary felt a tightness in his chest, then showed anger as he shouted below, "Damn it! That Wang kid doesn't take our Waya village seriously. All villagers of Waya, stand up and grab your weapons." When Wang Liqiang and Wang Liwei arrived at the drying field, they saw a group of villagers holding various farming tools. Facing the angry stares of the villagers, the legs of the Wang brothers trembled involuntarily. In the past, Wang Liqiang had always been domineering in town. Those who saw him either feared or tried to curry favor with him. But today's scene was something he had never encountered before. If it weren't for a necessary reason to be here, Wang Liqiang would have wanted to run away. Wang Liwei was not wearing his police uniform today, just casual clothes. Seeing this scene, he felt a deep sense of dread. He was kicking an iron plate now. If things didn't go well, losing his skin was a minor concern, and it was possible he could end up in jail. After seeing County Chief Sun come to pick people up in the afternoon, Wang Liwei was called into the office by the director, and the implication of the conversation was clear. Wang Liwei was probably finished this time. However, the director still hinted at a way out for him. saying that the one who tied the bell must untie it. Chapter 128. A promise that cannot be given. 3 days later, Zhao Xianyan set off alone on the road back to Lingzhou, and Sun Yalan did not follow him back to Lingzhou. The afternoon after the 100th family banquet, the work group dispatched by Zhou Jiaying's newly established Jinian investment arrived in Waya village. Before departing, Zhou Jiaying had communicated in detail with the work group, so Zhao Xianyan didn't need to elaborate further. After a brief exchange with them, he let them start their relevant work. Leading the work group was Chun Tao, the acting supervisor of the project department, who had been with Jinian since its inception. He was a middle-aged man of average ability, but relatively steady. After Zhao Xianyan introduced Chun Tao to the village secretary, he refrained from getting too involved in the specific work to avoid putting pressure on the work group. After becoming the second-in-command secretary, Li Mingchong quickly resolved the issue of teachers at Waya Village Primary School, directly assigning 2 new teachers to the position, thus alleviating Sun Yalan's concerns. Zhao Xianyan had now driven to the Magic City, returned the car to Han Mingze, and then took Sun Yalan to visit the Yu family. Han Mingze also accompanied Zhao Xianyan to visit the Yu family. Everyone in the Yu family treated Han Mingze as if he were a son-in-law, though Yu Ningxiu still ignored him somewhat. Chapter 129. The obvious package at the airport. Sun Yalan looked at Zhao Xianyan nervously. Don't misunderstand. I just feel uncomfortable with my body being sticky. Is that really what the book says? Zhao Xianyan couldn't help but tease Sun Yalan. I won't pay attention to you anymore. If it doesn't work, you can sleep on the sofa, and I'll sleep in the bedroom. After saying that, Sun Yalan picked up her change of clothes and went into the bathroom. As night deepened, Zhao Xianyan lay on the sofa. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he heard a soft sound of the door opening. In the dim light, he saw Sun Yalan, wearing a loose maternity nightgown, gently walking in front of the sofa. Seeing that Zhao Xianyan hadn't fallen asleep and was looking at her, Sun Yalan pretended to walk to the table, picked up a bottle of mineral water, and took a couple of sips. Zhao Xianyan stood up and hugged her from behind, softly asking, "Why aren't you asleep yet? Poor sleep can affect the fetus." Sun Yalan lightly bit her lip and asked in a low voice, "Is it uncomfortable to sleep on the sofa?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Xianyan knew he had a chance tonight. Over an hour later, looking at the sweetly sleeping Sun Yalan and her slightly rounded belly, Zhao Xianyan felt a mix of emotions. There was a sense of accomplishment in having won over the beautiful teacher from Ling, but also a sense of responsibility in becoming a father soon. Chapter 130. Zhou Jiaying's arrangement. Zhao Xianyan was actually not angry, just a bit frustrated. For people came to pick him up, and yet he still ended up taking a taxi back. Zhou Jiaying nodded and smiled. "It seems you know me quite well. You guessed it was my idea right away. Why do this?" Zhao Xianyan turned his gaze to Lu Xinting. Lu Xinting, the green tea girl, immediately sold out her teammate as soon as Zhao Xianyan looked over. Sister Jiaying said she wanted to teach you a lesson. So you know there are 4 beautiful women at home, and shouldn't he always be thinking about wildflowers outside? Zhao Xianyan broke into a cold sweat. "Look at you. Your mouth is too loose. No wonder you're being eaten up so badly." Zhou Jiaying shot a glare at Lu Xinting, then turned to Zhao Xianyan and asked, "All right, now that everyone is here, let us talk about what is going on between you and Sun Yalan." "What teacher's son?" "He Fei is from the dance department, and Sun Yalan is her dance teacher." Only then did Zhao Xianyan realize that Zhou Jiaying was trying to get him to confess. She probably feared he wouldn't have enough weight, so she called the other 3 women as well. However, since they had already opened up, and the 4 of them had already broken the ice, Zhao Xianyan decided to be straightforward. Chapter 131. Love that has no known origin, deeply entrusted. Otherwise, what do you think it is? Zhou Jiaying's eyes were filled with a triumphant smile, feigning surprise as she covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Oh my! Could it be that the dignified Zhao is so depraved in thought?" Zhao Xianyan felt a bit hot in the face from her words. Zhou Jiaying naturally linked her arm with Zhao Xianyan's, saying, "I just want to feel the feeling of being in love today." The internet says that dining and watching movies are the most common activities for couples on dates. I've never watched a movie with a male before, so this is really my first time. What should we watch? Zhao Xianyan quickly changed the subject, looking at the movie schedule at the ticket counter. Since it was November, the previous movie peak had passed, and the next peak wouldn't be until the spring festival, so the available movies were quite good. After studying for a long time, Zhou Jiaying pointed at a romance movie and said, "Let us watch that love movie. Let us buy the one at around 9 o'clock." There's just enough time for a meal. Zhao Xiaoyan had no objections, and after queuing to buy 2 movie tickets, he followed Zhou Jiaying out of the cinema. Since the mall was a public consumption center, there weren't many high-end restaurants nearby, just some popular dining places. Chapter 132. Unexpected Photos. The next day, Zhao Xiaoyan arrived at the company early, as usual. The receptionist just stood up. "Good morning, President Zhao." Zhao Xiaoyan nodded in acknowledgement, then remembered something and turned back to the receptionist, saying, "Let others know that Vice President Zhou is unwell today. If there's anything, come directly to me." The receptionist acknowledged and notified the relevant departments. Last night, after the movie ended, Zhou Jiaying's favorability level reached 100, and naturally, the two of them ended up together. So, Zhou Jiaying had to rest well in bed the next day to recharge her energy. At noon, Zhao Xiaoyan received a call from Yifei, saying that her parents invited him over for dinner to express their gratitude. Zhao Xiaoyan then remembered that he had given Yifei a body enhancement potion before going to the Magic City, so he asked about He Jia's boyfriend. "My parents took my younger brother to the hospital for a checkup this morning, and he is completely fine now. Even the doctor couldn't believe it and insisted that my brother undergo more tests, and it would be best to stay in the hospital for observation." Zhao Xiaoyan didn't want to expose himself because of this matter and hurriedly asked. They didn't agree, right? Chapter 133. The Unmatched Good Dog. Young Master Han, because of this incident, Zhao Xiaoyan naturally couldn't stay at the He family for long. Yifei was supposed to leave with Zhao Xiaoyan, but was stopped by He's mother. After leaving the He family, Zhao Xiaoyan kept thinking about one question. Who took the photos? Being followed again was something that made Zhao Xiaoyan very unhappy. It felt like living under a spotlight, with someone secretly observing every move. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Zhao Xiaoyan tried to recall who he had conflicts with, and who would know about his relationship with Yifei. A few names surfaced in his mind. The most direct one was Zhou Liang, because Yifei was someone Zhao Xiaoyan had snatched from Zhou Liang. Although Zhou Liang had been forced to back down later, he was definitely the biggest suspect. Next was Su Feng. Zhao Xiaoyan had ruined his 2 good opportunities and embarrassed him once, so he must also hate Zhao Xiaoyan deeply. Apart from these 2, Zhao Xiaoyan really couldn't think of anyone else. He parked the car by the side of the road, took out his phone, found a number, and dialed it. Chapter 134. A day's time. As for Zhou Mo, if it weren't for the private detective's reminder, Zhao Xiaoyan would have almost forgotten about him. It was Zhou Mo who had helped Su Feng drug Ling Shan at the Li Hao Hotel, and the drug was provided by Zhou Mo. To be honest, Zhao Xiaoyan had thought of Zhou Liang and Su Feng, but he never expected this Zhou Mo, who he had never met before. Go check why he wanted someone to take photos of me. Was it his brother who made him do this? I've already checked, and Zhou Liang seems to be unaware of this matter. He's been at school recently. The private detective replied over the phone, but I will look into it further. After the call with the private detective, Zhao Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment before calling Han Mingze to inform him of the situation. After hearing this, Han Mingze arranged to meet Zhao Xiaoyan at Jinyan to discuss it in person. After bidding farewell to Old Master Su, Zhao Xiaoyan drove directly to the company. Unexpectedly, Han Mingze had already arrived and was busy enjoying the Dahong Pao that Zhao Xiaoyan had treasured. "You're not being polite. You can find such good tea." Zhao Xiaoyan sat down and poured himself a cup of Dahong Pao. To be honest, drinking hot tea after a hangover was quite pleasant. Chapter 135. Zhou Mo's first contact. Zhao Xiaoyan looked at Zhou Jiaying and, after hesitating for a moment, asked, "Your cousin is tracking and secretly photographing me." "My cousin? Zhu Montak?" Zhou Jiaying's eyes widened in disbelief. "Why would he send someone to follow you?" Zhao Xiaoyan shook his head. "I don't know. I only found out after having someone investigate." So, Zhao Xiaoyan recounted what had happened at the He family yesterday. Upon hearing that Zhao Xiaoyan had actually returned home with Yifei, Zhou Jiaying felt a twinge of jealousy and said, "So you've already met the parents? It seems like Zhao is getting closer to a good thing. Don't make a fuss. If we're talking about meeting parents, I met your dad even earlier." Zhao Xiaoyan didn't have time for such banter and shifted the topic back to business. Han Mingze also arrived. "He is waiting for my signal. If I take action, he won't. If I don't take action, then he will," Zhou Jiaying said. "Doesn't that mean Zhou Mo and even Buyue are doomed?" The Han family group is a significant presence, and Zhou Jiaying had gained some understanding through recent interactions. In front of the Han family, Buyue was like a child, utterly defenseless. Chapter 136. If you choose wrong, you must face punishment. Zhao Xiaoyan nodded. "Okay, I understand your meaning. So, He picked up a tissue to wipe his mouth and continued, "Then I can only hurt you, and I guess you'll tell the truth then. I'll be waiting to see how President Zhao intends to hurt me." Zhou Mo smiled, showing no signs of guilt. Zhao Xiaoyan looked at Zhou Jiaying and said, "I've done what I should. You won't blame me, will you?" Zhou Jiaying glanced at Zhao Xiaoyan, then at Zhou Mo, sighed softly, and shook his head. The meal ended quickly, in less than 20 minutes. Manager Chao noticed Zhao Xiaoyan's bad mood and didn't come over to disturb him as he left. "Do you really think my brother did this?" Sitting in the passenger seat, Zhou Jiaying looked worriedly at Zhao Xiaoyan. "Yes and no." Zhao Xiaoyan drove, looking ahead. "Your cousin is obviously just a pawn. There should be a real mastermind behind this. But whether it's your brother or that mastermind, what they did is quite meaningless and even a bit childish." This was also what puzzled Zhou Jiaying. Tracking, photographing, sending photos, if it were a couple's business, it could very likely lead to a breakup and eventually split the company in two. Chapter 137. Using their own methods against them, Zhou Jiaying's eyelids twitched. "So are you planning to target Buyue?" Zhao Xiaoyan said apologetically, "I'm sorry, but I have to do this. Since Zhou Mo made a choice, I must respond. After all, knowing someone is behind you, constantly thinking about messing with you, is indeed very annoying. If I don't swat these flies dead, it will only attract more flies. So what do you plan to do? Either do nothing or go all out." Zhao Xiaoyan released the handbrake and drove onto the main road. "I want those people to feel real fear." Before Zhao Xiaoyan could take any action, however, trouble broke out on the Jinyan side. The next morning, Wu Jejia came down from the 10th floor, found Zhao Xiaoyan, and after placing a business report in front of him, unwillingly submitted a resignation letter. "Why are you resigning?" Zhao Xiaoyan lightly tapped the thin resignation letter with his finger, but his gaze was on Wu Jejia's face. Wu Jejia lowered her head, looking guilty for 3 consecutive days. "We lost half of our streamers. Our streamer base has dropped from 2nd tier to 3rd tier, and we don't have a single streamer with over 1 million followers anymore." Chapter 138. A hero saving the beauty. "I offered you a high salary to poach you. If you don't leave, I will have to raise the benefits of my own streamers, which will inevitably increase the corresponding costs. But if you don't let go and don't add money, then this anchor will change hands. Don't talk to the anchor about ideals, and don't draw pie charts. Real money is what captures people's hearts the most." Wu Jia nodded, shaking off her previous lethargy. "Don't worry, General Zhao. I will definitely handle these few matters well." "All right, if these matters are handled well, you will still be the general manager of Lemon. But if you mess it up again, then you, Wu Jia, will be considered incompetent. And you won't need to come to me to resign. Just leave directly." "Okay, General Zhao." After the big stick was swung, Zhou Jiaying's sweet talk was about to come out, especially with a smile on her lips, which was quite sugary. "General Wu, you don't need to feel too much pressure. I have always believed in your abilities. Rest assured, as long as it benefits Lemon's development, you can tell me. Naturally, if there are any problems, you should tell me immediately. After all, one person's strength is limited, and you should know how to leverage help." Wu Jejia felt sweetened, her eyes glistening with tears, nodding at Zhou Jiaying. "Okay, General Zhou. Thank you." Chapter 139. A woman with 100 favorability, but the next moment, the few people who were still acting arrogantly immediately turned into mice seeing a cat, leaving without looking back. Behind Zhao Xiaoyan stood several sturdy men in black suits. "General Zhao, sorry for startling you. Every bar has some security personnel, and these muscular men in black suits are the security of the 7 Colors bar. Just looking at their muscles that could almost burst the suits, it's clear that they are not just for show." From the moment Zhao Xiaoyan entered the bar, some security personnel had already noticed their second boss, especially after witnessing Zhao Xiaoyan single-handedly overturning several bodyguards of Han Mingze last time in the bar. They had a deep impression of this second boss. Therefore, their eyes occasionally returned to Zhao Xiaoyan, keeping an eye on his safety. Although they knew that Zhao Xiaoyan's combat power was basically just for beating others, it was still a chance to please the boss. And the security personnel were thinking about showing off in front of the boss. "It's fine, you all go ahead and be busy." Zhao Xiaoyan waved his hand to dismiss the suited men and then looked at the woman still leaning in his arms and smiled. "Beautiful lady. Although I don't mind continuing to hold you like this, can you get up now?" Chapter 140. The new secretary on the morning of the next day. Zhao Xiaoyan saw Lin Yuanxiang again, but the location was at Jinyan Investment. This Miss Lin has been in the investment industry for many years, previously in the capital, and her resume is quite impressive. She asks outside, do you want to meet her? After Yi Lingshan left, Zhou Jiaying took over some of her work, especially in terms of personnel recruitment. Since some people were transferred to Sanshui County last time, Jinyan, which was already short-staffed, was now even more stretched in terms of personnel. And Zhou Jiaying had been accelerating the recruitment process these days to increase the number of employees. Zhou Jiaying placed several resumes in front of Zhao Xiaoyan and specifically introduced the one on top, showing how much she valued this applicant. Zhao Xiaoyan looked at the name and photo on the resume with great interest. It was Lin Yuanxiang, whom he had seen the night before at the Seven-Night Bar. All right, since you value her, I would also like to meet her. When Lin Yuanxiang followed Zhou Jiaying into the general manager's office, she was surprised to see him, her eyes widening in astonishment. It's actually you? Lin Yuanxiang was wearing a well-fitted professional outfit today, and her prominent figure was quite eye-catching. Chapter 141. The beginning of the split, Zhao Xiaoyan initially thought that it was Zhou Liang or Su Feng retaliating against him, a very low-level retaliation. But after the other party deliberately tried to divide him from Longsheng, Zhao Xiaoyan shifted all suspicion to Su Feng. However, the appearance of this Japanese woman completely stirred up the clear lines Zhao Xiaoyan had thought he understood. You're not wrong in what you said, but the secretary position is indeed too sensitive. If she really has any ulterior motives, wouldn't it be easier for her to succeed? Zhou Jiaying also had her concerns. The absolute core of Jinyan is with Zhao Xiaoyan. As Zhao Xiaoyan's secretary, she could naturally take advantage of her work convenience to have more opportunities to access core matters. Zhao Xiaoyan looked at Zhou Jiaying and smiled slyly. So, we need to make some adjustments. He pulled Zhou Jiaying's head into his arms and whispered in her ear. All right, as long as you know what you're doing. Zhou Jiaying, after hearing this, no longer insisted. However, her eyes turned a bit resentful, and in a teasing tone, she said, but I warn you, this is just a play. If you dare to make it real, I will join forces with Fei Fei and ignore you forever. Chapter 142. Su Yin slams the table. Xiaoyan, you have a good relationship with old Master Su and Su Yin. Why don't you ask them what they mean? Zhao Xiaoyan waved his hand, feeling frustrated. No need. Forget it. If we're not cooperating, then so be it. Should we let the lawyer go to Longsheng and sue them for breach of contract, demanding compensation for damages? Zhou Jiaying asked. Zhao Xiaoyan nodded, as if he had made a decision. All right, you can coordinate with the law firm. Since Su Yin doesn't cherish the past, then I don't care either. At worst, we will tear our faces apart. But they're Longsheng. I'm afraid it will be even harder for Bohai to establish a foothold in Lingzhou in the future. Zhao Xiaoyan gritted his teeth. If it really doesn't work, then we can only sell Bohai. Seeing Zhou Jiaying's bad expression, Zhao Xiaoyan comforted her. Jiaying, I don't want Uncle's hard work to go to waste. However, given the current situation, we have to make a tough decision to cut our losses. Zhou Jiaying forced a bitter smile. I understand. I will go coordinate with the lawyer. After saying that, Zhou Jiaying left. Watching Zhou Jiaying leave in disappointment and Zhao Xiaoyan deep in thought, Lin Yuanxiang exited the office and went straight to the restroom. Chapter 143. The real purpose. Lin Yuanxiang shifted closer to Zhao Xiaoyan, leaning in nearer to him. General Zhao, please don't be angry. By the way, what do you plan to do about what President Su said regarding President Hao? Zhao Xiaoyan replied without thinking. What essay Hao you? Just return her. I don't lack secretaries. Saying this, Zhao Xiaoyan picked up his phone, found Hao Yu's number, and dialed. After 3 rings, the call was answered. Hello, General Zhao. Zhao Xiaoyan spoke distantly. Hao Yu, President Su wants you to go back. You should hand over your current work to Yi Lingshan now. Why the rush? The battery factory's matters can be wrapped up in a while. Zhao Xiaoyan directly interrupted. You should leave now. You don't need to worry about the battery factory. I will have someone take over. All right, General Zhao. I will follow your arrangements. Zhao Xiaoyan's tone softened slightly. Hao Yu, although our cooperation has ended, I hope you can remember what can be said and what cannot. Hao Yu's tone also changed. General Zhao, what do you mean by that? Nothing. Zhao Xiaoyan said in a nonchalant tone. You were Su Yin's secretary, but you were just borrowed for a while. However, what you come into contact with are all-important business secrets. I ask you to keep your mouth in check, know what can be said and what cannot, and maintain discretion. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 144. Please enter the trap. Zhao Xiaoyan seemed to be interested and asked, oh, what did they say? They said I'm just a vase you hired with money. Xiaolin Yuankang's tone carried a playful complaint. Zhao Xiaoyan laughed and teased. What's wrong? Being a vase isn't good? I like your kind of vase. Besides, many people want to be a vase, but haven't had the chance. Saying this, Zhao Xiaoyan grabbed Xiao Lin Yuankong's hand. To be honest, this woman's hand was really tender, as if soft and boneless. Xiao Lin Yuankong narrowed her eyes slightly, gently breaking free from Zhao Xiaoyan's grasp. Turned Zhao Xiaoyan's chair and continued to give him shoulder massage. Zhao, let me massage your legs. Without waiting for Zhao Xiaoyan to reply, Xiao Lin Yuankong began to knead Zhao Xiaoyan's thighs with both hands. Zhao Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows, but did not make any movements. It must be said that Xiao Lin Yuankong's massage skills were quite good. Yuankong, did you learn massage before? Your technique is very professional. Xiao Lin Yuankong nodded. Yes, Zhao. I was idle before, so I specifically went to learn it for a while. Is it comfortable? Is the pressure enough? Chapter 145. He phased our cuisine in the evening. When Zhao Xiaoyan returned to the villa, he found that the lights were on. A smile appeared on Zhao Xiaoyan's face as he opened the door and walked into the villa, where he saw a graceful figure busy in the kitchen. Due to her lack of skill, the figure appeared flustered, occasionally glancing at the tablet beside her. The tablet displayed cooking instructions. Feeling playful, Zhao Xiaoyan tiptoed over and hugged the graceful figure from behind. The figure was startled and turned around, then complained, "You scare me to death." Zhao Xiaoyan rested his head on her fragrant shoulder and smiled. Fei, why did you suddenly think of cooking? Fei leaned her back against Zhao Xiaoyan's chest and shyly said, I just wanted you to have a hot meal when you come home after a long day. Zhao Xiaoyan looked at the contents in the pot curiously and asked, What is this dark stuff? Braised pork ribs. Zhao Xiaoyan. Half an hour later, Zhao Xiaoyan took off the apron and brought out 3 plates of cooked dishes. Fei, however, looked defeated, sitting with her head down on the sofa. Zhao Xiaoyan walked over and asked, What's wrong? Are you still angry? Chapter 146. The uninvited Zhou Mo. Before Zhao Xiaoyan could take action, someone from Bia unexpectedly came to visit the next day. The visitor was none other than Zhou Mo., the current head of Bia. Zhao, I'm an uninvited guest. You won't kick me out, will you? Upon seeing Zhao Xiaoyan, Zhou Mo. smiled and made a provocative joke. Since a guest is a guest, Zhao Xiaoyan naturally couldn't show a cold face to Zhou Mo. and joked back. How could that be? Unless Zhou has done something unspeakable. In the office, Zhao Xiaoyan and Zhou Mo. sat opposite each other, while Xiao Lin Yuankong was responsible for making tea. After they drank 2 cups of tea, seeing Zhou Mo. silent, Zhao Xiaoyan asked, Zhou, you came here early in the morning, not just for a cup of tea, right? Zhou Mo. reached into his suit pocket and pulled out something, handing it to Zhao Xiaoyan. This item was square and red, very festive, and was clearly an invitation card. I came to deliver this invitation to you, Zhao. Tomorrow evening, Buyue will host a signing banquet with Longshan Group. On behalf of Buyue, I formally invite you to attend. Zhao Xiaoyan opened it and saw the title president of Genian Investment, and the content was roughly what Buyue had mentioned. Chapter 147. Because you don't deserve it when the 4 met, it was a usual round of banter followed by discussions about their current situations. Zhao Xiaoyan was quite aware of Zhang Haolong's situation. Guoliang was now working at a real estate company in sales, which matched his talkative personality. Judging by his spirited appearance, he seemed to be doing well. Lily Wei had gone to a game company to work as a game planner. In his own words, he said he could never be separated from games in this lifetime. Among the 4, Zhao Xiaoyan had changed the most, which surprised Guoliang and Lily Wei. This change was not just in fashion sense, but more in temperament. Guoliang's love story was still ongoing and had unexpectedly blossomed. He was currently in a passionate relationship. It was said that although their parents had not met, they were very supportive of the relationship, with a trend towards discussing marriage. During the meal, Zhang Haolong didn't talk much about the matter concerning Buyue that he mentioned last night, because Buyue had now climbed up with Longsheng. Even if it had a layer of gold plating, dealing with it required some caution. After the meal, Zhao Xiaoyan talked with Zhou Liang for a long time in the sofa area of the private room, after which Guo Liang gave Zhao Xiaoyan a call. Chapter 148. The true behind-the-scenes mastermind Su Feng was taken aback and said, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm friends with Zhou. Are you sure you consider him a friend? Zhao Xiaoyan turned to Zhou Mo. and asked, By the way, who did you take those photos of me? Many of them are a bit out of focus. If it weren't for Su Yin'er being familiar with me, she probably wouldn't have recognized me. Did your master, Su Xiao, get angry? Zhou Mo smiled without a word. Su Feng, however, Felt like he had stepped on a tail and was about to speak when Su Ida interrupted. Zhao is angry, but I can understand. A good relationship was ruined because of those photos. However, Zhao can't blame Su Feng and the others. After all, Su Feng is Yennere's cousin. It's the responsibility of a younger brother to let his sister know the true nature of some people early on. You guys just accept it. But it's too easy. I guessed it right away, and it's boring. Zhao Xiaoyan confirmed his speculation. However, as he said, it was too simple to guess these things. The first layer of the mystery was uncovered, but the next mystery was the most critical. Don't worry, it will get interesting later. Su Ida smiled like a neighborly uncle. Chapter 149. Selling Bohai Construction at noon. Zhao Xiaoyan received a call from Yi Lingshan. On the phone, Yi Lingshan stated that the blade battery had basically passed the tests and could soon be put into mass production. This call was the best news Zhao Xiaoyan had received recently, and he immediately stated that he would visit Pengcheng in a while. It's a bit embarrassing to say. As a partner, since Zhao Xiaoyan handed over the blade technology, he has basically been a hands-off manager. Yang Donglai had called several times, expressing dissatisfaction with Zhao Xiaoyan as an incompetent partner. Wang Chuanfu also condemned Zhao Xiaoyan's behavior and had invited him to Pengcheng to take a look. In the afternoon, Wu Jiejia came to report on the recent situation of Lemon Media. The progress of various tasks at Lemon Media was very slow. On one hand, the loss of hosts had not been curtailed, and on the other hand, the situation of poaching was also not ideal, only managing to recruit some second-tier internet celebrities. In response, Zhao Xiaoyan had no better solutions. The next afternoon, Zhao Xiaoyan met with representatives from Hengyuan Company at Jinyan. The other party was a man in his 30s, dressed in a well-fitted suit, and his gestures were quite proper. Hello, General Zhao. I'm the representative of Hengyuan Company. You can call me Li Dongming. Chapter 150. Zhao Xiaoyan. Long time no see, Mr. Li. You don't need to look at me like that. It's just business. And the principle is that the highest bid wins. Besides, you haven't reached an agreement yet, so I don't think this is excessive. Zhou Mo clearly did not take Li Dongming seriously, as he only wanted Zhao Xiaoyan's response. General Zhao, this price is indeed very high. Moreover, Bohai belongs to our Zhou family. It could be considered a return to the rightful owner, even if we're not on good terms. There is no need for you to go against the money, right? Zhao Xiaoyan nodded, clicked his tongue, and curiously asked, Mr. Zhou, I'm just very curious. Why do you want Bohai so much? That's none of your business, General Zhao. Just tell me how you feel about the price of 5 billion. Zhao Xiaoyan remained silent, only smiling as he raised his wine glass, lightly clinking it before downing it in one gulp. With Zhou Mo's involvement and a bid that was 50 million higher than their own, Li Dongming and others visibly looked displeased. Their interest in drinking diminished. After hastily finishing the banquet, they left with 2 assistants. The next day, Zhou Mo couldn't wait to bring people to Jinyan. Mr. Zhou, you really are anxious. Chapter 151. Su Yenner is pressured. Should I call you Assistant Jia now? Or should I call you Junior Sister Jia? Zhao Xiaoyan looked at the girl in front of him, who was of average height but full of spirit, teasingly said, or should I just refer to you as Junior Sister from Guoliang's side? This assistant was none other than Jia Xiao, whom Zhao Xiaoyan had met once at Ling University. Jia Xiao blushed, but still said quite boldly, you're still as annoying as last time. Don't mind him. He is just that kind of person. Zhou Jiaying came over, affectionately holding Jia Xiao's hand. You've worked hard this time, running from Lingzhou to the capital and then back to Lingzhou without stopping. You must be exhausted. I'm not tired. Besides, the salary is quite satisfactory. Jia Xiao also warmly held Zhou Jiaying's hand, smiling. Senior Zhou, you're getting more and more beautiful, truly the flower of Ling University. You're beautiful too. Zhou Jiaying looked at Jia Xiao, feeling inexplicably close. You two should stop flattering each other and get down to business. Zhao Xiaoyan interrupted the 2 women and then turned to Li Dongming, asking, how's the situation over in the capital? Chapter 152. PK must have punishment. Su Yenna looked at her second uncle and said, so does my uncle really want to sit in that position? Yanya, it's not that your uncle wants to sit there. It's just that if this continues, the shareholders won't be able to sit still. This is a matter concerning the life and death of Longsheng. Our stock price is still falling, and if we don't stop it, it will endanger the entire group. Su Ida said with a look of deep concern. Su Yenner frowned slightly. I've already instructed the finance department to allocate funds for stabilization. But then our funds for other projects will be insufficient. What you're suggesting is simply robbing Peter to pay Paul. If we aren't careful, It could lead to a break in the entire group's financial chain. Suida immediately opposed this approach. Then I wonder if Vice President Su has any better solutions? Suyena looked at Suida with a cold gaze. Suida repeated his previous stance. I just said it. Hold a press conference. And you should take responsibility for this matter and resign to appease the shareholders' confidence. Vice President Su, I want to remind you that it's obvious someone is trying to attack Longsheng. Even if I resign, do you think they will stop the attack? Chapter 153. Strange PK. These two punishments were often used on hosts they disliked. The difficulty of the punishment was not much. But since it was too close to the edge, it could easily lead to reports or be detected by the super admin, risking the closure of the live stream room. Upon hearing this, Katyusha frowned, showing a very troubled expression. What's wrong? Are you scared? Shan Yezi, seeing this, thought the other party was intimidated, and her face showed great satisfaction. But unexpectedly, Katyusha shook her head and said, It's not that I'm scared, I just think it's too light. How about we do something harsher? Shan Yezi raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and asked, Then what do you think would be a harsher punishment? The loser quits the internet. How about that? No way, is it that harsh? Yezi, don't be scared, what is there to fear? We're with you. You're confused. The opponent is just a small streamer. They're taking a big risk. Yeah, we'd be at a disadvantage. It's not worth it. Shan Yezi's fans were about 10 times that of the opponent, so it was somewhat unprofitable. Just as she was about to refuse, Katyusha directly said, How about this? If I lose, I want to just quit the internet. I'll also jump on a train and do 50 squat jumps before quitting. Chapter 154. New energy leads the way. After hearing this, the boss of Lingyi 9 MCN exclaimed, What? You're also being targeted? Is the one you're piking against from Lemon MCN? Shan Yezi was stunned, then checked in front of her computer and said, Yes, it really is someone from Lemon. The boss immediately realized that he was being targeted. He regretted why he had waded into this muddy water for a little money. Adding Shan Yezi, all of the top 3 streamers from his company had been piked tonight, and the punishments required them to quit the internet. Meanwhile, on the other side, Katyusha's live stream room was very lively, and with the sending of large gifts, the number of online viewers directly broke 10,000. Host, keep going. Look for the next victim. What is going on tonight? This is too crazy. 5 small accounts turned into top players. It's terrifying. Come on. Let us repeat the rules for the newcomers. In the last minute of the PK, everyone must remain silent. No typing, no speaking. Katyusha then began searching for new prey under the camera. Chapter 155. Goodbye. Shaolin Yuanxiang from public figures leading the narrative to a situation now favored by netizens. Wang Chuanfu had been pushed onto several trending searches, hailed by netizens as a representative figure of national enterprises. Just as Wang Chuanfu was gaining fame, Zhao Xiaoyan unexpectedly encountered a familiar and reasonable person in the office. Shaolin Yuanxiang. Miss Yuanxiang. Oh no, I think I should call you Miss Shaolin, right? ISNT that right. Shaolin Yuanxiang? Kobayashi Haruka was astonished. How do you know my real name? Zhao Xiaoyan smiled faintly and spoke in extremely standard Japanese. Who knows you? Kobayashi Haruka showed an even more surprised expression, then smiled sadly and deeply bowed. Hello, Zhao-kun. I'm sorry. No need to apologize. I haven't lost anything. Zhao Xiaoyan said, looking at Kobayashi Haruka with a sudden, mischievous smile. I still prefer it when you call me President Zhao. Kobayashi Haruka smiled charmingly and said, If Zhao-san can meet our requirements, I will be your secretary for life. What do you think, President Zhao? Zhao Xiaoyan asked with interest. Oh, what kind of requirements? Let's hear it. Chapter 156. A pleasant transition. Zhao Xiaoyan wore a cunning smile. Why not? This is a great opportunity to make money. By the way, do you have time tonight? I'll accompany you. Zhou Jiaying smiled, revealing 2 dimples. Ever since entering Jin Yin, she found her relationship with Zhao Xiaoyan becoming closer, as he often took her along. Compared to other women, she not only felt beautiful, but also saw herself as a good supportive partner, which made her feel she had an advantage. Thinking of this, Zhou Jiaying teasingly said, Aren't you afraid that if I go, I'll disturb you and that Kobayashi Haruka? She's quite a beauty, and she knows how to flirt. Zhao Xiaoyan wrapped his arm around Zhou Jiaying's waist and said playfully, What Kobayashi Haruka? In my eyes, she's just a public bus. How can she compare to our Ling Daji, who is so pure and beautiful? Zhou Jiaying raised her brows and asked, How do you know Kobayashi Haruka is a public bus? Have you tried it? Zhao Xiaoyan replied, December in Lingzhou is very cold, not like the dry cold of the north. The chilly weather and the cold wind seeping down the neck are quite unbearable. Chapter 157. A stunning turnaround. Zhou Jiaying suddenly laughed. I just thought if they saw this in your hands, I wonder what their expressions would be. I can't wait to see it. Zhao Xiaoyan also laughed, his smile filled with wickedness. By the way, you really rejected that Kobayashi Haruka? She's a beauty, and quite big too. Are you really willing to let her go? Plus, I've heard Japanese women are really good at winning men's hearts, with many tricks. You didn't feel tempted? Watanabe Zoe had mentioned after reaching an agreement that she would give Kobayashi Haruka to Zhao Xiaoyan, but he refused, citing that he already had many women. However, since Zhou Jiaying was present, Zhao Xiaoyan spoke these words in Japanese. Zhao Xiaoyan looked at Zhou Jiaying with a sly smile. I don't like them too big. I prefer you, just the right size. As for tricks, I wonder if Ling Da Ji would be willing to explore more positions with me? Zhou Jiaying's face instantly turned red, glaring at Zhao Xiaoyan. I've noticed you getting worse. That night, Zhao Xiaoyan and Zhou Jiaying reviewed the events of the evening again. Chapter 158. Shouldn't you move your butt? If Vice President Su doesn't believe it, he can call Watanabe and see how he responds. Zhao Xiaoyan couldn't be bothered to deal with Su Ida and said to Su Yin'er, as a holder of 15 of the shares, am I allowed to initiate a motion to dismiss another shareholder? Oh, which shareholder does Zhao want to dismiss? Zhao Xiaoyan found himself actually seeing a smile on Su Yin'er's face. Although it was very faint, it was definitely a smile. Cool. Su Yonat actually smiled. But now is not the time to ponder this. Zhao Xiaoyan regained his focus and pointed at Su Ida. The one I want to dismiss is Su Ida's position as vice president. I personally don't trust Su Ida to bring any development to the company. You are now the second largest shareholder, so you can naturally initiate this proposal, Su Yin'er said. Now, everyone could see that Su Yin'er clearly knew Zhao Xiaoyan held 15 of the shares, and the reason she hadn't mentioned it was that she was waiting for this moment, waiting for Su Ida to jump out himself. The two were performing a double act. Chapter 159. If you want to be a flag, be prepared to be eaten. Su family old residence. You brat, although you did well this time, I'm still angry. Su Dajiang drank a glass of old wine and looked at Zhao Xiaoyan with irritation. Zhao Xiaoyan naturally knew what Su Dajiang was talking about and could only smile awkwardly. Raising his glass, old man, I apologize. Su Dajiang's gaze swept over Zhao Xiaoyan and Su Yin'er's faces, sighed, and drank the wine in one gulp. Forget it, forget it. You young people can handle your own matters. I won't meddle. In his heart, he increasingly felt that Zhao Xiaoyan was a good match for Su Yin'er, and the more he looked, the more pleasing it was. But it was precisely because Zhao Xiaoyan was too flirtatious, surrounded by so many women. Thinking of this, Su Dajiang became even angrier. Kid, as long as you cut ties with the other women, I'll immediately marry Yin'er off to you. Shazonon instinctively looked at Su Yon'er. In the past, whenever Su Dajiang mentioned this matter, Su Yin'er would immediately oppose it. But this time, Su Yin'er remained silent, quietly eating her meal without saying a word. Her cold and proud face still wore a poker expression. Only ding. Target Su Yin'er favorability 30, current favorability 70. Chapter 160. Zhou Mo's desperation then, young Master Su. Longsheng has partnered with Heng Yuan. What about our Buyue? I just spent 2 billion to acquire Bohai, and now I need business volume. Su Feng spoke indifferently. Then you should think about how to pull in business volume. What use is it to find me? No, young Master Su, you agreed to help me before. Zhu Montak, I've already done what I promised you. I've set up the signing hype between Longsheng and your Buyue. I've done everything I promised. Now my dad has also been kicked out of Longsheng, and the rest is up to you. Zhou Mo guessed that this would be the outcome, but he still wasn't willing to accept it. Young Master Su, are we just going to give up? Su Feng was taken aback and replied, what else could we do? Unless what? Like a drowning person grasping at a straw, Zhou Mo quickly asked. Unless Su Yin'er disappears. Then my dad can naturally make a comeback and sit in that position. Zhou Mo's eyes widened, and his breathing became a bit hurried. Young Master Su, do you mean? I didn't say anything. All right, I don't have time to chat with you. I'm hanging up. Chapter 161. A nighttime assassination. Zhao Xiaoyan instinctively took a step back and felt a gust of wind sweep past the spot where he had just stood. He didn't dare hesitate and quickly retreated, hastily pulling out his phone. In the dim light of his phone, he saw two men dressed in black. Who are you? Zhao Xiaoyan shouted. One of the men in black shouted, and with a flash, he revealed a dagger about 1 foot long. Zhao Xiaoyan threw his phone, and as its light went out, the villa was plunged into darkness again. But the next second, Zhao Xiaoyan turned the lights back on in the villa. With the light, Zhao Xiaoyan felt much more at ease. "Who sent you?" Zhao Xiaoyan glared at the two men, whose bodies were wrapped in black, leaving only their eyes exposed, and asked sternly. After exchanging glances, the two men in black rushed forward simultaneously. One wielded a dagger in his hand and slashed at Zhao Xiaoyan. The two were clearly skilled fighters and coordinated very well. One attacked from above, while the other struck from below, although Zhao Xiaoyan was unarmed. He was indeed a master of martial arts. He noticed that the attacker from above was using a familiar technique and taking advantage of the moment. He pulled the opponent in front of him. The attacker from below lost control and stabbed his partner in the thigh instead. Chapter 162. The cunning robber on the other end. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyan call out this name, there was a clear pause, followed by a very soft voice. After a few seconds, the voice continued, "If you don't want anything to happen to Su Yener, come to Zhongshan Street now, and remember to drive your 812. After saying this, the call ended. When Zhao Xiaoming tried to call back, it showed that the other party's phone was turned off. It should be Zhou Mo from Buyue Company. Zhao Xiaoyan looked at Director Chun and Su Dajiang. Actually, without Zhao Xiaoyan repeating, both of them had clearly heard the conversation. Director Chun immediately instructed his subordinates, "Arrange for someone to check this phone number right away. Then have people set up surveillance on Zhongshan Road. Also, send a team to search Zhou Mo's home." "Yes." The officer quickly went to make the call. Director Chun looked at Zhao Xiaoyan with some difficulty. "Mr. Zhao, please." "Zaviyania." Su Dajiang interrupted before Director Chun could speak. Director Chun clearly had the same intention, but as a police officer, his position did not allow him to say such things. If it were someone else, Director Chun might not take this risk, but seeing Zhao Xiaoyan take down 2 armed A-level wanted criminals with his bare hands eased his concerns about Zhao Xiaoyan's abilities. Chapter 163. The wanted criminal in the abandoned building for over an hour. Zhao Xiaoyan's 812 was maneuvered like a puppet by several people, and he didn't dare to show any temper. Meanwhile, the police were exhausted from running around. When they lost track of one lead, they had to rush after another. But before they could catch up, the 812 would change direction again. Thus, the 812 weaved through the streets of Lingzhou in winter, running red lights, making sudden turns, going through unknown alleys, or getting onto overpasses. Finally, as it passed through another alley per instructions, a man wearing a hood blocked Zhao Xiaoyan's path. Before Zhao Xiaoyan could speak, the man gestured for him to be quiet and signaled him to turn off the engine and get out of the car. Zhao Xiaoyan obediently turned off the engine, and just as he stepped out of the car, the man directly removed the earpiece from his ear and took out a device similar to a security scanner, sweeping it over Zhao Xiaoyan's body. Then, with a warning beep, he removed the tracking button from Zhao Xiaoyan's suit and also confiscated his phone, tossing everything into the 812. Next, a van drove out of the alley, and the man signaled Zhao Xiaoyan to get in. Chapter 164. The crazy Su phone. Before long, Zhao Xiaoyan heard footsteps. He instinctively looked back and saw Zhou Mo leading a large suitcase, accompanied by 2 people he did not expect. Su Ai, Su Feng. When Su Yener saw the Su family father and son following Zhou Mo, her eyes were filled with clear shock. "Zhao Xiaoyan, I didn't expect you to end up like this," Su Feng said, kicking Zhao Xiaoyan. Zhao Xiaoyan fell to the ground as if truly kicked down by Su Feng. As he supported himself with his bound hands, his palms pressed against a flat piece of gravel. Su Feng seemed unsatisfied, kicking Zhao Xiaoyan a few more times while cursing. Zhao Xiaoyan curled up, looking like a beaten person with no strength to fight back. "All right, young Master Su, let's settle our business first before we continue this," the scarred man said, pointing at Zhao Xiaoyan and Su Yener. "The people you want are all here. By the way, you initially wanted this Zhao guy dead, but due to some unexpected circumstances, we brought him over for you to deal with." Chapter 165. Jealousy makes one ugly. Su Yener, curled up in the corner, was stunned upon hearing Su Feng's words. Her eyes filled with disbelief, even more shocked than when the Su family father and son appeared. "Young Master Su, you are the buyer, so we can't really stop you. However, this place isn't very secluded, so why not wait until your father gives us the gold bars? And then you can take her to a more remote place to deal with it? What do you think?" "No need, here is fine. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Today, I will personally destroy her and take back everything that belongs to me." Su Feng's mindset had changed drastically. Jealousy made him ugly. Jealousy twisted his psyche. The Scar Man thought for a moment and said, "All right then, since you, young Master Su, don't mind, we have nothing more to say." At this moment, one of the Scarred Man's lackeys spoke up. "Young Master Su, before you kill her, can I have a turn? I've never seen such a beautiful woman. I wonder what it would be like." The Scarred Man glanced at this lackey and said, "Xiao Lu, if you don't rein in your lust, you'll end up dead at the hands of a woman someday." Chapter 166. Zhao Xiaoyan's desperate counterattack. Zhao Xiaoyan suddenly changed tactics, thrusting the barbecue fork in his hand towards the lackey's wrist, piercing it through. The lackey, caught off guard, had the barbecue fork drive straight into the wrist holding the dagger. A scream erupted as the dagger fell from the lackey's hand. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyan felt a gust of wind rushing towards him from behind. He instinctively dodged, and with his right hand now free of the barbecue fork, he picked up the fallen dagger from the ground and turned around to stab. With two sickening sounds of metal piercing flesh, Zhao Xiaoyan's dagger plunged directly into the Scarred Man's heart, while the Scarred Man's dagger simultaneously pierced Zhao Xiaoyan's left shoulder. The Scarred Man's pupils dilated as he looked at the dagger in his heart, his eyes wide open. Then, his body fell straight to the ground. Zhao Xiaoyan also felt the pain. Although the dagger did not cause a fatal wound, the pain was hard to endure. But this is not the time to slack off. Zhao Xiaoyan kicked his moaning little brother in the neck, knocking him out cold. Then, using only his right hand, he dislocated the arms of several unconscious little brothers one by one before finally standing up, gasping for breath. He dared not pull out the dagger lodged in his shoulder, fearing that doing so would cause excessive blood loss. He walked over to the corpse of the Scar-Faced Man and pulled out the dagger from the position of the heart. Chapter 167. Zhao Xiaoyan at the end of his rope, but now he could no longer care about anything else. He said with a fierce tone, "Two fists can't fight four hands. A chaotic punch can kill a master. We have the numbers, let us go together." As he spoke, Su Ida scanned the area and spotted a dagger on the ground near one of the fallen little brothers. He quickly picked it up and held it in his hand. Zhou Lamo also found a brick. Su Feng, however, stood still, trembling all over. Su Ida tightened his grip on the dagger, and for a moment, he really wanted to stab this troublesome thing. Seeing this, Zhou Mo handed the brick he was holding to Su Feng and picked up another one for himself. "Xiao Su, now is not the time to be afraid. If we don't kill them, we're all done for." Su Feng, holding the brick, was filled with fear. Upon hearing Zhou Mo's words, he, already on the brink of collapse, suddenly shouted, swinging the brick and charging towards Zhao Xiaoyan with his eyes closed. Su Ida and Zhou Mo were momentarily stunned but also rushed forward. Zhao Xiaoyan felt a surge of joy and took a deep breath. He first delivered a solid kick to Su Feng's chest, sending him flying back. Su Feng, still with his eyes tightly shut, didn't realize what had happened until he landed on the ground with a thud, crying out in pain. Chapter 168. Go and register after discharge. Su Yenner had a smile on her face, but her eyes were already moist. The interrogation results were uneventful. As soon as Su Feng sat in the interrogation chair, he confessed everything, coupled with the testimonies of the 5 little brothers of the Scar-Faced Man. The facts were very clear. Zhou Mo and Su Feng conspired together, with Su Feng providing the contact information for the Scar-Faced Man and others, while Zhou Mo handled the specifics. The agreed price was 6 million to buy Su Yenner and Zhao Xiaoyan's lives. However, at the crucial moment, Su Feng changed his mind. Su Yenner was to be kidnapped instead of killed, while Zhao Xiaoyan was to be killed directly. The Scar-Faced Man and his gang were already used to this kind of business, with Su Feng providing their whereabouts. And since it was in the parking lot of the Longshan group, where Su Yenner had no bodyguards, it was very easy for the Scar-Faced Man to capture Su Yenner. Unfortunately, an accident occurred on Zhao Xiaoyan's side. Zhou Mo discovered that the plan had been exposed. Initially, he intended to only kill Su Yenner and then clean up the mess. However, Su Feng stubbornly insisted on not killing her, which led to the plan to lure Zhao Xiaoyan for murder. It was this plan that resulted in a complete loss. Zhou Mo felt immense regret. But it wasn't the plan itself he regretted, rather that he had chosen Su Feng as a partner. Chapter 169. A clash of wits with Su Yenner, an outsider. Gone, the performance of the few girls became much more intimate. Man Yo, Yu Haven T finished talking. He Fei's tears started to flow again. Zhang Yuhan comforted He Fei in an embrace, but her own tears couldn't help but fall. Does it hurt? Zhou Jiang looked at Zhao Xiaoyan, whose bare upper body was wrapped in bandages, her fingers gently brushing against the bandages. Zhao Xiaoyan smiled. It doesn't hurt at all. Why are you so foolish? Is it worth it for Su Yena? Are we not worth more than her? Zhou Jiaying's tone carried a hint of jealousy, but more so reproach and fear. Zhao Xiaoyan smiled, but said nothing. Lu Xingting also looked over, gazing at Zhao Xiaoyan with admiration. Hubby, you're amazing. The four of them were aware of each other's existence, and among them, there was an implicit sense of Zhou Jiaying being the center. When Yi Lingshan entered, although her eyes never left Zhao Xiaoyan, she didn't step forward but stood behind the others, watching with eyes full of sorrow and disappointment. A day ago, when she learned that Zhao Xiaoyan was valued, her legs went weak. Chapter 170. The first annual meeting of Jinyan, Zhao Xiaoyan had kicked Zhou Liang, causing him to lose his breath, and now he was being stepped on by Zhao Xiaoyan. After coughing twice, his eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. Zhao Xiaoyan, you deserve to die. I will kill you. I will kill you. It's you who harmed my brother. It's you who destroyed my family. You deserve to die. I will kill you. Zhao Xiaoyan maintained a cold expression, looking at Zhou Liang, with one foot firmly planted on Zhou Liang's chest. You want to kill me? On what grounds? Although he knew that Zhou Liang posed no threat to him, after experiencing this severe injury, Zhao Xiaoyan could not afford to show mercy to any enemy. Anyone with hostility towards him must not be treated with kindness. My brother originally just wanted to deal with Su Yener. If it weren't for me asking my brother to kill you, you Wen Ti have disrupted his plans, and my brother Wen Ti have been caught. So, all of this is your fault. You harmed my brother. At this moment, Zhou Liang's mind was filled with thoughts of revenge. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoyan's expression darkened further. He had always thought that it was Zhou Mo who wanted to kill him, but he never expected that it was Zhou Liang who had persuaded Zhou Mo to take action against him. Fool, you harmed your brother yourself. It has nothing to do with me. We originally had no deep hatred, but because of you, it turned into such a huge mess. As for your brother, he should have been prepared for this outcome when he chose to deal with me. Chapter 171. An unexpected visitor now. Zhao Xiaoyan could be said to be an important client of Qian Jianjun. Perhaps others did not know, but Qian Jianjun was one of the few who knew exactly how much wealth Zhao Xiaoyan had, which was terrifying. Qian Jianjun dared to assert that if Zhao Xiaoyan's wealth were made public, the top 10 rich list would be shaken. Thus, seeing Zhao Xiaoyan take the initiative to toast him, President Qian was so excited that he became somewhat incoherent. Even when his former subordinate Yi Lingshan clinked glasses with him, he deliberately lowered his glass. Although Yi Lingshan was now just Zhao Xiaoyan's secretary, she held the financial power of the entire Jinyan group, making her a true wealth god. The highlight of the annual meeting came during the lottery segment, with cash prizes totaling nearly 10 million, making everyone's eyes light up. With prizes ranging from hundreds of thousands to tens of thousands, no one left empty-handed. After the annual meeting, the Jinyan group officially announced a holiday. Zhao Xiaoyan, as the chairman, directly granted everyone a paid 15-day vacation, which made everyone very happy. Regarding certain positions, such as Wu Jejia and her live streaming team, a promise of triple overtime pay was also given. After the annual meeting, Zhao Xiaoyan was almost forced to drink to the point of intoxication, mainly due to the insistence of the two irritable elders, Zhou Bohai and Su Dajiang. Zhao Xiaoyan dared not voice any objections and could only accept their drinks to appease their displeasure. Chapter 172. A lively spring festival. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoyan felt something was off and decisively avoided the topic, changing the subject to ask, "You didn't go home for the new year. Will your mom have any objections?" Mentioning family, Sun Yalan's mood visibly darkened. "My mom has her son. That's enough for her. Having one more or one less doesn't matter." It seemed that the previous incident still left a deep wedge in Sun Yalan's heart. Zhao Xiaoyan wished he could slap himself for bringing it up. Forget about that. By the way, after the new year, can you stay? Just stay in Lingzhou and let me fulfill my duties as a soon-to-be dad. Zhao Xiaoyan really wanted Sun Yalan to stay, especially since she was now nearly 6 months pregnant and her energy and strength were beginning to wane, making it unsuitable for her to work too hard. Unexpectedly, Sun Yalan shook her head, saying, "After the new year, I still have to go back to the Magic City. The Jinyan Education Fund has just started, and there are many things to handle." At this point, Sun Yalan gently touched Zhao Xiaoyan's face and said, "You know I love children and I enjoy being a teacher. Though I'm not teaching now, I still want to do something for the kids." Chapter 173. New Year greetings and visiting again. Zhao Xiaoyan was startled and instinctively said, "Ah, you're also going to have a baby? What? Can't I have one? Fine. If you don't let me have one, I'll find someone else." Zhou Jiaying teased back. Zhao Xiaoyan quickly smiled and said, "Of course you can. As long as you want, I will definitely do my best." However, Yiling Shan, sitting beside them, looked worried and asked Zhou Jiaying, "Really? If I have a baby at my age, will my figure become ugly?" Even the pregnant Sun Yalan looked at Zhou Jiaying with a face full of concern. Indeed, no matter what woman it is, body management is always an eternal topic of concern. Zhou Jiaying was amused by the reactions of the two women and laughed. "I say, sisters with your figures and states, even if you have children, you won't change much." The few of them chatted and laughed together, welcoming the new year. Sun Yalan, being pregnant, was the first to succumb to drowsiness. Just after midnight, she yawned and said she was going to sleep. The others also felt it was getting late and returned to their rooms to sleep. By midday, they finally got out of bed. Chapter 174. Arriving in Pengcheng, He Guizhong finally noticed that the red envelope Zhao Xiaoyan gave was actually 10,000 yuan and quickly said, "Xiao Jia, this red envelope is too big, you can't accept it." "Why not? This is for my brother-in-law. Why can't I take it?" He Jia pouted, looking wronged. He Fei walked over, glanced at the red envelope in He Jia's hand, and said, "Since it's from Xiaoyan, just accept it." At that moment, his mother came out of the kitchen, looked at them, and feigned anger, saying, "You child, how can you give such a big red envelope? You're going to spoil her." Turning to He Jia, she said, "Come, I'll help you keep the red envelope, and when you grow up, Mom will return it to you." "I don't want it," He Jia said, then ran back to her room. "This child." His mother smiled, but tears fell from the corners of her eyes. "Mom, what's wrong with you? It's a new year. Why are you crying?" He Fei hurriedly comforted when she saw her mother in tears. He's mother wiped away her tears and said, "I'm happy. It's been a long time since Jia Jia has been like this." "Xiaoyan, thank you. If it weren't for you, Jia Jia might never have been like this. You don't know, ever since Jia Jia got better, she can play with other kids at school like everyone else, sweating from playing every day. We don't have to be as careful and fearful as before." Chapter 175. The past of Li Muxue. Zhao Xiaoyan glanced at Yiling Shan and found that she was not woken up by the noise he made. So he quietly got out of bed. After getting dressed, he took a taxi to the location Li Muxue sent him. The address was a KTV, and it showed that it would take about 20 minutes to get there. Zhao Xiaoyan got in the car and took out his phone to call Li Muxue again. But no one answered. In the KTV room 818, Li Muxue was surrounded by several people. At this moment, her cheeks were visibly flushed, and her eyes were a bit dazed, clearly having drunk a bit too much. A woman who was somewhat unattractive but dressed very flamboyantly raised her glass and said, "Muxue, we haven't seen each other in a long time. We must drink to this. I'll drink first as a toast." "Xiaoyan, I really can't drink anymore." Li Muxue clung to the last bit of her sobriety. She knew that if she drank this glass, there would be several more to follow. She saw that many people were eager to come at her once she finished this drink. She was already close to her limit, and if she drank more, she would probably really pass out. With a pleading look, she glanced at a handsome man sitting beside the flamboyant woman. But the man avoided her gaze and didn't dare to look directly at her. Chapter 176. This is my boyfriend. Li Muxue never expected that the person she had thought about for 3 years, who had been on her mind for 3 years, was actually engaged and about to marry her former college roommate. Hu Xiaoyan had liked Li Yin during their university days, and Li Muxue knew about it. She had even written love letters and sent flowers to confess to Li Yin. But at that time, Li Yin had refused her without hesitation. Not long after, Li Yin confessed to Li Muxue, and she accepted his confession. From that time on, although Li Muxue and Hu Xiaoyan lived in the same dorm, their relationship was not very good. However, unexpectedly, Li Yin ultimately ended up with Hu Xiaoyan. Li Muxue wanted to turn around and leave, but she didn't do that. Doing so would appear very rude. Moreover, she was also very curious about why Li Yin had left without saying a word and why he ended up with Hu Xiaoyan. Later in the KTV room, she noticed something was off. Everyone seemed to be targeting her, frequently clinking glasses and drinking with her. Meanwhile, Li Yin just watched without saying a word. She gradually realized that these former college classmates seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally centering their conversation around Hu Xiaoyan. Even when they spoke to her, their tone was laced with obvious flattery. Chapter 177. An accidental truth. Li Muxue really wanted to slap Hu Xiaoyan. Of course, she only thought about it. If she really did it, It would relieve her anger, but the consequences were probably something this little lawyer couldn't bear. However, at this moment, Zhao Xiaoyan took action. Upon hearing that it was Li Mushua's ex-boyfriend, he quickly stood up, adopting a respectful demeanor, and shook hands with Li Yan. Everyone looked at Zhao Xiaoyan in confusion. "Oh, this is the ex-boyfriend. I've heard so much about you. I didn't recognize you just now, my apologies. I must drink a toast to you, now that I've met you." While speaking, Zhao Xiaoyan searched the table for a long time, but couldn't find a clean wine glass. Without thinking, he picked up the wine glass in front of Li Muxue and poured himself a glass of liquor, raising it respectfully with both hands towards Li Yan. "Come on, former brother, this glass is for you. I'll drink it first." The alcohol from last night hadn't worn off much, and with another glass of liquor down, Zhao Xiaoyan actually felt quite uncomfortable in his stomach. Li Yan looked at Zhao Xiaoyan in confusion. "Why are you toasting me? Why else?" "Of course it's to thank you, former brother, for leaving such a good woman as Muxue to me. I'm toasting you for not marrying her. In my eyes, you're the best person in the world." Chapter 178. The twist comes so quickly. Zhao Xiaoyan really had no feelings for this Hu Xiaoyan type of woman. He looked at Li Muxue. "Do you have something else to do? Shall we leave?" Li Muxue glanced at Li Yan, who was still sitting in the corner. For some reason, she felt both disappointed and relieved, and quietly replied, Hu Xiaoyan wanted to call Zhao Xiaoyan back, but the next second her phone rang. It was her father calling. "Hello, Dad. Hu Xiaoyan, are you trying to kill the whole family? I told you not to mention anything about the new Biotti batteries to others. Why are you still blabbering about it everywhere?" This was the first time Hu Xiaoyan had heard her father call her by her full name, and she panicked even more. "Dad, what's wrong? What's wrong? Biotti has already stopped cooperating with us, and according to President Wang, he has already reported it to the police. They said it was you who leaked this matter. Damn it, why didn't I just shoot you on the wall back then?" Hu Xiaoyan had never seen her father so furious. Combining that with the call Zhao Xiaoyan made earlier, she knew she had made a huge mistake. The reason she was able to thrive in Pengcheng, to make her once crush act like a dog begging for her affection, and to have her classmates look up to her, was simply because she had money. Chapter 179. You make me feel sick. Why look for her? Am I sick? But I still have to thank her. If it weren't for her, maybe I wouldn't be who I am today. Zhao Xiaoyan said this sincerely. If it weren't for that heartbreak, he might not have been bound by the system, and everything that followed wouldn't have happened. Li Muxue didn't know what to make of it, and lowered her head in thought. The two chatted like this, and aimlessly walked for almost an hour before finally hailing a taxi back to the hotel. Before entering the room, Li Muxue stopped Zhao Xiaoyan. "Zhao, thank you so much for tonight." Zhao Xiaoyan smiled and waved his hand at Li Muxue. "See you tomorrow. Don't think that just because you broke up, you can slack off at work. If it affects your job, I'll still find your law firm to punish you." Li Muxue smiled too. Ding. Target Li Muxue's favorability increased by 20, current favorability 40. The next day, Zhao Xiaoyan, accompanied by Yiling Shan, got into a vehicle sent by Wang Chuanfu. To Zhao Xiaoyan's surprise, Li Muxue had also gotten up and got into the car with him. Seeing Li Muxue looking relatively good, it seemed she and T suffered much mental exhaustion from last night's events. Chapter 180. The work group has lost the people's hearts. Li Yan saw Zhao Xiaoyan and, although wary, still said stubbornly, "Get lost. This is Mushue's matter. We don't need an outsider like you to meddle." Zhao Xiaoyan ignored Li Yan and looked at Li Muxue. "What do you think?" Li Muxue looked at Li Yan with disdain. "I don't want to see him. Make him go. Did you hear that? Muxue doesn't want to see you. I mean, as a man, can't you stop playing these games?" Following her to the hotel, like, this is quite something. Zhao Xiaoyan released Li Yan's hand and pointed towards the door. "Are you leaving on your own, or should I call security to escort you out?" Seeing Li Muxue treating him this way, Li Yan glanced at Zhao Xiaoyan, and the pitiful expression on his face immediately vanished, replaced by resentment. "Fine, Li Muxue. You're quite heartless. Just wait. I will make you pay for this." At the airport in Magic City, Zhao Xiaoyan carried his luggage out of the terminal, hailed a taxi, and headed towards the city center. This trip to Magic City was a sudden decision by Zhao Xiaoyan. He missed Sun Yalan. Now Sun Yalan was nearing the last 3 months of her pregnancy, and the frequency of her checkups had increased. It was also the time she needed to rest the most. Chapter 181. It is our work's dereliction of duty. But the security guard still felt uneasy, so he followed Zhao Xiaoyan with a rubber baton. At that moment, Sun Yalan was still chatting with the two people and hadn't noticed Zhao Xiaoyan approaching from behind. However, The two members of the work group saw Zhao Xiaoyan getting closer. Especially when they noticed Zhao Xiaoyan's grim expression, they became a bit uneasy. Zhao, you're here? Seeing Zhao Xiaoyan approach, the two had no time to pay attention to Sun Yalan and quickly jogged up to him. Sun Yalan turned around and saw Zhao Xiaoyan not far away. I'm just here to take a look. Zhao Xiaoyan casually gave a reason, glanced at Sun Yalan, and asked the workgroup members, what is going on? Oh, nothing. We've already resolved it. One of the workgroup members quickly replied, then turned to Sun Yalan and said, Teacher Sun, we'll report this to the leaders when we get back and resolve it as soon as possible. Zhao, you could have at least said something when you came. Come on, let us show you around the factory. The workgroup members clearly didn't want Zhao Xiaoyan to stay there too long and quickly ushered him out of the factory. However, Zhao Xiaoyan glanced at the two and pointed at Sun Yalan. Do you know who this person is? Chapter 182, Revisiting Wayakan. The vehicle arrived at the sun-drying yard at the village entrance, and a few elderly women busy in front of the house turned their attention. When they saw Zhao Xiaoyan helping Sun Yalan get out of the car, the elderly women showed expressions of surprise and hurriedly put down their work to come over. Ah, Teacher Sun, your man is here. The big boss hasn't visited our village in a long time. Teacher Sun's belly looks like it's about to pop. You should be moving around too much. When is your due date? Have you prepared everything? You, as a man, with your woman having such a big belly, still taking her around everywhere. It's no wonder that rural people are the most down-to-earth. In their eyes, Zhao Xiaoyan, the big boss, is just a title. In their hearts, he is labeled as Teacher Sun's man. There was no flattery, no try and please, only genuine concern. But this concern was all directed towards Teacher Sunday. Zhao Xiaoyan could only smile awkwardly. This feeling was like returning to Sun Yalan's family home. The old village chief, who received the news, also hurried over. After not seeing each other for half a year, the village chief looked much sturdier than before, with more smiles on his face. Chapter 183, Just an Actor. At that moment, a figure came down from upstairs. Zhao Xiaoyan. Zhao Xiaoyan glanced over and saw Yu Ningxiu wearing a cotton home robe, her hair tousled, looking like a typical homebody. Gone was the image of the delicate woman from before. Miss you, you're really letting yourself go, aren't you? Even if you're a beauty, you can't look like this, Zhao Xiaoyan said, clearly more relaxed and teasing as he spoke to Yu Ningxiu. Who asked you to care? And what do you mean even if you're a beauty? I am a beauty, a big beauty at that. Yu Ningxiu replied lightly, indicating she had moved on from her heartbreak. Zhao Xiaoyan looked around, seemingly searching for something. What are you looking for? Yu Ningxiu asked. Zhao Xiaoyan smiled and said, I'm looking for where our young Master Han is. I want to know if he still loves you as much when he sees you like this. You, Zhao Xiaoyan, I kindly offered to wash some fruit for you. And you're here, scheming behind my back. Ningxiu, don't worry, I like you no matter what, he added. At that moment, Han Mingze came out of the kitchen holding a plate of fruit, a smile on his face, obviously pleased with Zhao Xiaoyan's words. Chapter 184. Another target appears, Zhao Xiaoyan, who had been sitting detached, froze for a moment upon hearing the name Zheng Yaotian, and couldn't help but think of that stunning woman, Han Wani. Seeing Zhao Xiaoyan speak, Han Mingze teased, what are you thinking about? Following Zhao Xiaoyan's gaze, he thought he was looking at Lu Shihua, who was indeed beautiful, but now a troublemaker. She had completely fallen out with Zheng Yaotian and was being sued by Qixing Entertainment for a breach of contract, facing a penalty of nearly 1 billion. Now, she was begging everyone for help, but no one was willing to lend a hand. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't explain that he wasn't looking at Lu Shihua, but since he had nothing else to do, he casually asked why. Zheng Yaotian wants her, and if she would just lower herself, her future in the entertainment industry would be much smoother. But she's so proud and rejected him outright. So Zheng Yaotian started suppressing her months ago, and her reputation has plummeted, Han Mingze replied. He picked a grape from the fruit platter, saying, just like this grape, if it can't produce value or be eaten, why would anyone help her? Plus, she made a formidable enemy for herself, which is really not worth the trouble. Chapter 185. Eating more is better than anything. Lu Shihua was extremely angry, but didn't say a word, turning her head away from Zheng Yaotian. Hee, quite the character. Is the 1 billion penalty ready? I know you don't have that much money, and my terms remain unchanged. Just agree to serve me for a year, and you'll still be the homebody goddess. I'll give you 3 days to decide. If you don't agree, be ready with the money. After finishing, Zheng Yaotian finally turned his gaze to Zhao Xiaoyan, his expression turning vicious as he gritted his teeth and said, Kid, I've finally caught you. I still remember what happened at the bar last time. You thought I would let it go just because you weren't in Shanghai, but you dared to come back. So I can't let you off. Han Mingzi slowly stood up and said, Zheng Yao Tian, did you forget I told you he's my friend? Han Mingzi, this has nothing to do with you. It's between me and him. I didn't provoke him. He beat me up at the bar. If this gets out, I'm in the right, Zheng Yaotian replied. Although he didn't dare to do anything to Han Mingzi, he wasn't really afraid of him either. In terms of family background, the Zheng family was not as good as the Han family, but it wasn't far behind either. Chapter 186. What can I gain by helping you? The music started playing again, and everyone resumed singing and drinking as if nothing had happened. However, the way everyone looked at Zhao Xiaoyan was somewhat different. Meanwhile, Lu Xihua took a deep look at Zhao Xiaoyan, then raised her wine glass and gracefully walked over to him. Mr. Zhao, hello. Due to the loud music in the box, Lu Xihua unconsciously raised her voice. Zhao Xiaoyan glanced at her, then turned to Han Mingzi. Han Mingzi showed a nonchalant expression and said to Zhao Xiaoyan, there's a reception room next to the box. It's very quiet there. Zhao Xiaoyan nodded to Han Mingzi, stood up, and walked outside. Lu Xihua took a deep breath and followed him out. As the two of them walked out of the box one after the other, Bai Ninghao came over and sat beside Han Mingzi. Mingzi, what's going on? What else could it be? They're going to discuss business, Han Mingzi replied, taking a sip of his drink, suddenly finding it a bit sour. What business do they have to talk about? No way, I need to go take a look. Bai Ninghao suddenly became anxious, wanting to stand up and follow. But Han Mingzi pulled him back. Chapter 187. Bring a woman to see me. Lu Xihua didn't expect Zhao Xiaoyan to have something to gain, and she felt a bit guilty for having wronged him earlier. Although she didn't know why Zhao Xiaoyan wanted to start an entertainment company, she realized this was an opportunity. Her mind raced, and after a moment, Lu Xihua said, I know some agents who are familiar with discovering and managing stars. I also know quite a few celebrities. Some of them are unhappy with their companies or their contracts are about to expire, so we could try to poach them. Additionally, I know some people in distribution channels. Whether for songs, movies, or TV shows, I have some connections. Since she thought of these things on the spot, Lu Xihua wasn't sure if Zhao Xiaoyan would be satisfied with her answer. Do you know anyone who can manage an entertainment company? Zhao Xiaoyan asked, placing more importance on whether there were professional managerial talents. There's one, named Chu Ling. You may have heard of her. She used to be a star, but later transitioned to the behind-the-scenes role as the general manager of a small entertainment company. However, a few months ago, that company was swallowed by Qixing Entertainment, and she left. Currently, she's just at home, Lu Xihua explained. Chapter 188. I want the Zheng family to fall after going upstairs and closing the door to the suite. Lu Xihua finally took off her full gear, revealing her exquisite face beneath the mask. Zhao Xiaoyan poured both of them a glass of water and was the first to ask, Miss Chu, what did you want to talk about? Mr. Zhao, do you have a grudge against the Zheng family? To Zhao Xiaoyan's surprise, Chu Ling's first question was this. After considering it for a moment, he replied, it's not really a grudge, just some friction with Zheng Yaotian. Xihua told me about last night's incident. From what I know about Zheng Yaotian, Mr. Zhao publicly embarrassed her. He won't let it go easily, Chu Ling said, sounding quite familiar with Zheng Yaotian. Zhao Xiaoyan smiled non-committally and said, Miss Chu, you seem very concerned about my dealings with the Zheng family. Is there some relationship between you two? It's somewhat related, but not a very good relationship. Chulang Ziplit Vaguli. I want to know what scale you want your entertainment company to achieve. Zhao Xiaoyan looked at Chu Ling in confusion, not understanding why she was concerned about this question. Miss Chu, how big do you want me to be? Big enough to take down the Zheng family. Chapter 189. Smear campaign and whitewashing. Zheng Qingfa was also wondering whom he had offended, but he couldn't find a clue. Zheng Yaotian, on the other hand, seemed indifferent. Who cares who it is? Since they want to play, let's continue. As long as we take down that bitch Chu Ling, her backers will naturally show up. When there's no way out, this method is indeed one of the best strategies. Go tell the artists below to behave themselves and not to have any inappropriate thoughts. Anyone who dares to breach the contract with us at Qixing will be completely blacklisted. Zheng Qingfa took out a cigar, smelled it at the tip of his nose, and said, before moving against Chu Ling, you need to do one thing. Use all your connections to completely blacken Lu Xihua, ensuring she can't stay in the entertainment industry. This woman just breached her contract with us and paid the penalty so readily. There must be Chu Ling's shadow behind her. Even if she has breached the contract, we can't let her have it easy. Scaring the tiger? All right, I understand. I'll take care of it. Within a week, I guarantee Lu Shihua will never dare to step into the entertainment industry again. Wait, Zheng Qingfa stopped his son. I heard you ran into trouble again a few days ago. Chapter 190. Chu Ling's urgency to fulfill promises. Why don't you find a team that is smearing Lu Shihua? Zhao Xiaoyan thought that since the smear campaign was for survival, it was probably related to money. If the smear team could be bought with money, they could also be bought back with better money. So, as long as they found these smear teams and had them start whitewashing Lu Shihua, it would definitely be a case of killing two birds with one stone. Can it work? To be honest, Chu Ling hadn't thought of this method, and it did make some sense upon first hearing it. Next, Chu Ling turned the hotel into an office, chatting online and making phone calls, busy as a bee. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoyan was idly playing with his phone on the sofa. Chu Ling was so busy that 2 hours passed before she knew it. Although it took some effort, the articles smearing Lu Shihua began to decrease online, while positive reports about her increased. If there's nothing else, you can go back first. Zhao Xiaoyan was issuing the guest dismissal order again. However, this time, Chu Ling didn't leave directly like she had the previous days. Instead, she looked at Zhao Xiaoyan with interest. Zhao, seeing it's mealtime, isn't it too much to ask you to treat me to a meal? Since she had said it like that, if Zhao Xiaoyan refused, it would indeed be a bit stingy. Chapter 191. No woman is easy to deal with. YY. After venting, Chu Ling panted as she looked at Zhao Xiaoyan. I don't want to owe anyone, nor do I want to feel like I'm begging. It makes me feel inferior, and that feeling is really uncomfortable. Zhao Xiaoyan seemed to understand what Chu Ling meant. You really don't have to be like this. As you said, this is just a transaction between us. If you feel like you don't owe me anything, then show your ability and make Inkai succeed, instead of constantly asking me for help. Zhao Xiaoyan poured her a cup of hot water, rather than exhausting yourself trying to persuade me here. You should hurry up and whitewash Lu Shihua. I spent $1 billion to sign her. If you can't resolve Lu Shihua's issues and help her stand up again, your chances of undermining Qixing are 0. Chu Ling slowly sat down, took a sip of hot water to calm herself down. I'm sorry, I lost my composure just now. Standing up, Chu Ling put on her coat from the hanger. I have to go now. After saying that, without waiting for Zhao Xiaoyan's response, she quickly left the room. Looking at the door that Chu Ling had closed, Zhao Xiaoyan thought for a moment and took out his phone to call Lu Shihua. Chapter 192. Encountering a robber, this is the truth. If you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do. Zhao Xiaoyan uttered a classic line from Scumbag. Han Mingze was momentarily uncertain about how things were, but based on his understanding of Zhao Xiaoyan, it seemed he had no reason to hide anything. Although he couldn't make sense of it, Han Mingze wisely chose not to waste time. He was merely asking on someone else's behalf and would answer truthfully when the time came. As for whether to believe it or not, that was not his concern. Let Bai Ninghao think what he wanted. By the way, what's going on with Inkai? Are you the one behind it? Zhao Xiaoyan had no intention of hiding it from Han Mingze. After all, they were in the magic capital, and he might need his help someday. Young Master Han is indeed impressive. You've guessed it right away. But I don't want others to know. I just want to experience what it's like to hide in the shadows. Don't worry, understand? I can keep a secret. Han Mingze understood the implication and changed the subject. But are you really going to take action against the Zheng family? Not really taking action. I just want the Zheng family to be too preoccupied to bother me again. I hate trouble the most. Chapter 193. The robber writing an IOU. You go in and get it. The door must not be closed. Remember, don't play tricks. At the ATM, the robber propped one foot against the door frame to prevent it from being closed from the inside. How much do you want? Zhao Xiaoyan asked cooperatively. 48,000. The robber gave a very precise number. Zhao Xiaoyan was a bit curious but didn't ask further. He simply took out his card and inserted it into the ATM. While entering the password, Zhao Xiaoyan saw through the reflection in the ATM's top mirror that the robber had turned his head away, avoiding looking at the password. This made Zhao Xiaoyan even more curious. Soon, the ATM dispensed a stack of cash in several transactions. Here, this is 50,000. Zhao Xiaoyan walked out of the ATM booth and proactively handed the cash to the robber. The robber probably didn't expect Zhao Xiaoyan to be so cooperative. Stunned, he hurriedly took the cash, counted out 2,000 yuan bills, and returned them to Zhao Xiaoyan, saying, I only need 48,000. This is the extra money. What a trustworthy robber. Zhao Xiaoyan found this robber to be quite interesting. Other robbers would want to take as much as they could, but this one only took what he asked for and even returned the extra. Chapter 194. The the vegetative state in a split second. The man's reactions and strength were quite impressive. He clearly had some external martial arts skills, and his moves were straightforward, without any fancy tricks, but very practical. Zhao Xiaoyan had fought with the bodyguards of Han Mingze and Zheng Yaotian, and this man's skills were superior to those bodyguards. However, Zhao Xiaoyan had no intention of stopping. Taking a deep breath, he launched an attack on the man. While blocking Zhao Xiaoyan's attacks, the man occasionally managed to counterattack, which surprised Zhao Xiaoyan and made him more excited with every exchange. But the more they fought, the more alarmed the man became. He hadn't expected the person he was robbing would be clearly more skilled than him. Although he could still block the attacks for now if this dragged on, he would definitely not be able to match Zhao Xiaoyan. The man had something on his mind and didn't want to continue entangled with Zhao Xiaoyan. After enduring a heavy blow from Zhao Xiaoyan, the man kicked out in pain. Zhao Xiaoyan dodged, but did not expect that this was just a feint. Before he could complete his movement, the man's center of gravity had already shifted. Seeing that he was about to run, Zhao Xiaoyan would not let him succeed. He reached out and grabbed the man's ankle, which was about to retract after kicking, and pulled hard. The man lost his balance due to the sudden adjustment and fell to the ground. Chapter 195. I believe you to be honest. The conditions Zhao Xiaoyan offered were very tempting, but Wang Chuang thought for a moment and still politely declined. Zhao Xiaoyan curiously asked, "Then how are you going to pay for your sister's medical expenses? You shouldn't have much money left, right?" "I take on temporary jobs, the kind that pay daily," Wang Chuang replied, his confidence somewhat lacking. A person in a vegetative state cannot be left alone, and Wang Chuang's savings from his military discharge had long been exhausted. Even if he did temporary work, he only made around 300 to 500 a day at best. But he couldn't take on a long-term job, as he couldn't leave his sister Wang Qian for too long. Although there are nurses in the hospital, they definitely cannot be there at all times. Zhao Xiaoyan really didn't want to give up on Wang Chuang and suddenly thought of something, saying, "Maybe I can cure your sister." "What? You can cure my sister?" Wang Chuang was shocked, grabbing Zhao Xiaoyan's hand. "Do you really have a way to cure my sister?" Zhao Xiaoyan nodded. "It should be no problem." There was still one stamina potion left from the system's rewards. With the help of the stamina potion, He Jia could treat subsequent immune diseases, which should also help Wang Qian's vegetative state. Chapter 196. He is our benefactor. Waking a person in a vegetative state in their own hospital is definitely a big deal and has significant medical research value. After the 50-something head of neurology conducted a simple examination of Wang Qian's condition, he engaged in some communication with her. Seeing that Wang Qian responded fluently, the doctor finally confirmed that the patient had indeed awakened, and she seemed to have woken up without any cognitive impairment. This was another big surprise. In previous cases, even if a person in a vegetative state woke up, it would take some time for them to slowly regain consciousness. But after only half an hour of awakening, Wang Qian's intellect had basically returned, which was a complete overturn of previous medical experience. A person who had been in a vegetative state for over half a year and was declared to have almost zero chance of awakening had inexplicably woken up. This quickly spread throughout the neurosurgery ward, and even in the middle of the night, more people gathered outside to watch. "How did the patient wake up?" the doctor asked Wang Chuang. "He is." Wang Chuang just started to speak when Zhao Xiaoyan answered first. "We don't know either. She just woke up suddenly. This should be thanks to your previous efforts, doctor. Your treatment allowed her to successfully awaken at this moment." Chapter 197. It's impossible between us, seeing Wang Chuang so resolute. Zhao Xiaoyan did not delay any further, as that would be somewhat pretentious. "Okay, just tell the front desk, and wait a moment, I'll come down now." After hanging up the phone, Zhao Xiaoyan began to wash up and get dressed. Just as he was about to leave, his phone rang again, and to his surprise, it was Liu Shihua calling. "Hello." As soon as he answered, Liu Shihua spoke cautiously. "Mr. Zhao, I may need to trouble you a bit." "What's the matter?" Liu Shihua's troubles were only related to two people, Zheng Yaotian and Bai Ninghao. From Liu Shihua's tone, there was no sense of urgency, more like a feeling of helplessness. Liu Shihua hurriedly said, "It's Bai Ninghao. He's blocking me at my door, and I don't dare to go out. Can you come over?" Zhao Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment before replying, "Okay, send me the location." Zhao Xiaoyan took a taxi to the address Liu Shihua sent, accompanied by Wang Chuang. Wang Chuang quickly fell into character, silently following Zhao Xiaoyan, without asking where they were going or what they were doing. Tianhu Garden. It was clear that this place was not cheap, and the security measures at the entrance were well done. Therefore, Zhao Xiaoyan and Wang Chuang were unsurprisingly stopped by the security guards. Chapter 198. Chu Ling is being watched, seeing the questioning expression Zhao Xiaoyan gave. She explained, Mr. Bai is actually known for a long time that Bai Ninghao likes me. So he has found me before and told me that it doesn't matter how I play with Bai Ninghao. But he absolutely does not allow an entertainer to enter the Bai family. Ultimately, people like us may seem glamorous, but in the eyes of capital, we are like things in a dye vat. No matter how pure we are, they will still look down on us and think we are dirty. Zhao Xiaoyan was taken aback by this. However, these high-status people are truly strange. They fail to manage their own people properly, allowing them to run wild, yet turn around to warn others. It's simply ridiculous. Zhao Xiaoyan understood Lu Shihua's purpose in calling him. She wanted Bai Ninghao to give up completely. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoyan's phone rang. This time it was Chu Ling calling. Hello, Mr. Zhao. I'm being followed and can't shake them off. Zhao Xiaoyan remembered that there was a large supermarket not far from here. Drive to XX Business District. I'll come over now. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Xiaoyan quickly went out. Mr. Zhao. As Zhao Xiaoyan reached the entrance, he saw Wang Chuang standing straight at the door. Chapter 199. Wang Chuang's attention to detail at the hotel where Zhao Xiaoyan was staying. He poured a cup of hot water for Chu Ling, allowing her to calm her nerves with the steam. I don't know why, but he actually planned to be ruthless with me today. Maybe it's because I'm still digging into their walls, making them a bit anxious. After calming down, Chu Ling spoke. Thank you. Chu Ling's tone was sincere. Ding. Target's favorability towards the host is 25. Current favorability is 5. Zhao Xiaoyan pointed to Wang Chuang, who was still standing at the door. I didn't do anything. It was my brother who did. If you want to thank someone, go thank Wang Chuang. Thank you, Wang Chuang. Chu Ling was quite generous, standing up and nodding slightly at Wang Chuang. Being looked at by such a charming woman, Wang Chuang unusually became shy, not daring to look over. Don't thank me. It was Mr. Zhao who asked me to do this. I just followed orders. Zhao Xiaoyan rubbed his temples, since there was danger this time. There's no guarantee he won't cause you trouble again. You must have someone to protect you. Otherwise, if something like today happens again, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 200. Time for a makeover. After carefully digesting Wang Chuang's words, Chu Ling showed a guilty expression. I may have been wrong from the beginning. I was too eager for quick success. Inkai was founded not long ago, but from the very beginning, after signing Lu Shihua in a high-profile manner. Although several other artists were signed subsequently, none had truly made a mark. Since it's Lu Shihua, even at her peak, she was just a quasi-first-line star. Moreover, in the past 6 months, she has not only been completely blacklisted online, but has also had no engagements, and she hasn't participated in any movies or TV shows. Although she is now starting to clean up her image, washing away 6 months of negativity is not something that can be accomplished overnight. It requires time. As for other artists, most of them are 3rd or 4th tier, at most just somewhat familiar, not enough to stand on their own. Therefore, although Inkai publicly challenged Qixing as soon as it was established, in the end, it doesn't have any decent artists. Zhao Xiaoyan nodded slightly and said, actually, Inkai made a mistake from the very beginning. We focused our targets on Qixing and tried to poach their artists, which put us at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. Moreover, Inkai is a new company with very little influence in the entertainment industry. Even without Qixing notifying their artists, it would be difficult for us to poach them. Chapter 201. Buying a car and meeting a classmate in the capital city. Chu Ling watched Wang Chuang walking back and forth in front of her, nodding with satisfaction, feeling that he was starting to have that kind of aura. However, his temperament still needed constant refinement. Wang Chuang, feeling a bit shy, nodded in response. It was the first time he was being looked at like this by a beautiful woman. Now, Wang Chuang was no longer the down-and-out person Zhao Xiaoyan first met. Even compared to when he was in Modu, he was now a world apart. In terms of clothing, Wang Chuang was dressed head to toe in international brands, and he even had many custom suits. Although his skin was still dark, he looked very fit and muscular, resembling a wealthy person who loved sports and fitness. Coupled with his few words and steady personality, he did have the demeanor of a business mogul. Transforming a rough man into this within a week was indeed not simple. How's the training going? At that moment, a woman walked in wearing high heels. Although she was only dressed in an ordinary winter coat, her beauty could not be concealed. Even Chu Ling, who had always been confident in her appearance, felt overshadowed by this woman and dimmed in comparison. Chapter 202. Clearly snatching orders looking at the other person's outfit, especially the logo of B.A.D. on the left chest of the suit, Zhao Xiaoyan exclaimed, "You work here?" Subin nodded and said with a hint of showing off, "Yes, I am the manager of this store." Subin's words were somewhat vague, but paired with this outfit, it did seem somewhat impressive. In fact, he wasn't wrong. He was indeed the manager of this store, but not the general manager, just a supervisor in the sales department. "Are you working in Moda too?" Subin asked. "No, I came to Modu to meet some friends." Since they weren't familiar, Zhao Xiaoyan didn't feel the need to elaborate. Subin glanced at Zhao Xiaoyan, feeling that his attire and demeanor were somewhat different from high school, feeling a bit displeased, but still asked with concern, "Where are you working now? What are you doing?" "Oh, I'm still a student. I only graduated in July." Zhao Xiaoyan was speaking the truth. He was still a fourth-year student at Lingzhou University. As for work, he was already a boss. What was there to work for? Upon hearing that Zhao Xiaoyan was still studying, Subin showed a sense of admiration. "You guys who study are impressive, going to university. Unlike me, I graduated from vocational school a year ago. But that's fine, I started working earlier, and I'm doing okay now." Chapter 203. That girl from that year, it's all this guy's fault for being so ungrateful. Otherwise, how could I possibly embarrass myself in front of my colleagues? Buying a car worth over 100,000 is impressive? Damn, such an ungrateful guy. The more Subin thought about it, the angrier he got. And the angrier he got, the more he felt inclined to take action. So he took out his phone. Over here, Zhao Xiaoyan was waiting in the lounge for the saleswoman to bring him the car purchase contract and invoice when he saw Subin walking over again. "Zhao Xiaoyan, is your car bought?" Subin had a smile on his face and seemed quite happy. After all, they were classmates. Although Subin's earlier behavior was indeed irritating, Zhao Xiaoyan didn't want to come off as petty and smile back. "Yes, just handling the paperwork." Subin plopped down on the seat opposite Zhao Xiaoyan and said, "Congratulations. By the way, I mentioned you to a few classmates from high school who are in Modu, saying you came to Modu. Everyone is thinking of getting together tonight. 7 p.m. at Jinjia Hotel." Zhao Xiaoyan pretended to be troubled. "Oh, tonight? I might not have much time." Regarding class reunions, although it was Zhao Xiaoyan's first encounter, he still had no interest in attending, mainly because during high school, he was not very talkative, and, aside from a few people, his relationships with everyone were similar to that with Subin. They were all quite ordinary. Chapter 204. The extra enthusiasm of a beautiful classmate inside the private room. Zhao Xiaoyan pushed the door open and saw 3 people already seated at the table. Besides Subin and Zhang Yubing, Cui Zhenxing was also present. "Zhao Xiaoyan, come in quickly." Seeing Zhao Xiaoyan, Subin waved enthusiastically, signaling him to sit beside him. Where to sit didn't matter to Zhao Xiaoyan. He walked over and sat down in an empty seat next to Subin. Cui Zhenxing asked, "Zhao Xiaoyan, do you still remember me?" "Of course I remember. Cui Zhenxing. You haven't changed much." Cui Zhenxing was the kind of person who looked rather small and thin, standing at only 1.6 meters tall, and still appeared frail after many years. "You haven't changed much either." Cui Zhenxing curiously asked, "By the way, I heard you got into Lingda. So why did you come to Modu?" "Oh, I'm sort of combining business with pleasure, handling some matters in Modu, and also catching up with friends." "I heard from Subin that you haven't graduated yet. Isn't it time to start looking for a job in your 4th year? Have you found a suitable one?" Cui Zhenxing asked with a caring demeanor, and before Zhao Xiaoyan could answer, he looked at the quiet Zhang Yubing. "Yubing, is your family S company still hiring? Why not introduce Zhao Xiaoyan in?" Chapter 205. To be honest, no one believes without saying a word. Subin stood up and walked to the ear room of the private room. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaoyan felt a bit puzzled. He remembered that back in high school, Zhang Yubing wasn't like this. Back then, he always followed Subin around, clearly in a subordinate role. But now it seemed like the roles had reversed. The boss had become the subordinate, and the subordinate had risen to be the boss. "You should be at Lingda. This year is also your 4th year, right?" Regarding this situation, Lin Ruiqian seemed used to it and didn't pay much attention. Zhao Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. "Yes, just like you, still a university student." Lin Ruiqian had better grades than Zhao Xiaoyan and got into a key university in Modu, and she was also in her 4th year. "Ruiqian is different from you. You're still troubled about finding a job, but she's preparing for graduate school." Zhang Yubing finally seized the opportunity to interject, while also not forgetting to mock Zhao Xiaoyan and point out his shortcomings. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruiqian asked, "You haven't found a job yet?" However, there was no sarcasm or mockery in her tone, only concern. "I, Zhao Xiaoyan, was just about to say that I was starting a business and had no plans to look for a job temporarily, but Zhang Yubing on the other end interrupted directly, saying if he couldn't find a job, Then he couldn't find a job, and he wasn't planning to look for one for now. Zhao Xiaoyan. Weren't you quite honest back then? How did you become so hypocritical? Chapter 206. A forced confession. But this kind of matter is someone else's business. She's just a classmate. Although she felt resentful, she didn't say much. On the other side, Su Bin saw this and became more enthusiastic. You guys don't know. When Zhao Xiaoyan came to our store, he was completely captivated by our female salesperson. I don't know what she said to him, but he happily bought the car. That was when I recognized Zhao Xiaoyan and went over to help him since we were classmates. But guess what? Zhao Xiaoyan didn't appreciate it at all. I risked defending my colleagues to try to pull him under my name, but he pushed me back. Now, I couldn't help him as a classmate, and my colleagues got offended. I really ended up like Zhu Beiji looking in the mirror, not being accepted by anyone. Cui Zhenxing heard this and pointed his finger at Zhao Xiaoyan. This is where you went wrong, Zhao Xiaoyan. Su Bin is just trying to help you out of goodwill, and you don't appreciate it. You must drink 3 cups as punishment. During this time, the waiter began to serve the dishes one after another. The food was quite sumptuous, with various high-end seafood that was obviously worth a lot. Cui Zhenxing grabbed the already decanted red wine from the table, stood up, and filled Zhao Xiaoyan's glass. Zhao Xiaoyan. Come on, you must toast Su Bin. Consider an apology. Chapter 207. Lin Ruiqian was fired. Once the words were out, Zhang Yubing stopped pretending. Over the years, he had played with many women, including some so-called virtuous ones. But in the end, they all opened their legs for him when he threw money at them. So he didn't believe he couldn't handle a Lin Ruiqian. Zhang Yubing, this game of yours is getting boring. Zhao Xiaoyan realized that Zhang Yubing was venting his anger on Lin Ruiqian because of him, and he knew it was time for him to step up. What the hell? Do you even have the right to speak here, you poor loser? Get lost. If it wasn't for Su Bin wanting to deal with you, do you think you are worthy to sit here and eat with me? Su Bin, seeing that Zhang Yubing had also dragged him into this, was speechless and helpless. So he had to say, since this is a class reunion, let's split the bill among the 4 of us guys. The total is 28,000, and the wine, that bottle is stored here by Yubing, worth 88,000 a bottle, Cui Zhenxing interjected. That makes a total of 116,000. Each of us 4 will pay 29,000. Zhao Xiaoyan, remember to transfer the money to me. Don't try to default. Although this was somewhat different from the plan, since it had come to this point, Su Bin laid everything bare. Chapter 208. I said I knew him, but you don't believe it. On the other end of the phone, Han Mingze was confused by Zhao Xiaoyan's nonsensical words. However, being astute, he immediately sensed something was off. Is there something going on? It's not convenient to talk right now. I'll explain later. By the way, there's someone in that department named Lin Ruiqian. She was my high school classmate. A top student from Magic City University, with good character. She just got fired by that manager. She's a beauty, right? Han Mingze's voice on the phone carried a teasing tone. Zhao Xiaoyan felt a bit embarrassed and replied with a soft aha. Han Mingze was left speechless by Zhao Xiaoyan. All right, I think I have an idea of what is going on. Since you, President Zhao, have spoken, I'll take care of it. The call was ended. Putting down the phone, Zhao Xiaoyan patted Lin Ruiqian's hand. All right, it's okay now. After saying this, Zhao Xiaoyan picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily. He had paid for this meal, so there was no need to hold back. Ha! Zhao Xiaoyan, are you trying to copy Dong Shi? Zhang Yubing called. When Yubing made a phone call, you also learned to make a phone call, and you're so shameless about it. You really are going to make me laugh to death. Cui Zhenxing looked at Zhao Xiaoyan as if he were a clown. Chapter 209. The classmate who stood me up, returning to the capital. This scene made Zhang Yubing feel like he had been slapped in the face again. He cast an unhappy glance at Cui Zhenxing and then looked at Su Bin. If anyone was in the most awkward position right now, it would definitely be Su Bin. He was the one who orchestrated tonight's event to play a trick on Zhao Xiaoyan, trying to regain some face and soothe his own ego. Who would have thought it would develop into this situation? Not only did he offend Zhao Xiaoyan, but Zhang Yubing losing face would also fall on him. Unexpectedly, in trying to regain face, he lost both inside and out. Seeing Zhang Yubing looking at him, Su Bin understood that the other party wanted him to take the lead. After hesitating for a moment, Su Bin still asked, Zhao Xiaoyan, how do you know the president of Han's group? This question made Zhao Xiaoyan feel that Su Bin was really not capable. Either he should have been like Cui Zhenxing, not asking anything, and just come in with an attitude of admitting fault. Perhaps Zhao Xiaoyan would have let it go with a smile. But Su Bin had to ask this first, which made it uninteresting. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't even look at Su Bin, but instead focused on the still shocked Lin Ruiqian. Have you eaten enough? Chapter 210. Wang Chuang. A different person. However, this also reflected that the trip to Magic City seemed to have completed half of its goal. As for the other half, it would depend on the report from Chu Ling. Seeing Zhao Xiaoyan looking at him, Wang Chuang suddenly felt a bit shy and didn't know where to put his hands. Why are you shy? You look like a girl. Zhao Xiaoyan teased as he playfully punched Wang Chuang's chest. Mr. Zhao, I'm back. Wang Chuang was excited to see Zhao Xiaoyan, but he wasn't good at expressing himself and ended up saying something trivial after holding back for a long time. Zhao Xiaoyan half-jokingly and half-seriously said, "You must not show this kind of look anymore. You are now Mr. Wang from the capital." Wang Chuang straightened up and stood even taller at Zhao Xiaoyan's words, yes. Zhao Xiaoyan looked at Chu Ling, who was standing next to him, and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Let's not stand here. Come in with me." Zhao Xiaoyan led the two of them into the community, walking along the path to a villa. He opened the electronic lock, entered, and saw that the villa hall was lit up, indicating that the two women had not rested yet. Inside the villa, Sun Yalan and Wang Qian were sitting on the sofa watching TV. When they saw Zhao Xiaoyan return, Sun Yalan was about to speak, but she noticed a somewhat familiar beauty following Zhao Xiaoyan. Chapter 211. The Hornet Counterattack for Inkai. Subsequently, Inkai Group donated 1 billion yuan to Magic City Film Academy and reached a cooperation agreement to jointly build a film and television talent training base. Magic City Film Academy is one of the 3 major star-making institutions in Huaghua, producing a large number of film and television talents entering the entertainment industry every year. This was not the end. On the day Inkai Group was established, a significant number of stars from half of the entertainment industry came to congratulate them. Astute entertainment reporters noticed that many of the stars seemed to have contracts with their agencies expiring soon. On the 3rd day after the establishment of the Inkai Group, it reached a cooperation agreement with Sanshui County to acquire 60,000 acres of idle construction land, preparing to build the Sanshui film and television base. The plan includes constructing over 100 filming studios and more than 2,000 shooting locations for historical, period, and contemporary films. To this end, relevant leaders from Sanshui County even attended the groundbreaking ceremony of the film base. Someone calculated the costs for Inkai Group, estimating that this series of operations would cost no less than 150 billion, an absolutely significant investment. Suddenly, as the CEO of Inkai Group, Chu Ling's name re-emerged in the public eye after many years. Coupled with her previous identity as a star, Chu Ling became an overnight sensation. Chapter 212. The idea of establishing a security company. Now that you are the financial backer behind Inkai, there will definitely be people trying to learn more about you. Therefore, you must have a residence that matches your current status. Chu Ling understood Zhao Xiaoyan's meaning and explained it to Wang Chuang. Since it was a work requirement, Wang Chuang naturally had no objections. However, I am your bodyguard and driver. If I live here, how can I protect you? Wang Chuang did not forget his identity. To him, the position of chairman of Inkai Group was not as important as being Zhao Xiaoyan's bodyguard and driver. Chu Ling expressed her doubts as well. Mr. Zhao, if someone really intends to investigate and uses some connections to do so, Wang Chuang's identity would be easy to uncover. An ordinary person suddenly having so much wealth overnight. They wouldn't believe Wang Chuang is my financial backer. Let them investigate then. Zhao Xiaoyan shrugged nonchalantly. Not to mention that investigating someone's identity is very difficult in Huaghua. Unlike in movies where it can be done casually. Even if they found out, it would only make them more fearful. Chu Ling is a white glove, with Wang Chuang behind her. However, Wang Chuang is also a white glove, and the person behind him cannot be traced. In such a situation, anyone with a brain would stop investigating. Chapter 213. Take me to the front line. The house was very tidy, with fruits and pastries laid out on the dining table, specially prepared by Lu Shihua to welcome Zhao Xiaoyan. Please sit, I'll go change clothes. Removing her mask and sunglasses, Lu Shihua's pure and alluring face was revealed. She had also applied makeup, especially her bright red lips, giving off a tender and tempting vibe. Although Zhao Xiaoyan did not understand why she needed to change clothes to talk business, he had no choice but to sit on the sofa and wait since Lu Shihua had already gone into the room. Suddenly, a painful cry came from the master bedroom. Zhao Xiaoyan stood up and walked to the door. Are you okay? A hissing sound came from behind the door as Lu Shihua gasped, followed by her pained voice, "Mr. Zhao, can you come in and help me?" Without thinking much, Zhao Xiaoyan pushed the door open and walked in. The room was very dark, with the curtains drawn. The blackout curtains were very effective. Although it was bright outside, no light came in. The air conditioning was on, making it warm. "Why is it so dark?" Zhao Xiaoyan exclaimed. Suddenly, the door behind him closed with a bang, plunging the room into complete darkness, where he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. Chapter 214. Zheng Qingfa's Threat. Eating alone after hanging up on Chu Ling, Zhao Xiaoyan called Wang Chuang. On the phone, he briefed Wang Chuang on some precautions. Wang Chuang was not fond of talking, and that wouldn't change anytime soon, so Zhao Xiaoyan told him to just listen to the other party. If he had to express his thoughts, the less he said, the better. Just act like a businessman with deep insights. Wang Chuang would absolutely execute Zhao Xiaoyan's instructions, even in social situations where he was not skilled. The next day, the people from Qixing, led by Zheng Qinghua, arrived at Inkai Group. "Chu, long time no see. You still look so beautiful," Zheng Qinghua said with a smile as he approached, extending his hand for a handshake. However, Chu Ling showed no intention of shaking hands. "Mr. Zheng, you are too polite. Please come in." Seeing Chu Ling ignore his outstretched hand, Zheng Qingfa's expression changed slightly, but quickly returned to a smile. In the chairman's office of Inkai Group, "Mr. Zheng, this is Chairman Wang." After introducing Zheng Qingfa to Wang Chuang, Chu Ling quietly sat down at the tea table and began to make tea attentively. Wang Chuang extended his hand. "Mr. Zheng, I've heard so much about you." Chapter 215. Establishing Jindun Security. Hearing Chu Ling praise him, Wang Chuang's face turned red, and his eyes began to look a bit shy. There was no trace of the cold demeanor he had just shown to Zheng Qingfa. None of that was his own doing. It was all taught to him by Mr. Zhao. In fact, Wang Chuang was just trying to give Zhao Xiaoyan some face. Zhao Xiaoyan had only given Wang Chuang a rough idea of how to handle certain situations, but had not taught him word for word. Just now, Wang Chuang had expressed Zhao Xiaoyan's intentions in his own words. "Look at you. You're shy again. Are you particularly afraid of me?" Chu Ling was in a good mood. It was the first time in years she had seen Zheng Qingfa at a disadvantage. Especially after the hasty encounter with Qixing last time, Chu Ling had been holding back her frustration. Today, Wang Chuang had helped her vent that frustration. "No, I'm not afraid," Wang Chuang said, his face still red and thankfully not too noticeable due to his darker complexion. "I need to report this to Mr. Zhao." Saying this, Wang Chuang quickly left the office. But soon, he returned. "I forgot this is my office." Chapter 216. Dirty Counterattacks. As for the staffing issue, you can resolve it yourself. I only have one requirement. They must be loyal and reliable, and not let any misfits into the company. Zhao Xiaoyan wanted a team with combat effectiveness and did not want to be mixed with sand or have any subpar members. The name of the security company was also chosen by Zhao Xiaoyan, Jindun Security. Worried that Jiang Long and his team were unfamiliar with the area, Zhao Xiaoyan approached Han Mingze and asked him to send a reliable person from Modu to help. Upon hearing that Zhao Xiaoyan was starting a company again, Han Mingze was surprised but still lent 2 people from his legal department to assist Jiang Long and others with the relevant company procedures. With professional help, things were handled quickly, and the work at Jindun Security progressed smoothly. Zhao Xiaoyan directly entrusted all matters to Jiang Long, not bothering with the small details. If he could be a hands-off manager, there was no need to handle every little thing himself. Meanwhile, Wang Chuang was also busy. Apart from finding an opportunity to meet with his comrades in private, he spent the rest of his time engaging with entertainment companies in the Modu circle. Although Zhao Xiaoyan had said to look for a few leading companies, Wang Chuang and Chu Ling, after discussing, surprisingly included most of the entertainment companies in their outreach efforts. Chapter 217. They must pay the price. Zhao Xiaoyan was speechless. He pulled Sun Yaolin's hand and pointed at the computer, saying, "Take a closer look." "Who is this?" Sun Yaolin focused her gaze, and then her mouth fell open in shock. "Isn't this Miss Chu? How could she?" "No, she wouldn't do something like that. She's not that kind of person." Zhao Xiaoyan had known Chu Ling for quite some time. Aside from the incident of crawling into bed together the day after they met, Chu Ling had always behaved normally in front of him, not showing any signs of seduction. It wouldn't be accurate to say she was a virtuous woman, but at least Chu Ling kept herself clean. "Are you saying someone did this on purpose?" Sun Yaolin's mind was still clear despite the saying that pregnancy makes one foolish for 3 years. Oh my God, how deep must the hatred be to release something like this? Isn't this just going to ruin Miss Chu? Deep hatred? After hearing those words, Zhao Xiaoyan suddenly thought of Chu Ling's hatred towards the Zheng family. She had promised to help him, solely to bring down the Zheng family, without even discussing compensation. To make him truly help her, she was willing to sacrifice her dignity as a woman and crawled into Zhao Xiaoyan's bed voluntarily. Whenever the Zheng family was mentioned, her expression was filled with deep resentment. Chapter 2:18. The pain buried in the heart. Zhao Xiaoyan frowned. When he couldn't reach them, he turned to the website platform, throwing money to delete the posts. At this time, he decided not to be frugal. Minimizing the impact was the priority. Yes, that's what I told him too. Wang Chuang was becoming increasingly meticulous in his work. Or rather, he was a meticulous person but had never had the opportunity before. Zhao Xiaoyan nodded non-committally, looking at the closed door and asking, "How is Chu Ling doing?" She hasn't cried or made a fuss, but she hasn't spoken either. Wang Chuang had rushed over, but after just a few glances at Chu Ling, she had sent him out of the room. Wang Chuang turned to Zhao Xiaoyan with a look of indignation and said, "Mr. Zhao, why is the Zheng family doing this? Some people will stop at nothing to achieve their goals." Zhao Xiaoyan didn't know why they acted this way, but since the other party had already done it, discussing it now was meaningless. "Mr. Zhao, Chu Ling once casually told me that she wants the Zheng family to fall. I don't know what hatred exists between them, but with what the Zheng family is doing today, I don't want to let them off. What do you want to do?" Zhao Xiaoyan was not surprised at all by Wang Chuang's words. Chapter 2:19. Leave the rest to us. Not long after finishing her drink, Chu Ling fainted. When she woke up again, she found herself lying on a hotel bed, her clothes long gone. Feeling the discomfort in her body, Chu Ling realized she had been violated. And the one who violated her was Zheng Yaotian. So, despite the discomfort, Chu Ling found Zheng Yaotian. Zheng Yaotian didn't deny it. Instead, he shamelessly admitted it. Just as Chu Ling was about to call the police, Zheng Yaotian threw a stack of photos in front of her. Those photos were indeed of Chu Ling in compromising positions, taken while she was unconscious. Zheng Yaotian threatened Chu Ling that if she reported him, he would release these photos. He also claimed that the Zheng family had money and would hire good lawyers to fight her case, asserting that Chu Ling was willing, just to gain more resources, and voluntarily went to his bed. If she turned around and sued him, he would counter with defamation charges. In that case, regardless of whether Zheng Yaotian ended up in jail, Chu Ling's reputation would definitely be ruined. As a woman, how could she possibly compete against such a large entertainment company? Apart from cursing Zheng Yaotian, Chu Ling had no other options. Chapter 2:20. An example to deter others. Dad. Inkai has really embarrassed itself this time. The president actually had her private photos leaked. It's absolutely laughable. Zheng Yaotian looked at his father with a smug expression. Aren't they so arrogant? Don't they refuse to cooperate with us? Then I'll make sure Inkai is disgraced. Let's see if they still have the face to show up. Zheng Qingfa looked at his son and raised his hand, slapping him across the face. Dad, why did you hit me again? What did I do wrong? Zheng Yaotian looked at Zheng Qingfa in confusion, genuinely not understanding where he had gone wrong. Zheng Qingfa glared and shouted, "Who told you to release those things?" Dad, didn't we agree to take down Chu Ling first, as an example to deter others? This isn't an example to deter others. You're forcing the other side to fight us to the death. I told you to use Chu Ling to gather dirt on her. You could even spread rumors that she was someone else's mistress. Why'd you have to leak those photos? Are you brain dead? How could you dare to release something like this? Zheng Yaotian stubbornly defended himself. Isn't this a better way to tarnish her? Isn't she just riding on her looks to get ahead? Since that Wang fellow cares about her so much and built Inkai for her, I'll make him understand that Chu Ling is a cheap woman, a slut that everyone can use. Let's see if he will continue to like her. Chapter 2:21. Money can dig corners. There were a total of 29 agents in the company, but only 19 showed up. Aside from 4 who couldn't make it back due to work, 6 agents were completely unreachable. The phones were either turned off or going unanswered. Zheng Yaotian looked at the names of the 6 absent agents, his eyelids twitching as he nearly shouted at the manager of the agency. Hurry up and contact these 6 people. You have to get in touch with them. Go. The other agents present didn't know why Zheng Yaotian was so angry, but they wisely kept their heads down and remained silent to avoid incurring his wrath. The manager of the artist agency knew exactly why Zheng Yaotian was furious, as he was the one who just called Zheng Qingfa. Okay, I'll go right now. Without further ado, the manager picked up the phone and started dialing. Zheng Yaotian stared intently as he made the calls. However, after a round of calls, the situation remained the same, either turned off or unanswered. Sweat began to bead on Zheng Yaotian's forehead as he pointed at everyone and shouted, "All of you call them." Then he turned to the agency manager urgently. "Call their artists and tell them to come back to the company immediately." Chapter 222. An unexpected departure. Although Lin Qing was a top actress, she had never worked with director Yi Miao before. She had always dreamed of collaborating with him, but had never had the chance. Unexpectedly, right after signing the contract, Inkai presented her with such a great opportunity, leaving her both overjoyed and filled with deep respect for Inkai. It was known that director Yi Miao had a notorious reputation for being unyielding towards investors. Even if an investor wanted to push someone into a project, there was no way. He insisted that the film be made entirely according to his vision. Yet, this principal director was surprisingly willing to let Inkai play someone in the crew, and right away, it was for the female lead role. Although Wang Chuang said it was for an audition, the implication was that it was practically a done deal. As long as Lin Qing didn't team mess up, the female lead role would be hers. The cost to make director Yi Ming give up this principle is unknown. Moreover, the films directed by Yi Ming are well-known big productions, with a budget for each movie calculated in billions. Therefore, it is evident that the money spent by Inkai this time adds up to an astronomical figure. After sending off Zheng Xiaohong and Lin Qing, Wang Chuang met with 5 more people in the office. These 6 people did not come alone. Each was accompanied by someone. Chapter 223. Zhao Xiaoyan's terrifying financial power with this incident of poaching. Zheng Qingfa clearly felt that Inkai was different from the entertainment companies he had dealt with in the past. The funds behind it were enormous. With Chu Ling present, Zheng Qingfa knew that Inkai would not be friends with Qixing. However, in business terms, Zheng Qingfa still hoped to avoid major conflicts. This does not mean that Zheng Qingfa is currently afraid of Inkai. It is merely a risk avoidance strategy as a businessman. Wang Chuang's eagle-like gaze was fixed on Zheng Qingfa. "Don't you have any idea of what you've done? Sending out Chu Ling's photos to ruin her reputation. And now you think we are ruthless? The Zheng family is truly shameless. If it weren't for concerns about future matters, Wang Chuang would want to rush into Qixing and beat up Zheng's father and son, especially Zheng Yaotian, to vent his anger for himself and for Chu Ling. Although everyone knew who sent the photos, Zheng Qingfa would not foolishly admit it and let himself be criticized. Mr. Wang, please don't misinterpret us. We sympathize with Miss Chu's situation, but those photos have nothing to do with us. We can't take on that blame." Chapter 224. Using the Han family to spread rumors now. Hearing Zhao Xiaoyan say he wants to take action against the Zheng family, Han Mingze began to think divergently. He was still a bit unclear about the grudge between the Zheng family and Zhao. Could it be just because Zheng Yaotian caused trouble for him at the club last time? Or was it because of Lu Shihua that Zhao was furious for a woman? In their circle, disputes and seeking revenge are not uncommon. Usually, it is just a matter of hitting each other a bit, and at most, it results in a facade of harmony but underlying discord. For example, Han Mingze himself does not get along with Zheng Yaotian, but when they meet, it is mostly just mutual sarcasm. However, when it comes to certain interests, the two sides can cooperate when necessary. After all, face is face and money is money. But Zhao Xiaoyan's intention to take action clearly wasn't casual. He wasn't just planning to block Zheng Yaotian. Zhao Xiaoyan shook his head and denied, "Actually, I just wanted to set up an entertainment company to stop Zheng Yaotian from bothering me. He has tried to take advantage of me twice and gained nothing. I would go after the Zheng family for such trivial matters. As for Lu Shihua, that is even less likely." Chapter 225. Inkai's fatal strike the next day. After waking up, Zhao Xiaoyan started preparing breakfast for Sun Yalan. Since Wang Qian moved in after Chu Ling's incident, the responsibility of taking care of Sun Yalan naturally fell to Zhao Xiaoyan. Sun Yalan seemed to be timing her appearance perfectly. As Zhao Xiaoyan was finishing up breakfast, she came out of her room with a round belly. Because it was inconvenient for her to move up and down, Sun Yalan had moved to the first floor. "You're up? Perfect timing, breakfast is ready. I'll serve it now." The breakfast was primarily light and nutritious, with milk and eggs, along with some multigrain porridge. While they were eating breakfast, the doorbell of the villa rang. Sun Yalan was curious about who it was, but Zhao Xiaoyan had already pressed the remote to open the villa's outer door. Soon, several men in black appeared at the entrance, led by Jiang Long. Jiang Long signaled to the others, and they dispersed. Once they had spread out, Jiang Long walked in. "Mr. Zhao, madam, Jiang Long addressed Sun Yalan as Madam. Following Wang Chuang's lead, Jiang Long is here. Have you had breakfast yet? Would you like to join us? Sun Yalan had met Jiang Long before and knew he was the head of the security company Zhao Xiaoyan invested in, so she spoke to him warmly. Chapter 226. Lu Ying's mission to report. I, Lu Ying, officially report that Zheng Yaotian, the vice president of Qixing Entertainment, leads a debauched lifestyle and has forced many female artists under his management into sexual acts. Afterwards, using promotion as a condition and threatening them with industry suppression to make them give up reporting. I am one of the victims. But I have decided to no longer tolerate such beasts and bravely stand up to seek justice for victims like myself. I have reported this to the security team, and here is the acceptance document from them. I believe that the law will bring me justice. I also call on sisters who have had similar experiences to bravely come forward to ensure that this beast receives the punishment it deserves as soon as possible. Stand up boldly. The video lasted a little over a minute, and Lu Ying, who had previously exuded a glamorous aura, appeared pitifully weak. After Zhao Xiaoyan saw the video, he was very satisfied. Anyone who said Lu Ying lacked acting skills would face his opposition first. Wang Chuang, let them start. Okay, Mr. Zhao. Thus, within 10 minutes of Lu Ying's video being released, it began to spread rapidly on short video platforms. Chapter 227. The rapid decline of Qixing. The police quickly arrived, and upon seeing the officer lying on the ground, immediately understood the situation. With the help of the police, the injured person was turned onto a stretcher. The officer's back was filled with irregularly shaped glass shards, some as long as half a palm, others the length of quail eggs, while the smaller wounds were not yet visible and could only be determined after hospital checks. The injured person was taken away first, and the police captain then shouted, "Let's take the suspect back to the station." Zheng Yaotian was led away in handcuffs under the watchful eyes of many in the office, causing several people to steal glances in their direction. The police had come to summon Zheng Yaotian, but due to his violent arrest and injury to the officer, this alone was enough to land him in serious trouble. Zheng Qingfa did not go to see his son off. Instead, he waited until the police were far away before picking up his phone. He needed to call a lawyer and urge them to rush to the criminal investigation team. He knew his son too well. He was all show, but no substance. Usually, he could flaunt his power, but when faced with real challenges, he was utterly useless. With just a little pressure, it was likely that Zheng Yaotian would spill everything, both what should and shouldn't be said. Chapter 228. Chu Ling personally goes to report some people even went to the brand accounts collaborating with Qixing Entertainment's artists to leave comments and demand that the brands change their artists. In an instant, Qixing, known for its entertainment, became material for the public. The development of the incident became increasingly capitalized. Yesterday, it was announced that on the morning of the third day, Qixing Entertainment received numerous notifications from brands terminating their cooperation, along with substantial compensation amounts. Zheng Qingfa has been busy handling these matters over the past 2 days, while his son Zheng Yaotian feels powerless. Following the termination of partnerships, Qixing Entertainment's stock market plummeted, leading to a suspension of trading and a massive evaporation of Qixing's market value. This is the nature of business. Yesterday, one could be thriving, but with the revelation of a shocking scandal, one can fall from grace overnight. To save a market, funds must be mobilized. However, Qixing is not solely Zheng Qingfa's. He is just a major shareholder with other shareholders behind him. These shareholders only invest and enjoy the profits, while Zheng Qingfa is responsible for the actual management. In business, everything is fine when profits are being made, but when personal interests begin to be harmed, conflicts are inevitable. Chapter 229. Chu Ling is captured. Wang Chuang ventures into the tiger's den. Sun Yalan's due date is approaching. To avoid any last-minute chaos, Zhao Xiaoyan arranged for Sun Yalan to stay in the hospital early on, while he kept her company around the clock. Zhao Xiaoyan booked a VIP room and hired 3 experienced maternity nurses to take turns caring for Sun Yalan. One afternoon, while Zhao Xiaoyan was peeling an apple for Sun Yalan after a meal, his phone rang. It was Jiang Long calling. "Mr. Zhao, Chu Ling has been captured." As soon as the call connected, Jiang Long anxiously delivered the bad news to Zhao Xiaoyan. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoyan didn't respond immediately. Instead, he signaled to Sun Yalan and stepped out of the ward to ask in a hushed voice, "Didn't we send someone to follow her? How could she still be captured?" When they decided to take action against Qixing, Zhao Xiaoyan had instructed the Jin Dun personnel to protect several individuals. Besides Sun Yalan, many people were also arranged around Chu Ling's villa. Especially after Chu Ling stepped in, Zhao Xiaoyan specifically instructed Jiang Long to increase the manpower. Even when they went out, someone would follow them for covert protection. Chu Ling went shopping this morning, and we had someone following her. But the opponent's movements were too swift, and there were too many of them. Our people got entangled and lost track of her. However, 2 of our people managed to catch a couple of them, but unfortunately, the police arrived too quickly, and both our people and the opponents were taken away. Jiang Long was also holding back his frustration. Chapter 230. Zheng Qingfa wants to meet the puppet master, whether it's the penalty from Inkai Group or the breach of contract from the artists. These are not small sums, yet the other party seems completely indifferent. And that half-trillion-level film and television city is even more daunting. How powerful are the people behind Wang Chuang? Why are they targeting the Zheng family? Or rather, why are they targeting Qixing? The unknown is what people fear the most. A terrifying opponent is eyeing you, yet you know nothing about them. If you don't even know who the opponent is, how can you fight back? Tell me, where is Chu Ling? Zheng Qingfa knew there were people behind him, which Wang Chuang found unsurprising. However, Zheng Qingfa had no intention of answering that question. He was here for one purpose, to take Chu Ling back. You tell me, who is the person behind this? Zheng Qingfa's expression finally changed, showing anger as he looked at Wang Chuang. You have no right to bargain with me right now. Damn it, tell me, who instructed you to act against Qixing? Who is it? The last 2 words were almost shouted by Zheng Qingfa. It turned out he was not as calm as he appeared. He was just pretending to be relaxed. Chapter 231. Who are you? People act, and heaven watches. You never thought you would have a day like this, did you? You deserve it. Even heaven can't stand to watch anymore. Chu Ling became more and more agitated as she spoke, her chest heaving heavily. Shut up. Zheng Qingfa was provoked by Chu Ling's words and strode over. Wang Chuang saw this and quickly tried to get up, but a few of his subordinates pressed him back onto the sofa. If it weren't for you, how would our Zheng family have fallen to this state? You're a disaster. Haven't we treated you well? It was just a little incident. What's the big deal? I offered you compensation afterward, but you refused it. Over these years, you have been against our Zheng family. Despite me not making things difficult for you repeatedly, you not only showed no remorse, but I should have just killed you back then. As he spoke, Zheng Qingfa's pent-up anger finally ignited completely, and he reached out his right hand to slap Chu Ling hard. Slap! A crisp sound echoed in the office. Chu Ling's hair was disheveled, and blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. Seeing this, Wang Chuang could no longer care about anything else. He suddenly stood up, and, just as his subordinates were about to press him down again, he retaliated with an elbow strike to the chest of a subordinate behind him, then quickly withdrew and ran toward Chu Ling. Chapter 232. 30 million is really not a small amount. Blood trickled from the corner of Wang Chuang's mouth as he looked at Zhao Xiaoyan with a guilty expression. Saying weakly, "I'm sorry." Zhao Xiaoyan patted his shoulder, placing Wang Chuang on the sofa. "Don't say anything. Since I'm here, leave the rest to me." After dealing with Wang Chuang, Zhao Xiaoyan finally stood up and looked at Zheng Qingfa with a smile. "Mr. Zheng, nice to meet you. My name is Zhao Xiaoyan." Zhao Xiaoyan? Zheng Qingfa's mind raced to recall the name. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. "You are Zhao Xiaoyan." Zheng Qingfa remembered where he had heard that name before. This was the person who had a conflict with his son. To take revenge, Zheng Qingfa had even brought people to find trouble with him at a private club. But not only did he fail to take revenge, he ended up getting beaten. Connecting this with Wang Chuang's attitude towards Zhao Xiaoyan and Zheng Yaotian mentioning that this person had some connections with the Han family made everything clear. Why was the Zheng family being targeted? It was because Zheng Yaotian had a conflict with this person. Why did the Han family secretly intervene when the Zheng family sought help? Because he was close to the Han family. Chapter 233. Variables. Looking at Zhao Xiaoyan, who had approached him, Zheng Qingfa smiled. He smiled very happily. "Mr. Zhao, you really are fearless as a young bull, bringing so many people and choosing to come alone. I admire that." Saying this, he signaled to his subordinates. The subordinates surrounded Zhao Xiaoyan. However, to prevent Zhao Xiaoyan's people from acting rashly, the subordinates focused their attention on Jiang Long and others, not paying too much attention to Zhao Xiaoyan. Zheng Qingfa pointed the knife in his hand at Zhao Xiaoyan. "What? Want to kill me?" Zhao Xiaoyan glanced at the dagger pressed against his chest, his expression showing no fear. Zheng Qingfa shook his head. "Although I wish I could kill you right now, because you've ruined everything I've painstakingly built, and now I can say I have nothing left. However, I want to kill you. After all, we live in a society governed by law, and I am a legitimate businessman. However, it takes the person who tied the bell to untie it. I just hope to cooperate with Mr. Zhao. Zhao Xiaoyan let out an "oh" and asked with a curious expression, "What cooperation?" "I will sell the shares of Qixing to Mr. Zhao, and you will be the major shareholder of Qixing in the future." Chapter 234. The dust settles. The next steps were much simpler. Because Zhao Xiaoyan had taken Zheng Qingfa hostage, this group of younger brothers suddenly became hesitant. They wanted to consider their big brother, but had no way to act. On the other side, Jiang Long led more than 20 people rushing over, making the originally spacious office feel much more crowded. Although Jiang Long and his team were unarmed, they were all men from a military, and unarmed combat was part of their regular training. With more than double the manpower, this battle became a one-sided crushing from the very beginning. In what seemed like a minute, but was actually just a few dozen seconds, Jiang Long and his men resolved the fight. Although many of the brothers they brought were hit with steel pipes in the face of absolute numbers and strength, such incidents were merely coincidences. Seeing the situation unfold like this, Zheng Qingfa knew that he had lost his momentum and also lost the will to resist. Zhao Xiaoyan was even more straightforward, directly letting Zheng Qingfa go. "I never expected Mr. Zhao to have such good skills." Zheng Qingfa looked at the younger brothers who had already been controlled by the Golden Shield and couldn't help but feel regretful. His move was poorly executed. Chapter 235. Sun Yalan has practical experience. Revenge has been taken, and it can be said that Chu Ling's concerns have been resolved. Moreover, after this incident, Inkai Entertainment has seen a tremendous growth, with numerous artists under its banner and strong financial backing. Many resources have also been contacted from the capital and are starting to materialize one by one. It is no exaggeration to say that with strong financial support, Inkai has completed in a month what many entertainment companies take over a decade to achieve in terms of growth. As for the nonsense about having an unstable foundation, such claims are baseless in the face of absolute capital. Inkai today has clearly established itself as one of the giants in the entertainment industry of the Magic City. Objectively, Zhao Xiaoyan hopes that Chu Ling can continue to stay at Inkai. After so many years in the entertainment industry, whether in experience, connections, ability, or decisiveness, Chu Ling is the best candidate for leadership at Inkai. Subjectively, Wang Chuang's feelings for Chu Ling are apparent to anyone with eyes. But Chu Ling doesn't understand why she has been avoiding Wang Chuang. If this continues, there is a high probability that Chu Ling will leave Inkai. If the Zheng family hadn't been dealt with, Zhao Xiaoyan would have had a way to keep Chu Ling. But now that the Zheng family has arrived, Zhao Xiaoyan doesn't know what else could tie Chu Ling down. Chapter 236. Foolish people have good fortune. Upon hearing this, Wang Qian really leaned in closer, sniffing at Wang Chuang, but didn't smell anything. She looked at Zhao Xiaoyan in confusion. "Nothing. What do you smell?" Zhao Xiaoyan had a mischievous smile. "Can you smell it more carefully?" Chu Ling also stopped her chopsticks to look at Wang Chuang. She really leaned in again, and Wang Qian took a deep sniff, but there was still nothing. After being prompted like this, Wang Chuang instinctively sniffed his own collar. Seeing Chu Ling looking at him, he suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and subtly shook his head. Watching everyone's reactions, especially the little movements between Wang Chuang and Chu Ling, Zhao Xiaoyan couldn't help but smile mischievously. Sun Yalan, who knew Zhao Xiaoyan well, saw his expression and knew he was joking, lightly patting him on the arm, and said to Wang Qian, "Don't listen to him. He's just joking with you." "I'm not joking." Zhao Xiaoyan smiled and said to Wang Qian, "If I tell you to change, then change." Wang Qian didn't think much and really stood up to say to Wang Chuang, "Brother, then you sit here." Wang Chuang had no choice but to switch seats and sat next to Chu Ling. Chapter 237. The child's name Ningqiu noticed that ever since she had gotten over the matter with Han Wani, she had returned to her fiery personality. However, every time she asked about Han Ming's situation, Han Mingze would just smile and remain silent. "Have you decided on the child's name?" Ningqiu glanced at the delivery room, her face full of excitement. "Not yet. I've thought of several, but all have been rejected by Yalan, who said the names I came up with were too common." Mentioning the naming process gave Zhao Xiaoyan a headache. He had searched online for a long time and came up with no less than 20 names. But all were rejected by Sun Yalan, who said names like Zi, Xian, and Xian are overused and too high in duplication. This made Zhao Xiaoyan understand a bit why his name was Xiaoyan. It was probably because naming was too troublesome that his father simply named him after that day's date. Zhao Xiaoyan thought of following the example, but today wasn't a holiday. Just then, the door of the delivery room opened, and a nurse pushed out a small cart with a sleeping baby inside. Is Sun Yalan's family here? Hee. Zhao Xiaoyan held the swaddled baby, his lips involuntarily curling up, and then brought the child to Sun Yalan's pillow, saying, "Baby woman, this is your mommy. You must grow up to be as beautiful as mommy." Chapter 238. Setting off, returning to Lingzhou. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. Xiaoyan, I'm a bit worried. As the plane landed, looking at the scenery outside, Sun Yalan suddenly became a bit nervous. Zhao Xiaoyan held their daughter in one arm and wrapped the other around Sun Yalan's shoulder, gently patting her to comfort her. "It's okay. With me around, there's nothing to worry about." Sun Yalan leaned her head on Zhao Xiaoyan's shoulder, but her expression didn't seem to relax much due to his words. They got off the plane and retrieved their luggage. Sun Yalan held their daughter and walked ahead while Zhao Xiaoyan pushed the luggage behind them. At the exit, Zhou Jiaying and He Fei were already waiting early. When they saw them come out, Zhou Jiaying and He Fei surrounded Sun Yalan, looking at the baby in her arms with excitement and joy. Zhao Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was directly ignored by them. "Hey, don't you welcome me back?" Zhao Xiaoyan felt like his spotlight was stolen by his daughter and couldn't help but complain. Only then did Zhou Jiaying show a look of realizing he was there, teasingly asking, "Oh, isn't this Xiao Zong? What is up? After being away in a magic city for so long, you finally decided to come back? By the way, this trip of yours was a bit long, a whole 6 months." Chapter 239. Welcome Banquet. The only one who can exude such a domineering CEO vibe is Su Yin'er. Su Yin'er was dressed in a white suit, with a light cream-colored thin women's trench coat over it, exuding elegance. Seeing Su Yin'er's outfit, it was clear she had rushed over after work, her cool face barely hiding the fatigue from her job. Zhao Xiaoyan unexpectedly discovered that the relationship between Su Yin'er and Zhou Jiaying seemed to have undergone a subtle change. He remembered that before going to the Magic City, they were like natural enemies. Whenever they were together, they would bicker endlessly. Today, Zhou Jiaying unexpectedly went to open the door for Su Yin'er herself, which made Zhao Xiaoyan feel puzzled. Could it be that their relationship has eased after not seeing each other for half a year? Su Yin'er's arrival made the atmosphere in the room somewhat subtle. Upon seeing Su Yin'er, Zhao Xiaoyan greeted her with a smile. "Yin'er, you're here." However, Su Yin'er only shot him a cold glance, ignored him, and directly walked to Sun Yalan's side after placing her bag down. Looking at the cute baby in Sun Yalan's arms, Su Yin'er gazed at the little life, and a rare softness appeared in the eyes of the domineering female CO. She seldom showed a pleading expression, asking, "Can I hold the baby?" Chapter 240. Su Yin'er's question. Su Yin'er did not retort Zhou Jiaying, but glanced at the time and said her first sentence of the night to Zhao Xiaoyan. "I have to go back." Zhao Xiaoyan obviously didn't understand the meaning behind Su Yin'er's words, and foolishly replied, "Oh, okay, take care on your way." But just as his words fell, Su Yin'er suddenly kicked his calf hard. Before Zhao Xiaoyan could react, Su Yin'er had already stood up and said to Zhou Jiaying, "It's getting late, I'm leaving first." "All right." Zhou Jiaying noticed Su Yin'er's odd behavior and said to Zhao Xiaoyan, "You should go see her off." "No need for him to send me." Su Yin'er maintained her cold expression and lifted her leg to walk out. However, it didn't seem like she was being polite. It looked more like she was angry. Watching Su Yin'er about to walk out the door, Zhou Jiaying walked over and patted Zhao Xiaoyan on the shoulder, whispering, "You really don't understand women. Didn't you hear the meaning behind her words? Hurry up and see her off." "Huh? Didn't she just say there's no need to send her? You have to listen to women's words in reverse." Only then did Zhao Xiaoyan realize and hurriedly chase after her, shouting, "Yin'er, let me see you off." Chapter 241. Wild Child. Because the community was rather old and lacked an elevator, Zhao Xiaoyan and Sun Yalan walked up the stairs. Fortunately, it wasn't too high, and after reaching the 3rd floor, Sun Yalan stopped in front of a door. Zhao Xiaoyan knew they had arrived and hurriedly put down the things in his hands, preparing to knock, but the door opened just then. An elderly woman in her 50s or 60s stood at the door, and one could vaguely see Sun Yalan's shadow in her features. Without needing an introduction, Zhao Xiaoyan guessed that this person was Sun Yalan's mother, Lu Shumi. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Xiaoyan prepared to call her mom shamelessly, but before he could speak, Lu Shumi disdainfully pulled Sun Yalan into the house. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't understand the situation and followed in with the things, shutting the door behind him. The house wasn't large. The living room was about 20 square meters. The surrounding white walls had begun to yellow with age, and in some squeeze spots, there were black mold stains. "Mom," Sun Yalan called out crisply. But Lu Shumi immediately scolded back with a face full of disdain. "Don't call me Mom. I don't have a daughter as shameless as you. Tell me, whose wild child is this in your arms? Is it his?" As she spoke, Lu Shumi's hand reached toward Zhao Xiaoyan, who was standing aside. Chapter 242. Wanting a betrothal gift or selling her daughter? Get out. I don't want to see this wild child. Lu Shumi's words almost made Zhao Xiaoyan want to slap her old face. This old woman was truly infuriating, with her mouth full of insults calling the child wild. How could she not even want to look at her own granddaughter, as if the baby in the cradle was some kind of monster? Sun Yalan was also disappointed in her mother. Over the past year, it had always been her reaching out to the family, while her mother never once called her. Originally, she thought it was because she had been suspended from her job at school, which had upset her mother, and felt guilty about it. So this time she came, partly to let her mother meet her daughter, and partly to tell her that she didn't want to be a teacher anymore. But who would have thought? It was all her one-sided wish. Lu Shumi was not angry because of her job. She was upset because she felt embarrassed by what Sun Yalan had done. As for the baby, this grandmother didn't even want to see her, calling her a wild child. There was no trace of blood being thicker than water in their relationship. Chapter 243. Sun Hao's lion's demand. Sun Yalan was so infuriated by her mother and brother that tears began to well up in her eyes again. Just as the baby, Xiao Shichen, had stopped crying, she started up again. Sun Yalan didn't have time to think about anything else, and quickly held the baby gently, trying to soothe her. "Hey, give me a word. Don't just sit there like a mute." Sun Hao pointed his finger directly at Zhao Xiaoyan. Zhao Xiaoyan looked at Sun Hao with a cold smile. 1 million? Sure. Hearing Zhao Xiaoyan agree, Sun Hao's face showed surprise. However, Zhao Xiaoyan then turned the conversation. "But you smashed someone else's luxury car. That 300,000 was paid by your sister for you. Should we count that as well? She is my sister. It's only right for her to pay for me." Sun Hao said this with a sense of righteousness. Seeing Zhao Xiaoyan bring this up, Lu Shumi quickly added, "Right? That money is something she should pay back for her brother. It's a different matter." "Oh, now that money needs to be paid back. She is your sister?" Zhao Xiaoyan slammed the table, his anger rising. "If she is your sister, how come you've never called her sister since you walked in? A grown man, getting into trouble and expecting his sister to bail him out. You're just a waste, a good for nothing." Chapter 244. Evil people have their match. Sun Hao extended 5 fingers. 5 million. Then Sun Yalan will be your person, and she will have nothing to do with our Sun family anymore. Hao, no matter what, she is still your sister. Isn't this going a bit too far? Lu Shumi, though unreasonable, was a bit surprised to hear her son say such things. After all, Sun Yalan was a part of her. Even though she favored sons over daughters, she still had a minimum line of humanity. "Mom, she has already secretly given birth to the child. She doesn't know us Sun family members anymore. It's all spilled water. And look, this is my girlfriend. Shaoli, we're getting married, and after marriage, the household expenses will definitely increase. We need money too. Mom, you and want your son to live tightly after getting married? Would you?" Sun Hao's last sentence shattered Lu Shumi's last bit of hesitation. That's right. Her son was the most important. Since Sun Yalan was the sister, she should think of her brother. Moreover, once a daughter was married off, her loyalties would naturally shift to her husband's family. Chapter 245. Temporary one-time tool. The system's voice rang in Zhao Xiaoyan's mind. "Beep. Target locked. Young Meili, age 24. Attractiveness 80. Height 163 centimeters. Purity 77. Affection level." Zhao Xiaoyan looked at the system's prompt and felt a mix of emotions. Young Meili's attractiveness was indeed quite good. Although she had only just reached the minimum threshold for the system to lock on, she stood out impressively in a crowd. However, this was somewhat expected by Zhao Xiaoyan. Sun Hao, being the biological brother of Sun Yalan, naturally had no issues in the looks department, being a standard handsome guy. His girlfriend would also likely be attractive. Zhao Xiaoyan thought Young Meili looked good enough to try opening the system. He didn't expect that Young Meili could actually be locked by the system. Since it could be locked, he might as well take advantage of this tool that was presented to him. Although 5 million wasn't much for Zhao Xiaoyan, he still felt it was a bit unworthy to give it to this peculiar mother-son duo. Young Meili's actions really caught Zhao Xiaoyan's attention. Chapter 246. Old Master Su's scheme. Previously, Su Yin'er had told Zhao Xiaoyan that she had come to the Su family as old residents last night. But since he had to accompany Sun Yalan back home, Zhao Xianyan rescheduled for today. After returning to the villa with Sun Yalan in the morning, Zhao Xianyan stayed with her, comforting her as she was feeling down. He Fei, upon hearing about the situation with the Sun family, was also quite indignant and kept Sun Yalan company. There weren't many people living in the villa at the moment. This villa was registered under He Fei's name, so it could be considered her home. Since Longxing Villa was relatively close to the Jinyan group, apart from He Fei, Zhou Jiaying and Yi Lingshan would occasionally stay there as well. As for Lu Xinting, she still lived in the villa Zhao Xianyan had bought for her, driving her Lamborghini around for fun. Unless necessary, she wouldn't come here. Zhang Yuhan, still in her junior year of college, found it more convenient to live on campus. Therefore, Zhao Xianyan didn't buy her a property, but promised this long-legged girl that after she graduated, a villa and a supercar would be prepared for her, with everything being on par with Lu Xinting's, emphasizing fairness. Zhao Xianyan initially wanted to buy a house for Sun Yalan as well, but she said she had gotten used to living in the Magic City. Coupled with the events of today, Zhao Xianyan figured Sun Yalan would likely stay in the Magic City in the future, so he abandoned the idea of buying her a house. Chapter 247. The overbearing female CEO's dominance. Su Yin'er noticed Zhao Xianyan staring at her, and although her expression remained cold and proud, she felt a bit happy inside. She had put thought into her outfit for today, even spending a good amount of time searching online. The internet said that men have a uniform fetish and that black stockings are the ultimate fantasy, so she impulsively bought a pair of lettered black stockings. Although she felt a bit uncomfortable wearing them, seeing Zhao Xianyan's reaction made Su Yin'er feel that the effect was quite good. Perhaps this is what it means for a woman to beautify herself for someone she likes. Su Dajiang, seeing his granddaughter arrive fashionably late, teasingly remarked, "You usually arrive on time. Why are you so late today? Something held me up." Su Yin'er naturally wouldn't mention that she had changed her clothes on the way. Ah Fu, seeing everyone was present, arranged for the kitchen to serve the dishes. The meals at the Su family's old residence were still quite lavish, with 9 dishes and 1 soup, enough for 3 people. Zhao Xianyan didn't hold back and started eating immediately. Even though he had experienced a lot of food and drink over the past year, the best-tasting food still came from Old Master Su's kitchen, which suited Zhao Xianyan's palate the most. Chapter 248. I will take responsibility for you. Seeing Zhao Xianyan looking at her without saying anything, Su Yin'er directly said, "Don't worry. I will take responsibility for you." No, is that something a woman should say? Zhao Xianyan was momentarily at a loss for words. As for Su Yin'er, despite her outwardly cold demeanor, she was already feeling shy and flustered inside, unable to look Zhao Xianyan in the eye. "I need to get up. I have to go to the company." Su Yin'er forced herself to appear calm as she prepared to get out of bed. But when she just lifted the corner of the blanket, she remembered she was wearing nothing and tried to pull the blanket back. However, she paused for a moment, then calmly got out of bed. Zhao Xianyan stared in shock at Su Yin'er, who was completely unclothed. S-curve, a perfect pear-shaped waist-to-hip ratio. How could someone as short as Su Yin'er, at just over 1.6 meters, have such a great figure? Normally dressed in women's suits. Who would have thought she had such a devilish figure hidden beneath those clothes? Just as Su Yin'er took a step, she felt a painful cramp in her lower abdomen, hunched over and cried out. Chapter 249. Agreed upon hearing this, Zhao Xianyan was somewhat surprised. He was surprised not that Yang Meili had scammed away the 5 million, but that she acted so quickly. What happened? Zhao Xianyan asked. My mom said that after we left yesterday, she had Sun Haowei arrange a meeting with Yang Meili's parents, since there was 1 million as a betrothal gift out of the 5 million. Now that the money was given, both families needed to sit down and discuss the marriage, ideally getting the certificate first. Yang Meili just casually agreed and left. But when Sun Haowei tried to contact Yang Meili this morning, her phone was off. When we checked her rented place, the housemates said she hurriedly moved out yesterday. My brother told my mom, and she called me. Zhao Xianyan raised an eyebrow. What did she call you for? I don't know. I was so angry that I hung up. Sun Yalan was genuinely upset with her mom and brother, so she hung up before Lu Shumi could say anything more. However, even so, the 5 million was given her family by Zhao Xianyan, and to have it scammed away by an outsider made her feel furious. Zhao Xianyan could tell at a glance that Yang Meili was not a good person. So, her taking the money without delivering was indeed not surprising to him. Chapter 250. Another stolen photo the next day. Zhao Xianyan and Sun Yalan boarded a flight to the Magic City. The girls expressed some discontent about Zhao Xiaoyan leaving so soon after returning. However, after hearing about Sun Yalin's experiences at her home, they were all filled with righteous indignation. Zhao Xiaoyan explained that he was just taking Sun Yalin to the Magic City and would be back, which eased their concerns a bit. Since Sun Yalin might not return to Lingzhou often after this trip, Zhou Jiaying called everyone together again for a family dinner at Longxing Houting. However, unlike last time, Su Yin'er did not attend this time. This isn't because Su Yin'er is being difficult. It's actually because she has now become Zhao Xiaoyan's woman. The domineering female CEO is surprisingly a bit shy and doesn't know how to face others. Of course, Zhao Xiaoyan didn't reveal this to everyone, just saying that Su Yin'er had something that delayed her arrival. The main character of the gathering is Sun Yalin, but the most popular one has to be Xiao Shichen. The little girl is just too adorable. Even Lu Xining the fox can't bear to let go once she hugs her. The plane landed at the airport in Magic City in the afternoon, and Wang Chuang and Wang Qian came to pick them up. Chapter 251. Sudden news, Zhao Xiaoyan's head is now in a frenzy. Looking at the person in the photo, even though it was taken from a bit of a distance. The lighting in the hospital is good, and the person in the photo is very clear. Between the brows, it's basically confirmed to be Han Wani. Han Wani is pregnant. 9 months pregnant. 9 months ago, around October last year, he did indeed have a relationship with Han Wani. One time, it worked. Zhao Xiaoyan took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "Where did you get this photo?" Yuningxio's eyes were fixed on Zhao Xiaoyan. "I've had quite a few people looking for Wani these past few months. This was sent back by someone from the capital." The capital? That's right. Han Wani is indeed in the capital. At this point, Han Wani didn't tell Yuningxio, but only told Zhao Xiaoyan. Now it's clear, very clear. Initially, after Zhao Xiaoyan gave Han Wani a large sum of money, he thought they would never meet again, but later Han Wani actually took the initiative to contact Zhao Xiaoyan. At that time, Zhao Xiaoyan was a bit puzzled. Now he understands. It should have been at that time that Han Wani knew she was pregnant, so she contacted him. As for why she didn't tell him about her pregnancy, Zhao Xiaoyan has no way of knowing. Chapter 252. The reason for Lin Ruiqian's resignation. Although Yuningxio made an appointment with Zhao Xiaoyan, she left after discussing the matters, showing no intention of treating. It was almost mealtime, so Zhao Xiaoyan readily accepted Lin Ruiqian's invitation. He actually also wanted to casually ask about the reason for her sudden resignation. Lin Ruiqian chose a hot pot restaurant, which was doing quite well. The decor was somewhat upscale, fitting the consumption choices of ordinary working-class people. Although it wasn't a private room, the back seats of each table were quite high, providing a bit of a partitioned feel, making each seat a small private space. After Zhao Xiaoyan finally found a parking spot nearby and parked, Lin Ruiqian was already there. "Sorry, there was some traffic on the way." Zhao Xiaoyan smiled as he sat down across from her, explaining. Speaking of the traffic in Magic City, Zhao Xiaoyan had experienced it today. A journey of just over 10 kilometers took more than half an hour to complete. "No problem, I just got here too. Let's see what we should eat." Lin Ruiqian handed the hot pot restaurant's menu to Zhao Xiaoyan and even thoughtfully passed him a pen. Zhao Xiaoyan was not polite and made a few marks on the menu before handing it back to Lin Ruiqian. Chapter 253. Don't guess a girl's thoughts mentioning the past. Zhao Xiaoyan's memories slowly surfaced, and he teased Lin Ruiqian. "Don't say that about me. I can't compare to you. Back then, you were the star of our class, the famous class flower. It was just the boys being ridiculous." Lin Ruiqian laughed, as if she had returned to high school. "It wasn't ridiculous. You have no idea. Many boys in our class liked you back then. I remember you received quite a few love letters, right?" Lin Ruiqian was already tall and graceful in high school. Not only in their class, but many from other classes also liked her. There were quite a few who confessed, let alone those who had crushes. Zhao Xiaoyan was laughing while speaking when suddenly Lin Ruiqian asked, "What about you? Did you like me back then?" Being asked this by Lin Ruiqian caught Zhao Xiaoyan off guard. During high school, when youth was in full bloom, having a hazy affection for the opposite sex was normal. Zhao Xiaoyan's crush was indeed Lin Ruiqian, back when they were desk mates in the second year. It seemed that many people developed feelings for their desk mates during that time. But whether that kind of affection was love or not, Zhao Xiaoyan wasn't sure. Chapter 254. If you say it's not, then it's not. Han Wani's mouth was slightly open as she looked at Zhao Xiaoyan, who suddenly appeared in front of her, with a face full of shock and surprise, unable to form a complete sentence. The security guard pretended to be serious about his work, but occasionally glanced over this way. Han Wani is a well-known beauty in the community, looking like a fairy stepped out of a painting. The only pity is that such a beautiful woman was pregnant when she moved into this community. However, after living here for more than half a year, Hanwani has been coming and going alone. No one has ever seen her come back with a man. So, sometimes the security guards discuss this matter during their breaks. They even speculate about what kind of man could win over this super beauty, and even better, whose child is in her belly. But today, a man actually came to find Hanwani, which naturally drew their attention. This isn't a place to talk. Let's go home first. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't want to be watched, smiling as he said to Hanwani, his expression a mix of excitement and nervousness. Excited because Hanwani is really pregnant. Chapter 255. Hanwani's affection level 10 minutes later. Zhao Xiaoyan was pushing a shopping cart with Hanwani beside him. The location Hanwani chose was really good. Not far from the exit is a shopping mall, which has a large, well-known supermarket. Originally, Zhao Xiaoyan planned to come alone, but Hanwani refused to give him the keys. With no other choice, Zhao Xiaoyan had to let Hanwani come along. After all, moderate exercise is beneficial for pregnant women and the fetus. Pregnant women need to eat more fruits, so he bought some apples and bananas. Fish is white meat and is also beneficial for pregnant women. Nuts contain unsaturated fatty acids, proteins, and minerals, which help with the fetal brain development. Before long, Zhao Xiaoyan's shopping cart was already filled with various foods, fresh fruits and vegetables, meats, and plenty of nuts. He selected each item very carefully and seriously. Seeing Zhao Xiaoyan's attentive demeanor, Hanwani felt warm inside and seemed to be less resistant to his presence. When they reached the mother and baby section, Zhao Xiaoyan stopped again. "Let's go take a look," he said as he pushed the shopping cart over. Chapter 256. Zhao Xiaoyan is threatened once back at Hanwani's home. Zhao Xiaoyan put down the items, let Hanwani sit on the sofa to rest, and then plunged into the kitchen. With this large purchase, the entire double-door refrigerator was stuffed to the brim, and the drawer of the coffee table was also filled with quite a few snacks. After washing some fruits and placing them in a fruit bowl, Zhao Xiaoyan said to Hanwani, "You should rest well. I'll go make dinner now." Zhao Xiaoyan's cooking skills were quite good, and he was very adept at preparing dishes. Since this was his first time cooking for Hanwani, he was particularly attentive. However, while he was preparing the ingredients, he realized he hadn't bought soy sauce. Just as he was about to tell Hanwani and prepare to go downstairs to buy some, he heard the intercom system of the community ring. Hanwani, biting into an apple, walked over and answered the intercom. "Hello, Miss Han, you have a visitor." The call was from the security guard, and as soon as it connected, a respectful voice came through the speaker. Hanwani asked, "Visitor? What's his name?" There was a brief silence before another man's voice came through. "Wani, it's me, Lu Ben." Listening to their conversation, Lu Ben felt extremely uncomfortable, like a fly stuck in his throat. Especially after seeing Zhao Xiaoyan's smug expression, his anger burned even more fiercely. Throughout this process, Hanwani didn't even glance at Lu Ben, as if she didn't see him speaking to her at all. "Come on, I'll support you. Let us go home." Zhao Xiaoyan held Hanwani's arm with one hand and wrapped the other around her waist, carefully supporting her like a husband attending to his pregnant wife. Watching Zhao Xiaoyan help Hanwani away, Lu Ben's eyes nearly spat fire. From the first moment he saw Hanwani, he was captivated by this beautiful woman. She was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, bar none. As a rich second-generation heir, he was surrounded by beautiful women. Even some third- or fourth-tier celebrities came and went at his beck and call. But with Hanwani, he was genuinely serious. Thus, Lu Ben began to find ways to inquire about Hanwani's situation and always sought opportunities to get close to her. Every 3 days a bouquet, every 5 days a gift, but these usual methods of chasing women didn't make a splash with Hanwani. The next moment, Hanwani's eyes widened in disbelief as she said, "You can't be thinking of staying here, can you? That's impossible. There's no place for you to stay here. Hurry up and find a hotel." However, Zhao Xiaoyan seemed glued to the sofa, not moving an inch. He thickened his skin and said, "I'm not staying in a hotel. Can't I stay here? Even if you don't let me stay in the master bedroom. There's still 2 guest rooms, right? It's fine. I'm not picky as long as I have a place to stay." Upon hearing this, Hanwani jumped up from the sofa as if she stepped on a cat's tail, her voice rising by 8 degrees. "You still want to stay in the master bedroom? Dream on. You can't stay here. Hurry up and go to a hotel." Zhao Xiaoyan was not about to give up easily. He came to the capital specifically for Hanwani, and if he wanted to stay in a hotel, what would be the point? He was determined to stay here. Even if Hanwani wanted him to leave, he wouldn't go. Moreover, Han Wani's favorability towards him had already reached 80, and he was thinking about quickly getting it to 100. As for the reason, well, it was impossible for Zhao Xiaoyan not to have thoughts about a super beauty rated 99. However, when Han Wani saw Zhao Xiaoyan suddenly appear before her today, she didn't feel as calm as she appeared. Her heart raced the moment she saw him, filled with both surprise and anxiety. She didn't know how to face Zhao Xiaoyan in terms of their relationship. Then, Zhao Xiaoyan didn't say anything or express surprise about her pregnancy. When the two of them went shopping for items for the baby, she felt a strange yet familiar sense of home for the first time. But she also recalled the hardships she had faced over the past few months. The early pregnancy nausea had tormented her, making it hard for her to eat or sleep well. She had to go for various checkups all alone. In the beginning, it was manageable, but as her belly grew larger, she had to run around by herself with a big belly. Seeing other pregnant women accompanied by their husbands made Han Wani feel particularly heartbroken. Lost in thought, Han Wani's nose suddenly tinged with sadness, and tears started streaming down her face. "Why are you crying?" Zhao Xiaoyan hadn't actually fallen asleep. He had been watching Han Wani from behind and naturally noticed her slight sobbing. On the intercom system, a man's face appeared on the screen. It was Liu Ben. When Zhao Xiaoyan saw that face, he felt speechless. Was this guy like a sticky plaster? He had gotten so close to Han Wani, yet he still showed up. He was indeed persistent. Of course, this also proved that Han Wani's charm was indeed substantial. Even while pregnant, she could still captivate this rich second-generation heir. A beauty rated 99 by the system was not just for show. "Who is it?" Han Wani, who was drinking multigrain porridge, turned to ask when she heard Zhao Xiaoyan's words. Zhao Xiaoyan pouted and joked. "Who else could it be?" "Your suitor, of course. Liu Ben." "Who else could it be? He has come twice in a day. He really doesn't take me seriously, knowing I'm here and still showing up openly." Zhao Xiaoyan directly pressed the talk button and shouted at the intercom system. "Who is it?" Outside the building, Liu Ben was stunned when he heard the man's voice from the intercom, and his originally calm face immediately turned sullen, questioning in a very unfriendly tone. "You little brat, why are you here? How did you get into Wani's house? What happened?" Han Wani asked with concern when she saw Zhao Xiaoyan's expression. "It's nothing. Come on, let us go home." Zhao Xiaoyan wasn't foolish enough to tell Han Wani the truth. He stuffed his phone into his pocket and continued holding Han Wani's hand as they walked home. Han Wani had finally started to accept him, and Zhao Xiaoyan didn't want to waste all that effort. On the other side, after sending a message to Zhao Xiaoyan, Lin Ruiqian kept her phone in hand. This was her first time actively asking a guy out, and she felt both nervous and excited. However, after waiting for several minutes, she still hadn't received any response from Zhao Xiaoyan. Is he on silent mode and didn't see it? Is he busy? Does he think I'm being a bit casual? Does he not want to talk to me? As time went by, Lin Ruiqian's mood began to slowly decline, and eventually, she started to doubt herself. Sitting alone in a coffee shop, she stared blankly, her face filled with anxiety. If others saw Lin Ruiqian's expression now, they would definitely be very surprised. The once-class flower Lin Ruiqian actually showed such a vulnerable expression, which would be enough to astonish them. So annoying. Chapter 262. Wan Yi is priceless in my heart. Zhao Xiaoyan had very few acquaintances in the capital city, apart from Liu Ben. Turning his head, he saw Liu Ben looking smugly at Zhao Xiaoyan, but when he caught sight of Lin Ruiqian's appearance, a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. In fact, he had encountered Zhao Xiaoyan by chance. He had just followed along. As for the tall and strong one, it was naturally the young security guard. Just as Zhao Xiaoyan was passing by the security room, the guard, who had been keeping an eye on him, spotted him. At that time, Zhao Xiaoyan was on the phone with Lin Ruiqian, and the young guard perked up his ears to eavesdrop. To be fair, the guy had sharp ears. Although he didn't catch everything Zhao Xiaoyan said, he did hear a crucial location, Baifang. Therefore, the young guard didn't hesitate to call Liu Ben. "What bad luck! How come I run into you everywhere?" Seeing it was Liu Ben, Zhao Xiaoyan naturally didn't hold back and shot back. To be honest, although he didn't have a good impression of Liu Ben, it wasn't too bad either. Liu Ben, despite his infatuation with Han Wan Yi and his continuous pursuit of her, had never done anything outrageous to annoy her too much. Chapter 263. Why should you pursue girls while I pay? The latest Maserati Gran Turismo Folgore costs about 2 million yuan. Seeing Liu Ben's reluctant expression, it was clear that this was already the maximum he could offer, reaching the limit of his personal finances. Lin Ruiqian was completely shocked. Coming from an ordinary family, it was the first time she had seen a seven-figure transaction in reality, leaving her dumbfounded. Have people in the city really become so indifferent to money? Lu Bin's action also surprised Zhao Xiaoyan. For a million is indeed not a small sum. Unexpectedly, Lu Bin was willing to invest heavily for Han Wanyi. Unfortunately, in Zhao Xiaoyan's eyes, that amount was still far from enough. Ha! It seems that Lu Bin's sincerity is rather limited, just this little bit. Zhao Xiaoyan pretended to look disdainful and pushed the key back, saying, "You can take this Maserati back. I don't like driving someone else's second-hand car." This statement had a double meaning. Lu Bin didn't know whether to be embarrassed because Zhao Xiaoyan said he was broke or because he understood the underlying message in Zhao Xiaoyan's words. His face immediately turned red, and he exclaimed, "Damn it, are you playing me?" Chapter 264. Saving people before. Jin Yin was involved in investments, but he didn't seem to have any serious ones. Instead, he collaborated with Bayati to build a factory. Later, after forming a group, he added real estate development and short video live streaming sales to the mix. Then there was the Inkai Group in the Magic City, which was a pure entertainment company, along with a film and television city under construction. There was also Sun Yalin's Education Foundation, which was also under Jin Yin's name. Additionally, there was an agricultural product processing factory in Weiqin, Sanshui County. Oh, and he also held shares in Longsheng Group, but it was under Jin Yin's name. After a rough inventory, Zhao Xiaoyan realized that he actually had quite a few assets. But with so many businesses, it seemed like each one had someone specifically responsible for it, making him just a complete absentee landlord. What's wrong? Lin Ruiqian noticed Zhao Xiaoyan hadn't spoken and thought she hit a nerve, quickly finding a way to comfort him. Actually, starting a business these days is not easy, especially for young people like us. It's normal to encounter setbacks and difficulties. You have to believe in yourself. Chapter 265. That person that day was you, Xiaoyan. The life jacket. Quickly grab the life jacket. At that moment, Lin Ruiqian's voice came from shore. Zhao Xiaoyan then noticed that just 2 meters away from him, a red life jacket was floating. He kicked hard in the water, paddling towards the floating life jacket with the young boy. Since he couldn't free his hands, Zhao Xiaoyan shouted to the boy, "Quick, grab the life jacket." The boy, hearing this, reached out and caught the life jacket. With the life jacket on, the boy had buoyancy and could float on the surface by himself, even without Zhao Xiaoyan holding him. "Grab my arm." The boy obediently grabbed Zhao Xiaoyan's arm. With both hands freed, Zhao Xiaoyan pulled the boy while dog paddling toward the shore. The reason for not heading towards the boat was that the edge of the pedal boat was a bit high, making it inconvenient for the boy to climb up. Plus, Zhao Xiaoyan's swimming skills weren't great, so he couldn't lift the child onto the boat while in the water. By the time Zhao Xiaoyan was almost at the shore, there were already quite a few people waiting there. 2 middle-aged men jumped down directly, one taking the child while the other supported Zhao Xiaoyan. Chapter 266. Memories of the past. Back at Han Wanyi's doorstep, Zhao Xiaoyan entered the password and opened the door. Han Wan, he was sitting on the sofa watching TV. When she turned her head and saw Zhao Xiaoyan had returned, she was about to greet him, but noticed his wet pants and hair, frowned, and asked, "What happened to you? Did you get all wet just from eating?" Zhao Xiaoyan just nodded without explaining much. "I'll go take a shower first." Although he changed his clothes and shoes, the sticky feeling on his body was still very uncomfortable. Han Wan noticed something was off with Zhao Xiaoyan, opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately said nothing. After taking a shower and changing into new clothes, Zhao Xiaoyan's mood seemed to improve a bit. He walked to the living room and sat down beside Han Wan, asking, "What do you want to eat tonight?" "Anything is fine." Han Wan, he kept her eyes on the TV screen and asked about Zhao Xiaoyan's lunch. "Who did you go to lunch with at noon?" "A classmate." "Male or female?" Zhao Xiaoyan initially wanted to say it was a male, but the words stopped at his lips. He remembered seeing Lu Bin when entering the community, then changed his answer, female. Chapter 267. Regret. After drifting for about a few minutes, Zhao Xiaoyan noticed a big bend in the river ahead and hurriedly used all his strength to kick his legs in the water. He didn't know whether it was luck or something else, but he really managed to swim miraculously towards the shore with the drowning person in his arms. When Zhao Xiaoyan's feet could touch the riverbed, he began to drag the drowning woman toward the shore with great difficulty. At this time, quite a few adults on the bank had noticed them and were hurrying over. With the help of the adults, the two finally made it to shore. As soon as they got on land, the drowning woman started to cry loudly, clearly terrified by the harrowing experience. Although Zhao Xianyan was also very scared now. With his legs trembling from weakness, he was embarrassed to be seen by so many people in just his shorts during puberty. So he ignored the adults' attempts to keep him there and headed straight for the path along the shore toward his friends. However, when he reached the spot where he had jumped into the water, Zhao Xianyan was stunned. Not only were his friends nowhere to be found, but even the clothes and shoes he had taken off were completely gone. Chapter 268. A twist of fate this made Zhao Xianyan finally understand a few things. Why had Lin Ruiqian been so enthusiastic toward him after not seeing him for 4 years? Why had her fondness for him reached 70? It turned out that Lin Ruiqian knew he was the one who saved her, which is why, after they became desk mates in the second year of high school, she had been so friendly with him. At that time, Zhao Xianyan had been too scared and, with Lin Ruiqian's hair covering her face, he hadn't cared to notice who he had saved. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Xianyan suppressed his sorrow, forced a smile, and asked again, "What do you want to eat tonight? I'll cook for you." This time, Han Wani did not brush him off and smiled back. "Then let's eat your best dish." "Okay." Zhao Xianyan thought for a moment, nodded, and added, "But pregnant women shouldn't eat too much spicy food, so I'll use less chili. The taste might be a bit off." "That's fine. Actually, I haven't had spicy food in a long time." Han Wani also liked spicy food, but she hadn't eaten it for a while due to her pregnancy. Zhao Xianyan opened the fridge. Great. All the ingredients he needed were there, so he wouldn't have to go out to buy anything. Chapter 269. Receiving the villa after a whole morning, Zhao Xianyan finally understood the difficulties faced by pregnant women. Even for a routine prenatal checkup, he spent most of the time waiting in line. The waiting area of the obstetrics and gynecology department was filled with pregnant women of various belly sizes, most of whom were accompanied by their husbands. Of course, there were a few women who came alone. Seeing those women with big bellies, registering, and paying without anyone to help them, it looked quite pitiful. The more he saw, the more Zhao Xianyan felt guilty about not being able to accompany Han Wani for her prenatal checkup earlier. Fortunately, this time he was with her, which made things much easier for Han Wani. By the time they left the hospital, it was already past 11. "You can drive back. I have something to do at noon. I'm meeting a friend." Just as they exited the outpatient building, Zhao Xianyan was about to go to the parking lot to get the car when Han Wani unexpectedly said she had plans. Zhao Xianyan offered to accompany her, but she directly refused. "I'm just meeting a friend." "What would you do there?" "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." Since Han Wani said so, Zhao Xianyan couldn't insist on following her. After repeatedly reminding her to be careful and to call him if she needed anything, he finally put her in a taxi. Chapter 270. This guy talks like Liu Ben when Zhao Xianyan heard a voice and turned around. He saw Liu Ben sitting on a trident with a surprised look on his face. "Oh, isn't this Liu Dawa? What a coincidence. I run into you everywhere. By the way, I haven't thanked you for treating me to dinner last time." Zhao Xianyan didn't know why, but he couldn't help but tease Liu Ben when he saw him. Sure enough, as soon as the topic of the last time he was forced to pay came up, Liu Ben's face darkened immediately. He got out of the car, walked up to Zhao Xianyan, and said, "How dare you bring that up? Pay me back. A total of 580. Right now, immediately." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and displayed the payment QR code in front of Zhao Xianyan. Zhao Xianyan acted as if he didn't see it and pointed at the Trident Gran Turismo Folgore, teasingly asked, "Is this the car you wanted to give me last time? It looks pretty good. By the way, when are you planning to give it to me?" Liu Dahua. Liu Ben didn't hear it clearly the first time, but this time he understood and looked puzzled. Zhao Xianyan waved his hand and said, "Don't mind those details. Let's talk about the car." Chapter 271. You two brothers should be more careful, Mr. Zhao. Since you're a friend of the little rascal, can I take the liberty of calling you Xianyan? Is that too presumptuous? Since he said that, Zhao Xianyan couldn't refuse. Moreover, he had indeed said earlier that they were friends to help Liu Ben out. "All right. Liu Dong is too polite. Just call me Xianyan." Liu Monsong pretended to be displeased. "Look at you, still calling me Liu Dong. That's too formal. I should be older than your father. You could just call me uncle." This exchange established their uncle-nephew relationship. However, it also piqued Zhao Xianyan's interest in Liu Monsong. Liu Monsong didn't look like the head of a real estate group at all. Even his clothes were clearly not high-end, probably just cheap street market goods. "You little rascal. You should learn from Xianyan and not hang out with those useless friends. Look at Xianyan at such a young age. He can afford to buy a house here in cash. And look at you, always messing around." Liu Monsong suddenly turned his attention to Liu Ben, who was standing silently to the side. Chapter 272. A couple shopping looking at the location message from WeChat, Zhao Xiaoyan felt a bit troubled. Lin Ruiqian had made her intentions clear, and if he didn't go, it would be hard to explain. After leaving the room, Zhao Xiaoyan carefully chose his words and said to Han Wani, "Wani, I'm going out for a bit." Han Wani didn't even turn her head, seemingly engrossed in an exciting TV program, and just replied with a hum. Zhao Xiaoyan added, "I'll be back before dinner. I'll cook something delicious for you." Han Wani turned her head and smiled. "It's okay. You do your thing. I'm grown up now. Do you think I'd star without you?" After a few more exchanges, Zhao Xiaoyan finally left. Just as he stepped out, Han Wani picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message. He's gone out. Wangfujing Street. As the most famous shopping street in the capital, it was bustling even on non-weekends. It had become a must-visit spot for tourists coming to the capital. By the time Zhao Xiaoyan reached the Wangfujing intersection, Lin Ruiqian was already waiting there. Generally speaking, it's common for girls to be late for dates. Arriving within half an hour is considered punctual. But in these two instances, it was Lin Ruiqian who arrived early, while Zhao Xiaoyan, as the only male, ended up being late. Chapter 273, Tears of Regret. With the whirring sound of the printer in the booth, one after another, large headshot photos were slowly being printed out. Lin Ruiqian held the printed photos, her face filled with joy. "Here, this one is for you." Lin Ruiqian handed one of the photos to Zhao Xiaoyan. In the picture, Lin Ruiqian's head was almost resting on Zhao Xiaoyan's shoulder, and she wore a happy and blissful expression. At that moment, the last photo was also printed out. Lin Ruiqian quickly took the photo, lowering her head to gaze at it for quite a while. The photo captured the moment Lin Ruiqian kissed Zhao Xiaoyan's cheek, with no blurriness or double exposure at all. In the photo, Lin Ruiqian had her eyes closed, her lips slightly pouting, red lips pressed tightly against Zhao Xiaoyan's face. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoyan's eyes were wide open, looking astonished, with a somewhat silly expression. Lin Ruiqian looked at the photo and started to laugh, appearing blissfully happy. But as she laughed, tears slowly welled up in her eyes. Forcing herself to hold back the tears, Lin Ruiqian clutched the photo tightly in her hand and stuffed it into her bag, as if afraid that if she hesitated for even a moment, Zhao Xiaoyan would snatch it away. After leaving the photo booth, Lin Ruiqian seemed to have lost much of her interest in shopping. "Xiaoyan, let's find a place to sit." Chapter 274, Atonement. Zhao Xiaoyan looked at Lin Ruiqian, who was crying like a child, and sighed deeply. "It's been so long since this happened. Let's not mention it anymore. The matter with your parents really has nothing to do with you, so don't blame yourself." Zhao Xiaoyan took out 2 tissues from the nearby box and handed them to Lin Ruiqian. "As for atonement, there's really no need for that. Let's just let this matter pass." Since she had already said it this way, Zhao Xiaoyan wasn't the type to take it out on others. He could only lament the twists of fate. "Ultimately, the responsibility for this matter lies with me. It has nothing to do with you. I should also apologize for what happened yesterday. Finding out suddenly that the person I saved back then was you reminded me of my parents, so I'm sorry. It wasn't directed at you." With the words out in the open, Zhao Xiaoyan felt a bit lighter in his heart. Time is the best medicine. It can heal not only physical wounds, but also psychological scars. "No, I must atone for my actions. Only then will I feel better," Lin Ruiqian insisted stubbornly, her expression unusually resolute. The two sat for a while longer before getting up and leaving the milk tea shop. Chapter 275, Younger Siblings. Lu Bin was carrying several gift boxes, and just by looking at the packaging, one could tell they were quite expensive. Zhao Xiaoyan instinctively reached out to help take them, but Lu Bin directly pushed them aside, saying with displeasure, "What are you doing?" "Well, that's really a case of a dog biting Lu Dongbin." Han Wani also turned to look over, but she showed no expression at all. Seeing Han Wani looking at him, Lu Bin's previous impatience immediately faded, and he transformed into a beaming smile in an instant. "Wani, are you eating?" Han Wani didn't respond, just stared at him with her eyes. "I bought some stuff here that's said to be very nourishing for pregnant women. Remember to eat it later. It's just a little token from me." Lu Bin was completely unfazed by Han Wani's cold attitude, still wearing a friendly smile as he casually changed into slippers and placed the items on the coffee table. "What are you doing here?" Zhao Xiaoyan was genuinely afraid Han Wani might suddenly explode, so he quickly sat next to Lu Bin and asked. Pointing at the gifts on the coffee table, Lu Bin replied with a knowing look, "I'm here to give gifts. Isn't that obvious?" After saying that, he shot Zhao Xiaoyan an annoyed glance. Chapter 276, Moving and Unexpected People. "Do you still have things to do? If not, hurry up and leave. Seeing you annoys me." Zhao Xiaoyan naturally picked up on the intent behind the other person's words. Lu Bin's remarks weren't directed at Zhao Xiaoyan, but were clearly meant for Han Wani. Lu Bin was using the guise of complaining to inform Han Wani that Zhao Xiaoyan had bought a villa. It was clearly an attempt to prevent Zhao Xiaoyan from hiding anything or doing something that would hurt Han Wani. Little sister-in-law, I'm leaving now. But if one day you don't want this guy anymore, remember to tell me. Before Lu Bin could finish his sentence, Zhao Xiaoyan directly shoved him out and slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Damn it, still so persistent. Han Wani smiled svetly. He is actually not a bad person. One could say that Lu Bin's performance today was very surprising compared to Han Wani's previous impression of him. When he was trying to please her before, he was unbearably annoying. Although he didn't harm her, he was quite irritating. It was like a fly that, even though you know it poses no threat, buzzes around you incessantly, really getting on your nerves. But Lu Bin's behavior today was very appropriate. The sincerity in his gift-giving conveyed a natural intent to befriend her, appearing somewhat rough around the edges, yet he was hard to dislike. Chapter 277, Early Out to Buy Buns. Why are you going out at this time? Zhao Xiaoyan was quite puzzled, as it was only 4 a.m., and Lin Ruiqian seemed to be in a hurry to leave. The sudden sound startled Lin Ruiqian. Worrying about waking others up, she didn't turn on the light and walked quietly. Zhao Xiaoyan quickly turned on the ceiling light. It was bright, but not too harsh. Once Lin Ruiqian saw that it was Zhao Xiaoyan, she patted her chest and said angrily, "You scared me. Why are you walking so silently?" Zhao Xiaoyan then noticed that Lin Ruiqian was not dressed casually. She was in a standard professional outfit. A white shirt paired with women's suit pants. Her hair neatly tied up and a light makeup on her face. Holding a briefcase, she looked ready for work. Zhao Xiaoyan frowned and asked, "You have to work this early?" Although he had never actually managed Inkai Group, it didn't mean he was completely ignorant about its affairs. The working hours for Inkai were 9 a.m., and the villa was not far from the branch office. Taking a bus or subway would only take about 10 minutes. Chapter 278, Contrast. Watching Lin Ruiqian tilt her head, awkwardly holding her phone, and hurriedly writing in a small notebook, Zhao Xiaoyan's brows furrowed, even forming a crease between them. However, since Lin Ruiqian was still writing and was currently working, Zhao Xiaoyan felt a bit annoyed but held back from saying anything. After a phone call that lasted nearly 5 minutes, when Lin Ruiqian finally hung up, Zhao Xiaoyan directly snatched the notebook from her hands. On the small notebook, there were densely written dozens of work items. Although Lin Ruiqian was taking shorthand and the handwriting inevitably appeared a bit messy due to the need for speed, Zhao Xiaoyan still managed to understand the contents. However, the more he read, the deeper his frown became. The notes in the notebook were simply bizarre. From the artist's schedule for the day, process arrangements, and contact information, to the details of the artist's outfit, who the makeup artist is, and the styling arrangements for the program. All of these seem quite normal. However, what left Zhao Xiaoyan speechless were the many unexpected contents beyond these. Chapter 279. The agent appears listening to the embarrassing sounds coming from the room. Zhao Xiaoyan was stunned. Even as a seasoned veteran, hearing such sounds made him feel awkward and his face flushed with embarrassment. Is this what female celebrities are like? Are they so wild and private? They don't seem to treat themselves and Lin Ruiqian as outsiders at all. Zhao Xiaoyan couldn't take it anymore, let alone Lin Ruiqian, who was still innocent. Although she hadn't experienced it, it didn't mean she didn't understand what those sounds were. Her cheeks instantly turned a bright red, and her originally fair face was now flushed. She hurriedly covered her ears with her hands, lowered her head as if trying to block out the sound, and didn't dare to breathe a word. Especially with Zhao Xiaoyan still nearby, it made her feel even more embarrassed, standing there in a daze, not knowing what to do. While the two outside were feeling shy due to this sudden situation, the instigators inside the room showed no intention of suppressing their voices and were fully indulging in their passion. Lin Ruiqian knew the best thing to do now was to close the door, but thinking about the scene inside made her too afraid to do so. Chapter 280. Two choices. Wang Min glanced at Lin Ruiqian and continued. Someone reported Fei Fei, and President Shin now knows about Zijun being here. He is furious and asked me to come over and handle immediately. Early in the morning, Wang Min received a call from the general manager of the Ingtai Entertainment Company in the capital, who immediately started scolding her and recounted what happened here, urging Wang Min to come and deal with it quickly. Wang Min didn't believe that the general manager had seen what happened at the artist's residence himself. Someone must have reported it to him. Thinking that someone was gossiping behind her back, Wang Min immediately locked onto Lin Ruiqian as the culprit. After all, only Lin Ruiqian would know what happened with Li Jinfeng. No one else could possibly know. When the company brought Lin Ruiqian in and assigned her to be under her supervision, Wang Min did so because she thought Lin Ruiqian was obedient and honest. So she assigned the task of taking care of Li Jinfeng to her. After a few days, Wang Min increasingly felt that Lin Ruiqian was a good person, tight-lipped and capable. But she never expected that just a few days later, Lin Ruiqian would escalate things to a higher level. Wasn't this a slap in her face? Chapter 281. Dealing with those who discover problems. Happy New Year, everyone. Zhao Xiaoyan was particularly concerned about this matter because he couldn't stand Li Jinfeng's behavior. As a celebrity, wanting everyone to revolve around you is a bit excessive, but it's still within the realm of understanding. With a little correction, it could be changed. However, to demand that someone sacrifice their rest just for a bite of food is taking things too far. Occasional requests might be acceptable, but if it happens every time, it becomes unreasonable. Even more infuriating was that the food bot ended up not being for herself, but for her man, which left people speechless. Is it true that one person ascends to heaven and the others benefit? Offering flowers to the Buddha, benefiting from others' generosity? Additionally, Li Jinfeng's private character was really hard to commend. She was always cursing and had an attitude of I am the best. Not only did she not thank anyone, but she also complained when others made too much noise while cleaning. What Zhao Xiaoyan found most unacceptable was that there were still people outside, and she was so shamelessly intimate with a man without even closing the door. Chapter 282. Ban seeing the visitor, Wang Min's expression changed, and she quickly put on a smile, saying warmly, President Chun, what brings you here? The visitor was none other than Chun Hao, the general manager of Yingtai Entertainment's branch in the capital. Chun Hao was sweating profusely and panting slightly, clearly in a hurry. Wang Min didn't expect Chun Hao to show up, and seeing his demeanor made her sense that something was off. She stood still, blocking the door slightly. Chun Hao didn't respond to Wang Min, but pushed her aside and stepped in. President Chun Yu. Wang Min didn't expect Chun Hao to barge in like this. She wanted to stop him, but it was too late. As an artist of Yingtai Entertainment, Li Jinfeng was naturally familiar with Chun Hao, the general manager. When Chun Hao entered, Li Jinfeng wanted to greet him, but then she remembered she was only wearing a t-shirt, which was inappropriate, and hurriedly ran into the room. Chun Hao naturally saw Li Jinfeng, dressed so lightly, rushing into the room, and his eyebrows furrowed. When he glanced around the room and saw Wang Zijuan in shorts, Chun Hao's eyes narrowed, and he asked, Who are you? Chapter 283. Apologies until satisfied after hearing Chun Hao's words. Zhao Xiaoyan looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect that one of his words would lead Chun Hao to take such drastic action. Just as he was about to say that it was unnecessary, he ultimately kept quiet. While Li Jinfeng was certainly detestable, Wang Min's actions were even more discomforting. Instead of solving the problem, she was targeting those who discovered it. For this reason, Zhao Xiaoyan did not stop Chun Hao's actions. On the other hand, when Wang Min heard that Chun Hao was going to blacklist her in the industry because of Zhao Xiaoyan's words, she felt like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, almost jumping up in anger, shouting, President Chun, you can't treat me like this. I've worked hard for Yingtai this past year, nurturing many artists and earning a lot of money for the company. You can't do this to me, absolutely not. Besides, what did I do wrong? Although Jinfeng and the others are dating, it has always been kept private and not made public. What's wrong with that? I refuse to accept this. I refuse. Being an agent, she was very familiar with the entertainment industry, which is not a place for the good-hearted. Everything is driven by interests. Chapter 284. New work arrangements. When Wang Zijuan spoke, Li Jinfeng, whose seductive plan was disrupted by Lin Ruiqian's protective instincts, felt both angry and frustrated. Her pent-up emotions had nowhere to vent and all focused on Wang Zijuan. Wang Zijuan, are you stupid? Do you think I really have a thing for you? Are you still not done? If it weren't for you, would so many problems have arisen today? You're just a useless person. If it weren't for your sister, do you think I would have noticed you? Now your sister is in trouble, and I'm done with you too. Li Jinfei is with Wang Zijuan mainly because she values the resources behind his sister. There's no real emotion involved. It's just mutual exploitation. Li Jinfei thinks of it as a business deal, exchanging her body for resources. If today's situation hadn't occurred, perhaps the two could have continued their relationship this way. But when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. In times of crisis, even couples fly apart, let alone them. Now, self-preservation is the most important thing. Damn you, Li Jinfei. You ungrateful, bridge-burning bitch. If you have the guts, say it again. Although Wang Zijuan is indeed useless, a person like him would never admit to being useless, nor would he allow others to say so. Chapter 285. The birth of the second child, Lin Ruichan, naturally had no objections to Chunhao's arrangements. Moreover, the administrative work was not too complicated. It was just a position to assist other departments in the company. After Lin Ruichan got her new job, thanks to Chunhao's behind-the-scenes instructions, everyone in the company was very friendly towards her. Sometimes, Lin Ruichan's words were even comparable to those of General Manager Chunhao. Although no one knew Lin Ruichan's true background, it did not hinder their goodwill towards her. Because of this, Lin Ruichan's work progressed very smoothly, and she quickly got the hang of it, starting her new job in an orderly manner. After some time, Han Wani's due date also arrived. Zhao Xianyan directly sent Han Wani to the hospital ahead of time. Coincidentally, the day after they checked into the hospital, Han Wani's belly started to show signs of labor, and she was taken into the delivery room amid contractions. Having experienced Sun Yalan giving birth, Zhao Xianyan was now quite experienced, unlike the first time when he anxiously paced in front of the delivery room. However, even while sitting outside waiting, Zhao Xianyan's eyes were always fixed on the delivery room door. Chapter 286. The white hair, no longer white, Zhao Xianyan didn't take it seriously. Such things were quite common nowadays. Jinchang Building was a commercial office building with many companies residing in it, so it was natural to see many beautiful urban OLs. And such incidents were quite normal. However, when he saw someone sending flowers, Zhao Xianyan also had the thought of buying a bouquet, considering it a form of romance. Upon reflection, he realized he had never properly given a gift to Sun Yalan. He asked Wang Chuang to stop by the roadside and instructed him to pick him up the next afternoon before getting out of the car. Wang Chuang had originally thought about treating Zhao Xianyan to a welcome dinner that night, but upon arriving here, he realized it was inappropriate. Since Zhao Xianyan had finally returned, he naturally wanted to spend time with Sun Yalan. So Wang Chuang tactfully dropped the welcome dinner topic. After getting out of the car, Zhao Xianyan walked straight towards the building. As he passed by a handsome guy holding flowers, he instinctively glanced over. Upon seeing this handsome guy, Zhao Xianyan felt a sense of familiarity, but couldn't recall where he had seen him before. Although Zhao Xianyan had visited Magic City a few times, he really didn't know many people. However, this person in front of him gave off a feeling of déjà vu, yet he had no clear impression. Chapter 287. Could it really be this coincidental? When Zhao Xianyan asked, Bai Ninghao scratched his head a bit shyly. I just came to take a look. But judging by his appearance, with his clothes obviously dressed up, hair neatly styled, and holding a bouquet of red roses, it was clear what was going on. Although they recognized each other, the relationship between Zhao Xianyan and Bai Ninghao was ordinary. They had only met a few times due to Han Mingze, so they were just familiar faces and not friends. Moreover, there was also the previous incident with Lu Shihua, which made both of them feel a bit uncomfortable, even if they didn't mention it. Shallow relationships with deep conversations were a big taboo in social interactions. Seeing that the other party had no intention to say anything, Zhao Xianyan didn't ask further, just smiled and made small talk before preparing to go upstairs. At that moment, Bai Ninghao glanced at the building and suddenly straightened up, starting to tidy his clothes and pulled out his phone to fix his hair. It was obvious that someone important was about to arrive. Zhao Xianyan also became interested and instinctively looked inside the building to see which beauty had caught Bai Ninghao's attention. Chapter 288. A call of sister-in-law other women. Upon seeing me drive a sports car and hearing that my family runs an entertainment company, immediately become overly enthusiastic, almost eager to warm my bed that very night. I know full well that they are not interested in me. They're simply after my family's money. Some of them, who are somewhat attractive, are constantly showering me with attention, hinting at whether I can take them into the entertainment industry. As long as I promise them, I probably won't even need to say anything, and they'll throw themselves at me. As a young heir of an entertainment company, Bai Ninghao has encountered such situations quite a bit. Young, wealthy, and capable of making himself a star, Bai Ninghao is quite a catch for many women. However, with Yalan, even when I talk about these things, she still doesn't get close to me. Things remain the same as they always were. So from that moment on, I became even more determined to find a woman like her to be my wife. That's why I come back to see her every now and then. I don't believe I can't move her with my sincerity. Zhao Xianyan's mouth twitched slightly. So how did that turn out? Of course, it turned out well. You just didn't see it. She actually smiled at me. Every time she saw me before, Yalan had a displeased expression. I know I'm annoying like this, but I just have to persist. Haha, look, I finally got her to smile at me, didn't I? Yalan really is beautiful when she smiles. I believe this is the saying that sincerity can move even stone. Chapter 289. You Are My Nemesis by Ning Hao was taken aback by this sudden twist and was still in shock, but he had already started calling out to people, only realizing afterward that he had acted too quickly. But since he had already shouted, he couldn't take it back. The look by Ning Hao gave Zhao Xiaoyan was full of resentment. Zhaoga, what are you guys? Looking at by Ning Hao's innocent expression, Zhao Xiaoyan didn't want to hurt him, but what could he do when this kid had taken a shovel to his own corner? After exchanging a glance with Sun Yalan, Zhao Xiaoyan patted by Ning Hao's shoulder and led him aside. Little Bai, you see how this situation is. Actually, Yalan is mine. Even your brother Mingzhen knows this. I came to Magic City for her the first time. I'm here to pick Yalan up from work today and didn't expect to run into you. Bai Ning Hao's expression was quite dramatic at this moment, and he felt a bit awkward. Although these rich second-generation heirs are never short of women around them, and it's common for them to pursue whoever they like, they also have their own rules. Friends' wives should not be violated. Zhao Xiaoyan heard that Sun Yalan was his woman. Although Bai Ning Hao felt quite upset, it was ultimately his own fault, so he had to acknowledge it. Chapter 290. Just have one yourself. Zhao Xiaoyan was playing with the child while Sun Yalan began preparing dinner. When Wang Qian saw Zhao Xiaoyan's demeanor, she consciously went to the kitchen to help Sun Yalan. In fact, Wang Qian was also curious and felt that Zhao Xiaoyan was a bit neglectful of Sun Yalan and her daughter while he was running around. Therefore, she specifically complained to her brother Wang Chuang, who gave her a stern lecture and warned her not to get involved in Zhao Xiaoyan's affairs. It was the first time Wang Chuang had spoken so harshly to Wang Qian in all these years. Although he didn't explain the reason, Wang Qian obediently refrained from discussing the matter further. However, she didn't voice her thoughts, but she did harbor some resentment toward Zhao Xiaoyan and felt sorry for Sun Yalan. After more than half an hour, a simple home-cooked meal was served on the table. There were 3 dishes and a soup, all very common, lacking extravagant food, giving it more of a homely feel. Sun Yalan's cooking was quite average, and she rarely cooked meals herself. This time, she wanted to make a meal for Zhao Xiaoyan because he had returned. Although the food wasn't particularly delicious, Zhao Xiaoyan was still very happy and ate 3 bowls of rice. Sun Yalan and Wang Qian didn't have big appetites and soon said they were full, leaving the remaining dishes to be devoured by Zhao Xiaoyan. Chapter 291. The Mega Marriage Wangzi Hotel, one of the most famous hotels in the Magic City, is also a landmark building with a history dating back over a century. It is said that in the early 20th century, it was already a signature place in the Magic City, frequented by social elites and top figures of that time. Despite the passage of time, it still holds a special status in the hearts of the old residents of the Magic City. Dining here signifies not just a meal, but also a showcase of the host's financial power and status. After all, hosting a banquet here incurs a significant cost, which would be a huge burden for ordinary people. When Wang Chuang drove the Mercedes-Benz S450L into Wangzi Hotel, Zhao Xiaoyan noticed through the car window that it looked like a car show today. Although the parking lot usually had many luxury cars, there were definitely more today. With several Rolls-Royce Phantom spotted, Ferraris and Lamborghinis were also present, and even the BBA brands were quite common. Each car here represented a company or a notable figure in the Magic City business circle. Chapter 292. Yu Ningqiu's resentment. Wang Chuang parked the car in the adjacent lot, and Zhao Xiaoyan was the first to get out of the back seat. After Wang Chuang and Chu Ling got out, the 3 of them walked towards the hotel entrance. Upon seeing them approach, the attentive host immediately recognized Wang Chuang and Chu Ling, the chairman and general manager of the booming Inkai Entertainment Group, and called out loudly, "Chairman Wang of Inkai Entertainment Group, General Manager Chu." This traditional way of announcing guests is rarely seen nowadays. Announcing guest names loudly is a sign of respect and serves as a reminder to the host that certain individuals have arrived. The person performing this task is known as the host announcer. It requires keen eyesight and knowledge to accurately announce guest names, and they must quickly recognize guests as well as correctly state their company names and positions. Of course, not everyone who arrives is announced. This is done at the host's request, who provides the announcer with a list of names beforehand. Chapter 293. Compromise. After hearing Yu Ningqiu's words, Zhao Xiaoyan did not immediately follow but glanced at Han Mingze. After all, Yu Ningxiu could be considered Han Ming's wife now. If the wife wanted to discuss something privately with another man, especially in such a special setting, Zhao Xiaoyan felt he should gauge Han Ming's attitude. However, Han Mingze showed no signs of concern. Instead, he patted Zhao Xiaoyan's shoulder apologetically, saying, "Sorry, you know how Ningxiu is. She is probably standing up for teacher son." Han Mingze thought Yu Ningxiu was going to reprimand Zhao Xiaoyan for the news of his recent addition to the family. Zhao Xiaoyan understood perfectly well why Yu Ningxiu was looking for him. Although she was friends with Sun Yalan and had helped her before, her purpose for seeking Zhao Xiaoyan was definitely not for Sun Yalan. As for what it was about, aside from Han Wani, Zhao Xiaoyan couldn't think of anything else that needed to be discussed privately with Yu Ningxiu. Nevertheless, things had developed to this point, and some conversations definitely needed to be had. For both Han Wani and Yu Ningxiu, and now including Zhao Xiaoyan himself, these matters needed to be resolved. Otherwise, they would always remain a knot in their hearts. Chapter 294, Graduation. Saying goodbye to youth. Time flew by, and it was already the end of June, entering the peak of summer. After attending Han Mingze and Yu Ningxiu's engagement banquet, Zhao Xiaoyan spent a few more days in the Magic City with Sun Yalan before swiftly flying back to Lingzhou. The reason Zhao Xiaoyan didn't stay longer with Sun Yalan was that a major event in his life was about to happen. He was graduating. For ordinary people, graduating from university means officially shedding the student identity and stepping into society to face the real challenges of life. They begin to work day in and day out for a living, for a house, for marriage and children, enduring tedious jobs while grumbling inside, but having to bite the bullet and carry on. Although working feels like a graveyard shift, they still have to live through the 9 to 5 grind. This is the most authentic life, harsh, yet unavoidable. Although Zhao Xiaoyan was luckier than most, not having to bow for a meager income, and even the thin graduation certificate was optional for him, he still valued the graduation itself. After all, it was a unique experience in life, and there would only be one chance. Missing it would mean it was gone forever. Chapter 295. An old set of clothes. Zhang Yuhan didn't notice He Fei's expression. She took the clothes and looked at them with a face full of disdain, saying, "Brother Xiaoyan, why keep such clothes? Just throw them away." In her view, such clothes were not worthy of Zhao Xiaoyan. Zhao Xiaoyan took the clothes back from Zhang Yuhan with annoyance, saying, "Throw them away? They're very meaningful." These clothes were from before Zhao Xiaoyan had a system. Back then, he never spent more than 200 yuan on clothes. In summer, he managed to get all his clothes for just 100 yuan. As for brands, they were never something Zhao Xiaoyan considered at that time. Sturdy and durable are Zhao Xiaoyan's first and only requirements when choosing clothes. Therefore, during that time, he primarily chose denim pants for their durability, which could be worn year-round. Although he is wealthier now, Zhao Xiaoyan hopes not to forget those past days. After all, isn't it said that forgetting the past means betrayal? One cannot forget their roots. Zhao Xiaoyan has thrown away all other clothes, but he still keeps this outfit because it was his favorite back then. Chapter 296. Revisiting the old place after watching the orange Lamborghini Rivuelto speed out of the villa like a flash of orange lightning. Zhou Jiaying turned around and asked He Fei and Zhang Yuhan, who were standing behind her, "All right, Xiaoyan has left. We need to start preparing." Hearing this, Zhang Yuhan showed an excited expression, as if she was about to do something very interesting, vigorously nodding and saying, "Okay, Sister Jiaying." She even patted her long legs. "I will definitely make Xiaoyan the most handsome guy at today's graduation ceremony." However, He Fei looked hesitant and nervously said, "Sister Jiaying, do we really have to do this? What if Man Yo doesn't like it?" Zhou Jiaying smiled confidently. "Don't worry, that Man Yo won't be unhappy. On the contrary, he will definitely love the gift we prepared for him." As she said this, Zhou Jiaying's expression turned serious as she looked at the road where the Lamborghini had disappeared. And she said softly, "Don't forget, Xiaoyan's ex-girlfriend will also be there. Xining has told us about Xiaoyan's past with her, and I don't know what you all think, but I, Zhou Jiaying, hold grudges." Chapter 297. Reuniting with friends. Taking out the key he had searched for everywhere yesterday, Zhao Xiaoyan opened the door to the rented apartment. He had rummaged through almost all his belongings to find this key, which had been gathering dust in a corner for a long time. The furnishings in the apartment were just as Zhao Xiaoyan remembered, without any changes. Since no one had lived there for a long time, a layer of dust was clearly visible on the furniture and floor. The furnishings were minimal, with only basic items like tables and chairs provided by the landlord. As for other items, the tenant needed to purchase them themselves. When Zhao Xiaoyan rented this place, he had planned to wait for his then-girlfriend Chun Yijuan to move in and slowly add items according to her preferences. But who would have thought that things wouldn't go as planned? Instead of waiting for Chun Yijuan to buy things, he ended up waiting for her to break up with him. Because of this, everything here seemed very simple. Passing through the living room, there was a door leading to the only bedroom. Zhao Xiaoyan pushed open the bedroom door and walked in slowly. The first thing that caught his eye was the big mattress he had found at a second-hand market. Chapter 298. Lunch in the cafeteria. During this time, he had been running around and really hadn't had time to think about his dorm mates. However, good brothers don't need to see each other every day or constantly express their longing. Even if they hadn't been in touch for half a year, once they met, the feelings would naturally return. Zhao Xiaoyan also liked his dorm mates. He felt lucky to share a dorm with people who shared the same interests in college. They were not petty people, and after 4 years together, they had built a strong bond. You need to pay attention to your image now. Zhao Xiaoyan made a gesture of looking him up and down, showing a disgusted expression while shaking his head. Then he looked at Jia Xiao, who was smiling at them, and teased, "I say, Junior Jia, can't you manage your guy better? With this image, he's not worthy of you." Guoliang lightly punched Zhao Xiaoyan. "Hey, what are you talking about? What's wrong with my image?" Zhao Xiaoyan ignored Guoliang and continued to say to Jia Xiao, "Junior Jia, why don't you just kick this guy to the curb? I can introduce you to someone better, guaranteed to be clean and tidy every day." Jia Xiao was someone who enjoyed a joke. She smiled and said, Sure, I won't pay attention to him anymore. That way I won't have to remind him to pay attention to his image every day, which is a thankless task." Chapter 299. The rich old man. The group followed Li Liwei's direction and saw a group of 7 or 8 people, both male and female, gathered around a window seat in the classroom. Zhao Xiaoyan had noticed this group when he first arrived, but hadn't paid much attention. Now, with Li Liwei pointing it out, he looked closely and realized that Lu Xinting was sitting there, and it seemed that she was the center of attention based on the crowd around her. Lu Xinting looked very happy, her eyes squinting with a smile that never opened. Her sexy little mouth moved. But Zhao Xiaoyan couldn't hear what she was saying because her voice was too soft. The surrounding classmates were all listening attentively, and it was unclear what Lu Xinting had said, but there were bursts of exclamations from the crowd. Guoliang also saw it and wondered, "Isn't that our class flower, Lu Xinting? What's going on over there? Why are so many people gathered around her? Hey, you guys arrived late." As soon as she walked into the classroom, she was surrounded by a lot of people. Li Liwei said in a gossipy tone, raising his eyebrows and asking them, "Do you know why so many people are around her?" Chapter 300. Meeting the ex-girlfriend again on the other side. Lu Xinting had never felt as satisfied as she did today. A satisfaction of vanity. While riding the car with Zhao Xiaoyan, she had been thinking about how to show off her car in front of her classmates. But because Zhao Xiaoyan was there, she was worried that her deliberate flaunting would make him feel uncomfortable, so she felt a bit uneasy the whole way. It felt like wanting to return in glory, but having to do it secretly, which was quite frustrating. However, Zhao Xiaoyan surprisingly got out of the car when they were close to the school, which made Lu Xinting extremely happy. Although she knew where the school parking lot was, she still drove her Lamborghini Revuelto through the school gate and slowly headed towards the Chinese building. Especially as she approached the Chinese building, she deliberately revved the engine a few times. The roaring sound of the engine immediately attracted everyone's attention along the way. Then at the Chinese building, she parked the car right in the middle of the open space in front of the building. Just as a few students from their class were passing by, Lu Xinting pretended to be lost and intentionally asked them where the parking lot was. Chapter 301. Sarcastic. Lu Xinting. This outfit completely stripped away any sense of purity, exuding a strong scent of worldly experience. Although it looked tempting, it lacked that kind of glamorous beauty and leaned more toward a vulgar charm. The other classmates in the class were also stunned when they saw Chun Yijuan dressed like this. Subsequently, some people's gazes instinctively turned to Zhao Xiaoyan. Chun Yijuan and Zhao Xiaoyan were a well-known couple in their class. Since Zhao Xiaoyan and Chun Yijuan broke up after starting their internship, many people didn't know that they had actually broken up long ago. Chun Yijuan seemed quite pleased with her appearance and the surprised expressions of her classmates, a triumphant look unconsciously appearing on her face. Instead of rushing to find a seat, she stood not far from the front door, pretending to look for a spot while scanning the area with her eyes. When her gaze inadvertently landed on Zhao Xiaoyan, who was sitting in the last row, She only paused briefly before disdainfully looking away. Damn it, did she just give Xiaoyan a glare? Guoliang had good eyesight. Despite having a prescription of 52, he somehow managed to keep it until college. He saw the look in Chun Yizhuan's eyes and immediately became displeased. Chapter 302. The Versailles comparison. If Lu Xinting's earlier words were unintentional, her current remarks were clearly laced with barbs. The onlookers caught on, and Chun Yizhuan certainly did too. Chun Yizhuan's expression darkened as she coldly stared at Lu Xinting. What do you mean by that? Nothing much. I'm just complimenting how beautiful your outfit is. Lu Xinting was unafraid of Chun Yizhuan, her face still adorned with a faint smile, albeit one mixed with clear hostility. Is that how you compliment people? Lu Xinting, you'd better watch your words. Oh, what should I be careful about? And don't use that tone with me. I'm not your teenage stepson. All right? You're not even married yet, so you're not even a stepmother. Lu Xinting was fully aware of Chun Yizhuan's situation. That little boss was a balding man in his 40s who had a son in middle school. Initially, the little boss had pursued Lu Xinting relentlessly, and she could only push Chun Yizhuan into his arms to escape. Unexpectedly, Chun Yizhuan actually got involved with that little boss. Chapter 303. Direct hits. Chun Yizhuan never expected that Lu Xinting would target her today just to stand up for Zhao Xiaoyan. In fact, many classmates were confused about the situation. Even Guoliang and his two friends were looking at Lu Xinting and Zhao Xiaoyan with puzzled expressions. Lu Xinting was the most beautiful girl in their class. Apart from her beauty, everyone knew a bit about her green tea personality. For those students without money, she not only looked down on them, but also kept her distance. Yet, this person, who favored wealth over poverty, was suddenly standing up for Zhao Xiaoyan, a poor student, and criticizing another girl for the same reason. This change was truly hard for everyone to accept. Chun Yizhuan, now seemingly seeing Zhao Xiaoyan for the first time, sized him up. To her surprise, Zhao Xiaoyan's attire appeared different from before. He used to wear clothes that were all under 100 yuan, with summer outfits often costing less than 50 yuan, focusing on being economical and practical. Chapter 304. Mindless Chun Yizhuan was nearly bursting with anger. Every word from Lu Xinting felt like a punch to her gut, reddening her makeup-covered face. However, Chun Yizhuan was no match for Lu Xinting in a verbal battle. They were simply not on the same level. But Lu Xinting had no intention of stopping. What's wrong? Did my words hit too close to home? You can't even retort? Lu Xinting continued, let me tell you, if it's really like that, you deserve it. You didn't cherish such a good man like Xiaoyan and even dumped him. I don't know what you were thinking. They say big-chested women are brainless. But you have such a small chest. How can you be so empty-headed? With that, many people couldn't help but laugh. Lu Xinting was indeed ruthless with her words. What started as a physical attack had now escalated into a personal attack. Although Zhao Xiaoyan had already lost feelings for Chun Yizhuan, he felt quite good inside to see Lu Xinting standing up for him so obviously. Chapter 305. Forced to stand out according to the graduation process at Lingzhou University. The class teacher first held a graduation meeting to hand out diplomas, followed by a graduation ceremony in the auditorium, and finally, students receive their diplomas and bachelorette certificates before they can leave. This would take place from 9 a.m. until noon. Zhao Xiaoyan's class teacher was a woman in her 40s named Wu Mei, who also taught their modern Chinese course. However, university was different from high school. Apart from professional courses and class meetings, Wu Mei rarely showed up. Therefore, the relationship between Wu Mei and the students was quite average. When Wu Mei entered, Chun Yizhuan, who was seething with suppressed anger, had no choice but to force herself to calm down and find a random seat. The so-called graduation meeting was filled with meaningless chatter. It was just the teacher giving some bland graduation messages and well wishes. With everyone still immersed in the earlier drama, no one paid much attention while Wu Mei spoke, making the atmosphere of what should have been a lively and sentimental class meeting feel strangely off. Chapter 306. These legs will keep you busy for a year. When Zhang Yuhan approached Chun Yizhuan, everyone in the classroom fell silent and turned their attention to them. So you are Chun Yizhuan? Zhang Yuhan's tone was devoid of the sticky sweetness she had used when speaking to Zhao Xiaoyan, each word dripping with coldness and disdain, making Chun Yizhuan very uncomfortable. Chun Yizhuan had heard of Zhang Yuhan, but did not know her personally. After sending flowers to Zhao Xiaoyan, Zhang Yuhan came looking for her, and even Chun Yizhuan, no matter how naive, realized the other party was not friendly. That's me. What is it to you? Chun Yizhuan replied, not very politely. Perhaps feeling that sitting made her lose momentum, she stood up. However, upon standing, she realized it was worse than sitting. Zhang Yuhan was 181 centimeters tall, and with her high heels, she was at least 186 centimeters. Chen Yizhuan was just over 160 centimeters, and even with 10-centimeter heels, she was dwarfed by Zhang Yuhan. But since she was already standing, she couldn't sit back down without losing face, so she had to hold her head high and maintain eye contact with Zhang Yuhan. Chapter 307. Thank you. You don't deserve it if you like it. That's good. Hearing Zhao Xiaoyan's words, Yifei showed a happy smile on her face and then leaned forward. Smack! Another sweet kiss was bestowed. However, this time it wasn't a peck on the cheek, but a genuine kiss on Zhao Xiaoyan's lips. Although it was just a fleeting touch, it was indeed a real kiss. This was also the first time Yifei had such an intimate gesture with Zhao Xiaoyan in public, and her face was already flushed red with embarrassment. Man Yu, I'm leaving first. Yifei dared not look at Zhao Xiaoyan, and after the kiss, she turned and jogged away, perhaps feeling too shy. She even touched her own cheek with her hand. When she jogged to Zhang Yuhan's side, Zhang Yuhan stopped her. Fei, we agreed to only kiss on the cheek. How could you kiss on the lips? Zhang Yuhan looked at Yifei somewhat unhappily, as if blaming her for violating some agreement. This statement left everyone confused again. What does it mean? Agreed? Everyone's gaze began to shift back and forth between Lu Xinting, Zhang Yuhan, and Yifei. Being confessed to by 3 girls and having an agreement to confess together with 3 girls are completely different concepts, right? Chapter 308. The crumbling Chen Yizhuan, seeing Zhao Xiaoyan ignore her. Chen Yizhuan felt even more convinced that her judgment was correct, showing a determined expression on her face. Huh, I guessed it right, didn't I? You want to run away, right? Zhao Xiaoyan, a year ago, you were just a loser. A year has passed, and you're still a loser. Do you think such childish tricks can affect me? Haha, you're just too immature. I tell you, I'm doing very well now. My life now is what I want, something you can't provide. Breaking up with you was the best decision I ever made. Even though Zhao Xiaoyan had already left the classroom, Chen Yizhuan was still shouting, seemingly wanting to return all the blows she had just received from Yifei, Zhang Yuhan, and Lu Xinting back to Zhao Xiaoyan. Lu Xinting initially wanted to retort, but seeing that Zhao Xiaoyan had left, she merely rolled her eyes at Chen Yizhuan and happily chased after Zhao Xiaoyan. After venting her frustrations, Chen Yizhuan felt much better. She adjusted her clothes and, like a proud peacock, walked out of the classroom in her high heels. However, behind her, some people looked at her with disdain and mockery. Chapter 309. Outstanding Graduate. The title of Outstanding Graduate Representative may seem like just a hollow title to many. But even if it's a hollow title, it can still make many people envious. Why? Because being the Outstanding Graduate Representative means being included in the graduation records, a lifelong honor. Most importantly, it will also be written into the history of Lingzhou University. This is also a way for the school to enhance students' feelings for their alma mater. In addition to the honor of Outstanding Graduate Representative, there is a similar title, that is, Outstanding Alumni Representative. Those who receive the title of Outstanding Alumni Representative are all individuals who have made significant achievements in their respective fields. In simpler terms, it means either having a high position or a lot of money. A certain school leader on stage said into the microphone, "Let's welcome this year's outstanding graduate of Lingzhou University." To create atmosphere, this school leader paused awkwardly before loudly announcing, "Student Zhao Xiaoyan." When the school leader mentioned Zhao Xiaoyan's name, most students in the auditorium were stunned. Because the name Zhao Xiaoyan was indeed unfamiliar, they whispered to each other asking who this person was, but most had expressions of confusion. Chapter 310. Identity exposed. Everything is difficult at the beginning. After Zhao Xiaoyan's first sentence, his nervousness faded considerably with the laughter of the audience. I didn't have time to prepare a speech. Since I'm asked to say a few words, I'll keep it brief. I know everyone probably doesn't want to hear me ramble. So don't worry, I promise to wrap it up in 3 minutes. Absolutely won't take up too much of your time. The audience erupted in applause at Zhao Xiaoyan's words. When it comes to meetings, as long as you're not the main character, no one really enjoys them. Especially those long and unproductive meetings. They're simply a torture, a murder of time. After signaling for everyone to quiet down, Zhao Xiaoyan smiled and said, "Today, we are graduating. As we are about to leave this place where we have lived and studied for 4 years, I believe everyone's feelings at this moment are the same as mine, filled with nostalgia for the past and anticipation for the future. These 4 years at Lingda will be one of the most precious memories of my life. accompanying me throughout my life. Perhaps in several years, I will still recall this wonderful university time. I will remember the cafeteria ants' trembling hands. As if suffering from severe Parkinson's, I will remember staying up all night playing games with a few friends in an internet cafe. I will remember the urgency of cramming the night before exams. I will remember sweating while playing football on the playground, and the love that bloomed by the campus lake with bunnies hopping around. These will eventually become a part of my memories, deeply hidden in my heart. Chapter 311. The shocked Chun Yi-juan. After the astonished murmurs below quieted down, Lin Jianzhong continued. Are you all surprised? Actually, when I found out, I was no less shocked than all of you. The reason I say this is a failure on the school's part is that we actually failed to notice that among our graduating class, there is such an accomplished student. Furthermore, I want to tell everyone that all of Zhao Xiaoyan's achievements are the result of his own hard work. Don't doubt it. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't rely on family or parental connections because Zhao Xiaoyan's parents passed away several years ago. Everything he has achieved is built by his own hands. Such a student, if he is not the outstanding graduate representative, I really cannot think of anyone else who deserves this title. Hearing Lin Jianzhong's words, those who initially doubted that Zhao Xiaoyan was using family connections couldn't help but gasp. An orphan, relying on himself, actually achieved such results? It's simply a miracle. At the same time, a sense of defeat lingered in everyone's hearts. Being fellow graduates, why is he so outstanding, making us feel so useless? Chapter 312. The crazy ex-girlfriend. The doubts from other classmates stemmed purely from jealousy. Just think about it. They're all the same age, students from the same school, receiving a similar level of education. Even their family backgrounds are similar, and Zhao Xiaoyan is slightly worse off than them. Yet look at him. He has made such a big impact before even graduating from university, earning such a high status. But what about themselves? At this moment, many classmates, especially the boys, felt their aspirations being crushed. Why is he so excellent while making us look so inferior? Jealousy is human nature. When someone around you is better than you, it's hard to avoid feeling jealous. As soon as someone takes the lead in questioning, many will follow suit. It seems that one feels the need to expose others' lies in order to prove that they are not useless. However, if the other party is too outstanding, so outstanding that they are several streets ahead, not even on the same level, jealousy will immediately turn into admiration. As Principal Lin Jianzhong released 2 pieces of news related to Zhao Xiaoyan, the figure of 60 million stunned everyone, instantly dispelling all doubts. Chapter 313. The most popular person on stage. Looking at Chun Yi-juan, who was taking the initiative to embrace him for the first time, Zhao Xiaoyan found no excitement, only a sense of disgust. Chun Yi-juan looked up at Zhao Xiaoyan with a passionate expression and said, Xiaoyan, I love you. Zhao Xiaoyan's eyelids twitched. It was you who wanted to break up. Since you wanted to break up, then so be it. Now you want to use true love to coax me back? Sorry. I, Zhao Xiaoyan, am no longer the Zhao Xiaoyan I once was. Yesterday you treated me coldly, and today you can't even reach me. Without thinking, Zhao Xiaoyan pressed both hands on Chun Yi-juan's shoulders, and just as Chun Yi-juan thought Zhao Xiaoyan was responding to her words, he used force in his arms and pushed her away hard. Chun Yi-juan, caught off guard, stumbled back 2 steps. The 10-centimeter stilettos on her feet seemed unable to support her, causing her to lose her balance. Thud! Chun Yi-juan fell heavily onto the stage. She did not expect Zhao Xiaoyan to treat her like this. Ignoring the pain in her backside, she looked at Zhao Xiaoyan in shock. Xiaoyan, why did you push me away? After speaking, Chun Yi-juan put on a pitiful expression and extended one hand. Darling, hurry, help me up. Chapter 314. Can you have some dignity? Zhao Xiaoyan never thought he would have such a popular day. Throughout his 4 years in college, he had been nothing more than an invisible person, at most just a passerby, although he knew these girls were only attracted to him because of his wealth. In this scenario, Zhao Xiaoyan's vanity was greatly satisfied. The passing boys, though their pride prevented them from approaching Zhao Xiaoyan, couldn't help but watch what was happening here. Their jealousy surged, wishing they could throw Zhao Xiaoyan out and take his place to be surrounded by girls. Get lost, you bunch of vixens. Suddenly, a sharp voice came. Chun Yi-juan, who had somehow come out, was pushing away the women surrounding Zhao Xiaoyan, forcing her way in and turning her back to Zhao Xiaoyan, spreading her arms like a mother hen, protecting Zhao Xiaoyan behind her. You all get out, you're all cheap. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Let me tell you, he is mine, and you all shouldn't even think about it. Chen Yijuan glared at the group of women, looking fierce and determined. Chapter 315. The shock brought by luxury cars and beautiful women. Oh my. So many luxury cars. And they're all sports cars. Why does their 8 seem so low when standing with the other cars? Suddenly, I don't like it anymore. Hey Mun, are you still being picky? You should wake up. Can you even afford the wheels on that car? Look, the driver seems to be a beauty. The sudden appearance of 5 sports cars instantly attracted the attention of students coming out of the auditorium. There was no way to ignore such a stunning scene. Each car alone would turn heads, let alone 5 appearing at the same time. Men are inherently drawn to cars, and with so many good cars showing up, the boys couldn't take their eyes off. A few car enthusiasts began to flaunt their knowledge to their classmates, eagerly introducing each car from the engine to design principles, from acceleration times to current prices, as if they were experts in the field. In reality, they had just read a lot online. Few had even sat in such cars, let alone driven them. While men focused on the cars, girls were more interested in the drivers. Chapter 316. Happy graduation facing the gazes of the crowd. The 5 girls displayed varying reactions. Zhou Jiaying maintained a smile, making people feel like they were in the spring breeze. As the actual controller of the Jinyan group, she remained confident under the scrutiny of thousands. In contrast, Hefei appeared a bit uneasy. However, having performed many times before, she remained gracious despite her nervousness. Zhang Yuhan was the calmest, showing no expression on her face. Perhaps accustomed to car shows, she instinctively struck a pose like a car model. Lu Xinting seemed more lively, her smile never fading, especially her fox-like eyes that sparkled with energy. The most awkward was Yiling Shan, who disliked being watched by so many people. Feeling tense and unsure where to put her hands, ultimately folding them on her abdomen in a standard secretary stance. Xiaoyan, they? Zhang Haolong nudged Zhao Xiaoyan with a shoulder, whispering but unsure how to ask. Chapter 317. The arrival of the overbearing female CEO. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoyan was basking in the blessings of the 5 girls. On the other side, the crowd was dumbfounded. Oh my, what are they seeing? Especially the boys. Their jealousy towards Zhao Xiaoyan surged like a burst dam. They wished they could kick Zhao Xiaoyan away and take his place to enjoy the benefits of being surrounded by 5 beautiful women. However, because the actions of the 5 girls varied, Zhou Jiaying's embrace and Hefei's head pat were relatively normal. As for Zhang Yuhan and Lu Xinting's cheek kisses, while slightly intimate, they were still acceptable. The only one that crossed the line was the kiss from the secretary-like young woman. Thus, everyone speculated. What exactly is the relationship between Zhao Xiaoyan and these women? Zhang Haolong, Guo Liang, and Li Liwei exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock beyond description. Zhao Xiaoyan had previously admitted that Hefei, Lu Xinting, and Zhang Yuhan were all his women, and these 3 happened to be among them. With this known condition, the 3 men simultaneously thought of a possibility that every man wishes to possess but feels indignant seeing others have. Chapter 318. A different Suyin after getting out of the car. Suyin did not move, but stood by the door, her gaze fixed directly on Zhao Xiaoyan. After locking eyes with Zhao Xiaoyan for 2 seconds, she climbed back into the car, leaving the back door open. Hurry up. Our CEO Su is shy. She wants to get in the car. Zhou Jiaying looked at Zhao Xiaoyan with a half-smile, and her tone was hard to tell if it was sarcastic or jealous. She then opened the Ferrari's door and climbed into the passenger seat. Zhao Xiaoyan had no choice but to move his hand away from the car door handle and walk towards the Rolls-Royce Phantom. When he approached, the driver made a gesture inviting him in. In the back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Su Yin'er was sitting and reading documents. But she made room near the open door for Zhao Xiaoyan to sit. It was clear she was waiting for him. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't hesitate and bent down to get in. After Zhao Xiaoyan entered the cabin, the driver said to Su Yin'er, who was still looking at the documents, "MS. Su, I'm stepping out for a smoke." Su Yin'er didn't lift her head and simply responded with a MM. Once the driver closed the door from the outside, the soundproofing of the Rolls-Royce Phantom immediately took effect. Although it was still somewhat lively outside, the cabin was quiet enough to hear a pin drop. Chapter 319. A shoulder throw for the ex-girlfriend. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't hesitate and directly pulled Su Yin'er into his arms, kissing her on the lips. Su Yin'er was slightly startled by Zhao Xiaoyan's sudden kiss, pushing against his chest with her hands to push him away. However, her hands lacked any real force. Seeing that she couldn't budge Zhao Xiaoyan, Su Yin'er gave up and moved her arms from his chest to wrap around his waist instead. What began as a refusal turned into enthusiastic acceptance. With a slight mechanical sound, the partition between the front and back of the Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly rose, combined with the one-way film on the windows, making it impossible for anyone outside to see what was happening in the back. 10 minutes later, the back door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom opened again, and Zhao Xiaoyan emerged from the car, looking refreshed. Under the cover of the open door, he quickly tidied up his slightly disheveled clothes. He couldn't take it anymore. It was just too tempting. Who would have thought that the domineering CEO had such a multifaceted personality? It was just too cute in contrast. This contrast nearly made Zhao Xiaoyan lose control. If it weren't for being in school and fearing the repercussions of gossip, he would have really wanted to take action right then and there. Chapter 320. None of your business, damn it. Is it not over yet? Zhao Xiaoyan's anger was finally ignited by Chun Yizhuan, and he unbuckled his seatbelt to get out of the car. Don't go, a voice said. A man arguing with her will only make people think you're bullying a woman. There was nothing to be done. This was gender discrimination. Whenever a conflict arose between a man and a woman, although women were physically at a disadvantage, they always held the moral high ground in public opinion. If she scolded you, some would say, "Why are you arguing with a woman?" If you scolded her, others would condemn you for lacking the demeanor a man should have. If she hit you, some would say, "What can a few hits from a woman do?" If you hit her, you'd be criticized for being a man who hits women. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't want to be a big woman, but Chun Yizhuan was truly disgusting. Zhou Jiaying told Zhao Xiaoyan to stay in the car while she unbuckled her seatbelt and opened the door to get out. As soon as Zhou Jiaying got out, Lu Xinting and Zhang Yuhan, who had already gotten into their cars, also followed suit. To Zhao Xiaoyan's surprise, even He Fei and Yi Lingshan got out. The 5 women quickly gathered in front of the Ferrari, with Zhou Jiaying naturally taking the center position as the default core of this group. Chapter 321. Seeking justice. Today's entire graduation process would surely be an unforgettable historical moment for Chun Yizhuan. Originally, she had planned to take this opportunity to show off. But unexpectedly, she faced a barrage of attacks from 3 beautiful women, and later, even the appearance of the former campus belle. However, none of this was what she found most unforgettable. What truly stuck with her was that her ex-boyfriend had become quite wealthy. Although Zhou Jiaying had temporarily sent her away under the pretext of sending the video to Li Dafu, how could Chun Yizhuan simply give up? Watching the women get into their respective sports cars, she felt a mix of hatred and envy. She wasn't familiar with the other women, but as a classmate and former close friend, she knew Lu Xinting very well. Lu Xinting came from a fairly average background, but relying on her beauty, especially her alluring eyes, she had been fishing for rich men during college, always waiting for the right price, refusing to marry unless it was a wealthy family. Moreover, Lu Xinting had previously looked down on Zhao Xiaoyan, even advising her to dump him. And it was Lu Xinting who had introduced her to a job at Li Dafu's company. Chapter 322. The traitor in the small team. Zhao Xiaoyan glared at her long legs for a moment before shifting his gaze to Lu Xinting. Lu Xinting didn't need Zhao Xiaoyan to ask. She directly replied, "Honey, I won't say anything." It turned out this group of girls was quite united. But the next second, Zhao Xiaoyan felt he had overestimated them. Indeed, traitors could emerge in even the smallest of groups. Unless, "Honey, you buy me a bag. I saw a really beautiful one while shopping a couple days ago. I really liked it." Lu Xinting clasped her hands under her chin, quickly blinking her fox-like eyes, and sent a flirty look at Zhao Xiaoyan. "If you like it, just buy it. Don't I give you money every month?" "Oh, of course. It would only be meaningful if you bought it for me." Zhao Xiaoyan was speechless. This fox, even when asking for a bag, had her routine down. He decided not to engage with her and finally turned his attention to Zhou Jiaying, who had been silent all along. Without Zhao Xiaoyan needing to ask, Zhou Jiaying raised her hand and confessed, "All right, I admit it was my idea." Zhao Xiaoyan had long known it was Zhou Jiaying's idea. Chapter 323. Back to Jinyan Xiaoyan. Actually, all of this was Jiaying's idea. She said you were wrong during your college years, and since today is graduation, you must regain your face. Yi Lingshan had a caring older sister vibe. Among this group of women, she was the oldest and the most nurturing. Even in such a warm moment, she could still think of others, which was indeed rare and precious. Zhao Xiaoyan would naturally not forget the instigator, Zhou Jiaying. It could be said that everything Zhou Jiaying had planned today truly allowed Zhao Xiaoyan to shine. Undoubtedly, today, Zhao Xiaoyan became the sole focus among the graduates. It marked a glamorous turnaround for Zhao Xiaoyan, who had always been quiet. Perhaps for a long time after today, everything that happened would leave an indelible mark on this group of graduates and even become widely circulated at Lingzhou University. Today, Zhao Xiaoyan truly stole the show. As for Chen Yizhuan, this ex-girlfriend, Zhao Xiaoyan had already forgotten about her existence, even though he didn't mention it in front of them. However, encountering Chen Yizhuan again at school today brought back memories that surged in his heart. Chapter 324. Unreliable boss Li Mushue's ex-boyfriend? A handsome man named Li Yin flashed through Zhao Xiaoyan's mind. But wasn't this Li Yin in Pengsheng? Moreover, didn't he marry Li Mushue's university classmate Hu Xiaoyan? How'd he end up in Lingzhou? Although Zhao Xiaoyan found it strange, it was ultimately Li Mushue's private matter, and he didn't want to ask too much. Besides, there were important matters to discuss, so he just briefly thought about it and didn't dwell on it. The reason for calling the lawyer from Xiangtian law firm today was actually due to the 2 donations mentioned by Principal Lin Jianzhong during yesterday's graduation ceremony. Although Zhao Xiaoyan was unaware of it, Zhou Jiaying made the decision to donate for the construction of a teaching building at Lingzhou University without consulting him. However, Zhao Xiaoyan didn't blame Zhou Jiaying for acting on her own. Jin Yin's operations were mostly managed by Zhou Jiaying now, and the sum of 50 million was not a problem for Jin Yin, so agreeing to it was no big deal. As for Zhou Jiaying and Su Yin are establishing a fund to support poor students under the names of their 2 companies, Zhao Xiaoyan naturally wouldn't oppose it. When poor, one should focus on self-improvement. When rich, one should help others. Chapter 325. Goodbye Li Mushue. After spending half a day at Jin Yin, Zhao Xiaoyan felt extremely bored. Currently, all the work at Jin Yin was proceeding in an orderly manner under Zhou Jiaying's direction, while he, as the chairman, felt idle. Feeling uncomfortable just sitting there, Zhao Xiaoyan greeted Zhou Jiaying and left the company before noon. Checking the time, it was just past 11 o'clock. And Zhao Xiaoyan thought about going to Longshan Group to find Su Yin'er. Although they had met yesterday, it was in a public setting, and they hadn't done anything too excessive, just a little intimacy in the car. After all, she was his woman, and since she had expressed her dissatisfaction yesterday, it was only right that he went to see his domineering female president. Since Zhao Xiaoyan's Ferrari had become Zhou Jiaying's exclusive vehicle, he had no car to drive. He simply took a taxi straight to Longshan Group. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't inform Su Yin'er that he would be visiting her, thinking that his sudden appearance would be a surprise. After all, couples need a little romance from time to time. Thinking of romance, Zhao Xiaoyan considered whether he should bring something for Su Yin'er. Chapter 326. Upside down truth. When Li Mushue saw Zhao Xiaoyan, she first froze for a moment before forcing out a not-so-sincere smile. Zhao, what a coincidence. Seeing Li Mushue's lack of enthusiasm, Zhao Xiaoyan lost interest in continuing the conversation, nodded, and casually said, "Yeah, quite a coincidence. Well, Li lawyer, you're busy. I'll take my leave." With that, Zhao Xiaoyan walked out of the store. Although Li Mushue was attractive and designated as a goddess by the system, Zhao Xiaoyan's attitude towards women had changed significantly. Earlier, whether it was Lu Xinting or Zhang Yuhan, when they looked down on him, Zhao Xiaoyan would still force himself to get close to them to obtain some benefits. But once his wealth reached a certain level, he became indifferent to such returns. Since Li Mushue clearly appeared to be unwilling when she saw him, he saw no need to continue chatting, as it would only annoy her and make him feel frustrated. Moreover, earlier at Jin Yin Group, hadn't Li Mushue's colleague Su Jiaming said that Li Mushue couldn't come to Jin Yin because she was being pestered by her ex-boyfriend? Yet here she was, and he hadn't seen that ex-boyfriend around. Chapter 327. Smooth-talking Li Yin. As soon as Li Yin spoke, the onlookers' eyes lit up. Oh, there's a big scoop here. Initially, this group of onlookers thought a man and woman were arguing and assumed it was a couple quarreling purely out of curiosity. However, they didn't expect the couple's conflict to escalate into a melodrama where the girlfriend hooked up with a rich guy and angrily dumped her poor boyfriend. Most of the people shopping during the workweek had nothing to do and were just killing time. Now that there was a spectacle to witness, they eagerly gathered around. The central courtyard of the mall had several chairs set up for resting, making it convenient for them to sit and watch the drama unfold. The onlookers were initially just there for entertainment, but after hearing a particular line, their gazes towards Li Mushue shifted awkwardly, while they looked at Li Yin with a hint of sympathy. There was no helping it. The contrast between the two was too stark. The woman looked glamorous and well-dressed, while the man appeared to be struggling hard for a living. especially with his angular face marked by the hardships of life. Chapter 328. A leaf hides the tree. Seeing the public opinion turning against her, Li Muxue felt very wronged, but didn't know how to start refuting it. Just as she was anxious, she saw Li Yin suddenly kneel in public, leaving her at a loss. After all, they were in Lingzhou, and she was a lawyer at a law firm. If this incident got out, even though she was in the right, the mud in her pants would still be considered as such. It could damage her personal reputation, and even her law firm could be implicated. Li Muxue wanted to leave immediately, but Li Yin held onto her tightly, preventing her from breaking free. Seeing the moment was right, Li Yin said, "Muxue, can we start over? Just promise me we can sit down and have a good talk." As for where to talk, Li Yin had already thought of two places, either a hotel or Li Muxue's home. What would they talk about? What could a man and woman do in a room together? Li Muxue also wanted to quickly escape the embarrassment of being watched. And hearing Li Yin say this struck a chord, so she was inclined to agree. Okay. Chapter 329. Will you respond to me? It should be noted that all these years, he had relied on the Hu family to live a worry-free life. But once he left the Hu family, Li Yin would lose his financial support, and all he had left were a few tens of thousands of yuan saved from the Hu family. As for finding a job, he hadn't even thought about it. Living off others for too long would make one lazy. At this moment, he thought of Li Muxue. Thus, Li Yin flew back to Lingzhou directly from Pengcheng. Upon returning to Lingzhou, Li Yin didn't immediately go to see Li Muxue, but began secretly following her. After a few days of observation, Li Yin was pleasantly surprised to discover that the words Li Muxue had said back in Pengcheng were all lies. That person named Zhao Xiaoyan was not her boyfriend at all. Because Li Muxue had almost no personal life outside of work, she went home alone after work every day, completely unlike someone who was supposed to be in love. Moreover, her so-called boyfriend had never appeared even once. With this realization, Li Yin changed his mind. When he came to Lingzhou, he initially planned to plead with Li Muxue for some money, even if it meant kneeling down to her. After all, he had already lost all sense of shame during his years at the Hu family, and kneeling was something he was very familiar with. Chapter 330. Don't hang up. Keep recording. When Zhao Xiaoyan spoke to Li Muxue, he was whispering in her ear, and only she could hear him. It was unclear what they were saying, but seeing Li Muxue's shy expression, anyone with a discerning eye could sense the different undertones. Li Yin noticed that the crowd began to side with Zhao Xiaoyan, and he became anxious. What worried him even more was Zhao Xiaoyan's calm demeanor, showing no signs of anger or aggression. If Zhao Xiaoyan didn't make a move, how could he extort money from him? Li Yin, in a state of desperation, pointed at Zhao Xiaoyan and shouted, "Zhao, are you threatening Muxue's future again? Is it just because you have some money? Does having money make you great? Can you break apart others' relationships just because you have money? Can you toy with women just because you're rich?" As he spoke, Li Yin walked slowly towards Zhao Xiaoyan, his mouth not stopping, becoming more agitated with each word. "Without money, what are you? You're just a waste. You'll only become a parasite to society, a piece of trash. This world has so many injustices because of rich second-generation kids like you who trample on others' dignity, thinking money can solve everything." Chapter 331. The sequence of events from the moment Zhao Xiaoyan dared to stand up and said he wanted to explain. Many in the crowd had a feeling that things weren't as simple as they seemed. As time went on, more and more people joined the onlookers. Zhao Xiaoyan cleared his throat and raised his voice, saying, "This Li Yin and this beautiful young lady are indeed in a relationship." However, he threw out a piece of information. Upon hearing this, everyone was puzzled. They thought Zhao Xiaoyan was going to deny what Li Yin had said, but unexpectedly, he first acknowledged their relationship. However, when they heard the word however, everyone immediately understood that a twist was coming. Sure enough, after pausing for a second or two, Zhao Xiaoyan continued, "But they have already broken up." This time, everyone had learned to be smart and reacted without any response, waiting for Zhao Xiaoyan's next words. Li Yin and this young lady are college classmates, and they were together since college. They were indeed a handsome couple. However, after graduating, Li Yin couldn't find a job and repeatedly failed to pass exams. For a year or two, he was unemployed and had no income. Chapter 332. The truth revealed. It's nothing. I should be thanking you. How could I blame you? Li Muxue was also a reasonable person. Although Zhao Xiaoyan had disclosed this private matter without her consent, it was for a reason, so she naturally wouldn't blame him for speaking out. Not only did she not blame him, but she also felt very grateful to Zhao Xiaoyan. If it was for him being here today and standing up to speak for her, Shi Wu and Ti have known what to do. Zhao Xiaoyan, you're slandering me. At this point, seeing the crowd's gaze towards him had shifted from sympathy to disdain, Li Yin became anxious and shouted, "Don't believe what he says. It's all nonsense. He is slandering me." Zhao Xiaoyan glared at Li Yin, who was still jumping around, and spoke with some impatience. "Li Yin, can you act like a man? Mu Shue has long since had nothing to do with you, yet you're still so clingy. Is it interesting?" Having had a previous experience of being silenced by Zhao Xiaoyan's glare, Li Yin felt a bit intimidated and fell silent. Chapter 333. Angry Zhao Xiaoyan, when they heard about the sulfuric acid, everyone around was shocked and quickly ran away. Some people, even those who were 10 meters away, ran as fast as they could. As for sulfuric acid, apart from children, no one would be unaware of it. This stuff is a poison with extremely high corrosiveness. A few years ago, there were news reports about a girl who was disfigured by sulfuric acid because a handsome guy liked her and one of his other admirers, out of jealousy, threw sulfuric acid on her, ruining her beautiful face and her life. However, it is human nature to enjoy watching the commotion. Although they were afraid of being collateral damage, many still stopped to look back after running away. Over here, Li Muxue was frightened by the sudden turn of events, especially upon realizing that Li Yin had intended to throw sulfuric acid at her from behind, feeling both scared and relieved. When she was knocked away by Zhao Xiaoyan, she had wondered why he did that. Now she understood that Zhao Xiaoyan wasn't colliding with her, but was actually saving her. With this thought, Li Muxue was left with nothing but gratitude and appreciation for Zhao Xiaoyan. Chapter 334. An embarrassing scene. Don't worry, I'm fine. Since she had only been splashed with some sulfuric acid, and with clothes acting as a barrier, although it had still corroded her skin, the acid was already weak and had little power left, leaving only some small black spots. But Li Muxue seemed not to have heard, and continued to carefully wipe each small black spot off Zhao Xiaoyan. After checking his body, she still wasn't assured and squatted down to check if there were any similar spots on Zhao Xiaoyan's legs. Fortunately, Zhao Xiaoyan's pants were not tight, so they hadn't been corroded. After Li Muxue checked him thoroughly and confirmed there were no issues, she let out a long sigh of relief. However, an awkward scene occurred. Since Zhao Xiaoyan was facing Li Muxue, when she squatted down to check, she didn't notice that her position was indeed not graceful. Li Muxue exclaimed shyly, quickly standing up, her face and neck already flushed red, and she didn't dare to look Zhao Xiaoyan in the eye. Chapter 335. An acquaintance. Before going to the police station, Zhao Xiaoyan was first taken to the hospital by the police. After examining Zhao Xiaoyan's wounds, the doctor concluded that there was no serious harm, and Zhao Xiaoyan felt that he was fine. Li Muxue was still worried and insisted that the doctor conduct several more examinations for Zhao Xiaoyan. After the examinations confirmed everything, Li Muxue finally felt relieved. The two were then taken back to the police station. Since sulfuric acid is classified as a hazardous chemical, the incident was categorized as a criminal case. Given that it was a criminal case, the record was naturally very detailed, and the recording took quite a while. Zhao Xiaoyan and Li Muxue were interviewed separately. Neither of them had anything to hide, so they recounted the general situation. In fact, the police had already obtained the surveillance footage from a mall and basically understood the ins and outs of the incident. Conducting their interviews was merely to supplement some details. As a lawyer, Li Muxue naturally knew this and was very cooperative. Zhao Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was open and forthcoming. The one taking Zhao Xiaoyan's statement was an old patrol officer from a mall, and just when the record was almost done, the old officer received a phone call, glanced at Zhao Xiaoyan, and then turned off the recording device. Chapter 336. A different Li Muxue accompanied by Chen Qinghai, Zhao Xiaoyan walked out of the interrogation room. Although he wasn't a criminal suspect, formal procedures still needed to be followed for such a serious incident, and these records and related video recordings would later serve as evidence. Thank you, Director Chen. If it weren't for you, I think it would have been quite a hassle for me to get out today, Zhao Xiaoyan said. He didn't want to owe this favor, but in the end, he had no choice but to feel indebted. Chen Haiqing politely shook Zhao Xiaoyan's hand with a friendly smile on his face. Mr. Zhao, you're too kind. Fighting against illegal crimes is our duty as patrol officers. I apologize for taking up so much of your time. I understand. You were just following the rules, Zhao Xiaoyan replied, showing no signs of mindless confrontation. Instead, he nodded to Liu and the old patrol officer, which delighted them. If it weren't for Chen Qinghai being present, they would have approached Zhao Xiaoyan to shake his hand in gratitude. Xiaoyan, are you okay? Li Muxue, waiting in the lobby, rushed over with a concerned expression when she saw Zhao Xiaoyan come out. Chapter 337. Two women demand accountability, seeing the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Zhao Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow. As the car came to a stop, the rear door opened, and a powerful woman stepped out and quickly walked toward Zhao Xiaoyan. None other than CEO Su Yan'er. Yan'er, what are you doing here? Zhao Xiaoyan was surprised to see Su Yan'er suddenly appear. However, Su Yan'er did not respond to him, but coldly glanced at Li Muxue, standing next to Zhao Xiaoyan before sternly instructing Zhao Xiaoyan. Put your hands up. Zhao Xiaoyan was taken aback, not understanding what Su Yan'er meant. Su Yan'er, uninterested in small talk, directly grabbed the hem of Zhao Xiaoyan's sports t-shirt without hesitation and lifted it. Zhao Xiaoyan was stunned by Su Yan'er's sudden action. Yan'er, what are you doing? No talking. Su Yan'er said coldly, unintentionally exuding an undeniable aura of a powerful woman. Without courtesy, she lifted Zhao Xiaoyan's sportswear to his neck and scrutinized him closely. However, upon seeing the dozens of small blackened spots on Zhao Xiaoyan's chest and abdomen, left by sulfuric acid burns, Su Yan'er's expression grew increasingly cold. Chapter 338. Why should I explain to you? Although Li Muxue had previously interacted with Zhou Jiaying and knew she was also a Jinyan, she thought her relationship with Zhao Xiaoyan was closer because they were alumni. But judging by the earlier incident, it was clear to anyone that Zhao Xiaoyan's relationship with Zhou Jiaying was far more complicated. First, there was Su Yan'er, and now Zhou Jiaying had arrived. Li Muxue was feeling overwhelmed. Both women were demanding explanations from her, taking on an accusatory tone, which left Li Muxue, who still hadn't fully recovered from the earlier incident, feeling helpless and wronged. She straightened her neck, her expression no longer polite, and frowned as she confronted Su Yan'er and Zhou Jiaying. An explanation? I can give you one, but first tell me what your relationship with Xiaoyan is. Why should I explain anything to you? Where there is oppression, there is resistance. This phrase fit Li Muxue perfectly at this moment. Don't think that just because she couldn't speak up in front of Li Yan at noon that she was not good with words. It was simply that Li Yan had completely dominated the conversation without giving her a chance to speak. Chapter 339. Rationality and Emotion, Longsheng Villa. As the car entered this famous high-end villa community in Lingzhou, Li Muxue's eyelids involuntarily twitched, clearly aware of the place. It might not be the most expensive villa area in Lingzhou now, but back in the day, it was a benchmark real estate project. The first place in Lingzhou where single prices exceeded 100,000, and it was in the form of standalone villas. Those who could purchase property here could easily be described as either rich or noble. Driving straight to the parking garage at Villa Number 8. Zhao Xiaoyan turned off the engine and got out of the car, but he noticed that Li Muxue in the passenger seat had not yet exited. Zhao Xiaoyan opened the door to see Li Muxue sitting upright, her seatbelt still fastened, with a face full of anxiety reflecting her current mood. She was nervous to the point of being at a loss. We're here. Let's get out. Zhao Xiaoyan tried to keep his tone gentle, afraid of scaring off this charming lawyer. Should I just go home instead? Li Muxue was genuinely frightened. Earlier, she had dared to face Su Yan'er and Zhou Jiaying directly at the police station. Although her momentum was lacking, she had truly stood her ground against two. But now, that confidence had completely vanished. Chapter 340. The concern of the women. Zhou Jiaying's voice was not loud, but clearly reached Zhao Xiaoyan's ears. Although Zhou Jiaying was scolding him, all Zhao Xiaoyan could hear was her concern and care for him. Faced with Zhou Jiaying's accusations, Zhao Xiaoyan felt a wave of guilt. I am sorry, Jin. Zhao Xiaoyan believed that a man should admit his mistakes when he needed to, without stubbornly clinging to an inflated ego. Moreover, what had happened at noon was indeed his fault, although he didn't know that the glass bottle contained sulfuric acid at the time. His reckless attempt to intervene was extremely dangerous. If it hadn't been for good luck that the sulfuric acid didn't spill horizontally, Zhao Xiaoyan couldn't even bear to think about what the consequences would be now. Zhou Jiaying saw Zhao Xiaoyan looking apologetic and felt that her earlier words were a bit harsh. She sighed, wrapped her arms around Zhao Xiaoyan's waist, leaned her head against his shoulder, and whispered, I'm not stopping you from being a hero, but I prefer that you think about us behind you when you do anything. If something happens to you, what will we do? Even if you don't think about us women, you should at least think about Xiaochan. Chapter 341. On the news, although Zhao Xiaoyan wanted to stay, he was ultimately pushed upstairs by Zhang Yuhan and Yi Lingshan. In the master bedroom of the villa, Zhao Xianyan pushed Zhang Yuhan, who was guarding the door, aside, but the girl was tall and had long legs, and she stubbornly held onto the doorknob. Unable to do anything, Zhao Xianyan didn't want to hurt her and simply picked her up and tossed her onto the bed. However, when he turned around, Yi Lingshan had already taken Zhang Yuhan's place, blocking the door and not letting Zhao Xianyan out. Xianyan, just stay in the room. Let Jiaying and Yinji handle it. But don't worry, it definitely won't escalate downstairs. Among the girls, Yi Lingshan was the oldest, and her character was always gentle, typical of a home-loving housewife. She rarely got involved in jealous disputes and always appeared calm and graceful. Seeing that Yi Lingshan was also preventing him from going out, Zhao Xianyan knew they were determined not to let him get involved in what was happening downstairs. Saying it would escalate was just a way of describing it. Given the personalities of the people downstairs, even the more assertive ones wouldn't resort to a violent confrontation like shrews. Chapter 342. Not telling you the news segment was very brief, lasting less than half a minute. For such social news, that duration was already considered a significant event. Although his image was shown on screen, it had been blurred, making it hard to see his face, which relieved Zhao Xianyan. He turned and saw Su Yinji frowning. Ahem, I'm fine, why aren't you happy? Zhao Xianyan thought Su Yinji was still upset about the acid attack, and tried to laugh it off. But Su Yinji merely shot him a cold glance, and, after saying who cares about you, took out her phone to make a call. The call was quickly connected, and Su Yinji's already cold face seemed to frost over as she spoke into the phone with anger. Did you see the news? It's been reported. As the head of the mall, you didn't even know? I don't care how you do it, but you must minimize the impact. I don't want your guarantees. I only care about results. If you can't handle it well, just resign. After saying that, Su Yinji hung up without giving the other party any time. This woman was truly ruthless. Zhou Jiaying, noticing Su Yinji's demeanor, leaned closer to Zhao Xianyan and joked. Hee, self-indulgent, aren't you? Do you really think you're a treasure that everyone values? Chapter 343. Misleading video, should I say it or not? Zhao Xianyan asked again. However, he secretly hoped Zhou Jiaying would continue to be stubborn so he could punish her again. Usually, Zhou Jiaying had a dominant demeanor, but it was rare to see her being treated like a child. Want to know? Then go ask Li Muxue. Zhou Jiaying didn't disappoint Zhao Xianyan and remained stubborn. Slap. Zhao Xianyan continued to flick her forehead twice without courtesy. Zhou Jiaying turned around, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Zhao Xianyan, pleading, don't hit me anymore. I'm almost going to be dumb. It was unexpected to see the usually assertive Zhou Jiaying acting so spoiled. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Hearing it, Zhou Jiaying quickly escaped Zhao Xianyan's reach, stood up, and shot him a glare. Zhao Xianyan coughed lightly and said, Guomin. The door opened, and in came Yi Lingshan. Although Yi Lingshan was the director of the finance department, she also held the position of the chairman's secretary. Her expression wasn't very good, and she quickly closed the door after entering. Seeing her like this, Zhao Xianyan asked in confusion, Lingshan, what's wrong? What happened? Chapter 344. Escalation of the situation. Although Li Yin had called out Zhao Xianyan and Li Muxue's names in the square yesterday, the recording was unclear due to the distance from the shooter. Zhao Xianyan had also noticed that many spectators were filming, and he didn't stop them. After all, with the prevalence of short videos nowadays, such a newsworthy event would be recorded regardless of whether he allowed it or not. So Zhao Xianyan had said that if they were going to film, they should film everything. But unexpectedly, such a situation arose. What should be done now? Yi Lingshan had never encountered such a situation and couldn't make a decision, so she immediately came to find him after seeing the video. If only Zhao Xianyan's information were exposed, he wouldn't care personally. Being a boss, it wouldn't affect his work. Moreover, the person revealing his information claimed he was just a poor guy, obviously not understanding his situation, which made Zhao Xianyan feel the issue wasn't serious. However, since Li Muxue's information was also exposed, and even her workplace was included, Zhao Xianyan couldn't just stand by, out of both morality and friendship. Chapter 345. The Power of Online Violence. Talk to Xiangtian Law Firm. We are terminating the contract. The termination fee will be paid as per the contract. Zhao Xianyan had always thought that law firms were the places that emphasized law the most, and lawyers were the ones who knew how to use legal weapons to protect their rights. But with Xiangtian's announcement, Zhao Xianyan felt that this law firm was devoid of humanity and deemed it irresponsible. Instead of investigating the facts and seeking justice for their lawyers caught in online public opinion, They hurriedly made such a decision and issued a so-called announcement. Zhao Xiaoyan felt there was no need to cooperate with such a company any longer. Moreover, he didn't believe that the people at the law firm wouldn't recognize the man in the video as him when they saw it, even if he took a step back. Shouldn't they call him to inquire about the other party involved? Okay. Zhou Jiaying surprisingly didn't oppose and directly agreed with Zhao Xiaoyan's decision. At this time, Yi Lingshan walked over with a gloomy expression. I contacted all the people associated with the video account. They said they could delete it, but they want 100,000. They also have the full version, but they are asking for 500,000. Chapter 346. Stay at my place for a few days. It turned out that the previous calm was just her facade. Once she started crying, the tears flowed like a flood that had burst its dam, unstoppable. Li Mushu sat on the sofa, curled up like an injured quail, with her head buried deep in her knees. She had actually gone to work at the law firm early in the morning, as usual. However, it wasn't long after she started that news spread online. Many colleagues and leaders of the firm had seen that video. At first, the firm's leaders asked her what was wrong, but didn't pay much attention and instead were concerned about whether she was injured. But just 1 or 2 hours later, as the heat increased, negative comments began to flood in. Not only that, but even the firm's phone started receiving complaints and abusive calls about her. Even the law firm's short video account was bombarded with comments from netizens in the comment section. As the situation escalated, the leaders of the firm couldn't sit still any longer and directly suspended her work, telling her to go home and rest for a few days. Initially, Li Muxue thought this was a sign of concern from the leaders for her, fearing she might feel overwhelmed. However, she did not expect that as soon as she returned home, the firm would release a statement. Chapter 347. Pursuit and blockade. Will it be inconvenient for me to stay at your place? Li Muxue felt a bit embarrassed about staying at Zhao Xiaoyan's for a few days. But thinking about what Zhou Jiaying and Su Yin'er said yesterday, that stubbornness inside her reignited. Cough, what is inconvenient about it? We're friends. We should help each other out. Besides, this matter is related to me as well. Out of emotion and reason, I can't just ignore it, right? All right, there is no time to hesitate. Hurry up and pack some things you need. Let us go quickly. Zhao Xiaoyan's words provided Li Muxue with a way out, and she was quick to catch on, following the lead. Okay, then wait for me. I'll go back and pack a bit. Though, she said she'd just pack a little. It took Li Muxue more than half an hour to come out of her room, pushing a suitcase. She had changed out of her loungewear and into a black professional suit, with a pair of black stockings on her legs. Zhao Xiaoyan looked at the suitcase and then at Li Muxue's outfit, feeling a bit of disdain in her heart. Women are really troublesome. It's just a few days of staying over. Does she really need a suitcase? Chapter 348. Such an interview. Shun Annie came out for field work from the station today, specifically to see Li Muxue. As a provincial station, Lingzhou TV was practically invisible among the many TV stations across the country. SLNT launched a satellite and were just an ordinary channel. As for the ratings, aside from a few viewers in the city, it was hardly worth mentioning in the province. Shen Annie had worked at the station for 7 or 8 years and was a key member of a program called Lingzhou Life, serving as both host and field reporter. She was selected as the host partly because of her decent looks and partly because this program wasn't a priority for the station, which wouldn't allocate top hosts to it. Lingzhou Life was essentially a program focused on people's livelihoods, documenting everyday social matters. The show was scheduled for the waste time slot of 10 a.m., neither morning nor noon, indicating the station's disregard for it. Shen Annie was determined to create a sensational episode to boost the program's viewership and her own recognition. Chapter 349. Li Muxue moves into the villa. Li Muxue didn't expect to step into this villa again just a day later. Since it was still daytime, there were no other people in the villa, and Zhao Xiaoyan directly dragged Li Muxue's suitcase to the only room on the first floor. This room was actually a maid's room, but since Zhao Xiaoyan had no plans to hire a maid, it had been empty all along. The rooms on the 2 upper floors were all assigned to others. After pushing the suitcase to the side of the bed, Zhao Xiaoyan said to Li Muxue, who walked in cautiously, "This room is unoccupied, so you'll have to make do and stay here for the time being." Although it was a maid's room, it had been decorated just like the other rooms during renovation. The room was fully furnished and even had a television installed. Apart from being slightly smaller than the others, it was actually quite similar. That's great. If this is considered compromising, then I can't imagine what wouldn't be. Li Muxue's mood seemed to brighten upon seeing Zhao Xiaoyan. After taking a look around the room, She was very satisfied. Even though it was a maid-s room, it was much better than the old place she rented. Chapter 350. Teasing the overbearing female CEO, although Su Yin'er felt quite pleased to see Zhao Xiaoyan come in with a large bouquet of roses after the initial smile. She straightened her face, lowered her head to handle documents, and acted as if she didn't want to deal with Zhao Xiaoyan, making a dissatisfied sound through her nose. Oomph. Zhao Xiaoyan heard this sound and realized his little trick had been seen through. Su Yin'er obviously recognized him. He wasn't embarrassed at all, directly walking around the desk to her side and handing her the roses, a beautiful gift for a beautiful woman. Although Su Yin'er's expression remained stern, her actions were not slow at all. She directly took the flowers, and her delicate nose sniffed the roses. Though Su Yin'er had been beautiful since childhood and had many boys crushing on her from middle school to university, her cold demeanor made her seem unapproachable. So while many liked her, few actually pursued her. It could be said that this was the first time Su Yin'er received flowers in her life. No woman would refuse flowers, and Su Yin'er was no exception. Especially since they were from someone she cherished, she felt even more delighted. Chapter 351. Situation escalates. During an interview with Li Muxue, our reporter unexpectedly discovered that she got into Zhao Xiaoyan's car, a Ferrari 812 worth millions. The fact that Zhao Xiaoyan can afford such a luxury sport car indicates that he is not the poor person described online. While interviewing Li Muxue, she remained hidden in the car, refusing to be interviewed, and Zhao Xiaoyan actively prevented the reporter from getting close. When faced with the reporter's questions, Zhao Xiaoyan evaded them and ultimately drove away. If they did nothing wrong, why are they afraid to face the camera and the reporter? Perhaps, just as that day's online video described, it was precisely because of the faults of Zhao Xiaoyan and Li Muxue that led to Li Yan's extreme actions. In Su Yin'er's office, a wall-mounted TV was playing Lingzhou TV's Lingzhou Life program, with the host being Shun Annie, whom Zhao Xiaoyan had met yesterday. The footage being shown was either part of the previously circulated video or scenes from the car incident yesterday. The voiceover was not live, but rather a post-production narration by the host. The host's words were clearly leading, making it hard not to associate Zhao Xiaoyan and Li Muxue with unfavorable implications. Chapter 352. Happiness lasts only 3 minutes. Lingzhou TV station. Shin Annie sat in front of her desk, smiling happily. The computer screen in front of her displayed a freshly released ratings curve chart. Highest rating, 0, 13. Wow, Annie. This rating is a new record for our program, right? With this rating, it should easily make it into the top 5 of all the programs in the station, right? If Zhao Xiaoyan were here, he would definitely recognize the person speaking, who is the same notebook guy that recognized him that day. Although it was only 0.0013, this rating might not seem high nationwide, but among the many provincial programs in Lingzhou, it was definitely a good achievement. The previous Lingzhou Life program had never surpassed 0.1, and it had always been in a position of being dispensable. If Shun Annie didn't have a father who was the director of the Economic Life Channel's program department at the station, Lingzhou Life would have probably been cut long ago. Without ratings and advertisement sponsorship, the existence of such a program was purely occupying space without contributing anything. The notebook guy gave Shun Annie a thumbs up and flatteringly said, "Annie, it's all thanks to you." Chapter 353. Consequences. With the conversation now directed at himself, Director Shun, who had been smoking, also extinguished his cigarette. However, he didn't engage in a verbal battle with Director Zhang. Instead, he lowered his stance and spoke in a conciliatory tone, saying, "Old Zhang, what's done is done. There's no point in asking about it now. Look, what can we do to make up for this mistake? If there's anything we can do, just let us know." Seeing Director Shun's attitude, Director Zhang didn't continue the argument. That earlier comment was just made in a fit of anger. And now that Director Shun had offered a way out, he took it. However, thinking about the current situation, Director Zhang sighed and said, "I don't know. Let's leave it to the station director to decide." He passed the responsibility to the station director. The station director, who had been silent, looked at Director Shun and said, "News should be based on facts. Little Shun indeed made a big mistake this time, violating the professional ethics of a journalist. So let's suspend the segment for now." Upon hearing this, Director Shun showed no surprise and merely nodded silently. Shun Annie was still in a daze. Hearing that her program was suspended just like that after a few words, her eyes widened. She was about to speak when she was shot down by a glare from her father. Chapter 354. The Peculiar Mother. Why didn't you drive back? After leaving Su Yin'er, Zhao Xiaoyan went straight back to Longxinghaoding because he had some important matters to discuss with Li Muxiue. At that moment, he saw Zhou Jiaying and Yi Lingshan carrying large bags of groceries coming in through the front door, which he found strange. The garage of the villa was at the back, so if they drove back, they would have come through the outside passage. Zhou Jiaying placed the groceries on the table and smiled wryly, saying, "The car got scratched by someone and is being repaired." The Zhou family used to have a car dealership, so it was convenient to get a car repaired. They just had to make a phone call for someone to take it. The two of them took a taxi back instead. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoyan quickly asked, "What happened?" Zhou Jiaying recounted how her car was scratched and sprayed at the supermarket, and just then, she received a call from the police station. "Miss Zhou, we found the person who scratched your car. Since the other party is a minor, we recommend that you settle this amicably. When would you be available to come to our station?" After hearing the police's call, Zhou Jiaying thought for a moment and replied, "It's too late today. Let's do it tomorrow." Chapter 355, A Mother More Like a Killer. Zhou Jiaying and Zhao Xiaoyan looked at the middle-aged woman, who appeared to be filled with great grievance. Both stunned. Wow, in this state, one would think she was the victim. The police officer, clearly having encountered such situations before, didn't seem too surprised. He merely looked at the middle-aged woman with a helpless expression before walking directly to Zhou Jiaying. "Miss Zhou, do you have the relevant materials?" Since Zhou Jiaying was the one who reported the incident, the officer naturally spoke directly to her. The so-called materials referred to the vehicle's ownership documents, which were also important physical evidence and a significant reference for calculating related costs later on. The officer had informed Zhou Jiaying to prepare these materials before arriving, so she had everything ready. Zhou Jiaying handed a file bag to the officer, which contained the original and copies of the vehicle's registration and purchase invoice. The officer opened the file bag and glanced at the registration and invoice, surprised, and asked, "Ms. Zhou, isn't this car yours?" "It is mine." Zhao Xiaoyan finally spoke up and handed his ID to the officer. After verifying the documents and related proofs, the officer turned to Zhao Xiaoyan and asked, "So, what does Zhao Xiaoyan think about this matter? Are you planning to settle it privately or go public?" Chapter 356, Full Video Exposure and a 100,000 reward. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't care to see how this family drama would end. After receiving the 80,000 yuan from the middle-aged man and signing the reconciliation agreement, Zhao Xiaoyan and Zhou Jiaying went back. Just as Zhao Xiaoyan exited the police station, a video released by the official account of Lingzhou Longshang Plaza quietly appeared on Douyin. This video was the complete surveillance footage of the incident that day, although the sound couldn't be heard due to the distance. At least the whole process of the event could be seen, which was not like the first video that had been released. The caption for this complete surveillance video was also quite interesting. To avoid misinterpretation by the edited video, here is the unedited complete surveillance footage. The caption also specifically mentioned the publisher of the previous video. Just 1 hour after the surveillance video from Lingzhou Longsheng Plaza was released, the official account of Longsheng Group was quickly registered, and after completing the registration, it directly published its first post. The post from Longsheng Group's official account was not a video, but a poster. A revoir poster. Generous reward. Our group is offering a reward for the complete video of the sulfuric acid attack incident. The video must be unedited and accurately reflects the entire process of the event. Anyone who provides relevant video footage will receive the reward once verified. Chapter 357, Tig Tidip Yeling Shan. From yesterday to today, Shan Annie had been feeling very gloomy. The joy that originally came from the new episode, achieving a record high in ratings, had long been thrown out of her mind. Not only her, but the entire Lingzhou live production team had collectively fallen into a state of depression. The newly aired program was forcibly taken offline less than an hour after its broadcast, along with the related content on the TV station's official website, and it couldn't even be found through browser searches. The content related to the program team on their Douyin account was also taken down simultaneously. Although the video was deleted, many netizens who had been stirred up previously flocked to the account to leave messages, all filled with insults, teasing, and accusations that as a mainstream media outlet, they produced false and misleading programs. The one receiving the harshest criticism was, of course, Shan Annie, who served as both the host and on-screen reporter. Now, not to mention competing for the top spot, it has become uncertain whether the program can even survive. However, this is not what worries Shan Annie the most. What she's most concerned about now is that her father, who is the program director, might be retiring early. The so-called early retirement means starting to step back into a semi-retired state. Chapter 358. Li Muxue joins Jinyan you've passed. Zhou Jiaying was very pleased with Zhao Xiaoyan's answer, her face blossoming with a happy smile, and she rewarded Zhao Xiaoyan with a big kiss. Zhao Xiaoyan felt teased by Zhou Jiaying and was about to retaliate when Zhou Jiaying stopped him, playfully warning him not to think of anything inappropriate since they were in the office. He should at least save face for his senior. What was clearly meant to be a calming remark, when said by Zhou Jiaying, only intensified Zhao Xiaoyan's irritation. Just as Zhao Xiaoyan was about to take action, the office door rang at the most inopportune moment. Interrupted, Zhao Xiaoyan naturally felt displeased and shouted toward the door, "Come in." The office door opened in response, and Yi Lingshan, dressed in professional attire, walked in with her beautiful black stockings. Upon seeing Yi Lingshan, Zhao Xiaoyan's complaints immediately subsided. Although Yi Lingshan was the financial director of the group, she also held another position as Zhao Xiaoyan's secretary. After entering, Yi Lingshan glanced at Zhao Xiaoyan and Zhou Jiaying, revealing a smile filled with meaning. Chapter 359. Shun Annie's Apology. Dear viewers, welcome to this episode of Lingzhou Life. In this episode, we will focus on the acid-throwing incident that stirred up a lot of discussions online a few days ago. 4 days later, a new episode of Lingzhou Life aired. After greeting the audience, Shun Annie directly jumped into the theme of this episode. However, viewers familiar with the program noticed that Shun Annie seemed a bit different today, appearing somewhat nervous. Of course, Lingzhou Life is a pre-recorded show. At that moment, Shun Annie resembled a student waiting for a teacher to grade papers, sitting upright in Zhao Xiaoyan's office, barely touching the sofa with her rear. Besides Shun Annie, the office also housed Zhou Jiaying, Yi Lingshan, and Li Muxue, while Zhao Xiaoyan, the office's owner, was absent. The television in the office was also playing Lingzhou Life. Although the episode still discussed the acid-throwing incident, it was evident that the production team had put in considerable effort this time, unlike the previous episode, which felt more like a mere formality. The program almost realistically recreated the situation at the scene and cited many clips from the complete video provided by netizens as evidence, even interviewing several eyewitnesses and marking the footage of interviewees from that day to achieve absolute authenticity. Chapter 360. Sun Yalan returns to Lingzhou. Approached at the airport, such a combination naturally attracted a lot of attention, whether from colleagues or those picking up passengers. Many men's eyes couldn't help but glance at the woman. Despite having given birth not long ago, her figure had recovered to that of a young girl. The long dress accentuated her slim waist, showing no signs of having had child. Not only was her figure impressive, but she was also quite beautiful. Her skin was fair, delicate, and well-maintained, with no visible fine lines. Coupled with the cold and elegant aura she exuded, she was incredibly eye-catching. People instinctively look at beautiful things a little longer. However, most merely admired her from a distance, as her appearance and attire clearly indicated she was not an ordinary person. Yet, not everyone stayed in the realm of mere observation. Just as Zhao Xiaoyan was about to raise his hand to greet her, he saw a middle-aged man quickly approaching from behind the woman. "Hello, beautiful." The middle-aged man was dressed in a white business t-shirt, clearly someone from a well-off background, especially with his protruding belly resembling that of a pregnant woman. Chapter 361. Where does he get the face to call? The middle-aged man was quite pleased with how the driver Xiao Chun was behaving, smiling as he said, "Well, I'll go check out that car tomorrow. It seems pretty good." Pausing, he added pointedly, "For men, what does being young matter? Having money is the most important. Only someone like your boss, who has a successful career, wouldn't he consider a car worth less than 500,000? Xiao Chun felt puzzled, wondering what was wrong with his boss, who kept saying such nonsensical things. What is wrong with being young? I'm young too. Are you pointing at me? If you really have money, can you pay back the 2 months of wages owed to the employees first? Xiao Chun became a bit unhappy. However, for the sake of his family's livelihood, he could only endure it, pretending not to hear, as he placed his boss's luggage in the trunk. Since the middle-aged man's voice was loud and clearly directed, Zhao Xiaoyan naturally understood the sting behind his words. Zhao Xiaoyan said nothing and walked straight to the Range Rover beside the BMW 5 Series, opening the rear trunk door and lifting the baby from the stroller, placing him into the child seat already prepared in the back. Chapter 362. Returning to the Sun family the next day. Jinghu Community. Zhao Xiaoyan parked the Land Rover Range Rover directly in an empty space in front of a building in the community. After getting out of the car, Zhao Xiaoyan looked up at the old building with peeling walls. 3 months ago, he and Sun Yalan had been here and had an unpleasant quarrel with the Sun family. They even severed ties with the Sun family for 5 million. Unexpectedly, 3 months later, he and Sun Yalan found themselves back here again. Indeed, the world is unpredictable. Compared to the last visit, Jinghu community appeared particularly quiet now. Last time, he heard Sun Haowei let slip that the community was going to be demolished. Previously bustling with people, the community now seemed deserted, as most families had evidently moved away, making it look somewhat desolate. Zhao Xiaoyan noticed that many of the families that had moved out had even removed the security nets from their windows, probably to sell them for money. This is how ordinary folks move. People who can move will move, and those who cannot will be sold. I absolutely will not let anything go to waste. The co-pilot, Sun Yalan, also got out of the car. It's hard to tell if her downcast expression is due to facing her mother and younger brother again, or because the community she grew up in is about to be demolished. Chapter 363, 3 Slaps Sis. He's messing around outside behind your back. After Sun Haowei said this, he glanced at Zhao Xiaoyan and quickly hid behind his mother. Seeing Sun Haowei's cowardly demeanor, Zhao Xiaoyan had no intention of confronting him. Hearing her brother say such a thing, Sun Yalan looked at Zhao Xiaoyan, her eyes full of questions, but her expression remained unchanged. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoyan felt a bit uneasy. Although Sun Yalan knew about his many affairs, he was genuinely worried that Sun Haowei might have seen something. After all, they were all in Lingzhou, and the possibility of being seen was not zero. While this kind of thing wouldn't affect his relationship with Sun Yalan, it was still something that could be misinterpreted, and Zhao Xiaoyan had to consider Sun Yalan's feelings, as well as the reputation of his other women. Some things are fine if kept in the dark, but if they're spread around, the impact is never good. Where did you see me messing around? Zhao Xiaoyan didn't rush to deny it, but instead tried to gauge how much Sun Haowei really knew. Seeing Zhao Xiaoyan's reaction, Sun Haowei thought he had hit the nail on the head, and a smirk appeared on his face. How did you see it? Your business is all over the internet. Don't think I didn't see it. Chapter 364, Sun Yalan's Fury Eye. I'll fight you. At this moment, Lu Shumi was like a mother hen protecting her chicks, scratching at Zhao Xiaoyan. When women fight, they scratch and pull hair. Although she was his mother-in-law in name, Zhao Xiaoyan didn't indulge her at all and directly pushed her aside. Upon seeing his mother pushed away by Zhao Xiaoyan, Sun Haowei lost all courage to confront him. Holding his already swollen face, he retreated a couple of steps, losing the aggression he had just shown. Zhao Xiaoyan shook his head. This kind of mama's boy is hopeless. A son-in-law hitting his mother-in-law? There's no justice in that. Seeing her son being hit and not even touching Zhao Xiaoyan, Lu Shumi sat down on the ground, crying as if the sky was falling. Zhao Xiaoyan glanced at her disdainfully. Damn it, why are all mama's boys the same? When they can't fight or argue, they just resort to crying. Seeing her mother crying on the ground, Sun Yalan felt pity and wanted to help her up, but was stopped by Zhao Xiaoyan. Yalan, let's go back. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't want to stay there for even a minute longer. Chapter 365, Sun Mother's Sudden Realization. Sun Yalan almost shouted this sentence. He*s not your brother-in-law? What? He*s not my brother-in-law? Sun Haowei's expression froze. Then he forced a smile and said, Sis, how can he not be your brother-in-law? You even have a child together. Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old? We have a child, but we never got a marriage certificate. Sun Yalan looked seriously at her brother. Sun Haowei, we never got a certificate. Are we a legal couple? If we're not a couple, why should he pay for your mistakes? Why should he support our family? She remembered the last time they came back. Sun Haowei used their out-of-wedlock child to demand 5 million. Moreover, she also remembered that when Zhao Xiaoyan came last time, Sun Haowei had never given him a good face. Now that he was out of money, he thought of Zhao Xiaoyan and called him brother-in-law, which made Sun Yalan's resentment boil over. Sun Haowei noticed that Sun Yalan's expression was serious and not joking, and he started to panic, laughing dryly. It's not about whether you have a certificate or not. It's just a piece of paper. You already have a child. It doesn't matter whether you have that paper or not. Chapter 366, The 3 Helpless Women. A Land Rover drove through the city streets. Sitting in the passenger seat, Sun Yalan had been out of her original home for a while, but she still had tears in her eyes. Fortunately, Sun Yalan was naturally beautiful and didn't need makeup to enhance her looks. Otherwise, her face would probably look like a raccoon by now. Zhao Xiaoyan, who was driving, took the opportunity to hand Sun Yalan a tissue while waiting for the red light. Whether it was because of the conflict with that family or the tension with his cheap brother-in-law, Zhao Xiaoyan had fought twice during his visits, and Sun Yalan had come out with red eyes both times. However, this time was relatively okay overall. Sun mother Lu Shumi's sudden realization was something Zhao Xiaoyan hadn't anticipated. It was probably also because Sun Haowei was too disappointing, having been cheated out of so much money. He didn't think about how to get it back, but instead set his sights on his brother-in-law, even encouraging Sun Yalan to break up with Zhao Xiaoyan and seize his assets. However, it should be noted that Sun Yalan's complete outburst played a significant role. In the past, Sun Yalan had been forced to play the role of a good sister at home, morally blackmailed by her mother for her brother. Chapter 367 Eager Learner Yi Lingshan, with Li Mushua's arrival, and now Sun Yalan returning with a child, the villa's popularity began to rise. Especially with the occasional sound of little Shichen's iconic giggles echoing through the villa, it felt as if the entire place was filled with vitality. Zhou Jiaying, who was originally very enthusiastic about children, now viewed little Shichen as a venomous snake and had been threatening Zhao Xiaoyan with both soft and hard tactics, insisting that he not let her get pregnant for at least 2 years, or else she would castrate him, leaving Zhao Xiaoyan both amused and exasperated. Although Li Muxue liked children, she was still a bit distant from Sun Yalan since it was their first meeting, only watching Sun Yalan from a distance, radiating maternal warmth. What surprised Zhao Xiaoyan the most was Yi Lingshan's behavior. After dinner, Yi Lingshan had been almost glued to Sun Yalan's side, helping change diapers, playing with little Shichen, and even asking Sun Yalan for advice on taking care of children. Later, she even inquired about pregnancy precautions and checkup procedures, making Sun Yalan wonder if Yi Lingshan was also expecting, as she kept glancing at Yi Lingshan's belly. At night, after taking a shower, Zhao Xiaoyan just came out of the master bathroom and saw Yi Lingshan sitting on the edge of the bed. Chapter 368, I don't want to go with them, seeing Sun Yalan there too. Jiang Long and the others respectfully greeted Madam. Jiang Long had seen Sun Yalan several times in the Magic City, so he naturally recognized this beautiful and graceful woman as Zhao Xiaoyan. Upon seeing Sun Yalan, they were very respectful. Sun Yalan didn't mind the title Madam, but felt it had a vibe reminiscent of old capitalists from movies in the Magic City. Although Sun Yalan had told Jiang Long many times not to call like that, they never changed their way of addressing him. In the end, Sun Yalan gave up and let them be. After smiling and nodding, Sun Yalan pointed at Sun Haowei, who was still standing there in a daze, and said to Jiang Long, "Manager Jiang, this is my brother." Jiang Long glanced at Sun Haowei with a fierce look and then stepped forward. Facing a man who was nearly 2 meters tall, combined with Jiang Long's fierce appearance, Sun Haowei's legs trembled a bit. Just as he wanted to back away, Jiang Long had already grabbed him back with one hand. Jiang Long patted Sun Haowei and looked him up and down before returning to Sun Yalan and saying, "Although he seems a bit weak, there is still hope. Madam, rest assured, we will reform him." Chapter 369. Alone the next day, Sun Yalan set off early in the morning with the children, dragging her suitcase. However, this time they didn't need to take a plane. It took just over 20 minutes by car to reach their destination. When Lu Shumi saw little Shichen, she was very happy and hugged her tightly. "Xiaoyan, can I stay with my mom for a while longer?" Seeing Lu Shumi happily holding her granddaughter, Sun Yalan pulled Zhao Xiaoyan aside and quietly expressed her thoughts. Sun Haowei had left, and Lu Shumi was very sad. Since her son was born, he had practically grown up by her side and had never even left the house. Although Lu Shumi had previously seemed very resolute, she was actually reluctant deep down. To take care of her mother, Sun Yalan voluntarily proposed to stay with Lu Shumi for a few days. But after seeing the affectionate scene between her mother and granddaughter, Sun Yalan felt the need to stay with her mother a bit longer. Zhao Xiaoyan naturally agreed without much thought. Although Lu Shumi had previously acted poorly, now that she had changed, Zhao Xiaoyan was not the type to hold grudges. After all, Lu Shumi was Sun Yalan's biological mother and little Shichen's grandmother. Given that Lu Shumi had personally handed Sun Yalan over to him, Zhao Xiaoyan would not dwell on the elder's past mistakes. Chapter 370. Driving at night on the highway. A white Volkswagen Polo was speeding at 120 miles per hour. 120 miles per hour was not the limit for the Polo. It was just the speed limit for that stretch of highway. Zhao Xiaoyan, who was driving, glanced at Li Muxue, who was anxiously sitting in the passenger seat, and comforted her. "Don't be too anxious. Didn't Annie say there's no danger?" Uncle just fainted because he wasn't used to the change in air. Li Muxue nodded in response. However, seeing her still tense expression, Zhao Xiaoyan knew that his words hadn't relaxed her at all. So he stopped talking and focused on the road, driving carefully. After all, it was nighttime, and apart from the car lights, there was no other illumination on the highway. Not long ago, Li Muxue had received a call from her mother and was in a hurry to get home because her father had been hospitalized. Li Muxue's father was a true farmer who, with his hard work alongside Li's mother, had gradually improved their lives from nothing and even raised Li Muxue to become a lawyer. Chapter 371. No opinions on this son-in-law. The young man who entered was naturally Zhao Xiaoyan. After walking into the hospital room, he went straight to the bedside of Li Quanmin. Li Quanmin, who was talking to Li Muxue, also spotted the young man. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't wait for anyone to ask and introduced himself. "Hello, uncle and auntie." "Oh, hello." Li Quanmin quickly responded and exchanged a puzzled glance with his wife. Seeing this, Li Muxue hurriedly explained, "Dad, Mom, this is Zhao Xiaoyan, my friend who drove me back." For some reason, when introducing Zhao Xiaoyan, Li Muxue's face inexplicably flushed, and her tone even faltered a bit. Knowing her daughter well, Zhang Qinfeng picked up on this small hesitation and couldn't help but look at Zhao Xiaoyan a few more times. Li Quanmin, however, was not as perceptive as his wife. Hearing his daughter say this, he quickly expressed his gratitude. "Young man, thank you for coming out here in the dark. I'm really sorry for troubling you." "Uncle, you're too polite," Zhao Xiaoyan replied. "I saw Muxue was in a hurry to get back, and I was worried she might not handle the night drive well. I had nothing else to do, and my driving skills are decent, so I came along." Chapter 372. The evil woman comes. The common people love to watch the excitement. Moreover, Zhou Chunhua had been causing a scene at the Li family for several days, and through bits and pieces of information, everyone had gained some understanding of the situation. Although no one said much, many people's gazes towards Li Muxue had already changed. Especially with Zhao Xiaoyan's sudden appearance, it made some people believe Zhou Chunhua's words even more. Li Muxue, the daughter of the Li family, was known in the village as a talented woman who had gone to the provincial city to become a lawyer, and it was said she earned quite a bit, making her the envy of many. Envy can sometimes be the breeding ground for jealousy. Li Muxue's excellence made some families with less successful children feel uncomfortable. Why should her daughter be so capable while my son is not? Plus, Li Muxue had been beautiful since she was young, so rumors naturally followed her. Women can be beautiful, but if they are too beautiful, it becomes a sign of impropriety in the eyes of some. Of course, there are still some who believe that Li Muxue wouldn't do such things. Both Li Quanmin and Zhang Qinfeng were honest and kind-hearted people. Li Muxue had always been smart and polite, and even after becoming a lawyer and earning some money, she was always warm and friendly with the neighbors when she returned, never looking down on anyone. Chapter 374. Not a family. Not in the same door. He is spouting nonsense. Don't believe him. Everyone can ask around. Our Li Yin is well known as a good child. How could he possibly do such a thing? He is just Li Muxue's lover, so of course, he will speak for that little bitch Li Muxue. Zhou Chunhua stopped crying and yelling, and without anyone helping her, she quickly stood up, pointing at Zhao Xiaoyan and cursing, "You little bastard, if you keep talking nonsense, I will fight you with my life." She said it boldly, but her feet didn't move an inch. She was afraid that if she approached, Zhao Xiaoyan would hit her again. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't waste any time. He took out his phone and continued speaking to the villagers. If you don't believe it, you can search on your phone. Not only is it online, but our Lingzhou TV station also has a special report on this matter. As for the claim that Li Yin is supporting Li Muxue, that is even more nonsense. Li Muxue graduated from university and immediately passed the bar exam to become a lawyer. And what about Li Yin? He has failed the exam for 3 years and doesn't even look for a job, relying solely on Li Muxue to support him. Any man would feel embarrassed and would work twice as hard to repay the girl. Chapter 375. The heart of parents for their children. Zhao Xiaoyan looks down on Li Yin and is also quite angry. Back at the mall, if it weren't for his quick reflexes and a bit of luck, that bottle of sulfuric acid would have splashed not only on Li Muxue, but on him as well. He clearly saw that the bottle of sulfuric acid was not aimed solely at Li Muxue, but at both of them. Zhao Xiaoyan is not a villain, but he is definitely not a pushover. When someone is trying to harm you, you can't turn around and help that person receive less punishment. That is not something Zhao Xiaoyan would do. How can you repay kindness with enmity? Since Li Yin is trying to harm him, it's good enough that he doesn't kick him when he is down. Although the final decision lies with Li Muxue. Zhao Xiaoyan still wants Li Muxue to understand that sometimes being overly kind is not acceptable. However, it seems Zhao Xiaoyan's worries are unnecessary. You can go back. I will not write a letter of understanding. You can give up on that thought. As for how the court will rule, the law will take care of that. It's none of my business. Li Muxue's attitude did not change at all. Also, don't come to my parents' house to cause trouble again. I can let this go this time, but if they're essaying next time, I will really call the police. Chapter 376. Unexpected breakfast in a farmer's home is usually very simple. When Li Muxue is not around, Li Quanmin and his wife would just have porridge with pickled vegetables, making do with that. But today is different. First, their daughter has returned, and second, they have a guest in Zhao Xiaoyan. Last night, while in the bedroom, Li Quanmin and Zhang Qinfeng discussed their thoughts and suspicions and came to a conclusion that they had anticipated. This young Zhao should be their daughter's boyfriend. But it seems their relationship has just been confirmed, and both are a bit shy. So, to entertain their future son-in-law Zhao Xiaoyan, Li Quanmin prepared a hearty breakfast. In addition to porridge and pickled vegetables, he also prepared meat buns and steamed buns, and to avoid being stingy, he even cooked several dishes. When they saw their daughter holding Zhao Xiaoyan's hand as she entered, the old couple smiled happily. When Li Muxue saw her parents looking at her and smiling, her face flushed, and she hurriedly let go of Zhao Xiaoyan's hand and ran away. She didn't even know why she had held Zhao Xiaoyan's hand. It was just that the events that had just occurred made her feel a sense of security from him. Chapter 377. The charm of that kiss joy turned to sorrow as the two lost their balance and fell into a small ditch together. Fortunately, the ditch was not deep, just reaching their ankles. As they unexpectedly fell into Zhao Xiaoyan's arms, Li Muxue's fair face immediately turned rosy, and she let out a surprised squeal, momentarily forgetting to get up. Time seemed to stand still, and the air was filled with an enchanting atmosphere. Li Muxue stared at Zhao Xiaoyan without blinking. Zhao Xiaoyan looked back at Li Muxue in the same way. Li Muxue's face reddened even more, and her heart began to beat wildly against her will. It was the feeling of a heart racing in love. Looking at the face so close to her, it wasn't handsome, yet she found it very appealing. In a moment of impulse, Li Muxue lightly pecked Zhao Xiaoyan on the lips. Zhao Xiaoyan was caught off guard by Li Muxue's sudden move, staring at her wide-eyed. Can you get up? Li Muxue was startled by her own action, gasping, and quickly scrambled to get off Zhao Xiaoyan, then looked around nervously. Since this was the edge of the farmland, there would only be people around when tending to the crops, and, at other times, it was usually deserted. Chapter 378. Anti-marriage ideology, although this time it was because her father fainted that she urgently called Li Muxue back, unexpectedly. It turned out to be a blessing in disguise, as her daughter brought back a man, which thrilled the old couple. However, if Zhao Xiaoyan did something to upset Li Muxue, although Zhang Qinfeng would definitely not hesitate to teach Zhao Xiaoyan a lesson, she would feel it was a pity. It's not because of him that I'm okay. Zhang Qinfeng's heart finally settled down, and she asked, then why is that? It's nothing. I just accidentally lost all the eels we caught in the afternoon. Li Muxue naturally didn't want to tell her mother the truth, so she casually made up a reason. Zhang Qinfeng was both angry and amused as she tapped Li Muxue's forehead. You, at your age, how can you still cry over such trivial matters? Li Muxue wiped away her tears, hesitated for a moment, and looked at her mother with a guilty expression, asking, Mom, if I never get married in my life, would you be angry? Not get married? Why? Chapter 379. An invitation from an island country the next day. After breakfast, Zhao Xiaoyan and Li Muxue bid farewell to Li Quanmin and his wife and set off on their way back to Lingzhou. Zhang Qinfeng held Zhao Xiaoyan's hand, looking at him with a mother-in-law's expression, reminding them to take care of their health while also telling Zhao Xiaoyan that if Li Muxue bullied him, he should remember to tell her. This made Li Muxue, who was standing beside them, quite indignant, saying she didn't even know who the real child of the family was. Zhao Xiaoyan was still the one driving. Regarding the incident from the night before that almost turned into chaos, both of them tacitly avoided mentioning it. They arrived in the city around 2 p.m., and the polo car drove directly to the Longshan Houting Villa. The memory of the internet is time-sensitive. After so many days, the sulfuric acid incident had long become old news, and many people had begun to forget about it. Due to the clarification from the television station and the relevant statements released by the police regarding the case, the online harassment against Li Muxue has subsided. If Li Muxiue were to move back to her rental apartment, it wouldn't be a problem. However, Li Muxiue did not take the initiative to mention moving back, and Zhao Xiaoyan also did not bring it up. As for the others in the villa, it seems they have chosen to selectively forget about this matter. Chapter 380. The villain complains first. Speaking of which, this is Zhao Xiaoyan's first time going abroad. However, he never expected that his first time would be in the island country. Although he is abroad, seeing people around him with the same yellow skin and black hair. If it weren't for the unique arigato accent, Zhao Xiaoyan would feel like he hadn't left his country at all. Xiaoyan-kun, is this your first time in Tokyo? In the Benz business car, Kobayashi Haruka turned around from the passenger seat. I have to say, although Kobayashi Haruka's looks are quite good, her figure is even more impressive. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't try to act cool and nodded frankly, yes, it is. Not to mention Tokyo, this is my first time in the island country. Really? If Xiaoyan-kun says so, then I should extend my hospitality and show you around our great city. It was clear that Kobayashi Haruka had a lot of pride in her country. Then Kobayashi Haruka turned her gaze to Li Muxiue, who was sitting next to Zhao Xiaoyan, and asked, Xiaoyan-kun is indeed lucky, as you're always surrounded by beautiful ladies. May I ask how to address this lady? During her undercover period, Kobayashi Haruka learned a lot about Zhao Xiaoyan, especially regarding the beautiful women around him. However, she was sure that she had never seen Li Muxiue before. Chapter 381. The killer of the shoes. Matsushima Minako felt that today was truly unlucky. She was late for work again, and her attendance bonus for this month was ruined, which amounted to a whole 10,000 yen. As a member of the company, her monthly salary was only 250,000 yen, and this attendance bonus was almost equivalent to 1.5 days' salary. The most infuriating part was that section chief, who insisted on talking to her just when she was about to clock in, causing her to miss the time. Because of 1 minute, she lost 10,000 yen, which made her feel quite frustrated and heartbroken. She was already feeling down because of being late, and with the press conference starting tomorrow, the section chief had the nerve to ask her to gather information on competitors' new cars. She had already prepared that information for him a long time ago. Collecting anything at this point was just him deliberately putting her down. If it weren't for the salary, she would have quit long ago. Baka. Matsushima Minako had no choice but to go out in this hot weather. After running around outside all day, she was finally about to finish up and hurry back to the office to clock in. Otherwise, her salary would be deducted again. But just as she was rushing to catch the subway, she bumped into a man. Chapter 382. Cattle chewing peonies in the end. Zhao Xiaoyan left the Christian Louboutin store without buying anything. He didn't even dare to look at the staff who were still bowing at a 45-degree angle to bid him farewell, not knowing what they were thinking about him. Sir, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Matsushima Minako glanced at her watch. It was almost 5 p.m., and she had to hurry back to the office before 5:30 p.m., or she might miss clocking in as the office would close. If she missed clocking in, she didn't know how that annoying section chief would scold her. As for making Zhao Xiaoyan pay for the shoes, Matsushima Minako didn't even dare to bring it up now. She just wanted to quickly get away from this terrifying man. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't say anything and just looked around, noticing a women's shoe brand he hadn't seen before, and walked into the store. But as soon as he stepped inside and turned around, he found that Matsushima Minako was nowhere to be seen behind him. Hurrying out of the store, he also didn't see Minako on the street. Chapter 383. Watanabe's little calculations. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't immediately respond to Watanabe Zoe's words because his mouth was full of sushi and he couldn't speak at all. After swallowing a big mouthful of sushi, he finally said, Mr. Watanabe, you really are an enthusiast of the island country. This sushi tastes exactly the same as the one I had last time. In fact, Zhao Xiaoyan wasn't a big fan of island cuisine. First, the portions were small, and second, he really couldn't get used to it. Hearing Zhao Xiaoyan's words, Watanabe Zoe almost broke his facade. Exactly the same. Doesn't that mean the sushi I made twice is the same? Over the past few months, I have improved the sushi from before. He continued to take a piece of tuna from the counter. Pulling out a knife and sharpening it, Watanabe Zoe began to carefully slice the sashimi. Watanabe Zoe wasn't cutting quickly, but after 3 cuts, each piece of fish was of the same size. In terms of knife skills, Chinese cuisine emphasizes speed, but our island country emphasizes steadiness. A plate was once again brought to Zhao Xiaoyan by Kobayashi Haruka, acting as a server. Looking at the plate with sashimi slices each a few millimeters wide, He really wanted to complain. What gave you the courage to say this is knife skill? Chapter 384. 10 billion every year to completely hand over the core technology. Does he really think Zhao Xiaoyan is a fool? If the core technology is given away, what else can he play with? Although when he collaborated with Biotti to establish jinxing energy technology, Zhao Xiaoyan had already handed over the core technology. That was, after all, a Chinese brand. Even if they knew, it was only known internally, so it didn't matter. Moreover, Zhao Xiaoyan was quite reassured about Wang Chuanfu. He was definitely not the kind of person who would burn bridges. However, regarding Watanabe Zoe, just the fact that both times he met Zhao Xiaoyan was in this kind of restaurant made Zhao Xiaoyan dislike him. He felt that this person was a bit sinister and had a strong desire for control. This could be seen from the fact that he never asked Zhao Xiaoyan what he wanted to eat. Moreover, there was still that saying, "Those who are not of my race must have different hearts." How about it, Zhao-san? Watanabe Zoe leaned against the counter with both hands, his small eyes squinting as he looked at Zhao Xiaoyan. Personally, I have high hopes for Zhao-san's battery technology. Such an excellent thing, Biotti cannot maximize its value. Zhao-san needs a stronger partner, and we at Benin are the most suitable one. Chapter 385. The elder's heart is not old, Mr. Zhao. Lawyerly. As a core member of Wang Chuanfu's team, Wu Youfu naturally knew Zhao Xiaoyan, and he was also one of the hosts when Zhao Xiaoyan visited Pingqing last time. Old Wu, you're here quite early. Since they were on the same side, Zhao Xiaoyan felt less restrained and casually greeted Wu Youfu with a smile. I'm just here to welcome you, Mr. Zhao. Since the last parting in Pingqing, it has been a long time since General Zhao visited Jinxing. Old Wang and a group of technical backbones are all very eager to learn from General Zhao again. Wu Youfu is over 50 years old, and although he is twice Zhao Xiaoyan's age, their identities are different. Zhao Xiaoyan can be casual, but he cannot be impolite. Therefore, he is very careful with his tone when speaking, ensuring he is neither distant nor overly flattering. At this moment, Wu Youfu casually looked around and then lowered his voice to say, I actually arrived yesterday morning. Someone from Benyang wanted to privately discuss buying our core battery technology. Zhao Xiaoyan's brows slightly furrowed, and he remained silent, waiting for Wu Youfu to continue. Chapter 386. Encountering Matsushima Minako again at night. Ginza can be said to look completely different from during the day. Although there are many people during the day, the neon lights and shop signs are not yet lit, making it look like an ordinary commercial street. However, at night, under the colorful neon lights and LED screens, the entire Ginza seems to transform, becoming much more lively. Motohashi Ryoichi brought Zhao Xiaoyan and Wu Youfu to a place called Maiko Night. Zhao Xiaoyan did not think much of it and followed them inside, only to find that it seemed to be quite a high-end place, with many booths resembling a bar, and the overall decor style lacked the traditional island country vibe, instead showcasing a modern industrial style. Is this an izakaya? It's not what I imagined. Zhao Xiaoyan's impression of an izakaya was that it had a very island-style decor. Small shops, but very interesting. This impression was deeply etched in him after watching Uncle G's movies, leading to a strong obsession with izakayas. However, the place Motohashi brought them to was quite different from Zhao Xiaoyan's imagination of an izakaya and more like a bar. Chapter 387. Then I'll choose you seeing the three women in sexy outfits. Zhao Xiaoyan guessed they were the hostesses of the nightclub. After bowing, the three hostesses stood in front of the booth. One of the short-haired hostesses said to Zhao Xiaoyan, who was sitting in the middle of the booth, Sir, may we accompany you? Although the hostesses are nominally there to provide entertainment without compromising their integrity, they still need the customer's approval to drink together. To be honest, women who can become hostesses generally have to meet certain criteria. With the added benefit of island makeup skills, the three hostesses look to be around 80 points in attractiveness, which is quite good. Motohashi Ryoichi, not knowing Zhao Xiaoyan understands Japanese, hurriedly translated for him. Zhao Xiaoyan did not respond directly, but looked at Wu Youfu and said, Old Wu, you choose one. Oh, and Motohashi, you pick one too. Wu Youfu and Motohashi Ryoichi were not polite, and each chose a hostess to sit beside them. When the other hostess saw her companions being chosen, she also wanted to sit next to Zhao Xiaoyan. Just then, Zhao Xiaoyan's expression suddenly changed to a strange one, and he raised his hand to make a stopping gesture, asking Motohashi, can the previous waitress drink with us? Chapter 388. Oiran Zhao Xiaoyan nodded. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaoyan acknowledge he was Chinese, Matsushima Minako surprisingly let out a sigh of relief, and the previous tension diminished significantly. Matsushima Minako felt relieved in her heart. Since he's Chinese, he must not be a gang member. So, does that mean he really bought shoes for me yesterday? Oh no, Minako! How could you miss such a great opportunity? Those were Christian Louboutin. Even if I didn't wear them, I could sell them online for a good price. I wonder if he would still recognize me if I asked him for them now? Matsushima Minako wished she could hit her head a couple of times, feeling she had missed out on a great opportunity to make money. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoyan also received a system prompt. Ding! Detected target. Matsushima Minako's favorability towards the host is 20. Current favorability is 0. Zhao Xiaoyan was confused. What's going on? Just admitting I'm Chinese increases my favorability? I'm sorry, Xiaoyan-kun. I was very rude yesterday. Matsushima Minako felt it necessary to apologize for her behavior the previous day. However, she was not apologizing for the shoes, but for leaving the shoe store without notice. Chapter 389. Sending Minako as Oiran. Seeing that Zhao Xiaoyan understood the island language but was not familiar with the Oiran in the island's nightlife. Motohashi Ryoichi quickly explained in Chinese. The reason for using Chinese was to prevent Zhao Xiaoyan from losing face in front of the hostesses and to ensure Wu Youfu could understand. After all, strictly speaking, Wu Youfu was his employer. Since the booth had been communicating in the island language, Wu Youfu had become mute and deaf, completely marginalized. As his financial backer, Motohashi Ryoichi certainly needed to consider the other party's feelings. It turns out that in island nightclubs, hostesses rely on their emotional and intellectual skills to maintain their clients and encourage them to spend money in the store. The hostesses who attract more clients and generate more spending are awarded the title of Oiran by the nightclub. To turn more people into loyal clients, hostesses need to chat, know how to flirt, and be able to endure. Therefore, only those who possess both beauty and emotional intelligence can become Oiran. Nightclubs also promote the Oiran, turning her into a living advertisement for the venue, even arranging for her to shoot advertisements, record interviews, and so on. Chapter 390. Competition. Upon hearing this, everyone looked in that direction. They saw that on the daily Oiran ranking, Matsushima Minako, who originally held the first place with 600,000 yen, had barely settled into her position before being knocked down again. The first place now belonged to someone named Ono Yuka, with a bar tab reaching 800,000 yen. Oh, Miss Ono is here today too? Minako, it seems you won't be able to get the Oiran tonight. Seeing the name above, Matsushima Minako, the short-haired hostess had a face full of regret and helplessness. Even Matsushima Minako, who had been excited just moments ago, now looked like a wilted eggplant, a bit dispirited. Zhao Xiaoyan, not understanding the situation, asked, "What is wrong? Who is this Ono Yuka? Why are you all so afraid of her?" Miss Ono is our Oiran. The short-haired hostess explained to Zhao Xiaoyan. Miss Ono has been our Oiran for 2 consecutive years. Whenever she appears, many people will pay for her drinks. However, Miss Ono does not come every day, but unexpectedly, she is here today. Seeing Matsushima Minako's somewhat defeated stance, Zhao Xiaoyan felt a competitive spirit arise. Chapter 391. Another Oiran. Matsushima Minako's face was already very red. Just now, she didn't know why she had moved her hand away from her collar. Perhaps it was because this two-faced man spent so much money on her, or perhaps because he spent money without gaining any advantage for herself. That Matsushima Minako felt a bit undeserving. Forget it. Let's just consider it a thank you for him spending so much money. Minako, just bowing is not enough. The short-haired girl said in a teaching tone to Matsushima Minako, who was still bowing, that she should offer a drink to the esteemed guest. Yes. Imesu. Matsushima Minako felt that she was really embarrassing herself right now. She just stood up to grab her wine glass, wanted to toast Zhao Xiaoyan. But she then realized that Zhao Xiaoyan's cocktail was already empty. A guest's glass being empty was quite a dereliction of duty for the girl. Xiaoyan-kun, imasu. Matsushima Minako wanted to pour wine for Zhao Xiaoyan, but aside from the 2 bottles of 300,000 yen wine that Zhao Xiaoyan had bought, there was no other alcohol on the table. For a moment, Matsushima Minako was at a loss. Chapter 392. On the hunt for customers. Ono Yuka, one should always be cautious of others. Zhao Xiaoyan was not narcissistic enough to think that his looks attracted this courtesan. Moreover, as a courtesan, Ono Yuka's every move attracted a lot of attention. Zhao Xiaoyan casually glanced around and noticed many people in the booths looking over. In response to Zhao Xiaoyan's obviously guarded remark, Ono Yuka simply smiled and covered her mouth, saying, "You don't need to worry, Xianyan-kun. I just want to come over and make a friend. That's all. I really enjoy making friends. I just don't know if I have the honor to become friends with you." This response was quite flawless. However, Zhao Xianyan was not a naive newcomer. While the girls in the nightlife industry like to make friends, their friends were not just anyone. To put it bluntly, they had standards for their friends. Clearly, Zhao Xianyan's spending for Matsushima Minako had already reached this courtesan's psychological threshold. The so-called making friends was actually more about stealing customers. As a courtesan, if an ordinary customer could be close to them, it would naturally be considered a matter of great face. Chapter 393. Sorry, I can't help you tonight. While Ono Yuka spoke, her expression showed a pitiful look, as if she had truly been wronged. However, if you took it seriously, you would be a fool. Zhao Xianyan was certainly not a fool. A dignified courtesan could truly be defeated by an 800,000 yen difference? That was simply a joke. Moreover, it was only a little past 10. The nightlife was not even at its peak yet, and the real big spenders had yet to arrive. With the abilities of a courtesan, 800,000 yen, about 380,000 yuan, was hardly anything. The reason she said this was actually just to steal Zhao Xianyan as a customer. Even a courtesan would not mind having more customers, especially a customer who spent 600,000 yen in less than half an hour. Seeing Ono Yuka getting so close to Zhao Xianyan, with her weapon tightly pressed against Zhao Xianyan's arm, Matsushima Minako felt a surge of resentment. She had finally gotten a customer, so why did Ono Yuka have to steal him away? However, although she felt uncomfortable, if she did not want to lose this job, she could only endure it. She had even prepared herself for Zhao Xianyan being taken away. What could she do? After all, the other party was a courtesan, and their charm was simply too great. Chapter 394. No drinking? I don't believe it no matter where it is. Nightclubs are the easiest places for incidents to occur, so security has almost become a standard for nightclubs worldwide. In Ginza, the security personnel are not actually from the nightclub owners, but from local organizations. As a famous money sink, this area is naturally highly valued by organizations. Nightclub owners also consciously collaborate with organizations for safety, allowing them to send people to keep watch. Of course, the hefty security fees each month are not spent in vain. When something really happens, the organization's security will indeed step in. Two security personnel approached, both looking at Zhao Xianyan. One of them asked Ono Yuka, "Miss Ono, what's going on?" Seeing the security had arrived, Ono Yuka, fearing that Zhao Xianyan might be scared at such a critical moment, disregarded her attitude and scolded the security. "Baka, who let you in? Hurry back, don't scare my esteemed guest." "Hi." The two security guards were sharp upon hearing this. They immediately realized there was a big customer present, and without thinking, they bowed directly to Zhao Xianyan, saying, "Moshiwa, gomenasai. We are very sorry." Chapter 395. Another 100 million beep detected target Matsushima Minako's favorability towards dormitory. 10. Current favorability. 20. Zhao Xianyan instinctively looked at Matsushima Minako, who had already returned to the sofa, holding a wine glass and looking somewhat lost and lonely. Since they were all tools, Zhao Xianyan didn't want to treat them differently, especially since he had said earlier that he would let Matsushima Minako be the courtesan for today. As a man, he naturally could not go back on his word. Wait a moment. Zhao Xianyan quickly stopped the waitress who was about to leave. The waitress immediately stood still and said with an extremely respectful attitude, "Esteemed guest, do you have any further instructions? Please feel free to give me your orders." Now the waitress had completely lost any other thoughts. Someone who could casually spend 100 million yen was not someone she could flirt with. Zhao Xianyan extended his bank card again. "Sir, would you like to swipe again?" Not only the waitress, but even the two security guards were stunned. They had seen lavish spending, but they had never seen anything like this. 100 million yen was money they would never earn in their lifetimes. Yet this man not only took it out easily, but was now going to swipe again. Chapter 396. A very cool woman as a courtesan. Ono Yuka did not feel embarrassed by Zhao Xianyan's words at all. She calmly said, "Xianyan-kun, please don't make fun of me. Tonight, I'm willing to get drunk for you." Indeed, money can make the world go round. Not drinking? That was because the money you threw wasn't enough. Over there, Matsushima Minako seemed to have gotten a bit tipsy from that glass of foreign wine earlier, and she started to toast Zhao Xianyan before Ono Yuka. Not wanting to fall behind, she also raised her glass to drink with Zhao Xianyan. Zhao Xiaoyan was very clear about his drinking capacity. Facing the toast from the two women, he only took a small sip. The two women had no objections, and each toast was half a glass. Even the two girls accompanying Wu Youfu and Motohashi Ryoko joined in the toasting. Although they hadn't gained anything substantial today, they wanted to get to know this wealthy man from Huagua. Perhaps, just perhaps, Zhao Xiaoyan might treat them as well. Thus, the atmosphere in the entire booth was instantly ignited, with Zhao Xiaoyan at the center of that flame. Dear Sir, hello. Chapter 397. The woman who leads the club, Zhao Xiaoyan, was completely baffled by this woman's statement and didn't understand what she meant. Seeing the confusion on Zhao Xiaoyan's face, the cool woman impatiently said, with your wealth, you can't be without bodyguards. I happen to have some people who can ensure your safety in your country. As compensation, I'll charge you 200 million yen. I'm sorry, but I don't want to hire bodyguards. Zhao Xiaoyan understood that this cool woman was trying to get into the bodyguard business. Although the safety in his country was not as good as in Huagua, hiring someone with no background information was actually more dangerous. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaoyan refuse, the cool woman's already cold expression turned even colder. After looking at Zhao Xiaoyan for a moment, she said, 100 million yen, 100 million yen is fine. What's going on? Is she lowering the price? However, even at 100 million yen, Zhao Xiaoyan felt it was unnecessary to spend that money. He didn't plan to stay in his country for long anyway. Hiring a bodyguard for such a short period just wasn't worth it. Moreover, Zhao Xiaoyan was quite confident in his own abilities and believed he could protect himself as long as he didn't use firearms. Just as Zhao Xiaoyan was about to refuse, the system notification sound that had appeared frequently today rang out again. Chapter 398. Beautiful legs under leather pants. Sato Sakura was actually an introverted person. Although she appeared cool on the outside, she was quite socially anxious. Even when she spoke with Zhao Xiaoyan, she was very nervous inside. If it weren't for her brothers, she really wouldn't want to come. However, thinking about the little money she had, she could only brace herself for this. Earlier, she sensed doubt in Zhao Xiaoyan's tone and expression. She wanted to explain, but didn't know how. She was even prepared to be refused. Just when she didn't know what to do, the bald man appeared. Sato Sakura knew her opportunity had come. Without hesitation, she lifted her leg clad in leather pants and delivered a swift kick to the man's chest. Quick and fierce, Zhao Xiaoyan, who was about to strike, saw a slender leg move ahead of him, landing with a heavy thud. Because Sato Sakura was slightly shorter than the bald man, her leg wasn't perfectly straight, but raised a bit. Yet, this made her beautiful leg in leather pants appear even more appealing. However, it was clear that Sato Sakura didn't go all out. Chapter 399. Island women have skills, but the man didn't make things difficult for her, as she had expected. Instead, he explained what happened yesterday, and even gave her 100,000 yen as compensation, despite it not being his fault. Then, since he could earn a commission from the drink fees, he directly spent 600,000 yen. Later on, to help her become the Oiran of the day, he spent over 200 million yen, even in the presence of the true Oiran Ono Yuka. She knew that Ono Yuka was so beautiful that there was no way she could win. However, this man still made it happen. Throughout the entire process, he had never touched her and hadn't even said any flirty words. But the more this was the case, the more confused Matsushima Minako's heart became. One could say that Zhao Xiaoyan's displayed financial power had deeply shocked her. Not to mention, just the commission from today's drink fees of over 200 million yen equaled several years of her salary. The reason she worked during the day and at night as a hostess, and even sometimes as a lady, was all for money, right? All to live a better life. Chapter 400. Please help the Kawasism Association. Since she had received the money, Matsushima Minako completely let go. All notions of dignity and fairness were thrown out of her mind at that moment. The reason Matsushima Minako was so straightforward was closely related to the culture of her country, although they had entered the modern civilized world and emphasized gender equality. The idea of male superiority still manifested in some ways among the people. For example, even when doing the same job, women's wages would often be much lower than men's, sometimes even only half. Also, before marriage, women in her country could freely choose whether to work or not. But after marriage, they mostly transformed into full-time housewives, busying themselves around the house every day. And then there was their kneeling culture. When the husband comes home, the wife must kneel at the door to say, "You've worked hard," and also kneel to change her husband's shoes. Although these practices are seen by the locals as a result of their long sitting habits, they still fundamentally reflect a male-dominated mentality. Conversely, if a husband were to kneel at the door and say to his wife, "You've worked hard," that would never happen and would be considered a reversal of norms. Chapter 401. Cawassism Association. Zhao Xiaoyan sat nearby on the sofa. Don't do that. Sometimes it's better to clarify things first. Zhao Xiaoyan actually dislikes the spirit of bowing in humility. Moreover, coming in and bowing before clarifying matters feels somewhat like moral coercion. But when he shifted his perspective, Zhao Xiaoyan saw Sato Sakura unintentionally showcasing her figure due to her bowing posture. Not to mention, this cool girl in leather was quite impressive. Alas, unfortunately, the view was fleeting. Sato Sakura straightened up, but didn't sit down. She just stood there. "I need money. Can you lend me 100 million yen?" Zhao Xiaoyan was almost amused by her demeanor, even while asking for a favor. Sato Sakura still wore a cold expression and got straight to the point. "Didn't I just give you 100 million yen?" When Zhao Xiaoyan transferred money to Matsushima Minako yesterday, he had also sent the bodyguard fee to Sato Sakura. Sato Sakura seemed a bit embarrassed, avoiding Zhao Xiaoyan's gaze. That 100 million yen has already been spent. Damn, 100 million yen, that's over 7 million renminbi, and you spent it all in one night? Chapter 402. A burden called responsibility. Sato Sakura didn't follow in her father's footsteps. Instead, she led a group of gang members to start a legitimate business. She once established a moving company under the name of Cawassism. However, due to her lack of knowledge in company operations, the moving company struggled, receiving only a few jobs in a month. Even when they did get jobs, they were usually from old acquaintances in the slums, and they couldn't charge much. Earning little but spending a lot, with over 100 people waiting to be fed, the Cawassism Association began a vicious cycle. Eventually, the moving company couldn't sustain itself and faced inevitable bankruptcy, leading to an increasing number of members leaving. As of now, the members of the Chuankei Society have dwindled to just over 20 people. In a desperate situation, Sakurako Sato had no choice but to lead this group back into the gray business, persistently persuading some small merchants to hire them as security. However, due to the small number of people, the business they could take on was naturally limited. A nightclub like Mingchuani was considered a major client for them. In addition, Sakurako Sato did another thing. She frequently visited the old members, especially those who had been injured or disabled because of the Chuankei Society. Before leaving, she would always leave behind some money. Chapter 403. Harvesting favorability and making a big profit. Sakurako Sato looked at Zhao Xiaoyan in disbelief. "Mr. Zhao, is that your only condition?" Zhao Xiaoyan nodded. "That's right, just this one condition. If Miss Sato has no problem with it, I will give you 1 billion yen as a donation." After hearing Zhao Xiaoyan's words, Sakurako Sato did not show any signs of great joy. Instead, she kept staring into Zhao Xiaoyan's eyes, as if trying to find something there. "Why? I never believe in things that sound too good to be true. This Chinese man has no relation to me. Why would he give me 1 billion yen? Zhao Xiaoyan shrugged. "No particular reason. Perhaps I was moved by your character, Miss Sato." Sakurako Sato still did not believe Zhao Xiaoyan's words and continued to scrutinize him. "Sakurako Sato, I might spend that 1 billion yen quickly." "Zhao Xiaoyan, that's your concern. I'm only responsible for giving you 1 billion yen. Sakurako Sato, I may not be able to pay you back." "Zhao Xiaoyan, I said it's a gift, so I don't expect you to repay it." Sakurako Sato fell into silence again. Chapter 404. Sakurako Sato's decision. Really? Zayujian has actually bought Mingchuani? Not only was Ono Yuka surprised, but even Sakurako Sato, who was still pondering why Zhao Xiaoyan would inexplicably give her 1 billion yen, couldn't help but look back. Who is this Chinese man? Why does he have such great wealth? The speed and amount of his spending are truly astonishing. Moreover, being able to take out so much money so easily means his worth is likely even more terrifying than what is currently visible. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Sakurako Sato would find it hard to believe. But since last night, every large expenditure by Zhao Xiaoyan had occurred right under her nose. If giving Matsushima Minako 200 million yen and hiring her for 100 million yen was just an appetizer, then giving Ono Yuka 2 billion yen at once was a genuine bombshell. As for the earlier mention of giving her 1 billion yen, it seems that was not said lightly. He truly has that kind of strength. Or perhaps what seems like an astronomical figure to her is just a string of numbers to this Chinese man. Chapter 405. A woman's sixth sense after staying at Ono Yuka's house for a while. Zhao Xiaoyan really couldn't wait for her to finish changing. The indecision women face when choosing clothes is truly a universal issue. Ono Yuka had nearly piled up a mountain of clothes on her bed, yet still couldn't find one she was satisfied with. Glancing at Sakurako Sato, who was following him closely, Zhao Xiaoyan couldn't help but say, "Miss Sato, I'm just going back to the hotel. You really don't need to follow me." He needed to hurry back to the hotel. Otherwise, he didn't know how anxiously Mushua would be. Plus, he had already stayed out overnight. And if Mushua saw him come back with a beautiful woman, he didn't know how she would react. However, Sakurako Sato was completely oblivious to Zhao Xiaoyan's concerns. "I've already received your security fee, so I must adhere to our agreement. I have to uphold the spirit of the contract. Besides, you haven't transferred the 1 billion yen to me yet." Seeing that Sakurako Sato was determined to follow him, Zhao Xiaoyan had no time to argue with her. If she wanted to follow, then let her. Just as he was about to hail a taxi, Sakurako Sato spoke up, "Zhao Jun, I have a car. You can ride with me." Chapter 406. I'm sticking with you. The transfer process of Mingchuaney went very smoothly. Once the relevant documents were in hand, all that was left was to reapply for the business license. However, these tasks would definitely not be completed today, so Zhao Xiaoyan handed the paperwork over to Ono Yuka. This nightclub was now under Ono Yuka's name. The reason it was placed under her name was mainly due to the fact that this is an island country. Using the identity of an islander to handle things could avoid unnecessary complications arising from nationality. Moreover, Ono Yuka's favorability towards him had reached 100, indicating absolute loyalty. So he could rest assured. At this point, Zhao Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel emotional. Being hit by money, one has to look at island women. A single investment can skyrocket favorability, reaching max level in under 12 hours, which is impressive. Zhao Xiaoyan decided not to get involved in the subsequent matters and left everything to Ono Yuka. However, he was surprised to find that Sakurako Sato sought out Ono Yuka, and he had no idea what they were conspiring about. "What's your relationship with those women?" After completing the transfer of Mingchuaney, Zhao Xiaoyan returned to the hotel with Li Mushue. As soon as he entered the room, Li Mushue revealed her true self and began to interrogate Zhao Xiaoyan. Chapter 407. Hidden Truths at 9 p.m. Zhao Xiaoyan staggered into Mingchuaney. Although Mingchuaney had changed hands overnight, there were no changes at all. Everyone was still performing their duties as usual. The only change was that the former courtesan had been promoted directly to manager. This was also Ono Yuka's decision. Although it was nominally owned by Ono Yuka, she had accepted the nightclub while stating that the owner was someone else, and she was merely hired to help manage the store. As for who had bought Mingchuaney, she did not elaborate much. The staff would not care who their boss was as long as their salary and benefits remained unchanged. After all, Ono Yuka had said that they could come to her for anything in the future. Thus, the change of ownership brought no turmoil to Mingchuaney. Everyone continued to do their jobs as usual. Of course, there were some changes. The only change was Ono Yuka. Although she was previously a courtesan, at the end of the day, she was still just a courtesan, mingling among various big clients, welcoming and seeing them off. Although she only accompanied clients to chat, drink, and socialize to encourage them to spend more on drinks, she dressed in a sexy manner that was quite eye-catching. Chapter 408. The Suddenly Appearing Woman. What? You want a Finchin? Everyone knows that Binthian and Finchin are two bitter rivals in the island country, although they appear to be respectful on the surface. The disparity in their relationship has long been no secret. The saying goes that colleagues are rivals, and this is no exception. However, when these two competitors meet, Zhao Xiaoyan has no choice but to take it seriously. Right now, Zhao Xiaoyan's mind is a tangled mess, with no clue on how to unravel it. Fortunately, Zhao Xiaoyan is quite laid back. Since he can't make sense of it, he simply decides not to think about it. The center of his business is not in Jinxing Energy, but rather in Jinyan International, which is his stronghold. In fact, if we were to really discuss it, Jinyan is not even his foundation. Zhao Xiaoyan's true foundation is the system he possesses. To put it boldly, as long as there are beautiful women in this world, Zhao Xiaoyan can create a wealth myth. Seeing Zhao Xiaoyan frowning in thought, Matsushima Minako quickly stood up and bowed 90 degrees to him, blaming herself for being too useless. Zhao Xiaoyan really couldn't stand the habit of the Japanese bowing at every turn. If they were sincere, he would prefer to see them kneel. Chapter 409. Things are getting more interesting, Zhao Jun. Are you lecherous or not? As soon as Matsushima Minako left, Kobayashi Haruka naturally sat down next to Zhao Xiaoyan. A strong and extremely tempting scent of perfume invaded Zhao Xiaoyan's nostrils. Tonight, Kobayashi Haruka was wearing a tight red sleeveless dress that hugged her curves, with the hem reaching the middle of her thighs and two slender shoulder straps that revealed her beautiful shoulders and collarbone. The biggest highlight was the small V-neck design, which was both fashionable and feminine. This dress can only be worn by someone with a full figure and a slim waist to truly highlight its soft yet wild appeal. Coincidentally, Kobayashi Haruka was just such a woman with an impressive figure. Am I lecherous or not? Doesn't Miss Kobayashi know? After all, she had been Zhao Xiaoyan's secretary for a while. Even if it was somewhat of an act at the time, Zhao Xiaoyan had indeed taken advantage of the situation. Hearing this, Kobayashi Haruka not only showed no shame, but also revealed a playful demeanor, surprisingly switching to Mandarin. But why hasn't Zhao Jun ever contacted me all this time? Is it because I am not pretty enough? Not curvy enough? Or is it that my skills cannot satisfy you? Zhao Jun? Chapter 410. Reason. Speaking of which, the solid-state battery technology that Kobayashi Haruka mentioned happened to coincide with the information Matsushima Minako provided. However, as a lower-level employee, Matsushima Minako certainly knew far less than Kobayashi Haruka, who was the president's secretary. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyan remained calm, took a sip of his drink, and spoke in a relaxed tone, asking, "How did Mr. Watanabe's talks with Winfield go today?" Kobayashi Haruka's pupils visibly contracted, and then she laughed. "Zhao, you are indeed not simple. You've already sent someone to follow up on this matter so quickly." Follow up on what? Zhao Xiaoyan simply wanted to use the information brought by Matsushima Minako to test Kobayashi Haruka, but unexpectedly, it made her think that he had other channels of information. Naturally, he wouldn't foolishly admit it. Zhao Xiaoyan pretended to be confident, saying that, to be honest, he wasn't sure about the new energy technology here in Japan. But given the nature of Winfield and Hibini, it would be hard for the two companies to align. Yes, Zhao is right. Kobayashi Haruka believed him and continued the conversation, saying that Watanabe Zoe and Winfield Defoe both have very strong personalities, and today they were merely testing each other. However, Chapter 411. Beastly behavior. What? This news shocked Zhao Xiaoyan even more than seeing the scars on Kobayashi Haruka. Watanabe is your father, yet he still allows you. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't want to continue. He was afraid of dirtying his own mouth. He had long heard that Japan was quite perverse, but he never expected it to reach such a degree, and a living example was right before his eyes. Zhao Xiaoyan felt as if his perception was about to be overturned. Why? How could he do such a thing? Kobayashi Haruka remained silent, slowly starting to organize her sleeves. Her movements were gentle, like a slow-motion scene, and occasionally she let out soft gasps. Zhao Xiaoyan knew that Kobayashi Haruka was being cautious because of her scars. Without the visible scars, Kobayashi Haruka still appeared beautiful yet sensual. But in Zhao Xiaoyan's eyes, Kobayashi Haruka now resembled a cracked porcelain vase. Although it had been recoated with a glamorous glaze on the outside, it could not change the unsightly state within. Do you have time, Zhao? My story is long. I wonder if you're interested in hearing it? Zhao Xiaoyan couldn't tell if it was his illusion, but when he looked at Kobayashi Haruka now, he no longer saw the previous seductive gaze. Chapter 412. A temporary farewell. Returning home, the Watanabe family is a well-known family in Japan, with a legacy spanning over several generations. Kobayashi Haruka initially thought that returning to her father's side would allow her to recognize her roots, but she ended up disappointed. Watanabe Zoe not only did not bring her back to the family, but also forbade her from revealing their relationship, and even from calling him father. Nevertheless, Kobayashi Haruka chose to stay by her father's side and worked hard to demonstrate her exceptional talents. At first, Watanabe Zoe did show some regard for his illegitimate daughter. But one day, the appearance of a certain person changed everything. He was from the Matsushita family and was named Matsushita Dainan. When mentioning this, Kobayashi Haruka's eyes were filled with hatred. However, this hatred was not directed at Matsushita Dainan, but rather at her father, Watanabe Zoe. At that time, Watanabe Zoe and Matsushita Dainan were negotiating a business plan, and as a secretary, Kobayashi Haruka naturally had to accompany them. Just as the negotiation was coming to a close, Matsushita Dainan casually asked Watanabe Zoe if Kobayashi Haruka could accompany him. Upon hearing this request, Kobayashi Haruka felt a strong inner rejection and sought help from her father with her eyes. Chapter 413. The third meeting inside Longsheng Houting. Zhao Xiaoyan sat on a stool at the dining table, gazing at the women in the living room, feeling a chill creeping up his back. Beside him, Li Muxua looked at Zhao Xiaoyan's slightly nervous face and jokingly asked, "Are you scared?" "Nonsense. When have I ever been afraid?" Zhao Xiaoyan spoke with bravado, but inside, he was quite anxious. Li Muxua tucked her long hair behind her ear, pulled out a tissue, and handed it to Zhao Xiaoyan, saying, "Wipe your sweat." Zhao Xiaoyan took the tissue and instinctively wiped his forehead, but there wasn't a drop of sweat. "You see, you're feeling guilty, yet you still refuse to admit it." Zhao Xiaoyan shot Li Muxua an annoyed glance, but his gaze quickly returned to the living room. At that moment, several women were sitting in the sofa area of the living room. Zhou Jiaying, Lu Xinting, and Zhang Yuhan were seated on a multi-person sofa, while He Fei and Yi Lingshan each occupied a single sofa. The five women all looked towards a gender-neutral dressed woman sitting across from them. It was Sato Sakura, who had returned with Zhao Xiaoyan. Since this was Zhao Xiaoyan's first trip abroad, even though it was only for a few days, the five women still went to the airport to pick him up. Originally, they were all filled with joy at Zhao Xiaoyan's return, but seeing the unfamiliar girl next to him made that joy vanish into thin air. Chapter 414. I forgot to tell you. I can fight too. Hearing the voice from the translator, Zhao Xiaoyan wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The few women preparing to disperse were frozen in place by this sentence, their gazes once again focused on Zhao Xiaoyan. Even Li Muxua, who had been sitting at the dining table with an indifferent attitude, came over. "Li Muxua, I told you there was something between you and that island woman, but you wouldn't admit it. Wait, when did another one named Maineko pop up? He Fei, damn it, you're so annoying. I'm not talking to you anymore." Zhang Yuhan, Xiaoyan, you're too fickle, right? Just a few days, and now you have three women? Lu Xinting, heartbreaker. Yi Lingshan, Zhou Ving, Xiaoyan, do you have anything to explain? Faced with the women's barrage of questions, Zhao Xiaoyan was completely at a loss for words. He turned his gaze to the instigator, Sato Sakura, only to see her cold expression hiding a hint of cunning. Oh no, this woman did it on purpose. The next day, Zhao Xiaoyan woke up alone in bed. Last night, after dinner, Zhou Jiaying had dragged all the women into her room, even calling Sato Sakura along, leaving Zhao Xiaoyan alone. Chapter 415. Strategy. A special meeting in the afternoon on Lingzhou Airport Avenue. "Boss Zhao, you're such a big boss. Why don't you get yourself a driver?" Yang Dong joked as he drove the Range Rover with Zhao Xiaoyan in the passenger seat. "What's wrong? I'm personally picking you up, and you're still not satisfied?" Since they were old friends and considered family, Zhao Xiaoyan spoke without much pretense, just being comfortable. "Oh, I wouldn't dare say that. Boss Zhao is my driver. How lucky am I?" Yang Dong teased, "But it would be even better if Boss Zhao came to pick me up in our Biotti car." "Good for you, Yang. You're waiting for me here, huh? All right, I'll definitely get one prepared for you later, and it will be your dedicated car for pickups." After leaving the airport avenue and getting on the highway, the Range Rover sped along. Almost an hour later, entered Lingzhou City. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't take Yang Dong to the hotel first, but directly brought him to the Jinyan Group. This was Yang Dong's first visit to Jinyan Group, but he didn't have time to tour. He just took a quick glance before following Zhao Xiaoyan into the conference room. Chapter 416. Comprehensive promotion meetings are really tiring. It's better to have fewer in the future, ideally none at all. After a few hours of meeting, Zhao Xiaoyan felt like his but had gone numb. Yi Lingshan kindly poured him a cup of ginseng tea and began to massage his shoulders to help him relax. "You're tired after just one meeting? You still have the nerve to say that." Zhou Jiaying rolled her eyes at Zhao Xiaoyan. Since the last annual meeting, Zhao Xiaoyan had not taken care of any matters at the Jinyan Group, leaving everything to Zhou Jiaying. He could be said to be quite leisurely now. He was just casually complaining, but unexpectedly Zhou Jiaying called him out, so he quickly changed the subject. "Is everything arranged on Yang Dong's side? Don't worry. Hao Yu is handling it personally." Now that they were all on the same side, Zhou Jiaying didn't hold back and asked, "Do you think we have a good chance this time?" Zhao Xiaoyan knew Zhou Jiaying was referring to the matters discussed in today's meeting, which boiled down to having Biotti go for comprehensive promotion. This promotion wasn't just focused on the domestic market, but also aimed at the international market. This was not only a competition among new energy vehicles, but also a soft confrontation between domestic automobile brands and international automobile brands. Chapter 417. Idol Zhao Xianyan. The business war for Baiadi had quietly begun, and everyone had started to get busy. Yang Dong hurried back to Pengcheng the next day. However, as everyone got busy, Zhao Xianyan became quite idle. Even He Fei and Zhang Yuhan, who were on summer vacation, were busy with a dance competition and attending various auto shows and catwalks, respectively. Zhao Xianyan initially didn't want them to go, but even though they were his women, he didn't want to tie them down and turn them into caged birds, as that would only make them lose their spirit. So he let them go. As for whether they would encounter any unpleasant situations, Zhao Xianyan wasn't worried at all. These two girls had quite a thick little savings. And if they really encountered such a thing, Zhao Xianyan could use money to crush those who dare to covet them. At Longsheng Villa, Zhao Xianyan lay on the sofa, watching boring programs on TV. Xianyan-chan, I want to challenge you. Sato Sakura came down from upstairs in a karate outfit, blocking Zhao Xianyan's way. Since they had a deeper discussion, Zhao Xianyan had ordered Sato Sakura's beloved leather pants to be locked in the wardrobe. This combat outfit, which had a very investigator-like property, was only allowed to be worn during battles as per Zhao Xianyan's request. Chapter 418. A call from the Magic City. Zhao Xianyan's lazy life came to an end with a phone call from the Magic City. However, it wasn't from Sun Yalan, nor from Wang Chuang or Chu Ling, but from Lu Shihua. With Inkai as support and under Chu Ling's personal supervision, Lu Shihua had successfully upgraded to a first-line star, blossoming in acting, singing, and variety shows, with exposure that had qualitatively leaped compared to before. Not long ago, the horror suspense film Island of Love, in which Lu Shihua played the lead role, was released in direct collaboration with internationally renowned director Chuan. Zhao Xianyan had seen that movie and thought it was quite good. Both the director and the screenwriter were top-notch in the country, and Lu Shihua's acting was also outstanding. In the film, Lu Shihua even abandoned her vanity to portray a more realistic effect, not hesitating to play ugly when needed. Since the filming took place in winter, in one scene where she had to jump into the sea, she didn't use a stunt double, jumping directly into the freezing water wearing only a single layer of clothing, and reportedly did it multiple times, causing her to catch a cold. Because of this incident, the usually stingy Chui and praised Lu Shihua's dedication in an interview, which made her gain a wave of audience goodwill. Chapter 419. Inhumane treatment of Sun Haowei being looked at by a woman like that, and even receiving a brothel-like smile. Sato Sakura raised her eyebrows, her originally serious expression instantly turning cold. If it weren't for the fact that she is Zhao Xianyan's friend, it's hard to say whether she would have made a move. I said, can you please stop? You're scaring her. Zhao Xianyan was also speechless. Chu Ling was great in every way. But ever since she took over the Inkai agent department, she had developed this habit. Chu Ling ignored Zhao Xianyan's words and continued to look at Sato Sakura, smiling even more happily when she saw the other person's cold expression. Oh, this expression is nice, very spirited. If you had some skills, I'm confident I could make you a successful martial arts star. In Huagua, there are quite a few male martial arts stars who are quite impressive, but female stars have started to decline. Ever since the older generation of martial arts actresses gradually aged, there haven't been many new ones appearing. Chu Ling wasn't just making empty promises. Nowadays, Inkai has established itself in the industry, and if Chu Ling wanted to promote someone, it wouldn't be difficult at all. To put it bluntly, even if it was this dog, as long as Chu Ling wanted to promote it, there would be no problem. Chapter 420. The hand reaching for the waist. It turned out that after Sun Haowei was beaten in Modu, he found out that this Jin Dun belonged to Zhao Xianyan, which gave him some confidence, feeling that he was also half a boss, and directly ignored Jiang Long's demands. Although Jiang Long had the skills to deal with someone like Sun Haowei, even if he was fierce, he had his own concerns and didn't dare to really go hard on him. As a result, Sun Haowei became even more reckless. Although his personal freedom was restricted, he still ate, drank, and slept as he pleased, showing no awareness of the need for training or reform. Seeing that he couldn't complete the tasks assigned to him by Zhao Xianyan, Jiang Long didn't dare to disturb Zhao Xianyan and had to find Sun Yalan, who had returned to Modu. With Sun Yalan's involvement, Jiang Long had no worries and directly started to increase the intensity for Sun Haowei. Sun Yalan also occasionally came to Jin Dun to check on her brother. Upon learning that although Sun Haowei had started training, he was very uncooperative during the training, failing the assessments and not even meeting the standards of a newbie, Sun Yalan, in anger, directly ordered Jiang Long, either give Sun Haowei extra training We'll let the whole Gene Dun undergo extra training. Chapter 421. True Face Shihua, what's wrong? Kuyan, who said this to Lu Shihua, saw Lu Shihua suddenly sit up straight, her previously excited and nervous smile suddenly stiffening, and quickly asked with concern. Lu Shihua did not answer Chuan, but instead looked at the man sitting next to her, her eyes revealing a cold gaze. This man's name was Lin Feng, her co-star from the previous drama Island of Love, in which he played the male lead. Seeing Lu Shihua's cold gaze, Lin Feng did not move his hand from Lu Shihua's waist. Instead, he smiled at her, looking quite confident. Speaking of Lin Feng, Lu Shihua initially had a good impression of him. He was handsome, acted well, and at the age of 36, he was in the golden stage of his career. They say men and women are equal, but this cannot be achieved in the entertainment industry. For example, male actors like Lin Feng can star in youth idol dramas in their 20s, but once they reach 30, as long as they maintain themselves well, they can still continue to play youthful roles. Even actors over 40 still playing young characters in idol dramas are not rare. Chapter 422. The intent of the drunken man is not in the wine in the entertainment industry. Seniority is emphasized. The capital refers to the backing behind you. If you have big bosses behind you with plenty of resources, then you are the boss. It's that simple and crude. Lin Feng was able to become a film emperor not only because of his acting skills, but also because of the capital behind him. With capital, good scripts and good crews are all lined up to find him. This is what allowed him to continuously gain exposure in film offers. One could say that Lin Feng's achievements today owe a lot to the support of his backing. Don't think that after filming a project, you can really float around. Let me tell you, in the entertainment industry, people still listen to what I say. If you really provoke me, I will let you know what it means to rise and fall dramatically. Feeling the obvious threat in Lin Feng's tone, Lu Shihua was both angry and annoyed. Glaring at him, after experiencing the situation with the Zheng family, she was no longer as naive as before, believing that she could carve out a space for herself in the entertainment industry solely through her efforts. So she compromised, yielded, and bowed to reality. However, what she never expected was that this Lin Feng, who had a good husband persona, would have such a face behind the scenes. Chapter 423. Please ask this person to leave, seeing that Sato Sakura actually ignored him. Lin Feng's face flashed with a moment of anger, but then returned to normal. This lady really is shy. Awkwardly retracting his outstretched hand, Lin Feng sat back down. Although he was reluctant, Lu Shihua still introduced Lin Feng to Zhao Xiaoyan. Zhao, this is Lin Feng, the top star of Tianning Entertainment in the imperial capital, Teacher Lin Feng. The title teacher is commonly used in the entertainment industry, expressing respect for the other party without appearing too pretentious. After hearing Lu Shihua's introduction, Lin Feng was ready to extend his hand, waiting for Zhao Xiaoyan to shake it. However, to his surprise, Zhao Xiaoyan didn't even look at him and simply replied with an indifferent "oh" to Lu Shihua before continuing to chat with Chuan. This was clearly a sign of disrespect towards Lin Feng. Chuan also noticed the situation but didn't advise otherwise, pretending not to see it. Lin Feng had never encountered such a snub and immediately became displeased. Zhao, your timing is really quite coincidental. People from Inkai are very punctual. They don't waste a second. This was a very obvious double entendre. However, Zhao Xiaoyan still did not respond, not even glancing at him, as if she hadn't seen or heard him. Chapter 424. About the room arrangements, it is possible to fly directly from Modu to Cannes, covering a distance of over 300 kilometers, with a total duration of about 12 hours. Since the flight took off at noon, by the time they arrived in Cannes, it was already midnight in the imperial capital. However, because Cannes is 6 hours behind, it was only around 5 or 6 p.m. local time. Although they were in first class, sitting for over 12 hours was not a comfortable experience. Zhao Xiaoyan had only taken a green train once in his childhood and had never spent such a long time on a mode of transportation since. After the afternoon flight, Zhao Xiaoyan stretched widely, feeling as if all his bones were about to crack. However, Sato Sakura seemed unfazed, although her face remained cold. Her eyes were notably larger than usual, looking around curiously. Is this your first time in Europe? Sato Sakura nodded. Zhao Xiaoyan teased. Can you pay attention to your persona? Look at how inexperienced you seem. With one sentence, Lu Shihua directly put Sato Sakura in a bad mood. Okay, although Zhao Xiaoyan felt great satisfaction in hitting Sato Sakura, it was actually his first time on the European continent and his first step into Gaul. Chapter 425. I'll go with you guys. When Lu Shihua swiped the key card and entered the room, What greeted the three was a standard double bedroom. Zhao Xiaoyan looked at the two beds, each only one, 2 meters wide, and fell into thought. The room was booked with the help of the Cannes Film Festival Organizing Committee, and arranging such a very ordinary accommodation for celebrities was not meant to offend them. Although Cannes is considered a famous tourist area, it is still just a small town with limited space and a low local population, meaning the number of hotels is also limited, especially star-rated hotels. Even if each hotel has a presidential suite or an executive suite, the numbers are not many. With so many celebrities flooding in for the film festival, including international superstars, along with various reporters and fans, the whole town is operating at an overload, making it impossible to meet the demand for suites for every star. Therefore, whether one can stay in a suite depends on their status and popularity. Don't doubt it. The entertainment industry is that realistic. Everything starts from actual strength. So every year during the Cannes Film Festival, many people, including celebrities, arrange their accommodations in Nice, which is a bit far from Cannes, but has much better living conditions. Chapter 9 Renting a Villa. This villa is quite large, covering an area of nearly 1,000 square meters. The main body of the villa is a 2-story building of over 300 square meters, featuring a Mediterranean style, with nothing particularly special about it. However, when you walk to the back of the villa, there is a green garden comparable to a small football field. In the middle of the garden is a pool that is 4 meters wide and 10 meters long. The pool is very clean, and the agent said the water was just changed that morning. Moreover, walking to the back of the garden offers a breathtaking view of the beach in Cannes. This made Zhao Xiaoyan want to buy the place even more. It was simply too beautiful. Unfortunately, the landlord is not someone who is short on money. The reason for renting it out is just to make some extra cash during the film festival. Don't underestimate this extra cash. Zhao Xiaoyan spent 50,000 euros for half a month, which is nearly 400,000 RMB. After sending the agent away, Zhao Xiaoyan directly told the two women, "You can choose your rooms." The first floor of the villa has a living room, dining room, and a reception area, while the rooms are all upstairs. There are a total of 5 rooms, enough for 3 people to stay. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyan's words, Sato Sakura immediately took her luggage and headed upstairs without saying a word. Chapter 427, Accidentally Showing Off. Yes, this is how you feel the buoyancy of the water with your legs. Xiaoyan-chan, you need to lift your hands, or you can put your hands on my shoulders to feel the buoyancy. Aren't we practicing the hands first? The legs are the key. I'll support you. Try to get up. No, Xiaoyan-chan, you have to listen to me. In the pool of a villa in Cannes, a beautiful woman in a pink bikini and another woman in a one-piece swimsuit are on either side, carefully teaching a man how to swim hand in hand. However, it seems the two have different teaching methods. Although their teaching styles are completely different, Zhao Xiaoyan shows no signs of impatience. Instead, he looks like he is enjoying it. In contrast, the two female instructors have one with a flushed face that hasn't gone down and the other with a cold expression, struggling to suppress something. My hand was suddenly attacked. Lu Shihua glared at Zhao Xiaoyan with a playful anger, but didn't scold him. No wonder they say that men and women working together is less tiring. Although Zhao Xiaoyan still hasn't mastered freestyle swimming, he feels that only knowing how to dog paddle doesn't seem like a big deal. Chapter 428, Developed a Chinese Stomach. Zhao Xiaoyan counted on his fingers. English, French, German, Italian, Japanese, Korean, plus our mother tongue. So that's about 7 languages, right? His tone was as plain as if he were talking about something very ordinary. So many? Didn't you only graduate from Lingzhou University? How did you learn them? It's understandable that Lu Shihua would be surprised. Although Lingzhou University is somewhat famous in Ling Province. That's mainly because Ling Province lacks higher education institutions. There are only a few universities that are presentable. Lingzhou University is just an ordinary undergraduate institution. It's quite unbelievable for a student from an ordinary undergraduate university to know 6 foreign languages. Self-taught. These were all rewards from the system. However, when Lu Shihua asked, Zhao Xiaoyan casually replied, "Self-taught?" Lu Shihua's pretty face was filled with surprise. Soon, the waiter brought the dishes. However, unlike Chinese cuisine, where everything is served at once, it was served one by one, and the portions were really small. After eating a couple of bites, Zhao Xiaoyan lost his appetite. It wasn't until the steak came that he barely filled his stomach, perhaps due to sitting on the plane for too long and the jet lag. All 3 had poor appetites and felt a bit sluggish, so they didn't order any drinks. Chapter 429, Self-Important Lynphome. It was not far from the villa. After walking for 10 minutes, they arrived. When Director Chui saw the layout of the villa, especially the spacious backyard, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Zhao, this place is great. It's much more comfortable than staying in that hotel." Lu Xihua acted like a hostess and smiled. "Director Chui, if you don't feel comfortable in the hotel, just move in here. There are rooms upstairs anyway." Director Chui waved his hand with a smile, saying, "I appreciate the kind offer, but my luggage is already packed, and being old, I can't handle too much hassle. I'll stick to the hotel." Director Chui is quite savvy and knows how to handle people, using a joke to brush off the matter. However, at this moment, Lin Feng swaggered around the villa, surveying everything, and said, "Sister Hua, I can't stay in a hotel either. This villa is nice. Have someone move my stuff over here." With this one sentence, not only did Lu Shihua's smile fade, but Zhao Xiaoyan also looked at him with narrowed eyes. Even Director Chui's expression changed. Sister Hua is Lin Feng's manager, a woman in her 40s. Hearing Lin Feng say this, Sister Hua quickly looked at Lu Shihua. Seeing Lu Shihua's gaze was a bit off, she hurriedly whispered to Lin Feng, "Brother Feng, this isn't very appropriate, is it? This place is rented by Shihua and them. If you don't feel comfortable in the hotel, I can find another villa later." Chapter 430. Who is this person? As soon as Lin Feng spoke, Chuan shook his head in his heart. This Lin Feng is indeed just as rumored in their director's circle. Although his acting skills are good, his character is not so great. He takes advantage of his status to engage in under-the-table dealings with female stars. Sister Hua felt a headache coming on. As someone who has been in the entertainment industry for over 20 years, she understands the rules inside out. Lu Shihua has risen 2 ranks in a year, which, while related to her own abilities, is more due to the backing of capital behind her. According to her knowledge, Inkai Entertainment is a sole proprietorship entertainment company, with only 2 shareholders, their chairman Wang Chuang and the former second-tier actress Chu Ling. The fact that a single person can support an entertainment company is already strange. So during the filming of Island of Love, although she received multiple hints from Lin Feng, Sister Hua only pretended to comply and did not dare to bring it up with Lu Shihua. She originally thought that with the film wrapped up, Lin Feng would abandon this idea, but who would have thought that today Lin Feng would be so bold as to speak so openly in front of so many people? Chapter 431. Lin Feng gives and let me apologize to him? Lin Feng could hardly believe his ears. Did old Tian make a mistake? Why should I apologize to this kid? Is it possible you heard wrong? Sister Hua forced a bitter smile, wishing it was a misunderstanding, but unfortunately, it wasn't. President Tian said to apologize to Mr. Zhao immediately and hurry back to the country. This was actually a toned-down version of what Sister Hua said. The usually cultured President Tian had exploded in anger over the phone and used foul language. His exact words were for Lin Feng to apologize quickly and get back to the country. However, Sister Hua removed the more unpleasant parts to save Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng was stunned. Sister Hua knew very well what Lin Feng was thinking and continued, "Brother Feng, this Mr. Zhao is quite important." Just now, President Tian received calls from the chairman of Inkai and the young master of Chitai Group almost simultaneously. Hearing the names of these 2 companies, Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. He knew about Inkai Entertainment, and Lu Shihua was part of this company. He had always thought Zhao Xiaoyan was just a small leader in the management team of this company, but unexpectedly, a single phone call was enough for the chairman of Inkai to directly contact their boss. Chapter 432. The first red carpet show after the sun had risen high. Zhao Xiaoyan reluctantly got out of bed. He rubbed his waist and decided to have another barbecue tonight, grilling more kidneys. And it would be even better if there were chives. When he went downstairs, he saw Lu Shihua and Sato Sakura in a hostile state again, making Zhao Xiaoyan feel the weight of his responsibilities. Looking at the 2 completely different breakfasts in front of him, under the gaze of the 2 women, he really didn't know which one to choose. On the left was a fried egg sandwich, which even had a heart drawn with ketchup on it. On the right was seaweed sushi, with caviar whose origin was unknown. Lu Shihua pushed the sandwich toward Zhao Xiaoyan, her eyes full of charm. "Brother, you should try this. I specially made it for you." "Xiaoyan-chan, hurry and eat. You can't waste good food," Sato Sakura said, not to be outdone, though her expression remained cold. Just as Zhao Xiaoyan was caught in a dilemma, the doorbell suddenly rang. To Zhao Xiaoyan, the sound of the doorbell was like a blessing from heaven. "I'll get it," he said, quickly running to the door. When he opened it, he saw Director Chui and standing outside with several people beside him. Chapter 433. Who is this guy? The waiting time was boring and long, and Zhao Xiaoyan hadn't slept well, so he began to doze off. In his daze, he felt that the originally noisy waiting area, which was no different from a vegetable market, had suddenly become very quiet, as if something had forcibly cut off the noise. In the distance, he could vaguely hear a few words from Axi Ba. Zhao Xiaoyan opened his eyes, yawned, and saw that everyone's eyes were fixed on one spot, with some even pointing and whispering to each other. Zhao Xiaoyan stood up and looked in that direction. To his shock, he saw Cui Yin and Lu Shihua confronting two people with Eastern faces at the other end of the waiting area. Lu Shihua was staring angrily at a woman in a gown, her mouth moving rapidly, but the woman in the gown had a nonchalant attitude, looking visibly impatient. Beside the woman in the gown stood a man in his 40s or 50s, watching Lu Shihua with an expression of amusement. Since there was some distance, Zhao Xiaoyan couldn't hear what was being said, but a few words floated over occasionally. Chapter 434. These are my words. Axiba, Chuan, don't talk nonsense. I already said that Li Jinji accidentally bumped into her and spilled wine on her. After hearing Cui Yan's words, Park Dongxi seemed displeased and retorted. Our Korean people have a long civilization and history. How could we do such a thing? If you keep talking nonsense, I won't be polite. You did on purpose. We were standing here and didn't move at all. When Li Jinji walked over, Shihua was still a meter away from her. How could they bump into each other? You're just pretending it was a slip of the hand. You did it on purpose. This was the first time Zhao Xiaoyan saw Cui and get angry. Even when Lin Feng was rude, he had never seen him this furious. However, he could understand why. The award ceremony was about to start, and they would soon be on the red carpet. But at this critical moment, the female lead of the crew, who was also nominated for Best Actress at this film festival, had her gown stained. If she walked the red carpet like this, she would definitely be photographed by reporters and likely become the biggest laughingstock of the Cannes Film Festival, known worldwide. Chapter 435. The correct way to walk the red carpet, that Park Dongxi, is truly despicable. In a corner of the waiting area, Cui Yin looked at Lu Shihua's ruined gown and angrily cursed, then sincerely apologized to Lu Shihua. I'm sorry, Shihua. This time it was aimed at me, and you ended up getting caught in the crossfire. Director Cui, you don't have to apologize to me. Those two Koreans are just too despicable. Although Lu Shihua was feeling very upset, she still knew who the real culprit was. She wanted to curse, but even if she blew them up, her gown couldn't be restored to its original state. Looking at the obvious wine stain on the gown, Lu Shihua knew her debut on the Cannes red carpet was ruined. She even began to wish she wouldn't win an award because if she did, wearing this outfit to accept it would be utterly humiliating. But Shihua, what will you do about your dress? Cui Yin also started to worry about Lu Shihua's outfit. Zhao Xiaoyan thought for a moment and took out his phone to call Sato Sakura. After hanging up, Zhao Xiaoyan said to Lu Shihua, I asked Sakura to go back to the villa to get you a dress. No matter what, you definitely can't wear this one now. Chapter 436. Alternative dressing, let's go. Remember to keep smiling, Cui Yin said softly, glancing at the two people standing on either side of him. The tone seems to carry a hint of resignation. As Zhao Xiaoyan and the other two slowly advanced, a large LED screen at the entrance of the Yingjie Palace began to play a promotional video for the movie Island of Love, informing the media and fans present about the identity of the crew walking the red carpet. This surprised many media reporters and fans. This woman is actually an actress, and she has even been nominated for Best Actress? It's no wonder the journalists and fans were astonished, regardless of whether they are famous or not. All the actresses attending the Cannes Film Festival are dressed in various gowns, with earrings and necklaces that practically blind everyone. Moreover, some of the gowns are so close to crossing the line that they barely cover their chests, with many revealing low necklines, flaunting their impressive busts in 360 degrees. Even the hem of the dresses is raised as high as possible, as if any slight movement could reveal more than intended. No wonder people say the award ceremony at the Cannes Film Festival is a competition of films, while the red carpet show is a battleground for female stars to showcase their beauty. In Chapter 437, the three performances featured two people putting in effort, while one appeared to be slacking off. This strange, yet humorous scene gave everyone a sense of illusion. Did this man not want to participate in the red carpet show? Seeing this, Cui Yin was sweating profusely. Brother, your reluctance is too obvious. Cui Yin quickly reminded, Mr. Zhao, you can't do that. Stop looking at your watch. Look at the camera in front of you. Smile, you have to smile. So troublesome. Zhao Xiaoyan thought walking the red carpet would just be a matter of walking, not realizing it was so complicated. The dozens of bright lights on site, coupled with the hundreds of cameras flashing, made his eyes feel sore. Looking again at Shui and Lu Shihua, they could manage to keep their eyes wide open under the flashing lights, which made him admire them immensely. Since he was there, Zhao Xiaoyan couldn't embarrass the crew, so he quickly mimicked Director Chui and smiled at the camera. However, his smile was so forced that it gave off a sense of being coerced into performing. Just then, Zhao Xiaoyan noticed something strange in the crowd of fans not far ahead. In Chapter 438, trending, someone exclaimed, "Can anyone tell me how he just did that?" He jumped over such a high barrier. It seems everyone in Huagui knows martial arts. There's even a thief at the Cannes Film Festival. It really is a good place. The man's action was so cool that everyone wanted to know how he accomplished it. This time, the comments were more numerous than before, to the point where the entire screen was obscured. Zhao Xiaoyan was unaware that his earlier action had already been broadcast live. He effortlessly vaulted back over the railing, while Lu Shihua and Chui were still in shock. Director Chui, "Shihua, we should go." With Zhao Xiaoyan's words, the two finally snapped out of their astonishment. "Mr. Zhao, you this." Chui was at a loss for words to describe his current feelings, walking with his hands in his pockets, a forced performance expression, swiftly jumping the barrier to catch a thief. Chui regretted it immensely. If he could turn back time, he would have wished he hadn't invited Zhao Xiaoyan to walk the red carpet today. Just as Chui was feeling helpless, applause erupted from the crowd of fans. One person clapped. Two people clapped. In Chapter 439, Challenge on the Grass, upon seeing the video, Zhao Xiaoyan couldn't help but laugh in anger. He had merely kicked directly, which could even be considered a move from some martial arts routine. Or rather, it seemed that every martial arts fighting style had a kicking action like that. It was astonishing that someone would take the time to make a big deal out of it. Moreover, shouldn't the focus of discussion be on how he caught a thief at the film festival? Why was there suddenly concern about his martial arts lineage? But he didn't know how to respond, and could only shake his head with a wry smile. "What's wrong? What happened?" Lu Shihua asked. Seeing Zhao Xiaoyan's expression of concern, Zhao Xiaoyan handed his phone to Lu Shihua and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that within such a short time. Both of us would trend online." Holding the trophy, Chui leaned closer to Lu Shihua to watch the video together. Lu Shihua first watched the video from the Taekwondo coach from the Stick Country, frowned, then swiped up and saw the video of Zhao Xiaoyan kicking the thief. After scrolling through several videos, most were related to Zhao Xiaoyan's stunning kick, with some involving her as well. In Chapter 440, Do you think I'm easy to bully? In a villa garden in Cannes, around 7 or 8 people were present, some sitting and some standing. Some held skewers of meat, while others drank heartily. Some even took out their phones to film. Their attention had shifted away from the barbecue grill to a couple not far away. A man and a woman engaged in a struggle. The man wore a shirt and dress pants and leather shoes, nimbly dodging the woman's attacks while smiling. On the other side, the woman in a karate uniform seemed to feel deeply wronged, her face reflecting her displeasure. Her long legs attacked the man swiftly and powerfully, targeting both his lower and upper body. But no matter how she attacked, her moves couldn't land on him. It turned out Miss Sakura also had some skills. You haven't seen anything yet. Did you not notice the black belt around Miss Sakura's waist? A karate black belt. That seems pretty strong. Ha. What does a black belt matter? Didn't you see that Mr. Zhao was actually letting her win? In Chapter 441, Challenge, Zhao Xiaoyan addressed the audience. Hello, everyone. My name is Zhao Xiaoyan. Over the past couple of days, I've seen rumors online about my martial arts lineage, and I would like to clarify a few points. First, I practice traditional Huagua martial arts, pure made in Dahua, and have no relation to the Stick Country's Taekwondo. Second, starting today, I officially challenge the Stick Country Taekwondo coach who claims I am his disciple. If you dare to say I'm your disciple, don't blame me for being rude. Lastly, I want to tell our friends in Huagua that Huagua martial arts have not declined. We just prefer peace and keep our swords sheathed. However, if anyone tries to slander or defame Huagua martial arts, I will show them the true essence of Huagua martial arts in my own way. The video was short, just over a minute long. Zhao Xiaoyan had Sun Haowei register a new account to post this video. Because he had no followers, Zhao Xiaoyan was worried that the spread wouldn't be strong enough, so he directly took out 10,000 yuan to boost the video. In fact, Zhao Xiaoyan completely underestimated his current popularity. Just with his still hot face, The video would continuously receive boosts. Chapter 442. Just consider it a warm-up. Kicking the gym? The term kicking the gym was something the blue belt guy had heard in movies, and this was the first time he encountered such a thing in real life. He couldn't help but size Zhao Xiaoyan up from head to toe, dressed in casual clothes with a pair of sneakers and a youthful appearance. He looked nothing like a skilled fighter. Plus, with Sun Haowei live streaming next to him, the blue belt guy directly categorized Zhao Xiaoyan as one of those people who use kicking the gym as a gimmick to make money from live streaming. Such people were not uncommon. Especially in the current trend of live streaming, many people used all sorts of bizarre tactics to get famous and make money, going to great lengths. At that moment, the blue belt guy felt even more annoyed, waving his hand as if swatting a fly, saying impatiently, "Get lost. Hurry up and leave. This is a Taekwondo gym. Don't come here to mess around." Seeing the blue belt guy driving people away, the other two trainees also came over. One of them wore a green belt around his waist, while the other had a green-blue belt, indicating they were at levels 5 and 6 in Taekwondo, which meant they had some skills, but they were still a bit lacking compared to the previous blue belt guy. They stood on either side of the blue belt guy, not saying anything, but their expressions were not friendly. Chapter 443. Senior Brother. The blue belt guy lay sideways on the mat, his eyes filled with confusion. The two trainees standing by the mat were poised as if about to applaud, their hands open but frozen in place. Too fast. It was simply too fast. In just one move, just one encounter, the blue belt guy was defeated, which was unbelievable to everyone. Not just the people in the gym. Even Sun Haowei didn't expect such a result, although he initially didn't have high hopes for Zhao Xiaoyan. Thinking he would exchange a few blows with the blue belt guy before losing, he didn't expect the reality to be completely different. Zhao Xiaoyan not only didn't lose, but didn't even throw a punch. He simply used one leg to defeat his opponent. At that moment, the live streaming room fell into a brief silence, with not even a single comment appearing. The next second, wow, what did I just see? Is there a slow motion replay? I want to see it in slow motion. This senior brother is too weak, right? Just one kick, and the other guy's out. Is the streamer really that good? Could he be a hidden master? Chapter 444. The ultimate boss is coming. Zhao Xiaoyan was speechless. He thought he could just kick the gym and would encounter someone like Sun Lingjie. After defeating Sun Lingjie, he had to face the senior brother. When would he be able to complete his challenge? This isn't fair. You guys are just wearing him down. Sun Haowei unconsciously tied himself to Zhao Xiaoyan, implying a sense of shared glory and loss. You want to compete? Then compete. If not, get lost. The senior brother didn't indulge Sun Haowei either, directly saying this. Seeing that this battle was unavoidable, Zhao Xiaoyan realized he wouldn't be able to meet the gym's head, Cui Changhao, otherwise. He felt like he was playing a level-up game, defeating a small boss, then facing a big boss. He could only meet the ultimate boss after defeating the big boss. All right then, since that's the case, I can only compete with you. Zhao Xiaoyan shrugged helplessly and then asked the senior brother, by the way, just to clarify, if I defeat you, will I get to see your gym head? I hope I don't defeat you. And then another big senior brother jumps out. I might not get to see your gym head until dinner time. Chapter 445. Knowing there are tigers on a mountain, one should not go to the mountain. Just when Zhao Xiaoyan thought he would have to wait at least 10 or 20 minutes to meet the gym head, unexpectedly, the door of an office inside the gym opened, and a man in his 40s walked out. The man had a well-proportioned figure, neither fat nor thin, dressed in a formal suit with a slick-back hairstyle. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaoyan, he smiled widely. Annyeonghaseyo. I am Cui Changhao. May I ask how to address you, sir? Zhao Xiaoyan looked at this middle-aged man, who seemed more like a company boss than a gym head, with surprise. You're the head of this Taekwondo gym? Yes, I am indeed the head of this gym, Cui Changhao replied with a smile, as if Zhao Xiaoyan were not there to challenge him, but rather visiting as a guest for an inspection, which felt very friendly. Moreover, Cui Changhao had likely spent a long time in Huagua, as he spoke the language fluently without any noticeable accent. Meanwhile, the comments in the live streaming room were flooding in again. It's here. The exciting moment has arrived. Bets are open. I'm betting on this live stream. Who wants to bet with me? Chapter 446. A whirlwind of activity. In the international metropolis of Magic City, with a population of over 10 million, it naturally attracted many people from other countries. A few minutes later, Zhao Xiaoyan and Sun Haowei arrived at another Taekwondo gym. This is the Judao Taekwondo gym. After looking up at the sign and confirming he hadn't gone to the wrong place, Zhao Xiaoyan lifted his leg and walked in. The receptionist, seeing a customer enter, stood up with a smile. "Hello, sir. Are you here to enroll?" Zhao Xiaoyan asked. "Is your Taekwondo gym authentic?" "Absolutely authentic. Our head is from the Big Stick country and is also a 5th-degree black belt. Authentic is good." The receptionist became even more enthusiastic. "Are you planning to enroll in our head's class?" "No problem, but since it's personally taught by our head, the fees will be relatively high." Zhao Xiaoyan smiled and waved his hand. "I'm not here to enroll." "Then why are you here?" Before Zhao Xiaoyan could answer, Sun Haowei jumped in, holding the gimbal and pointing the camera directly at the receptionist. "We're here to kick the gym." 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man dressed in a white Taekwondo uniform with a black belt tied around his waist stood opposite Zhao Xiaoyan. Zhao Xiaoyan thought it was best to show respect first. "Gym head, let's go easy on each other." Chapter 447, Scared Away. Zhao Xiaoyan stepped off the ring, and Sun Haowei was just about to go up and curry favor with his cheap brother-in-law. But he barely took a step before he felt a gust of wind pass by, and a man with a full beard had already handed a bottle of water to Zhao Xiaoyan with both hands. "Master, you've worked hard. Here, have a drink." Zhao Xiaoyan stared blankly at the bearded man, remembering that he seemed to be one of the people who welcomed him at the door just now. He thanked him, took the water, and gulped it down. After all the traveling and the continuous challenges, Zhao Xiaoyan was indeed a bit thirsty. The bearded man saw Zhao Xiaoyan drink half a bottle of water in one go and gave him a thumbs up, praising him. A master is indeed a master. So fast. This remark nearly choked Zhao Xiaoyan. "You're the one who's fast. All the males in your family are quick draws." Sun Haowei, holding a bottle of water, looked at the bearded man with resentment. This was supposed to be his job, but unexpectedly, someone else got there first. As Zhao Xiaoyan walked out of the XXX Taekwondo gym and reached the door, he was once again stunned. There were even more people gathered in front of the Taekwondo gym than before, a crowd of nearly 100 people. Chapter 448. The commotion is a bit too much. After 20 minutes, Zhao Xiaoyan finally led the large group to the next victim's Taekwondo gym. Why were they walking? Zhao Xiaoyan expressed that he didn't want to walk either, but with over 100 people surrounding him, he felt too embarrassed to leave them and take car. 100 people swaying down the street created quite a scene. Those who knew what was happening understood they were going to challenge the gym, while those who didn't might think they were there to cause trouble. However, the distinction between the two didn't seem that significant. This created a bizarre scene on the streets of Shanghai during rush hour, where the crowd moved. 100 meters away, there were onlookers, while within 50 meters, it was empty. Even the vehicles on the road seemed to obey traffic rules better than usual, with no one cutting in line. The only downside was that crossing the street still caused traffic disruptions. The 30-second green light was not enough for so many people to cross, causing those behind to still be crossing when the red light came on, preventing vehicles in the opposite lane from passing. However, the drivers showed great quality. Despite the delay, none honked their horns, demonstrating a high level of public morality. Chapter 449. It has become a diplomatic incident. 30 minutes later, Zhao Xiaoyan arrived at the Shanghai Municipal Public Security Bureau in a police car. The second-level police inspector did not take him to the interrogation room to record a statement, as Zhao Xiaoyan had expected, but instead took him directly to a conference room on the 3rd floor. The door to the conference room was closed tightly. After adjusting his police uniform, the inspector knocked on the door. Soon, the words "Please come in" came from inside. The inspector opened the door, shook his head at Zhao Xiaoyan, and gestured for him to enter. Zhao Xiaoyan did not understand why this police officer brought him here, but he still cooperatively walked in. At this moment, there were already 7 or 8 people sitting in the conference room. Looking at the insignias on their shoulders, they were all of considerable rank, with the lowest being department-level officials. Zhao Xiaoyan, you've really made a name for yourself today. As soon as Zhao Xiaoyan entered, a police officer in his 50s sitting in the middle spoke up. You really stole the show today. This police officer wore star insignia, indicating he was a first-level police inspector. His words were clearly a reprimand and a veiled mockery. In response, Zhao Xiaoyan could only smile awkwardly. Seeing Zhao Xiaoyan still smiling, the first-level police inspector threw a folder at him, saying, "Take a good look at this. See what kind of trouble you've caused." Chapter 450. The daughter is a little lucky star. Zhao, don't be so formal. I'm 42 this year. Calling you Xiaoyan shouldn't be too presumptuous, right? A police car drove through the streets of Shanghai. Since they were not on official duty, the sirens were not activated. The driver was Wu Hong, the captain of the Special Operations Team. He was the one who had just pressured Zhao Xiaoyan into accepting a position as a technical advisor for the Special Operations Team, leaving Zhao Xiaoyan both amused and helpless. Of course, this advisor position was unofficial, a special internal hiring arrangement. Wu Hong was quite formal about it, even issuing Zhao Xiaoyan a special appointment certificate. At the moment Zhao Xiaoyan saw that the certificate was already filled out with his name, he realized he had been set up. However, he was still quite willing to do whatever he could to help the police. Captain Wu, you're too polite. Just call me Xiaoyan. Zhao Xiaoyan was more than happy to befriend Wu Hong. Setting aside his position as captain, Wu Hong appeared to be a very straightforward person, and Zhao Xiaoyan enjoyed dealing with such people, as it eliminated a lot of unnecessary twists and turns. That's great. Xiaoyan, you have no idea. When I was watching your live challenge against the Taekwondo gym, it was like watching boiling water. Especially when you were competing with the head of the second Taekwondo gym. That move of yours, was just too impressive. Chapter 451. A new official takes office. Early the next morning, Zhao Xiaoyan was woken up by Wu Heng's phone call. I said, you weren't up all night, were you? The energetic Wu Hong in the police car last night stood in stark contrast to the yawning Zhao Xiaoyan in the passenger seat. My dear Captain Wu, don't you see what time it is? Zhao Xiaoyan pointed at the time on the car's central control, giving Wu Hong an annoyed look. Although they had agreed last night that Wu Hong would come to pick Zhao Xiaoyan up to go to the Special Operations Team this morning, where he would officially take office as a technical advisor, Zhao Xiaoyan had thought it would be at least after 8 or 9 o'clock. So he didn't ask for a specific time. But who would have thought that Wu Hong meant 6 o'clock in the morning? After Zhao Xiaoyan had rescued his daughter the night before, he played with Xiao Chenxi for a while, and then reluctantly handed her over to Wang Qian under Sun Yaolin's displeasure. Wang Qian had nearly become the half-owner of the villa, with the other half being Xiao Chenxi's nanny. In fact, Xiao Chenxi usually slept with Sun Yan at night, but seeing Zhao Xiaoyan had arrived, Wang Qian winked at him and took over the task of caring for Xiao Chenxi, freeing Sun Yaolin. Chapter 452. The Opening Battle. Report. As soon as Zhao Xiaoyan finished speaking, a team member raised his hand. Zhao Xiaoyan looked and saw it was the older team member who had just gathered the troops. Wu Hong walked over and quietly introduced him to Zhao Xiaoyan. This is the captain of the second squad, Jiang Liu. Zhao Xiaoyan understood. Anyone who could become a squad captain clearly had some speaking skills. A few more team members raised their hands, and Zhao Xiaoyan randomly pointed to 2 more. The 3 Special Operations team members, including Jiang Liu, stood at the front of the line after being called out. Since Zhao Xiaoyan had said it was about teaching unarmed defense against knives, especially in a situation of being outnumbered, such training was often conducted in the Special Operations team, though usually 1-on-1 or 1-on-2. This kind of 1-on-3 situation had been attempted before, not to mention facing 3 Special Operations team members. Even facing 3 healthy adults would have a very low chance of winning. At this point, many people in the independent courtyard were already skeptical of Zhao Xiaoyan, thinking he couldn't really accomplish it. However, seeing Zhao Xiaoyan's confident demeanor, they couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. Meanwhile, Wu Hong had already called the logistics department to bring various prop knives. Chapter 453. Wu Heng's idea, the saying new officials take office with 3 fires, means that someone who has been parachuted in must come up with something to impress those below. Although Zhao Xiaoyan wasn't technically an official, as a technical advisor to the Special Operations team, he needed to demonstrate some true skills. Even if everyone was polite on the surface, deep down, they would feel somewhat unconvinced if he didn't show his capabilities. Being young, Zhao Xiaoyan understood the psychology of everyone. That's why he made such a big show right from the start. Although this approach was somewhat flashy, it was quite effective. The more than 100 Special Operations team members looked at him differently now, with admiration and a desire to learn instead of disdain. In their view, not being as skilled as others was acceptable, but what they feared most was knowing they were inferior, yet not making an effort to improve themselves. With this opening battle, Zhao Xiaoyan quickly established his footing in the Special Operations team. The next steps became easier. He had the team members form a semicircle, then called on Jiang Liu to act as a demonstration model, breaking down and analyzing the movements step by step. Thanks to Zhao Xiaoyan's earlier impressive performance, everyone in the Special Operations team, including Wu Hong, listened intently, with not a single person distracted. Chapter 454. The responsibility of good citizens in contrast to Zhao Xiaoyan's casualness. The senior brother and a few others appeared quite nervous, all with expressions akin to facing a formidable enemy. The senior brother looked at Zhao Xiaoyan and asked, "Why are you here again?" Zhao Xiaoyan didn't answer their question, but looked behind them and said, "Oh, where's your director?" As soon as he said this, the expressions of the few changed instantly. Sun Lingjia, standing next to the senior brother, stepped forward, looking scared but trying to act tough. "You're not here to challenge us again, are you?" Zhao Xiaoyan waved his hand. "How could that be? I dislike physical confrontations the most. I'm a lover of peace." However, the senior brother and the others didn't relax their guard at all. Just yesterday, one person had taken down several of their dojo members, and now he was claiming to love peace? They thought it was utterly shameless. They didn't believe a single punctuation mark of what he said. Seeing that they didn't respond, Zhao Xiaoyan didn't mind and continued. "I actually came here today to apologize to Director Chui. Since he is not here then," just as everyone was following their habitual thinking. Expecting Zhao Xiaoyan to leave, he unexpectedly changed the topic again. Chapter 455, a mistaken identity and challenge letter at that moment. The tightly closed office door of the director opened. Chui Changhao walked out and, upon seeing Zhao Xiaoyan, immediately approached him with a beaming smile. "Hello, Mr. Zhao. What brings you here today?" He then turned to the senior brother and the others and shouted, "What is wrong with you? Why didn't you inform me that Mr. Zhao was here?" "I'm sorry, teacher." The senior brother became the scapegoat at that moment. "Haha, Mr. Zhao, the people below don't understand. Please don't take offense. Come in. I found some good tea yesterday. You must taste it." Watching Chui Changhao and his disciples perform their little act, Zhao Xiaoyan didn't expose them and cheerfully followed Chui Changhao into the director's office, closing the door behind them. No one knew what happened inside, while the senior brother anxiously stared at the closed office door. 10 minutes later, Chui Changhao and Zhao Xiaoyan emerged from the director's office, looking like they had just met after a long time. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Zhao. You must come often when you have time. I welcome your visits at any time." "Hee hee. Director Chui, you're too hospitable. It makes me feel embarrassed. However, if you don't help me with what I asked, I might have to trouble you again." Chapter 456. This is just my personal suggestion. Just as Zhao Xiaoyan finished watching the news video, his phone on the coffee table rang. It was Wu Hong calling. "Hey, Wu team." As soon as the call connected, Wu Hong's voice came through, clearly suppressing his anger. "Xiaoyan, did you see the news? That Jin Tai song from the South Korea?" "Yeah. So you've seen it already?" Wu Hong's anger could no longer be contained, and he started cursing directly over the phone. "What does that Jin want? Does he have no shame?" Wu Hong seemed angrier than Zhao Xiaoyan. His sudden outburst calmed Zhao Xiaoyan down a bit, and he chuckled into the phone. "I say, old Wu, you're too impatient, aren't you? I haven't even started cursing yet, and you're already at it. How can I not be angry? You're now a member of our special operations team, and what you say reflects on the whole team." It was clear that Wu Hong was quite protective. Moreover, after the events of the morning, Wu Hong was very satisfied with Zhao Xiaoyan. "What are you planning to do now?" After a few curses, Wu Hong's anger subsided somewhat, and his tone softened considerably. He didn't call just a vent. Chapter 457. If we're going to do it, let's do it big. Zhao Xiaoyan left with answers. On the way, he pondered what good methods Qiao Zhengxing might have to break the deadlock. Unexpectedly, Qiao Zhengxing proved himself to be a department head, operating on a level that Zhao Xiaoyan couldn't compare to. This was to say Qiao Zhengxing was particularly powerful. It was just that he viewed things from a different height and angle, allowing him to think from other perspectives. With a plan in mind, Zhao Xiaoyan felt much more confident. Especially the implied meaning in Qiao Zhengxing's words was quite thought-provoking. Zhao Xiaoyan left on his own, while Wu Hong stayed behind to report on some matters. "Director Qiao, you seem to have a different regard for Zhao Xiaoyan." After Zhao Xiaoyan left, Wu Hong spoke his mind. It was clear from the past 2 days that Qiao Zhengxing was overly attentive to Zhao Xiaoyan. Qiao Zhengxing smiled. "Hee. Although this kid is young, he has done some good for the country and society. If it's within reason, I can help him a bit." Although Wu Hong was somewhat surprised, he didn't reveal any of it on his face. Though he was more curious, he wisely chose to stay silent. Some things, when it's time to know, one will naturally find out. Chapter 458. Good news. Not only that, but this so-called exchange and sparring event itself was also a trap. A blatant scheme. If they participated and lost, the reputation of the South Korean Taekwondo community would plummet. However, if they didn't participate, it would give the other side a perfect excuse and give the impression of cowardice. Therefore, as the president, Park Ji-young was in a difficult position. He felt troubled. He called Jin Taisong, the instigator, over, because he has already thought of a countermeasure, which is to accept the invitation but not send those long-established masters. This way, they can participate in the event while having a complete reason to take Taekwondo out of the equation. If they win, they can continue to mock Chinese martial arts as being nothing special, saying that their main team members haven't even participated yet. If they lose, they can claim it was because their main team members weren't present that they lost narrowly. Although this somewhat resembles a self-deceptive act, it is still much better than not daring to go at all. And this Jin Taisong has been designated by the president as one of the participants in the event. The trouble was caused by him, so he naturally has to be involved in putting it out. Although Jin Taisong is very unwilling to participate, he really has no choice. If he firmly refuses to go, perhaps nothing will happen at the moment, but afterwards, he will definitely be blacklisted and suppressed by the industry. Losing the job he relies on for survival. Chapter 459, a half-hearted effort in the past few days. Zhao Xiaoyan has been living quite comfortably in the Magic City. Although he has become a technical advisor for the Special Operations Team of the Magic City, Zhao Xiaoyan doesn't have to clock in every day. Aside from the Special Operations Team's special requirements, going in once or twice a month is enough. The Martial Arts Association of the Magic City has also reported that the Taekwondo Association from the country of Styx has agreed to participate in this exchange match and has submitted the list of participants. There are a total of 5 people on the list, and one of them is Jin Taisong. When Zhao Xiaoyan saw this list, he had no impression of the other people and didn't care at all, as long as Jin Taisong was there. This matter arose because of this person's boastful remarks, and his stubborn attitude made Zhao Xiaoyan feel quite uncomfortable. In fact, at the beginning, Zhao Xiaoyan didn't intend for things to escalate to this point. After an incident occurs, I clarify and correct it, and they apologize, and it's over. But after Zhao Xiaoyan denied that he was their disciple, the other party completely ignored him, which led Zhao Xiaoyan to think of kicking the Taekwondo practitioners from the country of Styx out of their dojo in the Magic City to send a message. As a result, this matter escalated into a diplomatic incident, and in a muddled way, Zhao Xiaoyan became the technical advisor for the Special Operations Team. Chapter 460. An unexpected person unknowingly. Zhao Xiaoyan has stayed in the Magic City for almost a month. During this time, several women from Lingzhou have called to ask when Zhao Xiaoyan will return. Zhao Xiaoyan plans to return to Lingzhou after Wang Chuang and Chu Ling's wedding. Moreover, since his daughter was born, Zhao Xiaoyan hasn't spent such a long time by her side. The growth of a child cannot be without the important role of a father. However, while accompanying Xiao Chenxi, Zhao Xiaoyan also thought of another child, Xiao Chenkai, far away in the imperial capital. It seems that since this son was born, Zhao Xiaoyan has not seen him again. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiaoyan felt particularly irresponsible. The idea of gathering all his women and children together emerged strongly in Zhao Xiaoyan's mind again. Sun Yalan has basically handed over the affairs of the Foundation to her subordinates and has withdrawn from her career. However, Sun Yalan still receives reports on the progress of the Foundation every day to keep track of the overall situation. The Foundation has grown larger and larger, and Zhao Xiaoyan later transferred 10 billion into the Foundation's account in his personal capacity. With ample funds, Sun Yalan expanded the Foundation's reach to all parts of the country, especially impoverished mountainous areas. Chapter 461. Excited Sun Haowei. The reason for this arrangement is not that Zhao Xiaoyan is being overly worried. Even his daughter can be used as a bargaining chip, and regarding a man he can personally deal with. Zhao Xiaoyan's evaluation of Watanabe Zoe's character has dropped to freezing point. Decisive, ruthless, and patient are the impressions Watanabe Zoe left on Zhao Xiaoyan after their 2 dealings. Faced with the betrayal of his daughter, Zhao Xiaoyan would not naively think that Watanabe Zoe would easily let go of Kobayashi Haruka. Moreover, Kobayashi Haruka had sided with him. So Zhao Xiaoyan must have already appeared on Watanabe Zoe's revenge list. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, knowing that the other party might retaliate. Zhao Xiaoyan naturally has to make some preparations. Even if these preparations turn out to be in vain, Zhao Xiaoyan does not want to cause irreversible consequences due to negligence. Although they are in Huagua, he cannot let his guard down. Arranging Kobayashi Haruka in the Golden Shield, Zhao Xiaoyan believes that Jiang Long and his team still have the capability to protect her well. As for Sun Yalan and their daughter, Zhao Xiaoyan thought of arranging for people to help immediately. Kobayashi Haruka is not an impulsive woman. She naturally understands Zhao Xiaoyan's reasoning for this arrangement and gratefully said, "Thank you, Xiaoyan-chan." Chapter 462. The storm is coming. Kobayashi Haruka's appearance added a sense of gravity to Zhao Xiaoyan's originally relaxed mood. Jianlong, the general manager of the Golden Shield Security Company, also wore a serious expression. "Mr. Zhao, I have set up 4 lookout posts around the villa. I believe if there is any wind or grass movement, we will know immediately." This time Jianlong brought over 10 people, and he personally took charge. With Jianlong and these retired experts present, Zhao Xiaoyan is naturally very assured about the villa's safety. Zhao Xiaoyan believes that as long as the other party does not use heavy weapons, even if they forcibly attack the villa, it won't be that easy to break through. "Thank you for your hard work." Zhao Xiaoyan had a lot of trust in Jianlong. Under his leadership, the Golden Shield has become a significant presence in the security industry of the Magic City. At this time, Zhao Xiaoyan also called Sun Yalan to prepare 4 guest rooms for Jianlong and his team to stay in. Although Zhao Xiaoyan didn't know why he suddenly strengthened the villa as security, the smart Sun Yalan did not ask much. "Okay, I'll prepare it right now." Fortunately, the villa has enough rooms, so there is no need to worry about accommodation. Chapter 463. Zhao Xiaoyan's amazing financial power. Wang Chuanfu also nodded in agreement. As the top decision-maker designated by BYD, he is naturally the most aware of BYD's next moves. "We have basically set up points across the country and are ready to go international." Thus, the direction of the next meeting became very clear. New energy vehicles are a commercial cake that everyone present sees potential in, which is also the fundamental reason why so many companies have come together. Although there is enthusiasm for supporting domestic industries, everyone is a businessman, and the most realistic thing is to pursue profits. BYD is based in Pengcheng. Lingzhou is home to the Xie family in the southeast, and in the Magic City, the Han family has a stronghold, and now even the north has Lu Montong's involvement. It can be said that the main market for new energy in the country has been divided up, so entering the international market has become an inevitable trend. However, compared to the domestic environment, entering the international market is not that simple. The national conditions are different, and the consumer market environment varies, which naturally means that opportunities come with risks. Our plan is to focus on the European continent as the main market. The countries there are generally not large, and they strongly advocate for environmental protection, which provides a prerequisite advantage for the entry of new energy vehicles. Chapter 464 is actually also thanking you. Zhao Xiaoyan looked at Yu Tingyun's surprised expression and felt a little smug. He didn't expect to surprise even the financial tycoons of the Magic City with his financial strength. Yu Tingyun stared at Zhao Xiaoyan for a full 10 seconds before shaking his head and smiling bitterly, feeling old, really old. To be honest, seeing the old man sigh gave a bit of a sense of a hero in decline. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't understand why Yu Tingyun was so sentimental, but he still had to offer comforting words. "Old man, you are still in good health. You could be strong for decades. Why feel old?" Yu Tingyun waved his hand and laughed heartily. "Decades more? I'd be an old demon then." Seeing the old man laugh, Zhao Xiaoyan continued, "By the way, old man, about the Qiao Hall matter, you still dare to bring this up?" When it came to this, Yu Tingyun blew his beard and glared at Zhao Xiaoyan. "Why don't you manage your group well and challenge people online? If you want to challenge, then challenge, but why imitate movies and kick the hall? What era is it? Why play this game? Isn't that just showing disdain for the people of that country? They claim whatever good things they find is theirs. And now they don't say I'm one of theirs, but rather say I learned from them. It's really irritating, and I have to teach them a lesson." Chapter 465. Recruiting troops. In the next 2 days, Zhao Xiaoyan was conducting video communication with Zhou Jiaying and others remotely in the Magic City. Since it was decided to promote BYD's new energy vehicles in the Big Stick country and the island country, the necessary preparations should be expedited. If Han Mingze, Lu Montong, and the others participated in this plan, it was due to their sharp business instincts, and it also serves to push domestic products beyond borders. Zhao Xiaoyan's enthusiasm, on the other hand, stemmed from his identity considerations. The establishment of Jinxing Energy Technology was a joint venture between Jinyan Investment and BYD Group, with Zhao Xiaoyan's patented blade battery technology being the key core. To avoid unnecessary troubles later, BYD exchanged shares for patents. In other words, Zhao Xiaoyan holds shares in BYD. Although it's only 8 of the shares, with BYD's application of blade technology over the past year, it has transformed from an obscure, marginalized domestic car manufacturer into one of the fastest-growing brands. The overall market share has skyrocketed from less than 5 to 20. And the growth rate of the brand's market value is not just a few steps up, but has taken off directly. Chapter 466. Talking like this is a bit tiring. What? Travel? Yiling looked at the message from Zhou Jiaying in her phone's VX. Her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Zhou Jiaying. Yes, the next focus for Xiaoyan is on the big stick country and the island country. So you need to recruit the appropriate talents. The newly established company will likely be there. Zhou Jiaying had attended the video meeting that morning, so she understood the intention and guessed that Zhao Xiaoyan would assign this task to Yiling. Always considering herself as the main wife, Zhou Jiaying was very perceptive, with a high emotional and intellectual quotient, knowing how to balance and wield both kindness and authority. It was precisely for this reason that He Fei, Lu Xinting, Zhang Yuhan, and others would listen to Zhou Jiaying's words. Yiling was the oldest among these people, and due to her marriage, her personality was more of a type that avoided conflict. She did most of the household chores in the villa, working tirelessly and without complaint. Zhou Jiaying noticed all this. In addition to life, Zhou Jiaying also observed that Yiling carried some insecurities deep down. She was absolutely easy to talk to among the company executives and had never spoken harshly to subordinates. Chapter 467. Flirting. The call had been disconnected for several minutes, but Zhao Xiaoyan was still processing the last words from Watanabe Saori. Watanabe Saori actually asked him to take care of Kobayashi Haruka, which Zhao Xiaoyan never expected. It felt as if he was entrusted with a heavy responsibility. If it weren't for knowing what Watanabe Saori had done to Kobayashi Haruka, Zhao Xiaoyan might have almost believed that she was a good person. But on the other hand, given the current situation, Watanabe Saori had no need to say such unnecessary words. As for whether Watanabe Saori was testing to see if Kobayashi Haruka was with Zhao Xiaoyan, that was even more contradictory. Watanabe Saori must have guessed that Kobayashi Haruka was with Zhao Xiaoyan, given Bayati's current actions and the public discourse surrounding battery technology, which is why she confidently asked him how he made Kobayashi Haruka betray her. Moreover, Zhao Xiaoyan had no intention of hiding it. Since he had already chosen to stand in front of Kobayashi Haruka, he might as well be straightforward, no matter how he thought about it. Zhao Xiaoyan had to set the issue aside for now. Time will provide answers. However, there was one thing that Watanabe Saori did not guess, or rather, she did not guess accurately enough. Chapter 468. Master, teach me. However, the scene that Hanlon imagined of being scolded as a rogue and slapped did not occur. After seeing the man's appearance, Yiling initially terrified expression froze, and then she replaced it with a shy look, slowly closing her eyes and allowing the young man to kiss her lips. When their lips met, they directly engaged in a French kiss. Wow, this is possible. This scene left Hanlon completely stunned on the spot. He had been trying hard to make conversation, awkwardly forcing small talk for so long. Yet the lady showed no reaction at all. But this guy came in with such bold moves and managed to succeed, just like that. After awkwardly chatting for half the time, the lady didn't even acknowledge him. But when it was someone else, they went straight for it and succeeded. Have ladies nowadays already changed their preferences? No longer liking humor and gradual feelings, but preferring straightforwardness and directness? After a few seconds, their lips parted, with a thin strand of clear saliva connecting them. Yiling entire face had turned red, but her eyes remained fixed on the man holding her in his arms. This was the first time Yiling had done something so bold in public, and that kiss had been quite intense. Chapter 469. The Sunglasses Woman. Just when Zhao Xiaoyan felt a bit regretful for not being able to see the appearance of the woman in sunglasses, he suddenly heard her exclaim, "It's you." Zhao Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows. The woman was actually speaking in Korean. It seemed that she recognized him. But Zhao Xiaoyan couldn't recall knowing anyone from that country. Damn, what bad luck. The woman complained to Zhao Xiaoyan and turned away, no longer looking at him. Being scolded for no reason left Zhao Xiaoyan speechless. "Hello, who are you? Are you sick? Did I provoke you, so you start cursing? Although I may look down on your appearance, just based on your figure and the little skin exposed on your face." Zhao Xiaoyan can tell that this woman should be a beauty. But can a beauty just curse at people? Especially a Korean person. Zhao Xiaoyan definitely couldn't tolerate it and directly retorted in Korean. Hearing Zhao Xiaoyan's words, the woman turned her head again. This time, she took off her sunglasses and mask, revealing a beautiful and delicate face, and said to Zhao Xiaoyan, "Do you remember me now? It's all because of you, that detestable man, that ruined everything for me." Chapter 470. Continuous shock flying from Magic City to Korea takes just over an hour for a direct flight. However, because of the time difference, it actually added another hour when they arrived in Seoul. The plane landed safely at Seoul Airport in the afternoon, around 3 p.m. As they were preparing to disembark, Zhao Xiaoyan took the initiative to call out to Lee Jong-hee, who was about to follow her manager. "Miss Lee, can we exchange phone numbers?" Lee Jong-hee glanced at Zhao Xiaoyan and directly ignored his words. In her view, this man was just like other men who approached her, all coveting her beauty. If it were another time, Lee Jong-hee might have pretended to be polite. But this man was her enemy. And the reason she ended up in this situation was also related to him. Jin Hyun, seeing this, quickly took out her phone and smiled at Zhao Xiaoyan. "Sir, I'm Jong-hee's manager, so you can contact her through my number." As a manager, especially as a female manager for a Korean female artist, Jin Hyun had a very high emotional intelligence. Perhaps it was the status of artist in Korea that made her cautious and careful in her words and actions at all times. Chapter 471. Arriving in Seoul, without Zhao Xiaoyan needing to say anything, the tour guide had already arranged for Yi Ling-shan and him to share a room. It was clear that Zhou Jiaying had specified their relationship when signing them up, couple. It was also a coincidence that Yi Hanlin and another single member of the boy band were in the room next to Zhao Xiaoyan's. "Xiaoyan, shall we have a drink tonight?" Yi Hanlin seemed to have an outgoing personality, very sociable and not shy. Zhao Xiaoyan actually appreciated this kind of personality in Yi Hanlin. Although Zhao Xiaoyan appeared calm and composed in situations, a bit of a social butterfly, this confidence stemmed from his financial situation. Deep down, Zhao Xiaoyan wasn't someone who enjoyed socializing. Zhao Xiaoyan smiled and replied, "No problem." Since they had just landed, the tour guide had no arrangements for dinner before the evening, so everyone had over 2 hours to rest. With Yi Ling-shan around, Zhao Xiaoyan could basically be a hands-off boss. He didn't need to lift a finger to organize luggage. Yi Ling-shan would handle everything well. "Xiaoyan, go take a shower," Yi Ling-shan said after tidying up. Chapter 472. We are really faded. The tour guide, Xiao Wang, walked up to a bartender. The bartender recognized Xiao Wang and smiled. They whispered a few words, and Xiao Wang pointed towards Zhao Xiaoyan and the others. After the bartender looked in the direction Xiao Wang was pointing and saw a few people in the distance, he talked to Xiao Wang again, and then Xiao Wang waved to them, beckoning them over. After a lot of effort, the group finally made it to the bar entrance, and the tour guide Xiao Wang said to them, "This is the biggest bar here. Even some celebrities come here. However, the entrance fee is a bit high. It's 500,000 Korean won, which is about 2,000 RMB. Upon hearing this price, Yi Hanlin and the others gasped. This price was significantly higher than the entrance fees for most bars in their home country. "So expensive?" Zhao Xiaoyan spoke up, clearly sounding like he wanted to back out. This amount of money was nothing to him, but Zhao Xiaoyan actually wanted to leave. Rather than waste time here, he preferred to go back and accompany Yi Ling-shan. Zhao Xiaoyan had become somewhat indifferent to places like bars. Xiao Wang said, "There's a reason it's expensive. I guarantee you'll have your eyes open once you go in." Chapter 473. Auction. It turned out that just as Zhao Xiaoyan was paying attention to the drinks, the DJ announced that the night's event had entered a special segment. The so-called special segment was actually when celebrities would drop in at the bar. The photos being displayed on the big screen were of the stars who would be making an appearance that night, and Zhao Xiaoyan also saw Lee Jong-hee's photo among them. With each photo change, the venue erupted with cheers and screams, albeit some louder than others, when a photo of HCY6 appeared. Even Yi Hanlin let out a wolf howl in that atmosphere. However, Zhao Xiaoyan noticed that when Lee Jong-hee's photo appeared, the crowd's noise noticeably diminished, and he even heard some booing. At this moment, the tour guide Xiao Wang seemed to suddenly remember something funny and said to the group with excitement, "The person who was booed just now is Lee Jong-hee, an actress. Do you know why she was booed?" The crowd shook their heads. "I heard that a few days ago, she attended a film festival, and while in the backstage resting area for celebrities, she caused trouble for Liu Shihua, and as a result, she was splashed with a glass of red wine by Liu Shihua's bodyguard, ruining her makeup." Chapter 474. Listening to the booing in the end. The bottle of wine that the female artist had not introduced at all was sold for 400 million Korean won by a certain VIP table. Although it wasn't as high as the previous price for HCY6, the female artist still wore a satisfied smile. After personally handing the wine to the buyer, she seductively kissed the bottle, leaving a red lip print on the wine label. At that moment, a tall, curvaceous woman, holding a bottle of wine and wearing a short dress full of shiny sequins, walked up to the stage. As soon as the woman appeared, the screen behind the stage displayed her name, Lee Jong-hee. Instantly, the previously lively atmosphere fell flat, as if it had entered an advertisement break, the excitement quickly fading away, replaced by the noisy clinking of glasses typical of a market. Not only that, but Zhao Xiaoyan also heard a lot of booing. Although it wasn't a universal booing, it was still very obvious. Zhao Xiaoyan noticed that while Li Zhonghee was smiling, her expression was very unnatural, giving off a feeling of being forced to perform. Moreover, she seemed dissatisfied with her outfit. Despite her tall figure, she appeared to be slightly hunched over, as if fearing that standing straight would make her already short skirt unable to cover her key areas. Chapter 475. Turning the situation around its him. Due to the auction, the lighting in the bar was not as dim as usual. Although the lights were not very bright, it was still easy to see people. Li Jinji recognized the man who called out 50 million at first glance. He was the one who embarrassed her at the Cannes Film Festival. If it were someone else, Li Jinji might have felt very grateful. But upon seeing Zhao Xiaoyan, she didn't know whether to be grateful or to hate him. He Hanlin and others sitting with Zhao Xiaoyan were also stunned by his shout. Since Zhao Xiaoyan spoke in Korean, apart from the guide Xiao Wang, the others had no idea what he had said. However, from the reaction at the scene, they guessed that Zhao Xiaoyan had participated in the bidding. Yin Xingwen looked at Zhao Xiaoyan with a provocative gaze, while Zhao Xiaoyan casually sipped his drink, as if raising his hand to bid was just a trivial matter. Yin Xingwen scrutinized Zhao Xiaoyan a few times, but realized he didn't know the person at all. To be safe, he still asked, "Who are you?" Chapter 476. Self-introduction. While everyone at the scene was still shocked by the astronomical price of 1.5 billion, Li Jinji had already stepped off the stage and walked toward the booth where Yin Xingwen was seated. Her sequined mini dress sparkled under the light. "Young Master Yin, your drink." Li Jinji approached the booth, handing the drink to Yin Xingwen with a faint smile. At that moment, if possible, Li Jinji would have loved to laugh out loud, especially seeing the look on Yin Xingwen's face, which was as if he had eaten something unpleasant. It gave her a sense of satisfaction. Li Jinji knew that today's bar event was orchestrated by Yin Xingwen, a trap to force her into submission. For this, he even used his connections to bring out the recently popular HCY6 girl group, which was quite a financial investment. To be honest, when the auction prices for the HCY6 girl group and another female artist reached 600 million and 400 million respectively, while her own drink only fetched a humiliating 50,000. Facing the booing and mocking from the audience almost made Li Jinji's heart collapse. At that moment, she even doubted whether her so-called persistence had any meaning. Chapter 477. A thank you from Li Jinji. After stepping off the stage, Li Jinji immediately spotted Jean Xian standing backstage. "Sister Jean," Li Jinji greeted her with a smile. Clearly in a good mood, Jean Xian pulled her to a secluded spot and whispered, "You still have the energy to smile. Didn't you see the expression on young Master Yin's face when he left? He looked quite unhappy." "Well, it's not like I made him unhappy. If you want to blame someone, blame that Chinese guy," Li Jinji replied, after a rare moment of happiness, even though the problem was not resolved. It was nice to be happy for a while. Speaking of this, Jean Xian nervously asked, "By the way, what is your relationship with that Zhao Xiaoyan?" Li Jinji asked in confusion, "Who is Zhao Xiaoyan?" "The Chinese guy who just clashed with young Master Yin," Jean Xian said. "What? You still don't know his name?" Li Jinji shook her head. Although she held a grudge against Zhao Xiaoyan for splashing her at the film festival, she really didn't know his name. But then she showed a puzzled expression. "Wait a minute, didn't he say just now that he was from the island country? Or that he was from the Benton Watanabe family?"